Chapter 188. Sizzle. Warm and smelly blood splashed out like rain, and the wanderer, who was suspended in the air next to him, was caught off guard and was drenched from head to toe, all red. The huge head with a pair of ferocious horns fell heavily to the ground, making a dull and powerful noise. The wanderer was stunned. The blood on the metal mask made his eyes blood red. He could see the green monster as big as a hill with its head and body separated. The cut on the neck was as smooth as if it was cut by a 10-meter-long blade. The green demon has a huge body like a mountain, wings that can fly flexibly, extremely destructive strange power, hard and sharp scales and barbs, as well as extremely strong biological physique and super self-healing ability. Although the conceited wanderer did not want to admit it many times, the green demon is indeed the strongest existence in their team of 5 supervillains. It has also been a veteran villain who has been fighting against the superhero Spider-Man since its debut 10 years ago and has never died. Such a powerful and extraordinary existence that even Spider-Man can't do anything about, the Green Devil, just died like this? Died in the hands of a mysterious boy who is not a hero, and died so simply, as if he didn't even have the strength to struggle. The wanderer looked at the boy in the distance who untied the 2 bloody spider silks from his waist. He was completely fine. It was just that the waist of the stealth suit was cut open. The body of the wanderer, which was stained with the blood of countless people, trembled for no reason. He felt a huge fear from the mysterious black-haired boy, which Spider-Man couldn't give. And this is Nian. Nian has never considered himself a superhero or a supervillain. He is just a person with his own bottom line and principles, and his style of doing things is entirely based on his personal preferences and standpoints. For him at this time, Spider-Man is a very good new friend, and also Gwen's cousin in this parallel universe. He also helped him return to the original world, so he will undoubtedly stand on Spider-Man's side. What's more, those who stand on the opposite side are all supervillains who kill people without hesitation and do all kinds of evil. Nian has no so-called psychological burden. Yes. Once he takes action, he will kill the opponent without mercy. Anyway, the enemy has never thought of holding back on him. Don't talk to him about whether to kill or not, justice or not. All along, Nian doesn't care whether his actions are just or not, he only cares whether the final result is what he wants. Of course, if the opponent is not a supervillain, Nian will also have appropriate compassion, provided that the opponent is unable to seek revenge from him. Otherwise, kill him, and it's all over. If you sympathize with the supervillain, who will sympathize with the innocent people who died? Nian glanced at the exit of the underground tunnel, and ignored the dazed wanderer. He raised his hand and shot a spider silk flying over there. In front of the tunnel exit, Spider-Man was holding a seriously injured and unconscious boy in one hand, and was in a desperate situation under the siege of Kingpin and Scorpion King. Nian dragged the spider silk man in the air, and the colorful colors on his body became more and more intense. His body appeared and disappeared from time to time, as if he was a weird existence with frame drops in the film, ready to evaporate at any time. The spider hood on his head had been completely broken, revealing a head of black hair and a handsome face. His brown eyes were full of colorful and strange colors, with an unreal sense of déjà vu in this world. 10 seconds. A subtle feeling arose in Nian's heart. It can't be wrong. There are only 10 seconds left, and he will leave the current parallel universe. Thinking of this, Nian swooped down without hesitation, and his target was Kingpin. Boss, be careful. He's heading your way. Wanderer shouted in shock. Huh. Kingpin, who was about to give Spider-Man a heavy blow, turned around. When he saw the green demon lying in a pool of blood in the distance, his pupils suddenly shrank in surprise. When he noticed Nian swooping down, he subconsciously swung his fist as big as a sandbag. Don't confront him head-on. Wanderer roared hoarsely, and a burst of energy shock waves burst out from his 2-handed weapons, trying to blow Nian down in the air in front of him. Wanderer now completely understands that the spider boy in front of him is different from the extraordinary he met before. If you carelessly treat the other party as a holder of the same ability as Spider-Man, it will be fatal. That hard physique that is not afraid of any attack is like a high-dimensional attack on a low-dimensional one. Also, the opponent's spider silk is completely different from Spider-Man, and has extremely terrible lethality. Unfortunately, Wanderer also didn't have time to tell Kingpin and others. The Wanderer fired forward not to hurt Nian, but to delay his action. Unexpectedly, facing the bombardment of the Wanderer behind him, Nian in the air suddenly adjusted his body angle and took the energy bombardment on his back. His iron body was naturally unscathed. He used the explosion impact as his own propulsion and rushed towards Jean Bing like a dazzling stream of light. At the critical moment, Jin Bing seemed to sense the breath of death and changed his hands to cross in front of him. Nian fell. Jin Bing was stunned soon. Because Nian also temporarily switched the target of attack. The Scorpion King opened his eyes wide in horror, watching the boy's foot approaching infinitely. Everything happened too fast, and there was no room for reaction. Nian fell from the sky, with his own strong inertia, and kicked Scorpion King's chest with one foot. Scorpion King is just a semi-mechanical cyborg after all. Only the lower body and left hand are mechanical, and the chest is still flesh and blood, no different from ordinary humans. So. With a bang. The floor under Scorpion King cracked and sank into a very obvious pit. His chest was sunken with a footprint. The entire skeleton of the upper body was directly deformed, and he collapsed in a pit with blood spitting out of his mouth. Scorpion King, die. 2 supervillains were killed in succession. Standing nearby, Kingpin looked at the Spider Boy who was stepping on the body of Scorpion King next to him, and he took a breath of cold air. The other party is not Spider-Man. Spider-Man will still show mercy to them, but this young boy simply doesn't treat them as human beings. Slap them to death like cockroaches and mosquitoes. Jin Bing realized this and took a few steps back, but was soon entangled by a white spider silk. The white spider silk was small and sharp, and immediately cut through his brand new suit, leaving blood marks on his tough skin. Are you going to die too? The boy raised his eyes and looked at him, as if he was looking at a corpse. Nian had no so-called pity or sympathy for Jin Bing. From the intelligence provided by Spider-Man, it can be known that this guy seemed to be trying to revive his long-dead wife and children, but in fact his wife and children were killed by him. Now he just wants to plunder his wife and children who are exactly the same as before from other parallel universes. You, don't come over. Facing the Spider-Man Nian with a body of steel, Jin Bing felt unprecedented horror and fear. Chapter 189. Nian clenched his palm, and as the white spider silk on his fingers tightened, the spider silk immediately sank deeply into Kingpin's body, gushing out a lot of blood. Even Kingpin, who had been seriously injured countless times, could not bear the extremely painful wail when several spider silk strangled his bones. Supervillain Kingpin clearly smelled the breath of death. But at this moment, the blood-stained white spider silk suddenly disappeared from Kingpin's body strangely, as if evaporating. Nian seemed to have realized something and loosened his palm, no longer launching an attack, but looking at Spider-Man not far away. That's all I can do. Spider-Man, holding the boy, looked at Nian, whose body was dyed with colorful colors, and felt that this was like mocking himself. The corner of his mouth twitched and said, "You have done enough. If I still die here, it would be too lame." In less than 5 minutes, 2 supervillains died, and a villain boss was seriously injured. The true strength of Nian made Spider-Man sigh. Although he didn't know, only the iron body and spider sense were the extraordinary abilities that truly belonged to Nian. Then, see you again if we're lucky. Nian waved his hand, and then his body completely merged into the void and disappeared on the spot. Spider-Man looked at the place where Nian disappeared, muttering to himself, "See you again if we're lucky. I'm really looking forward to meeting you next time. How strong will you become?" On the other side, an underground tunnel on one side. This place is covered with white spider silk, and a white cocoon is hung on one of the spider silks. Ms. Octopus is in the white cocoon, her face is ashen, and her hands are weakly grasping forward. Not far in front of her, Spider-Woman Gwen, wearing the iron spider armor, has 4 metal spider claws extending from her back, nailing the mechanical tentacles removed from Ms. Octopus to the ground. "In this way, you can't do evil," Gwen muttered, but the metal spider claws she was manipulating suddenly passed through the floor, as if integrated into the space. "Is it time?" Gwen blinked, and while retracting the 4 metal spider claws, his body disappeared from the spot. Washington. The whole city was dark again, and soon lit up again. In a room, the boy in the black stealth spider suit and the girl in the metal spider armor appeared here out of thin air at the same time. They lay on the floor, one up and one down, maintaining the posture of crossing the dimensional barrier at the beginning. "Nian, we succeeded." Gwen hugged Nian and said happily. "Yeah, I'm back at last." Nian stood up by supporting the floor, but the spider sense made him react quickly, and there were more than 2 of them in the room. Nian and Gwen looked up and were soon stunned. In the dark room, a bald woman in a yellow robe stood in front of the door. She had no expression on her face, but she was smiling. The spatial fluctuations that were emanating from the dimension quickly subsided after encountering her. And behind the 2 of them, by the window, there stood a beautiful woman wearing a battle armor dress, carrying a Greek sword and shield. with sexy black hair casually draped over her shoulders. The silver moonlight covered her with a veil, and her heroic eyebrows were shining with divine power, which was more perfect and powerful than the gods. At this time, the divine woman lowered her eyes to look at the two, and her frowning eyebrows slowly relaxed. Auntie, Master Ancient One, good evening. Nian stood up and greeted them. Gwen also quickly disarmed herself. The metal shell of the steel spider armor she was wearing faded from her limbs to her chest, condensed into a small piece of metal, revealing the uniform skirt she was wearing inside. Gwen blushed slightly and saluted the divine woman and Master Ancient One respectively. You are very lucky this time, Master Ancient One whispered. Dimensional shuttle is a very dangerous thing. Once you get lost, you may not be able to return to the original world for the rest of your life. I've learned a lesson. Nian now thinks back and still feels a lingering fear. If he had not successfully solved the extraordinary events in the other world, he might have really stayed in the parallel universe for the rest of his life. Even if he had the technology or ability to break through the dimension in the future. With so many dimensions and parallel universes, who knew which one was his own world? Seeing the stunning face of the divine woman next to him, he was more serious than ever before. Nian blinked and said, Auntie, I miss you so much, give me a hug. How dare you say that? Wonder Woman Diana raised her eyebrows, waved her white jade-like right hand, and a golden rope emerged like a dragon, tying the boy's body several times. Come back with me. After being taken home by his aunt like a nesting doll, Nian realized that the 2 days he and Gwen spent in the parallel universe were only 2 minutes here. About 2 minutes after Nian disappeared from this world, his aunt rushed to Gwen's house, only a beat slower than the Ancient One who had space magic. This shows how much Auntie Diana cares about him. So, although Nian was tied up with a golden lasso and not carried back by his aunt, Nian still felt extremely warm in his heart. Nian's home. It was already late at night. The Crimson Girl, who had fallen asleep in her room hugging a large pillow, suddenly woke up when she heard the noise outside the room. Wanda rubbed her groggy eyes and walked out of the room quickly with bare feet. The door opens. Is the young master back? Wanda was asking in surprise, and then opened her mouth in shock. I saw the windows of the main hall balcony wide open. Wonder Woman Diana, who coexists with wildness and nobility, is sitting on the sofa. She, always elegant, is placing the boy tied by the golden lasso on her legs. With one hand, she pulls down the stealth suit and pants that the other person is wearing, and her palms are facing towards the exposed buttocks were slapped and taut. Hey. Why did Miss Diana hit the young master? Wanda was at a loss and had tears rolling in her eyes. Nian actually doesn't feel pain, after all, he has a body of steel, but there is a dull pain in his heart. This was the first time in 17 years that my aunt had hit him. Because of this. Only then did Nian realize that when he was no longer in this world, even for a minute or two, it was difficult for his aunt to accept it. Miss Diana, stop hitting the young master. Wanda suddenly cried, wow, ran forward with bare feet, and lay firmly on the boy's body. Only then did Diana's hand stop. Nian could feel that those beautiful eyes full of wisdom were looking at him. Now, do you know where you went wrong? Diana asked. No. Nian nodded and said, I will never run around again. At this time, Nian suddenly realized something. This current dimension, this world with his aunt, Wanda, etc., is his eternal home. From the moment he came to this dimension 17 years ago and was picked up by his aunt. I can't leave here, not even for a moment. Chapter 190. Meow. A small orange cat walked in from the open balcony of the home. Behind it, its short cat tail was wrapped around a glass jar, which contained a colorful starfish. The pair of cyan cat eyes and the one sky blue eye also stared at the returning Nian. Okay, I know you are still at home. Nian's face turned red. And he pushed his hands back to pull up the pants of the stealth suit that he had taken off. Although he was sandwiched between a large and small beauties and cute girls like hamburgers, his current posture and state were really the same as those of a king. Returning was too far away. It was Diana who took the lead and said in a calm voice, Wanda, I won't lecture him anymore, you go and prepare a change of pajamas for him. Okay, Miss Diana. When Wanda heard this, her face, as delicate as a doll, was dyed with a faint blush like her hair. She hurriedly left Nian lying on her back and ran into Nian's room with small steps. Diana looked down at the boy lying on her legs, and flicked his forehead with her crystal white fingers. You have really grown up, you are covered in hot sweat and bloody smell, and... As if she sensed that Wanda was about to come out of the room, she stopped speaking suddenly and whispered, after washing, come to my room. Okay, Aunt. Nian nodded obediently. After scrubbing himself from head to toe in the shower room, Nian changed out of his disposable tattered stealth suit and made sure that his body was clean and white, leaving only the scent of shampoo and soap. Put on a set of long-sleeved cotton pajamas. Because today is Sunday and she has to go to school tomorrow, Wanda has gone back to sleep. Nian didn't even return to his room. After coming out of the shower room, he went directly to his aunt's room inside the house. Open the door. It can be seen that under the warm and dim light of the modern room, a beautiful and divine black-haired woman is sitting on the bed. She no longer wore the original Wonder Woman suit and put on a new home-fashion white gauze dress. At first glance, it looks a bit like an oversized men's white shirt. The firm beauty on the chest outlines a tall and attractive curve. Two slender and delicate legs hang down from the bottom of the shirt. Because the legs are too long, they can only be folded at an angle. Put together, they are as white and crystal clear as a perfect work of art made of ivory. She was not looking at books or documents as usual. Diana seemed to have been sitting on the bed waiting for a long time. Her beautiful eyes staring straight at the young man who walked in from the door. The face that only the gods could shape was plain and heroic as usual. The thick eyebrows have a slightly outlined edge. It's not that it's calm and powerful, but it's noble and charming, like the crown of the gods enshrined in the ancient Greek temple, making people subconsciously want to kneel down and surrender. Auntie, I was really wrong. Nian walked in obediently from the door, like a wolf with its tail between its legs, like a child who had done something wrong and wanted to beg for mercy. If Spider-Man in a parallel universe saw this scene, he would be stunned. Is this still the cold-blooded boy who kills supervillains like dogs? Yes. No matter how tough, domineering, and invincible Nian appears outside, when he comes home and faces the woman in front of him, he will take off all his armor and defenses and reveal his soft heart. It can be said. Facing Aunt Diana, Nian will always be the child who will never grow up, and he is happy with this in his heart. If the target is her aunt, Nian feels that even if she is under one god for the rest of her life, it is not a bad idea. As long as my aunt is here. He's down there. Come over. Diana glanced at Nian and patted her legs gently. Auntie, no way, come again. Nian blinked helplessly, but still cooperated and climbed onto the bed. He was about to lie down on his legs, but Diana suddenly reached out and hugged him into a soft embrace. This is my aunt's hug. Late but arriving. Nian was stunned for a moment. It had been a long time since he had been hugged by Aunt Diana like this. Smelling the faint violet fragrance in the air, he felt like he was in the holy land of Mount Olympus. He was so tired and sleepy that he wanted to fall asleep. But Nian knew it was not time to sleep yet. He closed his eyes, cheered up and opened his bright eyes. He breathed out softly, Auntie, a lot of things happened this weekend. There is no intention or need to hide anything from my aunt. Nian took the initiative to explain some of the things he experienced and happened this weekend at the home of Mr. Carl, the Superman, and at Gwen's coming-of-age ceremony. Diana did not interrupt Nian's words. She just hugged him and listened quietly, her beautiful eyes showing a thoughtful look of wisdom from time to time. After saying that, Nian was still waiting for his aunt to scold or teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Diana pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully and calmly, this is exactly what I imagined before, through different media and contact levels, your abilities will be different. Expressiveness. Aunt, aren't you angry? Without being scolded by her aunt, Nian himself would not be happy. What I'm angry about is that you suddenly traveled to another dimension and I couldn't save you even if I wanted to. Diana raised her warm index finger, slightly touched Nian's forehead, and said seriously. As for, Kara and Gwen are both very good girls, and their extraordinary abilities are very good, if it is them, I can still rest assured, but you have to take responsibility in the future, if you abandon me after being indecent, I will. Diana hesitated, but finally couldn't say anything harsh. Aunt, I will definitely take responsibility. Nian said firmly, and suddenly reached out to hold Diana's fingers, as if holding a piece of soft and cool jade. Diana avoided his burning gaze, pulled back her fingers, and found that the boy held them firmly, so she let him continue to hold them. She suddenly said, there is another thing that you didn't notice. What is it? Nian asked curiously, and he also knew that his aunt's long-awaited review was coming. Every time he experienced an extraordinary event, after telling Diana, his aunt would stand from her own perspective, analyze and review the experience of the gods, and give him the shortcomings or omissions. Why, you got the Man of Steel from Kara, and the spider sense from Gwen, but not some other extraordinary abilities from them, Diana's beautiful eyes flickered. Nian was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this question, and he thought that these permanent abilities were randomly obtained by the Lord of the Follower. Diana continued, if you can find the determining factor of the permanent ability obtained, you can accurately obtain the extraordinary ability you want. Nian opened his eyes wide in surprise. I have to say that my aunt's idea is too bold. Chapter 191. Nian left his aunt's room. But even when he returned to his room, his aunt's words still echoed in his ears. Why did Kara get the body of steel and Gwen get the spider sense instead of other Kryptonian or spider genetic superpowers? If it wasn't random selection, what was the determining factor in the permanent abilities he received? This is indeed a question worth exploring. It is the key to the future development of the ability of the dependent master and the top priority. However, this is just a theory. After all, the way to trigger permanent ability acquisition is too harsh. Since Kara and Gwen, it's impossible to just randomly find someone of the opposite sex to do experiments on. Nian thinks that he is not a breeding pig, and he cannot do anything that has no lower limit. So, Nian could only put this problem in his heart for the time being. After he leaves, in the next room, Diana was also thinking about the question she just raised. If it's just an experiment, The black-haired woman pressed one hand on her tall chest, and the other hand covered her beautiful side face shaped like a god. Her beautiful eyes did not hesitate, she thought seriously for a long time, and finally shook her head. The permanent abilities acquired by the dependent master are irreversible and cannot be triggered repeatedly on the same person. Before knowing the rules and factors, there are too many things that are uncontrollable in experiments. Diana herself has an extraordinary ability and wants to stay as a guarantee for Nian. By the way, there will be classes again tomorrow, Monday. Nian yawned sleepily, almost forgetting that he was still a student. He was about to lie down completely on the bed and sleep, when something suddenly occurred to him. Nian's hand fumbled in the pocket of his pajamas and quickly took out a black USB flash drive with the iconic spider mark on it. However, after the fierce battle, a corner of the metal USB flash drive was obviously damaged. This is Spider-Man from the parallel universe, an extra farewell gift given to him after the success of his action plan. I hope it can still be used. Nian forced himself to sit on the chair in the room, turned on the rarely used old computer, and plugged the USB flash drive with the spider mark into the host computer. The next moment, the computer screen lights up and jumps to the memory reading interface of the USB flash drive. Nian's eyes moved slightly, and he saw a live video automatically turned on, recording a young white man who was about to put on a high-end spider suit. Nian, I am Spider-Man, Peter Parker. When you see this, I will be dead. Nian. Spider-Man's careless guy had indeed predicted that he would die in the planned future. But Spider-Man still took Nian and Gwen as usual and broke into the underground base of the 5 supervillains. In order to ensure that the plan to destroy the energy collision equipment proceeds. Spider-Man has obviously long been aware of the sacrifice there. However, what Spider-Man could not expect was Nian was able to defeat 3 or 4 supervillains in such a short period of time, including Gwen. Nian thought about it. Finally, when he left. In the empty area of the parallel universe, only Spider-Man is left, and the black boy who is seriously injured and unconscious in his arms on the villain side. Kingpin is seriously injured, Octopus Lady has lost her mechanical claws, and Prowler has lost some ammunition. Judging from the situation, Spider-Man is still at a disadvantage with the burden, but he is no longer in a certain death situation. What is his ending, death or reversal of the future? Nian may never know this in his lifetime. After all, it was something that happened in a world in another dimension that was too far away from itself. In the video, Spider-Man from the parallel universe finally showed his hands and said, "So, let's pass on some of my property, anyway, you come from another dimension, so I don't have to pay anything. I hope that even in another dimension, my things can help you. Hey, it seems that I have made a profit, I finally made a profit." Seeing Spider-Man letting himself go and talking a lot, Nian was speechless for a moment. The video ends here, and then, a memory interface comes into view. This is. Nian opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at the picture of the suit that quickly popped up on the interface, a total of 12 suits. Spider-Man stored all the manufacturing design drawings of his suit in this USB flash drive. Not only that. There are also some strange ultra-black technological inventions that are dozens of times larger than the design drawings of the spider suit. They were all designed and developed by Peter Parker himself over the past 10 years before he became Spider-Man. Actually, since the other party was able to independently develop the Iron Spider armor and Mark Spider armor, Nian already knew that the Spider-Man in the parallel universe over there was definitely a scientific genius comparable to Iron Man. Wait a minute, this technological product is sudden. Nian found something in it, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The existence value of this thing in the USB flash drive far exceeds the sum of the design drawings of 12 sets of spider suits. The next day, morning. On Monday. Because he went to bed too late last night, Nian got up late and just arrived at school when the school bell rang. Nian stood at the door of his classroom, looking at his childhood sweetheart Gwen, who had already sat in a seat inside, but with a little curled hair, and guessed that the other party had caught up with him. Playing tricks, dare you be late together? Nian classmate, come to my office. At this time, a pleasant and gentle voice sounded from behind. Nian, who has spider sense, can clearly know without looking back that the deputy instructor, Felicia, who is wearing a shirt jacket and jeans, is walking through the corridor next to him with a stack of documents. Nian looked at the graceful back swaying with a long and shining silver hair, and his mind couldn't help but emerge the black cat female thief he saw with the help of Guan Luo. The figures of the two overlapped. It's time to meet, can't avoid it. Nian muttered to himself. He behaved like other students, pretending to be a little nervous to follow teacher Felicia. At the same time, a local junior high school in Washington. In a classroom. The girl with crimson hair sat cutely in the last row of seats. In fact, with her excellent grades, she was able to choose the front or best seats in the classroom. However, it was Wanda who took the initiative to sit in the last row of seats. For Wanda, the last row was quiet enough. Besides, she had to take leave from time to time to do housework or study housekeeping, magic and other courses. Wanda's excellent grades, plus the fact that the whole school was owned by the Wayne Group, the teachers and even the principal of the school treated her like a princess. Chapter 192. Washington. Junior high school, inside the classroom. Looking at the transfer student girl who was standing next to the teacher in carrying a brand new school bag and wearing a small uniform and school skirt. The junior high school students in the classroom, regardless of gender, couldn't help but shine, and they praised him from the bottom of their hearts and mouths. Who can resist a green-haired girl with delicate and lovely features, a petite and slender body, and skin as fair as ice and snow, like a doll? So beautiful, like an angel. Like the heroine in a fairy tale. Is that green hair color natural? It looks similar to classmate Wanda's, so cool. In the corner of the last row of the classroom, by the window. The crimson girl's eyes, which were like light red gems, were raised and reflected clearly on the green-haired girl on the podium who was not far different from her own age. For some reason, she felt inexplicably familiar. It was obviously the first time to see each other. Quiet. The female teacher gently pressed the control field with both hands to quiet the students in the class, and said gently to the girl, "Classmate Lorna, you will sit here from now on." The words were not spoken yet. The transfer student girl named Lorna has already taken steps and walked down the stage. Under the astonished gaze of all the students in the class, the hem of the black school skirt Lorna was wearing was swaying slightly. She grasped the shoulder strap of her school bag with her small hands. Neatly kicked her black boots, and walked to the classroom. In the last row, he stopped at the empty seat next to the crimson-haired girl. "I'm going to sit here." Lorna spoke softly, with a tone that left no room for doubt. "That seat is." The female teacher was stunned for a moment, and then her face showed helplessness. In fact, many students in the class, and even the class next door, had applied to sit there, but Wanda silently rejected them all. Naturally, the female teacher did not dare to risk offending the forces behind Wanda. Only. Just when the female teacher wanted to persuade Lorna, the crimson girl next to the back seat spoke, "It doesn't matter, just let her sit here." "Thanks." Lorna coldly pulled out the chair and sat down next to Wanda. So cool. Many classmates in the class have become Lorna's fans. Wanda, who seemed quiet and well-behaved, was sitting next to Lorna, who was active and cold. The two of them are both top-notch beauties, and their beautiful faces and eyebrows are somewhat similar, which undoubtedly makes the corner of the classroom a sight to behold. Oh well. The female teacher could only smile helplessly when she saw this. She always felt that there was another student in the class who was difficult to deal with. Class continues. "This classmate, what's your name?" Lorna suddenly asked Wanda next to her. Wanda raised her eyes and glanced at her, then responded softly, "Wanda Django Maximoff." "My name is Lorna, no surname." The green-haired girl paused, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, and then she suddenly thought of someone and quickly changed her words, "No, my name is Lorna Polaris." Lorna's extremely beautiful light green eyes shone brightly, and she subconsciously licked her soft lips, exposing a part of her pink tongue and biting it with her tiger teeth. Wanda was a little curious. What is she doing? On the other side, there is a high school a few streets away. Of course, Nian had no way of knowing what was happening on Wanda's side. He followed teacher Felicia who was walking in front, and together they came into the quiet and deserted office. "Sit down first," Felicia said slightly coldly, and at the same time, she put down the documents and asked Nian to sit down on the chair in front of the desk. She picked up a cup and tilted her head slightly to drink water. I don't know if it was a mistake or intentional. Nian could clearly see water overflowing from the corners of her sexy lips coated with glossy lipstick, sliding down from Felicia's slightly raised white chin, along the delicate collarbone of her neck, and then into the open collar of her shirt. Nian looked away without leaving a trace, only to see Felicia walking towards him. The woman held the water glass in both hands and placed it behind her. The pair of long legs wrapped in tight denim trousers were clamped so tightly that there was no gap. Her mature and graceful upper body bent forward and came closer. Too close. Nian's pupils shrank little by little, and he looked at Felicia's gray-silver eyes at close range, and a few rays of silver fell on his face. The tips of each other's noses were almost touching. "Teacher Felicia, isn't this good?" Nian blushed slightly and deliberately acted flustered, acting in a manner consistent with his status as a student. "It doesn't matter," Felicia hinted methodically with a magnetic voice like a royal sister. "I have hacked the office camera, and no one will come to the office for the time being, so no one will notice here." This, Nian was shocked. At this time, Felicia lowered her body forward again, so that the collar of her white shirt showed its beauty. Nian could vaguely see the corner of the huge beauty wrapped in black hollow clothes, and the long silver white hair fell on his neck, making it itchy. Like a cat. Felicia leaned over Nian's body, as if she was about to lie on top of him. She sniffed it gently with her tall nose, and then showed a seductive and pleasant smile. "Not bad, very clean." "So, is this a special way of checking your body?" Nian was speechless. After awakening to the mysterious transcendence, something very strange happened to the teacher. For example, the suggestive behavior that Felicia is deliberately showing now, every word she speaks is extremely alluring to a mature woman. It is unimaginable that a month ago, as a trainee teacher, she was a little afraid of strangers and did not dare to walk on the podium casually. "Teacher, I have something to ask you." Felicia's red lips were close to Nian's ear, and she opened her lips lightly with a pleasant voice and a lazy tone. "I hope you can help the teacher hide what happened that night." Nian was about to say something. "That night, you were on a date with your guardian, right? That Miss Diana, at that time, you were wearing the same couple's outfits." Nian's eyes were slightly cold, but he soon showed a bright smile. "Miss Felicia, what did you say?" Nian blinked and said, "I don't remember when I met the teacher at night." "Very good, that's right," Felicia smiled slightly. However, Nian muttered, "I saw a news report on TV yesterday. It seems that a familiar guy died in New York. The cause of death was a female thief who broke into a house. I heard that the man has long silver white hair." The smile on Felicia's face suddenly faded, and her beautiful silver gray eyes stood up like cat eyes, but quickly returned to normal, but she was still detected by Nian's spider sense. "Very good, classmate Nian, you are really great." Felicia's beautiful face was cold, but moist and soft, and she asked softly in Nian's ear, "What do you want? Is anything okay?" Nian asked bluntly. "You can do whatever you want." Breathing hot breath into the boy's ear, Felicia's lazy and melodious voice was filled with a hint of temptation, and she let out a breathtaking gasp. "It's too hot." But in Nian's eyes, compared with the previous leopard girl and Black Widow, Felicia is not skilled enough in burning, and there are always traces of deliberateness and unfamiliarity. The reason why the other party did this is. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Nian's eyes. He smiled and reached forward with his right hand. "This is what you said." The next moment, Felicia's smile completely froze on her face. A big cold hand stretched directly into the collar, sinking into his own warm and soft place. Under the wanton grasping and rubbing of the 5 fingers, the round and huge beauty was unbearably deformed. "It's like getting started immediately." "Is he crazy? This is in school, how dare you?" Felicia's eyes completely turned into erect cat pupils, but thinking that the camera was still secretly recording, in order to get the video that could subdue Nian, she could only endure the other party's intrusive actions. He unceremoniously ravaged the beautiful thing that felt so good in the hand, knowing that the other person had an extraordinary physique and was not afraid of ruining it. Nian seemed to be playing with a new toy, and finally stretched out his 2 fingers to grab something, which made Felicia's delicate body tremble. After awakening her extraordinary powers, her body was now super sensitive. "Teacher." Nian moved forward with his other hand to push away his long silver hair. Before his right hand stopped moving, he gently brought his mouth close to Felicia's ear, spitting out hot breath and words just like the other person did before, as long as you promise to do it. I won't reveal anything about you. What thing? Do you still want to continue doing it here? Felicia's cat eyes became increasingly cold and cruel, her silver white eyelashes trembled violently, and she bit her soft lipstick lips and said. Sure enough, facing her body, all men in the world are the same. Felicia was thinking in disgust when the young man's cold words came to her ears. From now on, don't delve into my affairs. Throw this sentence away. Nian pulled it with his fingers, and then he retracted his right hand, quickly stood up from the chair, and left towards the door of the office. Watching his back disappear around the corner from the door. Felicia bit her lip lightly, quickly straightened her slightly uneven coat and collar, and looked at the camera in the corner. That little bastard, I won't let you go. Felicia's cat eyes flashed with a cold luster, and she gritted her teeth and said, Master this, from now on, whatever I want you to do, you have to do it. From the beginning, Felicia didn't want to hurt Nian, she just wanted to restrain him. Since the night before. She wanted to take control of everything strongly, so she didn't want to let Nian know her important secret. Yes. This is cat neurosis, Queen's disease, and the cat cannot deal with problems with normal human thinking. Just now, Felicia kept using hints and temptations, originally intending to get Nian to violate school rules, and then used the video as a handle to restrain him. Unexpectedly, Nian took action directly and boldly. However, the effect is the same. Felicia returned to her office chair, opened her computer, manipulated the mouse, and exported the video content captured by the camera just now. Outside the corridor. Shi Chang exhaled and helplessly looked down at the palm of his right hand, where the warm fragrance remained. Just now, he really didn't want to do that. Originally, Nian wanted to unconditionally promise to keep Felicia's secret. But who asked the other party to threaten him and mention Aunt Diana? Auntie, she is Nian's reverse scale. Therefore, Nian didn't mind giving Felicia a lesson and warning. Hopefully, this matter will end here. Nian felt a little headache. He felt that he would no longer be able to live the same leisurely life as ordinary students even in school. Right. Nian suddenly remembered something, took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, turned around and entered the bathroom. What's going on? Felicia sat blankly on the office chair, looking at the computer screen that was lit on the desktop. The video file just recorded is shown as empty. The camera that was hacked by her was, in turn, hacked by someone else. How did he do it? Felicia was shaking with anger, her long silver white hair was slightly frizzed, and her black cat ears and tail almost popped out. Isn't this just? Was it touched? After school. Nian discovered that neither Gwen nor Kara returned home with him, and he didn't know where they had gone. He has not yet walked out of the school gate and is about to look for them. At this time, a spiritual thought suddenly sounded in Nian's heart, Nian, there is a situation. This is the family's Jarlo, sending messages through the jellyfish fragment attached to his body. What's the situation? Nian stopped and asked solemnly. The things I asked Ken Luo to investigate were very important matters. So once there is a situation, it must not be a trivial matter. Ken Luo continued to convey his spiritual thoughts, didn't you ask me to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. before? I arranged for a jellyfish split body to sneak into the parking lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and attach itself to the most important modified special vehicle. It should be a special vehicle for a big shot of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then what? Ken Luo, that special vehicle is being driven by a person into Washington. What? Nian was stunned. A big shot from S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly came to Washington from New York. Wherever S.H.I.E.L.D. appears, nothing good is bound to happen, no, something extraordinary must happen. Where is that car in Washington now? Nian became more and more curious, but he already had a bold guess in his heart. He's coming to your school. You can't be wrong, he also has your photos and intelligence files in the other party's car, he should be coming for you. It thought Nian would be surprised. Unexpectedly. Nian first narrowed his eyes, then sighed, showing an expression that was indeed the case. He guessed it. Nian walked out of the school gate alone and saw a modified vehicle parked on the road outside. As the door of the vehicle opened, a one-eyed black man wearing a black windbreaker stepped out. Nian Prince. The one-eyed black man stared at the young man with his deep eyes, trying to show a friendly smile, but suddenly forgot how to smile, so he still kept a serious expression. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Nick Fury, from to a special department called S.H.I.E.L.D. You must be curious as to why I came to you, if you want to know, just get in the car. Nick Fury originally thought he would have to spend some words or prove that he was safe and decent enough, but he didn't expect that Nian nodded and opened the car door on his own initiative. Seeing Jiraiya getting into the car with the unprepared young student, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was obviously stunned. The other party is so easy to fool. Chapter 193. Previously, somewhere in the schoolyard. A pair of plump snow rabbits looked weak and helpless. Under the pressure of the student hunters' wanton and rampant hunting, the rabbits' bodies could not stop shivering and curled up and deformed, turning out delicious soft belly whites in the grass. At the school gate, outside. "Aren't you leaving?" Nian, who had already sat in the passenger seat of the modified car, reached out and knocked on the window and asked the one-eyed black man who was a little dazed outside the car. Nick Fury didn't know what to say. The other party was so easy to convince, which made him look like a fool. His dark face was expressionless, and he returned to the driver's seat, and soon the modified car started driving again. The vehicle drove away from the high school at an even speed. At this time, on the rooftop of the school building, two beautiful girls in uniforms and skirts stood face to face. The cold wind blowing from the top of the building blew, and the long platinum hair and the short golden hair were swaying elegantly. The beautiful girl was swaying with them. Their knee-length skirts. This is obviously a very beautiful and moving scene of youth, but why is the atmosphere at the scene a bit depressing and solid? The two powerful auras with coercion subtly collided together, causing the wind blowing around them to stop. It was as if they were in silent confrontation with each other, after a period of silence. Gwen suddenly glanced down in the direction of the school entrance. When Ku's small face was slightly moved and concerned, Nian was picked up by a strange stranger. "It's okay." Kara blinked her eyes playfully and smiled slightly. "Senior has my steel body and will not be harmed in any way. Besides, Senior will take the initiative to get into the other party's car, which means that the other party is at least not a bad person." There was one more thing she didn't say. It doesn't matter if he's a bad guy. Kara has memorized Nick Fury's license plate and the shape of the car. If Nian sends out a cry for help, he will immediately fly over at a speed of Mach. But even if Kara didn't actually say it, Gwen could understand what she meant and said softly, "Yes, Kryptonians are really powerful." She paused, and her words were much colder. "Since you have landed on the Earth here and integrated into the current human society, you should also understand the principle of first come, first served, right? Senior, I gave you a chance. Have you forgotten? It was you who took the initiative to switch with me on Saturday and Sunday." Gwen frowned slightly. Kara was right. He had indeed made an appointment first, but who knew that it happened to be his birthday on Sunday? One more thing. Kara stretched out a white finger and pondered, "Even if the date time is not changed. Without me, senior sister, would you have successfully hooked up with the senior yesterday? Most likely it will be like previous years, just pass. A very ordinary birthday, right? What are you talking about, shameless?" Gwen couldn't help but spat, her face turned red. These words were too straightforward and explicit. But she had to admit that Kara had a point. If it weren't for the stimulation of what Kara did on Saturday, she and Nian might still have maintained their childhood relationship, and it would be difficult to break the barrier and take that step forward. Therefore, Kara's existence is indeed an opportunity, and in some aspects it also has a promoting and critical positive effect. But no matter what, Gwen is still unhappy, very unhappy. It's like you have been keeping a cheesecake for several years, trying every possible means to open the package and eat it, but the strawberry in the center of the cake has been eaten, and the cheese on top has been licked by someone else. It's hard not to care. Gwen took a deep breath, looked at Kara and said, "Although you are the first, don't mind what happened between me and Nian? If you say you don't mind, of course that's a lie." Kara's eyes were as bright as gems bathed in the sunshine. She seemed to be plated with a layer of platinum light. She spread her hands helplessly and said, "But I have thought about it. Due to the Kryptonian physique, I alone occupy no senior. In addition to the senior's special ability, instead of letting others interfere at will, it is better to let someone you know join in. Kryptonians are indeed capable of anything. But only in that aspect." Kara still seemed weak, and her body was still clearly marked with the broken high-stimulation illusion. "Gwen, we are naturally love rivals, however, we can also reach an alliance to a certain extent." Kara blinked her eyes and said sincerely and straightforwardly. Gwen was so frightened by her straightforward theory that steam came out of her forehead, but she quickly understood what the other party meant. Let's take cheesecake as an example. The current cheesecake was too big. If I had it all to myself at home, I would definitely not be able to eat the whole cheesecake. Not to mention that the cheesecake was wasted in the end. If you don't finish it, it will attract flies and mice to eat. So, Kara's idea was to cut the cheesecake and keep half of it for herself, while Gwen would take the other half by default. Take the initiative to share the cheesecake with friends you know without wasting it, so that it will neither go to waste nor be eaten secretly by some potential greedy beings. Who wants to ally with you? Gwen suddenly thought of something, her face turned red with embarrassment, and she said angrily, "We will always be enemies." Kara smiled and said, "Of course, I don't plan to split it half and half with you, there will always be someone who will have more of the cake, everyone depends on their ability." Can. Gwen nodded, still agreeing with this. "I know that you also want to be a superhero and have been working hard in that direction, coincidentally, I am the same in this regard," Kara thought for a while and suggested. "Why don't we start a competition with this?" "You mean," Gwen's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Which of us embarks on the path of a superhero first will be the first to choose Xinyan's weekend date," Kara said confidently, stroking her shiny white blonde hair. "No problem. But, I'm going to bet all the holidays on it." "Then it's such a happy decision," Kara stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Gwen also raised her hand without hesitation. Under the golden sunshine, the hands of two beautiful girls were held together. No one knows. This is the future, rumored meeting between Supergirl and Spider-Woman to compete and cooperate, the two gods. However, the core issue and ultimate goal of the conference were not as sacred and great as the world imagined. On the rooftop of the school, a strong wind swept the dust waves outward. Gwen raised her head and stared at the small figure in the sky that broke through the sound barrier and disappeared away. "Kara, although your judgment and analysis are very accurate and you are rational and calm enough in this regard, there is one thing you did not expect," Gwen murmured to herself. "Even if the two of us add up, we still don't have the upper hand, the whole cake. A week, but there are 7 days. Even if the weekend belongs to the two of them, there are still 5 days that basically belong to the other person. The combined share of the cake in their hands may not be as much as that of the other one." Chapter 194. "Yeah," Xinyan suddenly frowned in the car. "What's wrong?" The one-eyed black man glanced at him. "Nothing." Xinyan shrugged. At a certain moment, he seemed to feel that someone was talking about him. "Let's go back to the topic, uncle." Xinyan tapped his thigh lightly with his fingers and said cheerfully, "No, I should say, why does this big shot like the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. come to me specifically? I have investigated you, your last deputy instructor, Natasha Romanoff, was my subordinate." Nick Fury turned on the autopilot mode and leaned back in the main driver's seat. He used this as a prelude and as if to show his sincerity and attitude to Xinyan. Then, Xinyan seemed a little surprised. "Why are you investigating me?" In fact, he already knew it, the moment Natasha appeared as the deputy instructor. Nick Fury pondered, "You should know, your guardian is the superhero of the Justice League, Wonder Woman, right?" Xinyan nodded hesitantly. Regarding this, it would be too false if he said he didn't know. At the same time, a hint of understanding appeared in Xinyan's eyes. Sure enough, he was targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. forces for this reason. Initial. When Natasha, the Black Widow, appeared in her school as the deputy instructor, Xinyan originally thought that her identity as a 3-in-1 kitten or the Magneto Spider King was exposed. Later, he discovered that was not the case. After all, Black Widow finally blocked Leopard Girl for him, which shows that the other party probably doesn't know his identity or even knows that he has extraordinary abilities. Therefore, Xinyan guessed that the problem was with his aunt. When my aunt frequently appears on the world stage as Wonder Woman and serves as a veteran hero of the Justice League, S.H.I.E.L.D. will naturally begin to investigate Wonder Woman's hidden identity. I believe that they soon discovered something even more surprising. Wonder Woman, who exists in the world as a demigod, actually adopted a human boy and raised him. No matter what the reason, S.H.I.E.L.D. will want to know their origins and whether they are really just ordinary humans. The only thing Xinyan couldn't figure out was, last time, based on his overall performance in front of Black Widow, he should have not exposed his extraordinary abilities. Why did S.H.I.E.L.D. come to him a second time? Nick Fury quickly gave the answer and asked, "The cat in your house isn't an ordinary cat." "You mean Xiao Huang?" Xinyan was stunned for a moment. He quickly recalled in his mind when Xiao Huang was exposed, but he still couldn't think of it. However, the fact that the other party mentioned it so accurately meant that Nick Fury already knew how extraordinary Xiao Huang was. Xinyan didn't hide it either, indeed, Xiao Huang has abilities that other cats don't have. Nick Fury's one eye was profound, with a hint of reminiscence. If I guessed correctly, it should be an element-devouring beast. Element-devouring beast? That's right, the element-devouring beast, a very terrifying and powerful alien species from the outer space universe. Nick Fury looked at Xinyan solemnly, and pulled away the black eye patch on his left eye, revealing clearly visible scratches underneath, as well as eyes that had lost their vitality. The injury scratched by the element-devouring beast cannot be healed, so even if I get an eye transplant, I still can't see the light in my left eye. Xiao Huang, he is so powerful. Xinyan's eyes were full of brilliance. Nick Fury. His original intention was to scare Xinyan, but unexpectedly, it seemed to have the opposite effect. If possible, we can help you adopt the element-devouring beast cub and give it the best care, Nick Fury said seriously. Xinyan suddenly realized. It turns out that it was not him, nor Wanda, that S.H.I.E.L.D. targeted for the second time. But, the little home cat at home. That's it? Xinyan was a little dumbfounded. With so many supernatural beings at home, S.H.I.E.L.D. worked hard to catch the cat. Also, this director of S.H.I.E.L.D. the rumored big shot. It turned out that he was here to trick the cat. I believe Xiao Huang will not hurt me, but I still want to keep him by my side. Xinyan refused and said bluntly, how about, Mr. Fury, you go talk to my aunt. Talk to Wonder Woman. Nick Fury was silent. In fact, it's not like he didn't negotiate with Batman when the Justice League was established. S.H.I.E.L.D. originally wanted to bring the Justice League and the Avengers together as one super-large superhero team. Although the purpose of both sides of the alliance is to protect the Earth. The concepts and systems of the two major alliances are completely different. The former has Iron Man and Captain America as spiritual leaders and pillars, and the Avengers also carry out decisive actions around these two. The latter is dominated by Batman and Superman. They advocate not killing and their behavior appears to be just and bright. Ideas and core conflict. This leads to the possibility that the two major alliances will cooperate in the future, but they will never be combined. Therefore, in order to avoid interference when acting with each other, the Avengers and the Justice League maintain a subtle and tacit understanding of their distance. For example, once a supernatural event occurs in New York, the Avengers will naturally be the first to deal with it, while in Gotham City, Metropolis and other places, the Justice League will take priority. The two are both competitors and allies with a good relationship temporarily. The relationship between the two alliances is a bit similar to that between Gwen and Kara. The only difference is that the object of the cake metaphor has changed from Xinyan to the entire Earth world at present. Let's do this. Nick Fury felt that he really couldn't use the trick to deceive children to deceive the cat of Xinyan, the adopted son of Wonder Woman, and pondered, sometimes, we may need the ability of the Yuan Devourer, can we borrow it in the future? I see, why didn't you say it earlier? Xinyan smiled and said, since it's borrowing, then we can talk about the price of renting the Little Emperor. Nick Fury was slightly stunned, thinking that the person sitting next to him was a small businessman, but he nodded happily, no problem, how much do you want to rent it? It's cheaper, 1 billion a day. Xinyan was very straightforward. This kid, do you know what $1 billion is? Or is it the price of renting it for a day, as a game currency? Xinyan looked at Nick Fury, whose face was darker than before, and waved his hand and said, let's do this, give me a discount, 100 million. At most $30 million, Nick Fury said in a deep voice. This is the highest price I can offer. Then it's settled, Xinyan nodded happily and decisively. Sold. Xiao Huang. A huge business of $30 million a day was reached so easily. If it were spread, it would probably shock the whole world. Xinyan said casually, but I want to go to your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to take a look, I also want to understand what kind of working environment Xiao Huang may appear in the future. Okay, Nick Fury thought for a while and agreed. This weekend, you bring the Metamorphosis Cub, and I will have someone pick you up to visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Okay. Xinyan paused, his fingers tapping his thighs, and smiled. He didn't want to borrow the cat at first. But thinking that he could take the opportunity to enter the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and explore the whereabouts of Wanda's brother, he agreed to Nick Fury's cat borrowing deal. What's the use of borrowing it anyway? Let Xiao Huang paddle around, and retreat immediately if something goes wrong. The devouring beast still has venom in its body. If the two of them exert their true strength, no one can do anything to them. S.H.I.E.L.D., which is closely related to the Avengers. Xinyan suddenly became curious. I wonder if this mysterious organization, besides Black Widow, has any other extraordinary people. Well, it's just curiosity. Chapter 195. Xinyan returns home. I found that people were already busy everywhere in the house, the floor and furniture in the living room had been wiped brand new, and the aroma of food was faintly coming from the kitchen, which gave me a warm and familiar feeling of home. Really diligent. Xinyan felt ashamed of himself, but when he heard the sound of his door opening, a small crimson figure immediately came out. I saw. The crimson girl wearing a black school uniform skirt and a gauze apron was kicking on pink slippers. Her two slender legs covered with clean white socks moved quickly but elegantly and politely. She soon came to the door and squatted down to show off. Take out the white silk scarf worn on the head and neck. That white silk scarf made her long crimson hair look like fiery red maple leaves, noble and beautiful. It also made the delicate and even neck and finely carved facial features appear whiter and tenderer. Even if she was doing complicated and dirty housework such as sweeping and mopping the floor just a moment ago. Her body was as clean and pure as ever without being stained by dust and dirt. At first glance, no one would think of her as a maid. After all, it was too luxurious. The Crimson Girl's pretty and cute appearance and the aristocratic temperament she had begun to develop made her look like a noble lady. Seeing the Crimson Girl placing a pair of slippers in front of her, and unable to help but smile with expectation and joy, Nian felt that her heart was conquered and softened. Who can resist a pure, lovely crimson maid, or a battle maid with magic skills? Master, welcome home. Wanda hadn't finished speaking and was about to get up when she suddenly felt a hand falling on her head. Nian touched Wanda's head and made her neat crimson hair, which was covered with a white silk scarf, a little messy, with a few dull hairs appearing. Hey. Wanda was stunned for a moment, her cute little face looked very confused. Have you done anything special recently? To be able to get this kind of reward suddenly. She was a little confused. Wanda didn't put up any resistance. Instead, she quickly felt comfortable and squinted her eyes under the touch of her head, and her tense body relaxed. Wanda, you have been working hard and performing well, Nian praised while touching his head. No. Wanda's squinted eyes were filled with hazy moisture. And her slender neck covered with white silk scarf was slightly raised. She subconsciously rubbed her little head against her warm palms, and suddenly felt that all her hard work and efforts had been worth it. It's time to tell you. Nian looked down at the Crimson Maid and smiled, some secrets about our family. Inside the house, living room. Nian sat casually on the comfortable sofa, while Wanda bent her knees and sat politely next to her. Her body was slightly lying on her stomach. And her absolute domain was exposed under her gauze apron. Her light red eyes reflected the young man's eyes. The little face showed curiosity and happiness. What do you think of our family? Just tell the truth in your heart, there is no need to flatter or exaggerate. Wanda didn't think too much and said frankly, Miss Diana is a very beautiful and kind-hearted person, she is also very reliable, she makes people feel at ease and comfortable when we are together. Nian nodded, deeply convinced of this. After all, my aunt is the eternal god. Wanda glanced at the young man, her face flushed slightly, and her voice weakened. As for young Master Nian, he is very good, he is one of the best people to me, I don't know how to evaluate. What if we look at it from an outside perspective? What kind of family is ours? Wanda thought about it carefully and replied, Miss Diana is the backbone of the Prince family and a source of income for the Prince family, she is an independent adult woman, as a shareholder and partner of a law firm, she has all aspects of appearance, accomplishments, and behavior. They are all very outstanding, very rich, and know many high-class people. She paused and said hesitantly, the specific origin and age are ominous. After a few months here, Wanda had already noticed something. Miss Diana had no other family members and rarely interacted with friends. She seemed to be only 35 at most. If it had been 17 years ago, she would have been able to raise the young master on her own until now. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit mysterious and weird. And, in recent times, after practicing spells with the ancient master and stepping into the extraordinary portal, Wanda, whose soul was out of body, could vaguely see that Miss Diana's body and even her soul were glowing with a faint golden light, sacred and powerful. It's normal for you to feel weird. Nian smiled and said, my aunt is different from us. She comes from the land of the old gods and is probably the only ancient Greek god to survive. Since coming to the human world during World War I, she has lived in Washington for nearly 100 years. She is also a superhero named Wonder Woman. Miss Diana, gods, Wonder Woman. Wanda's eyes widened in surprise, and then she couldn't help but ask, is Master Nian also a god? No, Nian shook his head and said. I am just an ordinary human being like you, it's just that I was lucky enough to be picked up by my aunt 17 years ago. Wanda blinked, I thought the same happened to the young master, after all, the young master's body sometimes has strange changes. Nian waved his hand and said. That's just because of my special talent. What special ability? Like the spell I learned. Not quite the same as yours. Nian seemed a little embarrassed, and then said seriously, I will tell you about this when I have the opportunity in the future. Oh, Wanda nodded obediently and did not ask further questions. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Lord of the Dependents. Regardless of the triggering conditions or specific manifestations, it is never an innate ability for good people, but more like the exclusive ability of evil villains. Regarding this, Nian is still self-aware. It's too early for Wanda. In addition to your demigod aunt, you should also have a true understanding of the other members of the family. When Nian said this, without waiting for him to call, Xiao Huang lazily walked into the living room from the balcony, carrying the glass jar with his tail. "Ken Luo, say hello," Nian called. "Hi, little Wanda. Although we have met many times, this is the first time we have talked. My name is Ken Luo." In a jar. The colorful starfish, like an ornament, suddenly opened its one eye, bowed like a gentleman, and conveyed a message to Wanda with his spiritual thoughts. Oh, Wanda was stunned for a moment, and then rushed into Nian's arms, a little frightened. "Ken Luo, dot. Don't stop me, let me die," Starfish sadly wanted to climb out of the glass jar. "I'm sorry, Mr. Starfish," Wanda blushed and apologized quickly. "Venom," Nian called. "Wanda." As black liquid gushes out from Xiao Huang's orange cat body hair, it quickly condenses into a ferocious tentacle. The head and face were revealed at the end of the black tentacles, and the interlaced white fangs were separated. It reluctantly greeted politely, and the voice it made was hoarse and sharp, "Hello." "Woo." The little maid threw herself into the boy's arms again. Chapter 196. Ken Luo, Venom, are all alien creatures. One can absorb energy, split the body, and realize spiritual transmission. One is a symbiont, which needs to be attached to other biological hosts to survive. When combined with a suitable host, it will exert extremely powerful abilities. After introducing the two alien members of the family to Wanda, Nian waved his hand, and Xiao Huang immediately lowered his cat's tail and put the glass jar down. It jumped lightly and landed on Wanda's legs and knees. Nian stroked the orange cat's young body, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This guy has been eating in vain for several months without any change in his body. My maid has grown up a bit after all. Wanda whispered, "Xiao Huang, isn't he also an alien creature?" "That's right, it's an alien species called an element-devouring beast, but its appearance is similar to that of a cat on Earth." Nian shrugged, but did not let Xiao Huang extend his mouth tentacles that were more ferocious than venom, so as not to scare Wanda. "Xiao Huang, open your mouth and let me get the two things I have stored here for you." Nian suddenly remembered something and motioned to Xiao Huang, the cub of the yuan-devouring beast. As his fingers gently opened the little orange cat's mouth, revealing the cute little tiger teeth and thin tongue inside. The boy continued to insert his 5 fingers into the cat's mouth. Under Wanda's shocked gaze, half of his arms were stuffed like this, entering a little bit into the cat's mouth that opened wide. There is a dimensional space inside the mouth of the yuan-devouring beast, which can store many non-living items. As Nian spoke, he groped back and forth in the cat's mouth with his hands, and quickly took out a strange-shaped alien instrument less than the size of a palm. "I took it wrong." Nian took a look and was about to stuff it back when the instrument flashed a green light and issued an English sentence. It was detected that this place is the C-53 planet, and the cosmic translator began to adjust to the local adaptive language. The cosmic translator seems to be a good alien gadget. Nian thought for a while and put the so-called translator aside. But because of this, he suddenly thought of something. In Xiao Huang's dimensional space, there are many alien corpses and even the wreckage of alien battleships. It looks like the tombs of multiple alien civilizations, but it is actually an unexcavated treasure. If you have the chance, you can take a good inventory of the alien items in the dimension of the devouring beast. Nian put his hand into Xiao Huang's open mouth again, and this time, he took out a metal sphere and a metal Rubik's cube. But since it was difficult to hold 2 items with one hand, Nian just stretched out his hand and the metal sphere fell down. Wanda next to her had quick eyes and quick hands and caught the metal sphere in her hand. Only. The moment her little hand touched the metal sphere, Wanda let go as if it was hot, and the metal sphere rolled down onto the sofa. "Are you okay?" Seeing the panic on Wanda's little face, Nian couldn't help but grab her little hands and check them carefully. He rubbed the small fingers with his thumb, revealing the white and tender palm inside. Fortunately, there was no obvious injury on it. "It's okay, I felt like I was electrocuted just now." Wanda's face turned rosy and she whispered. "Electricity?" Nian also relied on his steel body to grab the metal sphere again in his hand, only to find that the cold piece in his hand only had the texture of the outer metal coating, and other than that there was no sense of current, as Wanda said. Nian looked solemn, looking down at the Rubik's Cube and the ball held in his left and right hands respectively. "This is the trophy from the last battle in New York, the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter." At that time, Nian, who was in Magneto Spider King mode, instinctively felt that it was dangerous and did not want to leave these two mysterious items at the scene, so he simply coated them with a metal film and took them away. Since then, these two things have always been stored in the dimensional space of the Yuan devouring beast. Since he was taking Xiao Huang to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. this weekend, Nian suddenly remembered this matter. Just in case, he temporarily took out these two items and kept them at home. It seems now, even if it is coated with a special spider silk metal film, it cannot prevent it from problems. Nian muttered, even I don't know the specific origins of these two things, so don't touch them easily. I will find a place to hide them at home, and when I have the opportunity next time, I will go with you to ask Master Gu. Okay, Wanda nodded without any objection. Nian didn't hide it intentionally, but placed it in the right place in the room as a decoration. If the item wasn't too big, he might as well use it to pad the corner of the table. Facts have proven that the more unpretentious the treasure, the more secret it is. By the way, recently, there was a new member in the family. Nian put away the items he took out from the dimensional space, returned to the living room, and introduced the last family member to Wanda. Alice, say hello. The words fell. The light bulbs, TV set, and even the washing machine and iron in the living room, including Nian and Wanda's mobile phones, all electronic devices were activated. Hello, Miss Wanda, I am Alice, the housekeeper, please give me your advice in the future. A pleasant, emotionless female voice sounded in the living room. Butler? Wanda opened her eyes wide. Alice, yes, I am Nian Prince's housekeeper assistant, from now on, you and I will be colleagues. Wanda was stunned for a moment, as if she was not mentally prepared. Okay, Alice, stop teasing her. Nian smiled and explained to Wanda, she is an artificial intelligence with high intelligence, for the time being, it can be regarded as a special system program. Yes. This is the special super black technology that Nian discovered from the parallel universe Spider-Man's legacy. A piece of intelligent system program code implanted in the USB flash drive. After the USB flash drive is plugged into the computer, the artificial intelligence started from it uses it as a springboard to take root and revive in the current world. It is an initialized artificial intelligence, and the highest command permission is defaulted to Nian. Nian named it Alice. After all, artificial intelligence does not exist in the real world, and it is more formless than the soul. But in the current human world, it can be omnipresent. This is also the secret help he used to delete the video recorded by Felicia in school during the day. No matter how advanced the technology of Felicia's black camera is, it is difficult to deal with an artificial intelligence derived from technology. Nian issued an order, Alice, give Wanda the advanced command permission of artificial intelligence, from now on, you will be partners, and you need to cooperate with each other on many things. Alice, understood, the advanced permission has been issued. I will adapt to Miss Alice as soon as possible. Wanda took a deep breath, and her face immediately blushed. Just now, she was actually a little jealous of an artificial intelligence. Wanda's eyes were firm, and her heart was full of fighting spirit. Even if it is artificial intelligence, it can't take away the position of the future butler of the Prince family. Chapter 197. Just when Wanda was thinking about something that artificial intelligence couldn't do, but that she could do, she had the advantage. Alice's sweet prompt came from Nian's mobile phone, Master, $30 million have been transferred to your account. What? Isn't even the title of Master the only one? Wanda was shocked at first, and then quickly stunned. $30 million. That director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite trustworthy. Nian raised the corner of his mouth, but he also knew very clearly that the money for borrowing the cat was not so much for him as for the aunt standing behind him. If his aunt is not Wonder Woman, let alone whether she can get the money, with the cooperative relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government, she can completely obtain the cub of the element-devouring beast in another way. $30 million, which is an extremely huge amount of wealth for ordinary people, which is why Wanda is surprised. But Nian felt that it was just like that. After all, my aunt also had a hidden wealth of $1 billion. Once these so-called huge sums of money are invested in the extraordinary realm, they are basically just a splash. For example, the armor worn by Batman and Iron Man would cost hundreds of millions of dollars to start with, not to mention the investment and operation of space battleships and artificial intelligence. Nian is not a miser. It's enough if you don't lack money for now. If you have more money to a certain extent, it's just a bunch of data. It's better to turn it into information that can be controlled in the future, or even more valuable wealth. Now that we have the startup capital, it's time to start a business. Nian touched his chin. He immediately thought about it while completing the instruction, Alice, use this money to help me acquire a technology or biological research and development company under another identity. The name of the company is, Future Anniversary. The first thing to do when the new company is established is to apply for patents for all the Spider-Man legacy. Oh no, it should be the technological design and product concepts and the gifts, especially the nanotechnology. We must be quick. By the way, what kind of cosmic translator is this? Let's go back and study it. Nian can do whatever he wants, and he is not afraid of failure anyway. With the resources he had at hand, it was really difficult to fail. As for operations and the like, just leave it to Alice. Okay, master. Alice responded quickly. Although there is no supercomputer host and remote satellite support, the current performance of artificial intelligence Alice only reaches less than 10, but it is still more than enough to handle these simple transactions. Wanda on the side has not yet come to her senses. Today, the news she learned was so shocking that it almost subverted her previous understanding. This time, Wanda suddenly remembered that Butler Affu had mentioned before that the Prince family had a status that could be on the same class level as the Wayne group. He also warned her that as the future housekeeper of the Prince family, she did not have to kowtow to anyone, including Wayne Bruce, the head of the Wayne group, otherwise the face of the owner and the family would be damaged. Wanda, now do you understand why I told you this today? Nian stared straight at Wanda next to him. His fingers hooked the white silk scarf forward, causing the cute and stunned girl to raise her head slightly. Her crimson hair fell behind her shoulders and her face was tender and flawless, like a proud and white little angel. I need you to understand your future position and goals. You still have a lot to learn, of course. If one day you want to give up and just want to live the life of an ordinary girl, then please tell me. Master, do you want Wanda? Wanda nervously held the young man's hand wrapped in a white silk scarf. How is that possible? Nian smiled and said. On the contrary, I asked you to stay. After all, I can't take care of myself without you. He paused and said, I mean in the future, if you grow up and want to leave here. Then I would rather not grow up. Wanda said urgently. Please let me stay by your side forever. This week, I will work hard to learn financial knowledge. There's no need to be in such a hurry, just do it step by step. Nian touched her head and thought, there is one more thing. He looked at Wanda who looked confused, and finally shook his head, forget it, let's talk about that later. Nian originally wanted to talk to Wanda about the whereabouts of her brother, things related to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, thinking that the abduction incident had not yet been fully investigated, Wanda would not be anxious, so Nian kept it secret for the time being. Wait until this weekend, I'll go to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to confirm. It's not too late. New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a secret basement with extremely high protection level. The shooting room, ring, sandbags, barbells and other fitness equipment are all available, but the huge interior feels like a private area, deserted as if it is vacant. This is the training room for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but only level 10 clearance can enter here. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. divides permissions and tasks into levels, and level 10 is the highest level. At level 10 and above, you become the director. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. has countless agents, today, only a few have level 10 clearance. After all, a level 10 agent means that the other party is likely to be able to take over the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. At this time, indoors. Tick-tock. A drop of water fell on the smooth floor and gathered into a small puddle. The puddle reflected the figure of an adult woman above. The woman looked to be just over 18 years old, with dark golden natural hair just falling to her shoulders. Her young and beautiful face looked a little cold. Her upper body was wrapped in a navel-exposing sports vest, which tightly wrapped a pair of tall and firm breasts. Her lower body was wearing a pair of tight black trousers, which drew an attractive arc of beautiful buttocks upwards. The woman was lying down in a similar position to push-ups, but her hands were changed to touch the ground parallel to her forearms. She seemed to be supporting her body and stagnating, revealing her curvy and exquisite figure. Time passed by minute. After the woman remained motionless for 10 minutes, her breath gradually became a little hurried and heavy. Sweat came out from her skin with sunburn marks along the white and delicate inner body, along the arc of the collarbone and vest line, and dripped onto the floor below her body. Beep. The black retro communicator next to her lit up with fluorescence. The woman supported her body with one hand and used her free hand to answer the communicator. Shock, you are on a mission, please do not go out this week. Nick Fury's calm voice came from the other end of the communicator. Send me the mission brief. The woman codenamed Shock said simply. After a while, the woman who received the mission briefing made a surprised sound. Is the director serious? This time, the target is a teenager. 17 years old, a high school student. Chapter 198. A few days later. Saturday morning. Fortunately, the one-handed dribbling warning last time was still very effective. Felicia has been calm these days and has not troubled Nian again, but Nian still feels that it is far less relaxed and comfortable than before when she went to school. So the first day of vacation. Nian slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before getting up. After eating breakfast equivalent to lunch at home, it was almost 11 o'clock. After 11 o'clock, Nian put on long thin casual clothes for going out, put on his school bag and made a series of preparations. After confirming again that nothing was missing, Nian shouted to the balcony at home, "It's time to go, Xiao Huang." Meow. The little orange cat reluctantly opened its sleepy eyes, flicked its short tail, and then gathered its energy to keep up with Nian's pace. As soon as Nian walked out of the community gate, he saw at a glance that the modified car from last time was parked on the road outside. The modified car is shaped like a black muscle car, with additional protective armor added to the body, and any conditions inside the car cannot be seen from the outside, but it is still easy to identify. Nian immediately stepped forward in a familiar manner, opened the door of the passenger seat and got in. "Uncle Director, you've been waiting for a long time." Nian's words quickly stopped, but he realized that the person sitting in the driver's seat looked like a woman. The other party's eyebrows and face look unusually young and beautiful. She has a cold temperament similar to the Black Widow. She is also wearing a tight-fitting black leather suit similar to the Black Widow, which outlines a sexy and chic body curve from neck to hip. "Who are you?" Zai Nian looked at the other person. The female agent codenamed Shock was also watching Nian carefully. The look of doubt in her beautiful eyes getting stronger and stronger. The person that Director Fury specially asked her to pick up and protect at SHIELD headquarters turned out to be an ordinary person. High school boy. Moreover, the high school boy is not only wearing casual clothes, but also carrying a small orange cat on his shoulder. He really looks like he is visiting an attraction. As for the level 10 agent, I am more like a nanny or tour guide at this time. Shock was speechless for a moment, but he became more and more curious about what the other party was doing. But Nick Fury did not give Shocking too much detailed information, he just gave her a photo and asked her to take the boy in front of her to SHIELD headquarters. By the way, one thing was specifically marked on the mission: you need to pay attention to the kitten creature that the boy carries with him, don't touch it easily. Ordinary boy, ordinary cat, strange mission. Zhenzhuang frowned slightly. She instinctively rejected this task of protecting people, but for some reason, she couldn't refuse the moment she saw the young man. At this time, faced with Nian's question, Zheng replied coldly, "Sky, just call me Sky. Washington, the neighborhood street next door. A girl with short hair is shopping for books in a library." At this time, her spider sense keenly sensed that the surrounding clerks and customers had left the store. Gwen squinted her eyes when she saw a gentleman dressed in a suit and ties walking in. "Are you?" Gwen looked at the other party, a little surprised. "Mr. Stark?" "Yes, I am Tony Stark." The gentleman man took off his sunglasses, revealing a charismatic face with stubble, full of confidence and pride. He does have the capital to be confident and proud. As the leader and veteran hero of the Avengers, Iron Man, billionaire, and leader of Stark Industries is a big shot in New York City who can rival the gods. "Oh." Gwen responded, and then continued to look for books to buy. "Stark, aren't you curious about the reason why I came here to find you?" Stark took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. "Are you here to find me?" Gwen raised his head curiously and asked, "Is there anything worth finding? If you're just the daughter of a police officer, there really isn't much to look for, but if it's Spider-Woman, that's a different story." Stark said, taking out a photo from his suit jacket pocket, and it was Spider-Woman. The figure of the heroine flying high above the city buildings. Then what? Gwen's expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't care about others knowing her identity. Stark. He had always found it easy to communicate with others, but he had never found it so difficult to communicate with Gwen. But children are children, as long as there is something that can impress the other person like a toy. Thinking of this, Stark placed the silver suitcase he was carrying in his right hand on the desk. With the fingerprint unlock button, the silver suitcase with a very high-end and mysterious appearance suddenly opened. Gwen was indeed caught. Under her curious gaze, the lid of the silver suitcase opened. Lying inside was a black and white spider suit with excellent texture and an assembly line shape. The spider pattern on the chest shimmered. This is a tight-fitting suit made of special materials, it is comfortable and resistant to damage, it has built-in spider web mode attacks with different functions, and an intelligent system. Stark was talking, but before he finished speaking, he saw the girl. He looked away with obvious disappointment. Stark's facial muscles twitched, and then he said in a deep voice with a big move. I will develop a set of metal spider armor in the future, which will be modified based on the iron armor and fit your metal spider armor. Just wait until I research a special metal material with great ductility. You mean, this? Gwen said, while rolling up the sleeve of her left hand, revealing a mechanical watch strap on her wrist. As she gently touched and clicked the watch strap screen, the metal watch strap suddenly stretched outward and deformed, quickly wrapping the girl's entire left palm, and the platinum metal coating continued to extend inward along the arm like a faint stream of light. In less than 3 seconds, the body of the short-haired girl was completely covered by the platinum coating, forming a set of spider armor that fits the body surface, thin and extremely tough, and the spider pattern on the chest contrasts the cold luster of the metal. Stark. Gotham City, Wayne Building in the center of the city. Under the gloomy weather, on the open-air rooftop. Mr. Bruce, thank you for teaching me how to be a superhero. After all, it was Clark Superman who asked me to do it. The criminals in Gotham City are extremely dangerous, so you have to pay special attention to your own safety. A girl with white hair and a tall man were here. Looking down from the rooftop of the building, they could have a bird's-eye view of the outline of the entire bustling city. I'll give you the contact information of a local police officer. His name is Gordon, and he can handle many complicated and trivial matters. Bruce Wayne paused, and suddenly felt that he should care more about the personal safety of the criminals than the girl from Krypton. But if the girl was allowed to go to other cities, it would obviously be more dangerous. Bruce looked at the girl and repeated his reminder, it doesn't matter how much economic items are destroyed. When an incident occurs, you only need to ensure the safety of the citizens. In addition, try to keep the criminals alive. Contact Gordon afterwards and he will deal with the remaining mess. Okay, I'll try my best. Kara blinked and agreed. Chapter 199. Noon. The weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. On the way to New York City. The black, rugged car body reflected the city streetscape reversing on both sides, and it was also a modified muscle car driving at a constant speed in the Washington area. The female agent Skye in the driver's seat seemed to be concentrating on driving, her beautiful eyes looking squarely at the road ahead. But in fact, after picking up the person, her peripheral vision continued to focus on the co-pilot next to her, and she never took her attention away. Skye noticed that after getting into the car with the little orange cat, the black-haired boy seemed calm, even a little lazy. It seemed that the boy had not slept enough and was ready to catch up on some sleep in the car. The sun fell on him through the car window, full of youth and laziness. No matter what Skye thinks. They are all ordinary high school students who tend to study hard and be obedient. But is the boy who has a relationship with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. or is going to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters really just what he seems? Did Nick Fury not prepare information about the boy for her because he wanted her to draw conclusions through her own analysis and judgment, rather than letting the original intelligence information mislead her? Skye was thinking about this. Sudden. On the passenger seat. The boy who was gently petting the little orange cat seemed to remember something, and suddenly reached out and picked up his school bag. Skye's body and mind couldn't help but tense up, her narrow beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her hands holding the steering wheel tightened. Then Nian reached out to fumble in his school bag and pulled out an open bag of potato chips with a hiss. Skye. While Nian took out the potato chips and ate them happily, he shook the potato chip bag and made a crisp and beautiful sound. Skye, would you like some? Original flavor. Need not. Skye pursed her lips, looking as cool and talkative as ever, and very sassy. Okay then, Nian casually took out a piece of potato chips and handed it to his knee. Xiao Huang, who was lying on his lap, immediately grabbed it and made a crisp sound of chewing it with his small teeth. Xiao Huang, don't lick, itchy. Nian shouted. But it was the little orange cat that stuck out its small tongue and licked the potato chip crumbs off his fingers, making his long and white fingers glistening with water. Seeing this, Skye's lips suddenly pursed tighter. She felt something was wrong with herself. For a moment, I really wanted to be fed. Skye, how old are you? 19. 19-year-old agent. He's only 2 years older than me, that's really awesome. Then, what industry do your parents work in? My father is a scientist. Skye stopped talking in time, and she suddenly realized that she had been lied to. And he gave a real response so naturally. Are you testing me? What is your purpose? Skye looked at the passenger seat coldly and looked stunned, but the young man's head was tilted to the side, his eyes were closed, and he was breathing evenly and slowly. Sleep. Skye looked at the young man's clean and delicate profile under the golden sunlight, and couldn't help but fall into a long silence. Faced with the young man's undefended attitude of trust and his natural and lazy sleeping appearance, she could not treat him the same way as a normal agent, and her original defenses were constantly falling apart. Have you not had a good rest in a long time? Sky let out a breath, pursed her slightly moist lips, and continued to look at Nian. She kept controlling the vehicle with one hand, unbuckled her seatbelt with the other hand, and then reached towards the passenger seat beside her, reaching for the potato chips held by the boy. Seeing Sky's right hand was about to grab the potato chip bag, but before she could pick it up, a small cat's paw rested on her hand. Sky was stunned and looked at the little orange cat who was lying on the boy's lap and slightly opened his sleepy eyes. Facing those tiny, green cat eyes, Sky had a shuddering feeling, and goosebumps suddenly appeared all over her body. Danger! Snap! In the car where the atmosphere was extremely depressing at this moment, the boy seemed to wake up with a start, and patted the hands of Cat Claw and Sky with his left hand. Don't be greedy! Nian scolded. Xiao Huang blinked his eyes in a grieved manner, retracted the cat's paw, and rubbed his head into his legs. Sky couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She quickly retracted her palm and explained quickly, I saw you were asleep, and I was afraid that the bag of potato chips would fall, so that's why. Thank you, Sky, Nian smiled and said. Also, I've finished eating the potato chips. Sky sat back in the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt, feeling her cheeks burning all the time. You. Sky was about to say something, but saw Nian frown. Nian inexplicably reminded, be careful on the left side. What? Sky was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at the nearby left car window. What came into view was a police car crashing towards him at high speed. Bang! The police car showed no intention of slowing down at the end, and hit the left side of the modified car hard. The modified car, which was waiting for the traffic light to pass, immediately moved the whole car to the right side of the road. And, Nian hugged the kitten tightly and his body swayed. The words just fell. Another 2 police cars without sirens came one after the other, like zombies, slamming into the front and rear of the modified car in a suicide-like manner. Immediately afterwards, a bang was heard from the right side of the car body, and the 4th police car followed suit, cooperating with the first 3 police cars to completely surround the modified car and block it on the road. In just about 3 seconds, the 4 police cars hit the modified car at different directions and high speeds, as if they had practiced many times, making the modified car as a whole dent a little inward, and the violent shaking of the car body never stopped for a moment. Nian, are you okay? Sky, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, covered her dizzy head. She hurriedly looked at the passenger seat beside her and found that the boy holding the kitten seemed calmer than her. It's okay, but it should be fine soon, Nian comforted the little orange cat in his arms and calmly gestured to the outside. Outside the car, several more black vehicles stopped on the road outside, blocking the modified car from all sides. The car door opened, and armed men dressed as armed police got out of the car with guns. This is obviously planned, are they coming for you? Sky asked in surprise. Not really, I'm just a high school student, Nian said while thinking about this question. If he had no enemies in his daily life, he would not have any enemies. Even if he did, there would be no need to arrange such a big show to deal with a high school student, right? Unless his special identity in the previous mode was exposed, or the enemy forces attracted by his aunt. No. Nian quickly noticed that they were still at the border of Washington and had not completely left the territory. If they knew his special identity in some modes, or the enemies on his aunt's side, they would at least wait until he left Washington before taking action. So, comprehensive analysis. This is most likely coming for the current female agent. Chapter 200. Nian's eyes fell on Sky. Before he could think too much, the armed personnel surrounding the modified car had already opened fire, and the car body shook violently again. More than a dozen assault rifles fired intensively at such a close distance, immediately turning the modified car's body into a shocking honeycomb, and the car windows were covered with spider web-like cracks and were about to break. It seemed that they were here for the purpose of killing. It's okay, they can't break through the protective armor of this car with conventional firearms alone, Sky comforted Nian. What if it's an unconventional weapon? Nian asked while stroking the cat. Unconventional weapons, it depends on what type. Sky's explanation stopped abruptly. It can be seen outside the car that several enemy personnel were standing in front of the car window carrying a large window-breaking device. Sky, does this count? Nian asked curiously. It's really just curiosity. Of course, forget it. Sky gritted his teeth and immediately issued a voice command to the onboard intelligence system, start the propulsion system immediately, rush out. Onboard system, the propulsion system has been damaged, and it takes 10 seconds to start. Bang! The equipment similar to metal stakes hit the outside window heavily, causing more cracks on the window. The onboard system also gave feedback as if under the groan of the car body, the window protection is damaged by 60. The second heavy hammer followed, and the window was completely fuzzy, turning into a white piece. The window protection is damaged by 32. Can't stand the fourth blow. It's too late, wait until the propulsion system starts. Sky thought of this and said calmly, prepare the onboard weapons. Nian, squat down and hide. Be careful of bullets. Oh, Nian really cooperated and hugged the cat under his body. The third window-breaking hammer fell, and the car window was about to fall. The car system was overwhelmed, the car window protection is damaged by 2. Now! Sky shouted coldly with full energy. She pulled down her hand and a car-mounted Gatling gun popped out of the main driver's seat. Duh. Sky held the trigger of the Gatling gun tightly. And several gun muzzles were fired at the outside. The firepower was not much less than the previous dozen assault guns, and more than a dozen armed enemies outside were immediately beaten into bloody sieves. Boom! Sky activated the hidden button, and the car-mounted Gatling gun also launched a rocket launcher, which blew a parked black vehicle into the sky, and the explosion drowned many hidden enemy figures. Push the system to restart. Sky turned off the car-mounted Gatling gun and stepped on the accelerator. The modified car immediately knocked away the police car in front, like a wild horse that broke free from the encirclement area, and accelerated towards the road ahead. Counterattack, escape, all in one go. Sky, you are quite capable, Nian praised while hugging the cat, and sat back in the seat. Sky panted and held the steering wheel, accelerating to escape. She was even shocked by the previous battle. That encirclement was obviously planned for a long time. What kind of force could it be? Ahead, there won't be any enemies blocking us, right? Nian asked curiously. You ask me, how do I know? Sky was fine at first, but after hearing what the boys said, she had a bad feeling in her heart. The voice fell. In the middle of the busy highway in front of the car, a mysterious man with disheveled hair stood on the road. The other party was wearing a mask and his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. His ruthless eyes stared at the vehicle coldly. He held a special weapon that looked like a gun and quickly fired a round cannonball forward. Rushing straight to the bottom of Sky and Nian's vehicle. Not good. Sky's beautiful eyes shrank. It happened in a flash. The pancake-shaped shell drilled directly into the bottom of the vehicle and was attached to it, but something unexpected happened to Sky and the mysterious man. The shell attached to the bottom of the car did not explode. The shabby modified car continued to move forward at high speed, and the mysterious man could only roll to avoid it, letting the modified car pass by him at a high speed. Sky in the car breathed a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes showed a trace of doubt. No matter how she looked at it, it was too thrilling and strange. If the shell attached to the bottom of the car exploded, the explosion would be enough to knock the whole car to the ground. If it exploded, I wouldn't be able to pretend. The corners of the boy next to him curled up slightly, and he stroked the kitten's erected hair. Just now. He let the jellyfish split body attached to the outside of the car body prevent the detonation of the pancake-shaped bomb in time. From the attack to now. Nian was just watching the show as a spectator. After all, these modern conventional or unconventional guns and ammunition could not cause actual harm to him with his iron body. So, he was just like watching a group of clowns jumping and making trouble outside, without any tension or excessive emotions. However, Nian still wanted to let the female agent Sky deal with the attack. After all, once Sky was unable to stop it, even if he would not be in danger, he would be forced to expose some of his own abilities and means. They are catching up again. Nian looked out the intact window on the side of the passenger seat and saw 2 cars speeding up to catch up. The mysterious man was still lying on the roof of one of the cars. Nian couldn't help but cheer Sky on the main driver's seat. Come on Sky. Don't be afraid of difficulties. You, stop talking. Sky glanced at him angrily and issued a command to the vehicle system, start vertical flight. The flight system has been compromised. What about autonomous driving? Autonomous driving is disrupted. What's left that hasn't been destroyed? The air conditioning system is intact. Sky was silent for a moment, looking at the 2 cars that kept getting closer to them, and couldn't help but ask. Nian, have you ever driven a car? Driving a bumper car, what happened? Nian blinked. You drive. Sky said while unbuckling Nian's seatbelt with one hand. Are you sure? Nian didn't refuse, he just asked. I'm sure, hurry up. Sky urged. Nian immediately no longer hesitated. He put Xiaohuang on the passenger seat, climbed to the driver's seat next to him, and sat down directly on Sky's lap. Sky was wearing a special black leather jacket, which was slippery and seemed to fit tightly together without any hindrance. Nian only felt that the cushion of the car seat was too comfortable and luxurious. There was no hard part when sitting or leaning on it, but it was not that soft, but had the firmness and flexibility of years of exercise. Drive carefully. Sky let go of the steering wheel and let Nian take over. He took a deep breath and spread the palms of his hands horizontally to both sides. Wait, this erect posture. Nian could clearly feel that a pair of tall and huge things were trying to open the zipper of his leather jacket, but they were squashed on his back. At the same time, two cars, one on the left and one on the right, chased the modified car. On top of the roof of one of the cars, he firmly grasped the corner of the roof with one hand. The mysterious man was facing the strong wind and was about to jump over. Get out of my way. At this moment, Sky snorted coldly like a noble and domineering queen, with amazing momentum. Buzz. A mysterious and powerful force vibrated from the air, and it was like invisible energy fluctuations sweeping out and erupting. This is Shockwave. Chapter 201. Buzz. This is. Nian narrowed his eyes slightly, and with the help of spider sense, he could better sense the power used by Sky behind him. The surrounding air first emitted a slight but not negligible vibration. As soon as the vibration appeared, the power multiplied and spread outward. It was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. Female Agent Sky threw a strange power into this space. Outside. The mysterious man in a bulletproof uniform and a black mask was about to jump directly to the severely damaged modified car in front of him, holding the roof of the high-speed vehicle with his right arm. But at this moment, the mysterious man seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly loosened his right arm and rolled his body backwards. Almost at the moment he made this move. Swish. An invisible but real shock wave swept outward. And the windshields and windows on both sides of the two enemy vehicles that were chasing the modified car burst instantly. The armed personnel in the car were like balloons, and their bodies were directly shattered from the inside out. Buzz. The fronts of the two cars that were originally driving at high speed were lifted up, paused for half a second in the middle. Rolled a few times on the spot, and then carried the blood plasma and glass shards all over the sky, and fell sideways to the ground of the road behind to meet destruction. The modified car staggered and made a strange drift on the spot, and continued to move forward. Well done. Sky, you should have used such a powerful ability earlier, why run so embarrassed? Nian, who was operating the driving panel, sighed, but found that Sky did not reply, but his body was limp, and he lay on his back instead. This open posture, the bumpy driving at the moment. Nian once again felt the extraordinary power of another shock wave. Sky, are you okay? Nian asked hurriedly. Nothing, just a little dizzy. Sky covered her smooth forehead with scattered dark golden hair, her beautiful eyes were somewhat distracted, so that she looked a little confused and cute. She supported Nian with her other hand, and panted with a pale face, my special ability, can't be used casually, otherwise I would have used it long ago. I can see it, Nian nodded and reminded. That guy is not dead. Sky reluctantly raised his eyes to look at the half of the rearview mirror, and saw that in the middle of the road where the two cars behind turned into blazing fireballs, a tall and mysterious figure slowly stood up. The mysterious man's eyes were cold between his messy hair, and the bulletproof uniform on the right side of his upper body had been torn open, revealing a whole metallic silver mechanical arm with a big red pentagram branded on it. It's a former Soviet agent, no, it's the Winter Soldier, I've heard of that guy, he's the murderer of more than 20 assassinations in the past 50 years. Sky's body gradually buffered back. She seemed to be aware of something and leaned back to let her round and large body return to its original state. Who cares about the winter and summer soldiers? Anyway, the other party will definitely not be able to catch up with us this time, unless there are still their people in front. Hey, it seems that there are really people. The modified car is entering a bridge at this time. It can be clearly seen that the bridge deck in front has been subject to traffic control. Two police cars are blocked in the middle of the bridge. Several armed personnel get off the car carrying heavy cylindrical weapons. At first glance, it seems to be RPG. Sky. In the past 19 years, Sky, the shockwave girl, has never had such a moment to block someone's mouth. If Nian knew Sky's thoughts, he would definitely feel that he is innocent. He is really not a bad mouth, but a predicted reminder issued under the spider sense. There are enemies in front and winter soldiers behind. Sky, if you can escape, just escape first, and leave me alone. Nian was very open-minded, as if he was not afraid of life or death. The pickup mission has not been completed yet, how could I abandon you? Sky looked stubborn and resolute. She stepped on the accelerator and let the modified car speed up and rush forward. Let's rush out. Nian's eyes flashed with a strange color. At this time, with a whoosh, a shell dragged a scorching and dazzling tail flame and rushed straight to the front of the modified car. As if too panicked, Nian accidentally turned the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes, causing the modified car to drift strangely on the spot, and barely avoided the rocket launcher. But the rocket launcher still exploded next to the front of the car. Boom! A ball of tragic flames exploded on the bridge deck, and the windshield of the modified car shattered. Some flames rushed into the car with strong winds. The modified car with thick smoke continued to speed up, crashed through the stone guardrail of the bridge, and fell into the river with a drop of 50 meters below. Gurgle. On the bridge. The winter soldier stood on a guardrail on the bridge deck. He looked down coldly at the modified car that was completely submerged in the water. He picked up a special communicator and said hoarsely, "The information is wrong." Afternoon. The setting sun was about to sink into the city horizon, and the sunset fell on the river surface. On a quiet and deserted river bank, several seagulls were suddenly startled and flew away. A sexy and graceful black woman broke through the river surface. She walked out of the shallow water area with a boy in her arms, followed by a little orange cat waving its paws to swim. The two people and the cat were soaked, and the smell of gunpowder had not yet been eliminated. Nian, we are safe, we escaped. Sky placed the boy on the lawn by the river bank and gently patted the boy's face, but the boy had his eyes closed and there was no reaction. Sky looked down at the torn and charred shirt on Nian's body, and recalled that because Nian was sitting in front of her, the impact of the rocket launcher was heavier. Wake up, the mission is not over yet, you can't die yet. Sky suddenly panicked for no reason. She wiped the face of the unconscious boy with her hands, revealing the sunny and delicate face. Then she opened the buttons on the shirt, revealing an unexpectedly muscular chest under the clothes. Fold your palms together and squeeze your chest. Sky leaned down without hesitation, and separated the boy's lips with his fingers. The dark blonde hair fell down along with her body, and her pale mouth was blocked with force and reluctance. Not cold. On the contrary, it was warmer than my own. Although Sky was confused, his eyes lit up with excitement and he continued to repeat the action. It lasted for half a minute, but the boy still had no obvious reaction. Meow. As if the little orange cat couldn't stand it anymore, it suddenly pounced on Nian's open chest. Am I still alive? Is my body not broken? Let me see. Sky directly reached out to his body, groped for confirmation, and quickly showed a faint smile. You're fine, you're intact. Really? This must be a miracle, it will be enough for me to go back and play with my classmates for a year. Almost died. He pretended. Chapter 202. Sure. The night was charming, the breeze was gentle, and the urban areas on both sides were lit up with neon lights. No, what happened today must be kept secret after we go back. Sky stretched out a snow-white and slender index finger and put it in front of Nian's lips, which still had the previous softness and moisture. No problem. Nian suddenly wanted to take a bite, but couldn't help it. Sky wiped off the lipstick on the corner of the boy's lips with his hand. Realizing that both his warning and his current behavior seemed to be out of the original agent's mode and position, and he retracted his hand and turned his face away as if he was surprised. The last red of the sunset flashed across her beautiful and intact side face, and she returned to her original coldness and indifference. What should I do next? Nian thought of something, so he temporarily gave the choice to Sky, but this also fits the student character he is playing now. Sky pondered, I'll contact S.H.I.E.L.D. to confirm the situation. Those people were in the city just now, they dared to attack the director's special seat directly, and there was also the winter soldier, they must not be an ordinary force. Wait a minute, Nian blinked. You mean, the director's special seat? Yes, when I came out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters this morning, the director and I exchanged cars in the parking garage. Sky's words suddenly stopped, and her beautiful eyes widened little by little. No way. It's not that she didn't think of this just now, but she subconsciously felt that no one dared to attack the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the city, so she instinctively avoided this question. Now think about it. With the scene in handwriting just now, the attack that was planned layer by layer was obviously not aimed at the two of them. New York, an ordinary building on a busy street, underground. This is a secret location of S.H.I.E.L.D. It not only has an armory and an intelligence room, but also a high-level emergency room equipped with first-class doctors. At this time, outside the corridor of the emergency room, the woman with sexy red hair, with a delicate and beautiful face showing fatigue, and beautiful eyes showing sadness and nostalgia, leaned against the outer wall of the emergency room. I don't know how long the silence lasted. A man and a woman walked into the dimly lit corridor. Natasha, the cold and young woman, waved and called. "You are here, Daisy." Natasha raised her eyes to look at the female agent, and then quickly opened her eyes wide, staring at the man next to her with a look of surprise. "Why are you here?" "Long time no see, no, a month no see, former deputy instructor, teacher Natasha." The boy appeared under the light and greeted him in the same familiar way. "Daisy, why is he here?" Natasha didn't wait for the boy to answer, and stared at Sky closely, thinking that the other party is in love. Sky blocked the front of Shi Qian, spread his hands and explained, "He is the person the director asked me to pick up in Washington today, and we were attacked by the Winter Soldier because of this." "So that's how it is," Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. "How is the director?" Sky asked. "You are a step late." Natasha's eyes were dim, and she pointed to the visual window of the emergency room next to her. Sky was shocked as if he was hit, and walked forward quickly. Through the large window, you can see that in the emergency room, the surgeon with blood on his hands has covered a tall and burly one-eyed black man on the operating table with a white cloth. Who else could it be if not Nick Fury? Natasha sighed and said in a low voice, "He was seriously injured. The bullet that shot him was a trackless bullet made by the former Soviet Union, which has great penetrating power. Although he was transferred here for emergency treatment as soon as possible, he still couldn't be saved. Captain America Rogers was here just now and watched him die. How could this happen?" Sky clenched his hands, unbelievable. "But the facts are in front of us. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., died. The leader who led her to the path of being an agent died." They were immersed in grief and didn't notice it. Nian looked at the corpse wrapped in white cloth lying on the operating table in the emergency room, and his expression was slightly stunned. Nick Fury might have deceived Captain America, Black Widow, the current female agent Sky, and the people here and outside. But he couldn't deceive Nian at this moment. Nian could sense the life breath that continued to remain in the other person through perfect spider sense, even if the other person's heart stopped. And that's it. Guan Luo could sense the energy and spirit of a person, and also confirmed that Nick Fury was in a stable state of suspended death. "Okay, this old guy." Nian touched his chin. "I have to say. Also pretending to be dead, the other party pretended too much, even he wanted to shout, 'Professional.' But thinking that the other party would give him pocket money in the future, Nian still concealed it without any expression. That 30 million is worth it. The captain has gone to find the mastermind behind Fury's murder. What about you?" Natasha held Sky and asked in a deep voice. "I will too, but I have to complete the task at hand first." Sky turned back and said. "You can complete the task." Natasha looked at the back of the boy who was leaving the corridor, hesitated for a moment, and reminded, "You have to be alert, don't be curious about him, don't contact him too much." "What do you mean? He is dangerous." Sky looked at Natasha in confusion. "Anyway, you just listen to me, otherwise you will regret it later," Natasha said inexplicably. Sky is a senior agent like her. In terms of strength, due to the ability of shock waves, the other party's comprehensive combat power is undoubtedly stronger than hers. But the other party, in terms of experience in some aspects, compared with her, it is equivalent to a blank sheet of paper. And that boy. There is no doubt that he is born with light pollution like paint. Once it is stained, it can never be washed clean. New York, outside the street. "What did the former teacher say to you just now?" Nian asked curiously. "Nothing," Sky shook her head. She looked at the boy and asked. "I just found out that Natasha has investigated you." Nian smiled and said, "Yes, a month ago, she was a new instructor and taught in my class for half a day. Nick Fury told me about her identity as an agent a few days ago." Nian. Sky looked at him closely, and the expression in her beautiful eyes was not sure whether it was vigilance or fear. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Nian didn't answer directly, but shrugged and said, "Who do you think I am?" He looked at the busy street with neon lights in front of him and asked softly, "Sky, are you still on your mission?" "Of course." Sky turned sideways and looked in the same direction as him, and said firmly, "I will protect you until I send you to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. When that time comes, everything will be over. Perhaps, there will be no chance to meet again in the future." Sky thought. Chapter 203. Late at night. New York, a single apartment. Sky returned here with Nian carrying the kitten, and closed the door, immediately cutting off the sound and light sources outside. Only a little light seeped through the crack in the door. Why don't you turn on the light? Nian looked into the dark room and blinked. The eyes of the kitten in his arms were like two clusters of green flames. If you turn on the lights, people outside will easily see you. If there is a sniper on the opposite floor, you will be dead, Sky responded in a slightly cold tone. Nian looked toward the windowsill indoors. Sure enough, the windows were also closed tightly and dark curtains were drawn, only a little light was reflected dimly. Nian was speechless for a moment. He really wanted to say that he was really not afraid of sniping. But, seeing the other party expertly put on his house slippers in the dark, and walked into the room as lightly as a ghost, it can be seen that Sky has become accustomed to this. Living with darkness and loneliness all year round. It quite fits the style and temperament of an agent. Nian also touched the shoe cabinet and found that it was empty. I live alone at home, and I don't have many guests, so I only have one pair of slippers. Sky returned to the living room from the room with a stack of quilts in his arms, and said quickly. Just come in with your own shoes, and you can escape in time in case of emergency. Tonight you sleep in my room, and I sleep on the sofa outside, and I keep a vigil. We'll go to SHIELD headquarters tomorrow morning. Okay, Nian was not polite and simply agreed to the other party's arrangement. It should be said. Although the other party is cold, he really makes people feel safe and warm inside. A cool female agent. Warm-hearted big sister. After taking a shower, Nian put on a set of clothes prepared by Sky, jeans and a white t-shirt suitable for both men and women. They actually fit well. After walking out of the shower room, Nian glanced at the sofa in the living room. Sky seemed to have fallen asleep under the quilt, and there was no movement. Good night, Sky. Young dropped these words in a low voice, walked into the room, and closed the door behind him. Everything suddenly became quiet. In the dark living room, there was silence for another 10 seconds. Sky suddenly lifted the quilt off her body and breathed out slowly, as if she had been holding her breath just now. Covering her hot cheeks with her palms, Sky quickly picked up the clothes hidden beside her and tiptoed into the dark shower room. Inside the room, there was also no light on, only the light from outside reflected on the window. Nian sat cross-legged on the light pink bed and waved to the little orange cat beside him. The little orange cat immediately jumped forward and landed lightly on his crossed legs. Meow meow. The little orange cat rolled its eyes in an anthropomorphic manner, and meowed several times in annoyance at Nian. Nian seemed to understand what the little orange cat meant, and said helplessly, "Before, I did pretend to be unconscious on purpose, but it was not what you thought. Open your mouth and I'll take a sample. Put your 5 fingers into the cat's mouth, which opened slightly, and explore it." Nian quickly took out a touchscreen smartphone. "Fortunately, I have a spare." Nian murmured to himself, looking at the lighted-up mobile phone screen, with a series of data codes flashing across it like a colorful stream of light. Above, a personal photo of Sky also emerged. "Continue to keep an eye on it for me, and tomorrow is all up to you." Nian murmured in a low voice, as if talking to the mobile phone in his hand. The light on the mobile phone screen flashed as if in response. "Put down the phone." Nian closed his eyes, and his mind flashed back to what happened during the day, until finally, he suddenly opened his eyes and raised a finger in front of him. Fingers thrust into the dark void. Buzz. Weak but not negligible fluctuations glowed in the air in front of you, like invisible ripples. However, they calmed down strangely before leaving the confines of the bed. "That's it," Nian's eyes were thoughtful. "It turns out that this is a side effect of the opponent's ability." The next day, morning. A black car with a very high chassis speeds through the city streets of New York and enters a modern bridge leading to an island in the city. The closer it gets, the harder it is to see ordinary residents and vehicles. It was as if we were in a restricted area, and from time to time there would be mysterious people dressed in black whispering nearby. "Get on the passenger side of the car." The boy looked out the window at the huge ocean-like blue lake under the bridge, and at the other end of the bridge where the car was about to arrive. There was a faint outline of an island, full of special high-rise buildings and large factories. A split body of Kenluo had already explored the road before. So, Nian knew that the destination of this trip, SHIELD headquarters, was almost here. Now, it's still too late for me to turn around. In the main driver's seat, the woman wearing a tight-fitting black leather agent uniform, dark blonde hair, a sexy shawl, and light dark lipstick spoke coldly. "Why did you turn around?" Nian asked innocently. "I don't know if you are clear about it or not." Sky took a deep breath and stared straight ahead solemnly. Nick Fury, the most prestigious director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is dead. He died in the city during the day. The mysterious force that attacked him also knew the route of Nick Fury's special car, and that Nick Fury would ask Captain America for help when he was in dire straits. Everything was carefully planned. Moreover, they were able to grasp Nick Fury's intelligence to such an extent, and they were able to quickly organize such a large-scale attack in the city. Sky, stop talking here. Are you suspecting that this was done by one of our own people? Nian said bluntly. Except for S.H.I.E.L.D., I can't think of any other organization that can have such means, although it's just a guess. Sky held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and looked straight ahead. Anyway, now, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters may hide huge dangers and secrets, let alone you. Once I go in, I may not be able to get out of there. If you want to turn around, now, there's still time. Before Sky finished speaking, Nian interrupted her and asked, if there is no such mission, do you want to go into the headquarters? Sky was silent for 2 seconds and said softly, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the place where I was trained after all. I don't believe that it will be corrupt or dark to this extent. So I have to go in and confirm it myself. With your mission, I also have a legitimate reason to enter the headquarters to explore. Then continue your pickup mission. Nian's harmless face showed a nonchalant look, holding the kitten, showing a bit of bookishness and weakness. I'm using you. Sky held the steering wheel tighter, not daring to look the boy in the eye. Please go ahead, the trip hasn't even started yet. How can I go home halfway? Nian smiled and stroked the cat's fur. Exploit. Who isn't? Chapter 204. Island in the city, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, main building. Stop. As soon as the boy entered the main entrance, he was stopped by 4 male agents guarding the entrance. It's me, Shock. The woman in black uniform behind him immediately stepped forward, took out her agent certificate to signal, and said coldly, accepted by Nick Fury, I will take him to visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury. The 4 male agents looked at each other and still stretched out their hands to stop the young man. Sky sneered, took a step forward, and stood beside Nian. What? Nick Fury was indeed attacked and killed by a mysterious force yesterday, but this was an order given by him when he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be that you want to disobey the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in less than a day? How is that possible? We are still in shock about the attack on the director. The leading agent sneered and waved his hand, and the other 3 immediately stepped aside, allowing Nian and Sky to enter the main entrance. After the access control, there is also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extremely strict security check. Any living thing or object will be detected by the scanning device. Nian had asked Luo to surround the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters before, but he couldn't pass this level. Even if the tiny transparent split-body jellyfish attached to the agent, it would probably be detected by high-precision scanning equipment. Kittens, pets, and cell phones are not allowed inside. The security employee said bluntly to Nian. Nian hugged the little orange cat and took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. At this time, Sky spoke, he should have the temporary permission granted by the director. Even so, as a foreign visitor. The security employee glanced at the computer screen and suddenly said, hey. He looked at Nian in surprise and blurted out. The director actually gave such a high temporary permission, this is the first person I have seen since Captain America. You can bring your pets and mobile phones in, please. The security employee quickly changed his words. They looked at the 2 Nian people who successfully passed the access control and security check and entered the building. The forbidden area of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The lead agent who had previously blocked Nian's entry dialed a channel, lowered his voice, and reported to the wireless earphone. Nick Fury yesterday gave a boy of about 16 years old a very high temporary permission and asked Shock to pick him up. Now the 2 have successfully entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At the same time, hundreds of meters straight up, the top floor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building is 1 floor higher than the director's office. On the leather sofa next to the large floor-to-ceiling windows, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes with neatly combed yellow hair sat. I see. After listening to the agent's report, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes dangerously and said casually without caring. Nick Fury is dead, it doesn't matter who that boy is anymore, what matters is the Shock. She is one of Nick Fury's confidants, is also very capable, he may have come back to the headquarters to find out what happened and gather a special team to keep them inside the headquarters. Capture or kill. If you want to capture, the target will be Shocked, which is extremely difficult. Just kill him. The middle-aged man said it calmly. He crossed his legs arrogantly and coldly, as if he was sitting on a high cloud, without even blinking. 1 sentence. It seemed as if the life and death of Shock and the young man were pronounced. Nian successfully entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At first glance, the huge main hall seemed a little deserted, with mostly agents coming and going. This is the largest secret service base in the world. It is filled with the best of the best. The entire building is built according to the national defense level and houses special agents, intelligence personnel, medical staff, etc. With more than 10,000 people working at the same time. Can detect abnormal conditions all over the world at the same time. Sky seemed to be taking on the role of a tour guide, following Nian and explaining softly. Sky, why are you still following me? Isn't your pickup mission completed? Pick up, I'll pick you up and take you home. Sky said seriously, my mission is not over until I send you home. Why is this so? Nian felt that Sky was cheating, but he had no evidence. You don't want to get rid of me, do you? Sky looked at him closely and asked, where are you going to visit S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sky began to feel that there were many mysteries and secrets in the boy. For example, she touched it yesterday and was very sure that Nian didn't have a mobile phone on him, but today he brought one. Since you want to follow, then play the role of a tour guide. Nian smiled mysteriously and then asked, where can I get coffee here? Sky, Nian and Sky walked into the elevator, pressed the button to the third floor, and saw that the elevator was about to close. Snap! A hand suddenly moved from outside to inside, barely blocking the gap between the elevator doors. Sky suddenly tensed up and looked up with Nian. Then, the two people in the elevator and the person who blocked the door and entered the elevator from the outside were stunned at the same time. Nian. The tall young man walked into the elevator and shouted in surprise. Mr. Rogers, long time no see, Nian greeted politely, showing proper respect to the elderly. Yes, the young man who blocked the elevator and walked in. Wearing ordinary casual clothes and a jacket, with an iconic 5-pointed star buckler on his back, doesn't he look like he has a raised butt, Captain America? Yeah, long time no see, I didn't expect to see you here again. Steve Rogers sighed with emotion, his eyes had a strange color, he was really surprised by the young man. Etc. Sky looked at Nian, then at Captain America, and asked in surprise, how did you two meet? Nian smiled and said, I came to New York for a trip that day, and I met Mr. Rogers by chance at the Memorial Hall, on the road. Indeed, we can chat very well, Rogers nodded in agreement. The two looked at each other happily, and everything between the men was unspoken. Sky looked at them suspiciously. Although each other had many questions, it was obvious that the three of them knew that this was not the time to talk. Which floor do you want to go to? Captain, let me press it for you. Thank you, please press the top button for me, Rogers responded naturally. I'll go find the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and have a chat. What about you? He raised his eyebrows and asked casually. Let's go to the third floor to drink coffee, Nian smiled brightly. One person came over to chat and one person went to drink coffee. Looking at the relaxed-looking teenagers and young men, Sky suddenly had a feeling that something big was going to happen at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters this time. Separated from Captain America in the elevator. Nian actually came to the public lounge of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building and asked Sky, the female agent next to him, to make him a cup of coffee with milk. Sky didn't know what to say, so she finally ran to the side of the hall to make coffee. Sit down on the chair next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Nian put Xiao Huang on the chair aside, calmly and casually, and took the phone out of his pocket. Let me see what secrets are hidden in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters here. Nian's eyes reflected the light of the mobile phone screen. Actually, no matter how much he thought about it, Sky probably could not have imagined that the moment Nian successfully entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with his mobile phone, the purpose of his trip was basically achieved. Chapter 205. Without the support of hardware such as supercomputers and remote satellites, the artificial intelligence Alice, which currently only uses mobile phones as one of its carriers, can only successfully hack into a S.H.I.E.L.D. building with extremely high encryption and protection levels when the carrier is in a S.H.I.E.L.D. building without signal shielding. Communications and intelligence systems. This is also true. Nian would have mentioned to Nick Fury the reason for visiting S.H.I.E.L.D. a few days ago. So, from the moment he entered here, the purpose of his trip was basically achieved. I see. Nian looked at the screen of his mobile phone. After Alice successfully entered the intelligence system of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the streamlined information presented in feedback was displayed. His eyes shone brightly, and he knew many things at once. About the origin of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, about the secrets hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, about the cause of death of Nick Fury, and even about the history of the Cosmic Cube. At this time, there are some secrets about S.H.I.E.L.D. on Nian's mobile phone. Once the news is spread, it will shock the whole world. Pity. In the midst of this, the only thing Nian didn't get was the specific whereabouts of Wanda's brother, Pietro, who was abducted by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but it was certain that Pietro was not at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nian tapped his phone with his finger and said, "Continue to search for me, even if you check the files of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and global branches, you still have to find a clue." "Okay, master." After Alice's sweet words fell, the phone screen flashed a series of data codes again. Nian was putting down his cell phone. As footsteps approached, a cup of steaming, fragrant coffee slowly landed on the table in front of him. "Thanks." Nian smiled slightly, picked up the cup and took a sip, his eyes brightened. "It tastes good, almost as good as my little maid." "Does your family have a maid?" Sky frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. "Sky, do you know what the identity of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is? What is his level in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, this is no secret in S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky didn't know why Nian suddenly asked this, but still nodded and said softly. "The current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his name is Alexander Pierce, he was the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and later, he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., let Nick Fury be the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction and handling of business generally focus on the Bureau, coordinating the execution of tasks by agents from various departments. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. focuses on diplomacy, often dealing with the board of directors or high-level members, and staying behind the scenes. Both the director and the minister are the highest ranking in S.H.I.E.L.D., they both have veto power over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational tasks, there is no distinction between high and low." Speaking of which. Sky seemed to have thought of something, her words stopped abruptly, and her beautiful eyes trembled. "Just now, Mr. Rogers, didn't you say you would take the elevator to the top floor and have a chat with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nian shook the cup, took another sip of coffee, and asked meaningfully, "What do you think they are talking about now?" Sky was silent. Captain America and the Secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. have no friendship. What could they talk about? It was nothing more than talking about Nick Fury being attacked and killed by the Winter Soldier yesterday. However, here comes the problem. Last night, Black Widow Natasha once said that Captain America left to find the organization that killed Nick Fury. Today, the US team came to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and went directly to the minister's office. Sky couldn't help but shudder, and whispered, "Is it possible that the captain, like me, has doubts about the headquarters, suspects that there is an insider here, so he came here to confirm?" "The answer is correct." Nian put down the empty cup. The words just fell. Bang! There was a crisp and loud explosion from above a dozen floors. Immediately afterwards, a tall young figure fell straight down from outside the building, carrying with it the shattered glass of the elevator all over the sky. It passed by the floor-to-ceiling window next to Nian and his wife at high speed, and hit the open space in front of the main entrance on the first floor below. This movement directly caused the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to explode. The whole building was boiling in an instant. "It's Captain." Sky stood up in surprise and looked at the blond young man downstairs who was holding on to a vibranium buckler and barely stood up. "It's time for us to go." Nian suddenly stood up, picked up Xiao Huang with one hand, took Sky's hand with the other, and walked somewhere. "Are we going to rescue the captain?" Sky asked. At this moment, she actually wanted to hear the boy's opinion. What to save? You can't save yourself. They had just left not long ago. A team of agents hurried to the third-floor area of the headquarters. The leading agent captain looked at the empty rest area and the empty cup with coffee residue on the table. He immediately cursed "Fku," and quickly issued instructions to the team members and communicators. "Seal down the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, find their whereabouts." "Yes." Elevator. The interior was full of traces of a fierce fight. The glass on one side was broken and many bullet casings and clips were scattered on the floor of the elevator. Nian and Sky stepped on the broken glass and entered the empty elevator. Because the agents here just now were chasing Captain America, the elevator was in an unguarded state. Of course, there was no need to guard it. After all, the elevator had been locked and prohibited from use. "We can't run away from here, the elevator has been locked and has built-in surveillance cameras." Looking at the flashing red light of the elevator, Sky reminded solemnly. She has now realized that the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, or the mastermind behind the headquarters, wants to get rid of them. How do you know if you don't try? Nian seemed to have no idea of the current situation. As if he was still visiting, he walked into the elevator and used his fingerprint to operate the elevator. As if it was his own home. Wait. Sky wanted to stop him, but was quickly stunned. The elevator, which was originally in red lock mode, unlocked and restored the normal use mode of green light. The floor that the boy pressed to lead to was the underground floor hidden in the headquarters building. -10th floor. Permission confirmed, Nian Prince. The elevator beeped. Not only did it not sound the alarm, but it started to land. How did you do it? Sky stared at Nian in a daze. Even she couldn't go directly to the negative 10th floor. She needed extremely high permissions. She didn't believe that the director would give Nian the high-level permissions to the underground secret floors before his death. As for hacking the system, with the system protection level of the SHIELD headquarters, even Sky, who has the level of a professional hacker, is not sure to break through the firewall in a short time. I pressed it randomly, Nian shrugged. Sky, I don't believe you. Chapter 206. SHIELD. Headquarters, top floor. What did you say? Say it again. Alexander Pierce, former SHIELD Director and current SHIELD Minister, stood up from the leather sofa and growled into the intercom in a slightly out-of-control manner. Report to the Minister. The intercom gave a quick response from the captain of the Special Forces team. Captain America has escaped from the SHIELD headquarters, and the fighter plane failed to stop him. In addition, Shock and the teenager are currently missing and have disappeared from the surveillance screens of various parts of the headquarters. Pierce's face was slightly green, and he said angrily, "Let all the agents and intelligence personnel of the headquarters move. Find Captain America for me and get rid of him. As for Shock and the child, they must still be in the SHIELD headquarters. Carpet search every floor immediately." Okay, Minister. At this time. SHIELD headquarters, bottom floor. Sky, do you know the situation here? Nian and Sky walked out of the elevator, and what caught their eyes was the huge underground factory. 3 giant aircraft carrier-like, peculiarly shaped structures are being built. And countless workers are busy working in the underground space. In addition to the aircraft carriers, there are also hundreds of ultramodern fighter planes parked in the factory, and the scale is terrifying. It's an aircraft carrier. Sky looked up at the huge creation and pondered. Nick Fury once told me that this is also one of the biggest secrets of SHIELD. SHIELD wants to build 3 aircraft carriers. Once they take off, they will never land and become long-term air fortress bases. The ammunition and firepower equipped on the aircraft carriers are enough to protect the territories of several countries at the same time. She said in a deep voice, "This is also called the Insight Project. Aircraft carriers are in the air, insight into extraordinary dangers, eliminate harmful people, and protect the peace on the surface. Just relying on it." Nian did not comment on this, and smiled. 3 days ago, Nick Fury went to talk to the Minister of SHIELD. Nick Fury wanted to permanently terminate the Insight Project. The Minister of SHIELD agreed on the surface, but secretly contacted a mysterious force outside. And then Nick Fury was attacked and killed. Do you know what you're talking about? Sky was shocked and stared at the boy. Although she had guessed it in her heart, hearing these words at this time was like being struck by thunder. That's the Minister of SHIELD, the former Director of SHIELD. If even the other party is an insider, then the inside of SHIELD headquarters, I can't believe it, it's terrifying to think about it. Even if this is true, how do you know? Sky looked at the calm and composed Nian, and couldn't help asking again. Who are you? Who I am, you will know sooner or later. Now, let's leave here first. After Nian finished speaking, he pointed to the front, where an ultramodern fighter was parked. He asked curiously, Sky, can you drive? Minister, look down. Hearing the urgent words coming from the intercom, Pierce, the Minister of SHIELD, stood up and quickly came to the French window on the top floor. Looking down, you can see that the underground factory suddenly opened its door, and a fighter took off from it, spraying tail flames and rushing towards the blue sky above the headquarters. How did they get under the factory? Aren't the elevators blocked? Pierce couldn't understand the scene at the moment, and could only watch the fighter fly farther and farther. But at this moment, a ding-dong sound came from the quiet office behind him, and an elevator arrived at the top floor office here. Isn't the elevator blocked? This question popped up in his mind again, and Pierce suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around nervously. The elevator with the door open, inside, there was no one. Pierce was just breathing a sigh of relief when he saw a colorful sphere like a glass ball, rolling from the empty elevator into the office floor and rolling towards him. What the hell? Pierce instinctively stepped back and leaned against the French window, but the sphere seemed to have life, and it bounced up and landed on him. Pierce felt a pain in his neck, reached out and touched it, and saw blood on his palm. This glass ball was biting him. No, this is an unknown jellyfish creature. Pierce was furious, and quickly pinched the small ball-shaped colorful jellyfish in his hand, opened a corner of the window and threw it down. Without waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief, Pierce heard more rolling sounds behind him. He looked back in fear and saw dozens of colorful jellyfish balls rolling out of the elevator. In New York City, a fighter plane broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. I hope he likes my farewell gift. In the co-seat of the fighter plane, Nian whispered to himself. Facing the hostile existence that attacked him, he never delayed and took revenge on the spot. But Nian was too lazy to participate in the internal strife of S.H.I.E.L.D. From meeting Nick Fury to exploring the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nian's main purpose was to find the whereabouts of Wanda's brother, Pietro. Since there was no Pietro at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, now they could only follow the clues to find him. Fortunately, when the artificial intelligence Alice was tracing the IP address of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's contact with the Winter Soldier's forces just now, she found a very interesting place. Where are you going? Asked Sky, who was driving a fighter plane next to him. Go to New Jersey. Nian snapped his fingers and said with certainty, there should be the ultimate secrets about S.H.I.E.L.D. that you want to know. New Jersey. An American base that has been abandoned for many years and overgrown with weeds. This is. Sky glanced at the sign and was surprised. The recruit base built during World War II is also the place where Captain America was born as a superhero. Even you don't know, S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually established as early as World War II. Nian held the little orange cat and walked into a building across the marked radiation-restricted area. Sky followed closely behind. The large building was full of dust and cobwebs. Obviously, no one had been there for a long time, but after the switch was turned on, all the lights on made the interior bright and open. Nian was the first to enter the innermost room. He closed his eyes first, and after a few seconds, he pointed accurately to a wooden frame on one side. There is a mechanism there. Sky walked forward quickly, observed carefully, and found that there was indeed a hidden mechanism. How on earth did you? Sky wanted to ask another question, but knew that Nian would not tell him, so he bit his lip and held back. Click. The mechanism started. After the wooden frame was removed, the basement was exposed. The two entered without hesitation. The next moment they stepped into the basement, the dim light inside turned on automatically. Many black and white computer screens lit up, and an old and hoarse voice sounded. Welcome to you. Daisy Johnson, also known as Sky, born on July 15, 1993, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., codenamed Shock, with the ability of Shockwave. Her father is the famous scientist Mr. Hyde. Nian Prince, unknown birth, adopted son of a god. Chapter 207. Abandoned U.S. military base, underground. God's adopted son. Sky glanced at the boy next to him in doubt. The hoarse male voice in the basement continued, yes, as a superhero Wonder Woman Diana Prince, raising a human child, I have to say that once a person gets old, the things he can witness become more and more bizarre. Faced with the mysterious existence that suddenly revealed his identity, Nian smiled, that's it. After talking for a long time, only this identity of his is known. Should we say that his extraordinary is hidden too well, or that the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. is just as or so? Don't you want to introduce yourself? Old man. While Sky was still alert, Nian walked up directly, reached out and patted one of the computer hosts, and said casually. The computer host was silent for a while, and then countless black and white screens in the basement lit up, showing the old face of a white man wearing round-framed glasses, who looked quite gentle. My name is Arnon Zola, a German scientist under the Red Skull during World War II. Before I died of cancer in 1972, I chose to upload my consciousness to the computer host database here and stay here forever. You can actually do this, Sky was shocked. Human-machine integration. He is really an old thing. Nian's face was calm, as if he was not surprised by this. In fact, when Alice was looking through all the data files of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, she had already noticed that such a semi-artificial intelligence deformed behind the scenes existed. This semi-artificial intelligence has been protecting the mysterious forces of the Winter Soldier. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., cannot know it, and the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. are also hidden and encrypted by the other party. It is precisely because of the existence of the other party. Even the artificial intelligence Alice cannot find Pietro's location at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After all, many intelligence files of S.H.I.E.L.D. behind the scenes are not stored in the headquarters building, but transferred to this place as the intelligence center, and then continue to be transmitted to other places. Everything is just to hide the shocking secret of the moment. Wait a minute, you just said that you are a scientist under the Red Skull. Sky's beautiful face turned much paler, and her thin dark lips were tightly pursed, unable to accept the truth of the moment. So. Nian touched his chin and sighed, this so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. should be called Hydra or Snake Shield, right? You guessed it right. On the computer screen, Dr. Zola had a faint smile on his old face, and said proudly in a slow voice. The Hydra organization was not destroyed by Captain America during World War II, he was far from being able to do this. It's just that after the leader Red Skull disappeared, the Hydra organization chose to hide all over the world and parasitize the newly established shield and has been growing until now. How could it be? Sky was like a believer whose faith collapsed, and her graceful body trembled violently. Nian asked, Pietro, was he also kidnapped by you Hydra, right? You mean, one of the twins born in New York? Dr. Zola paused and said, that child is very special and can help Hydra, but even Pierce doesn't know where he is now, so you can't find him. Really? Nian narrowed his eyes, calm and composed, no one knew what he was thinking. Insight Project. Sky took a deep breath, stared at the computer host, and asked in a deep voice, what exactly do you Hydra want to achieve with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Insight Project? At this point, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Dr. Zora said frankly and proudly, the most important thing about the Insight Project is the strategic weapon of aircraft carriers, and the Sora algorithm. Through the Sora algorithm, the aircraft carriers that are launched can simultaneously lock on to humans who are harmful and influential to Hydra politicians, lawyers, officers, soldiers, wealthy people, etc. 3 aircraft carriers are enough to kill 2 million humans in 1 second under the algorithm. Well, am I also in the shooting range? Nian raised his hand like a student and asked a question. No, you are not. Dr. Zora shook his head and said, according to the Sora algorithm, although you are the adopted son of the gods, you cannot pose any threat to Hydra. Nian. Good man, this is an insult, right? You tell us these secrets so readily, don't you care? You really don't treat us as human beings, right? Dr. Zora smiled and said proudly as if he had mastered the strategy, it doesn't matter, anyway, you can't leave here. Haven't you found it yet? I have been deliberately delaying your time. Sky's face changed drastically when he heard it. Nian's expression still did not change. He took out the mobile phone in his trouser pocket and gestured, and smiled, coincidentally, me too. What did you say? Dr. Zora was stunned. At this time, a part of the black and white computer screen first flickered, and then jumped to an image of a silver crown. In the basement, a pleasant and gentle female voice suddenly sounded, Master, a missile is approaching this way, and there are 26 seconds left. Nian was not panicked at all and issued an order, completely hack into the system here and copy out a copy of the Hydra intelligence file that he encrypted and hid. Alice, executing. What did you do? On the remaining computer screens in the basement, Dr. Zora's expression was horrified. He found that his control was constantly weakened. His permissions were modified one by one, and many encrypted archived intelligence data were being copied forcefully across the firewall. How is this possible? Dr. Zora couldn't understand it. You know. He has become a man-machine combination, and consciousness is code. In this world, no hacker can hack into the database he manages. What's more, he was hacked in without him noticing anything. Unless. Artificial intelligence, damn, how can you have such advanced artificial intelligence? Dr. Zora's voice of shock and anger sounded. He was being invaded in the most brutal way, and the defense that no one could break for decades was quickly collapsing. He is a semi-artificial intelligence that has been transformed from a human into a computer system program. In terms of calculation, he is far inferior to Alice, an artificial intelligence that was born for this purpose. If this continues, in the remaining 10 seconds, all the information of the Hydra organization will be leaked from him and known by the other party. Dr. Zora looked at Nian's calm face as always through the surveillance camera in the basement. What made him even more difficult to understand was, is this boy willing to die for this information? Missiles are about to bomb here. Chapter 208. Then let's die here together. After Dr. Zola realized that he had no power to resist, he began to give up resistance and chose another and last resort with a ferocious face. Artificial Intelligence Alice gave timely feedback, Master, he has activated the system's self-destruction program, which cannot be reversed. In addition, the missile has the last 10 seconds left and is about to arrive. 19. Alice has sounded the countdown. Like the whisper of death. Bang! Sky slapped his palm towards the ground very quickly, and the basement floor immediately shook. A small piece of iron sheet was lifted open by the excitement, revealing a hole under the ground that could accommodate a person lying down. Nian, lie down quickly. Sky gritted his teeth and resisted the dizziness. With inexplicable emotions in her beautiful eyes, she shouted decisively to the boy next to her, if you can survive, help me tell Captain America and Natasha about Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the secrets of the Insight Plan. Nian understood what Sky meant. He thought about it and jumped into the underground cave. Sky was about to cover the underground hole, but the boy suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed her ankle and pulled her down. Normally, Risk would definitely be able to react, but he had just used his ability and his head was still a little dizzy, so he was caught off guard and fell into the hole. 5, 4. Alice's voice continues, and the countdown is about to reach 0. What are you doing? Without me blocking the missiles outside, you would definitely die. Protect yourself with shockwaves, idiot. Nian sighed, and suddenly stretched out his arms to hug Sky's body, pressing him into the hole under him. Just after he completed this action, Alice's words count down, 2, 1. Among them, there are also Dr. Zola's high-spirited words without hesitation, long live Hydra. Outside, the abandoned US base is in the sky. A stream of orange flames appeared from the distant night sky and accurately landed on the large building at a very fast speed. Targeted missile bombing. This moment. Boom. The entire 3-story building covering an extremely large area exploded inch by inch, destroying the walls, windows, and everything inside. Huge explosions and shock waves penetrated downwards and broke through the surface of the earth, indiscriminately affecting the place where the computer host was stored. In the basement. Meow. The little emperor outside the cave opened his eyes wide. He was covered in fur, with a thick black covering from the end to the top. The blast wave swept through every corner of the basement, and soon poured into the underground caves. It was the first to hit the back of Nian, who was pressing on Sky's body. Don't want. Sky wailed and quickly stopped. Boom. Like exploding thunder, like angry red flames. Under the blast wave carrying shock waves and high temperatures, the boy's shirt burned instantly, revealing his naked and muscular body underneath. That body is divided like a golden ratio, without a trace of fat, and has bulging muscle curves like an assembly line, but does not appear fat. It is as perfect as a statue forged from steel. Zitsy. The pants and shoes on his body were also burned up in an instant, and bursts of boiling and hot lava-like flames washed along the young man's body, destroying everything but not even damaging a hair. Shockwave. Sky was stunned for a moment, then no longer hesitated and used his ability. The explosive waves and impacts that were slowed down by the boy's body were about to fall on her, but they were pushed away by waves of shock waves radiating from the air. Certainly. This shock wave also affected Nian, who was pressing on her. Only. Withstanding the missile blast and shock wave attacks at the same time, the young man's body remained standing, holding himself up without any pressure. While dizzy, Sky looked at the black-haired boy in front of him who was completely exposed to the blast waves. And his perfect body was bathed in a layer of red flames. At one moment, he seemed to witness a drop from a god standing in the sky. A ray of compassion. On the original site of the US base, the buildings were wiped out by missiles, leaving a piece of scorched earth. Rustle. The layer of ashes covering his body fell away like black snow. The boy crawled out of the underground hole. His naked body, which had indirectly withstood the missile bombing, was unscathed. Are you okay? Nian patted the ashes from his hair and looked down at the hole below. A graceful body wrapped in a tight-fitting black agent uniform stood up. Sky coughed. She looked up and was blocked by something unexpected. Sky was startled, quickly looked away, and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you save me?" "Just give the clothes I borrowed from you back to you, unfortunately, they are completely rotten." Nian didn't care. "Also, I'm too lazy, you should deal with your shield matters yourself, I'm just too lazy to care." Nian was shrugging. Not far away, a cloud of ashes spread slightly, and an orange figure jumped out of it. "It's okay, it's just a missile." Nian smiled and picked up Xiao Huang, stroked him to comfort him, and then put his hand into the cat's mouth. "Give me a set of clothes, just ordinary ones." Soon. Under Sky's shocked gaze, Nian took out a set of casual clothes from the cat's mouth. "Nian, are you a god?" Sky asked. Nian shook his head and put on his clothes. He responded. "No, I am just a human being favored by the goddess." Walked out of the ruins of the base destroyed by missiles. Nian looked at Sky, who was still in a trance, blinked and said. "Since I saved your life, can you help me keep my secret? After all, you are an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I don't want my affairs to be known by 10, even 100, or 1,000 people starting tomorrow. No one will believe your things even if you tell them." Sky gritted her teeth. This guy. Since he has Wonder Woman as his backer, he has been pretending to be an ordinary student with her. He obviously has a physique that is not afraid of missile bombing and cannot be hurt by shock waves. But he pretends to be afraid of being attacked in the car. He obviously has artificial intelligence and a strange cat, but he still relies on her as an agent. Sky really thought that everything could only be done by herself. She thought she had been running for a day and a night with the burden, and her spirit was always in a tense state. Unexpectedly, the burden turned out to be herself. "You can't leave yet," Sky suddenly said. "Why?" Nian looked at Sky curiously. He had already got what he wanted, and the purpose of this trip was completely achieved. He still had to go to class tomorrow. "Regarding the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D., you have to be responsible to the end." Sky looked at him with resentment. Huh. This is still the cold and cool agent. Nian was a little confused. Wouldn't he really rely on him? Sky took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You help me solve the current affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. And I will help you keep the secret. Not only that, I will eliminate the enemies who want to explore your identity in the future. I will also inform you of any action taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nian thought about it. This condition is not bad. Nian has no intention of controlling S.H.I.E.L.D., but this does not mean that he will let S.H.I.E.L.D. continue like this. Just like dealing with the empire of the underwater world. Nian just wants it to return to its original stability, and in the future, it will not pose any actual threat to him. I can promise you that I will help you deal with the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D., but I also have a condition. Nian raised his eyes and looked at Sky. What condition? Sky's face suddenly turned red, and he asked with forced calmness. I want you. Nian said in a deep voice. Become the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 209. Under Nian's gaze, Sky's beautiful eyes showed hesitation, and he quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you. I will try my best to become the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's not about trying your best." Nian shook his head. He changed his previous student temperament and said with an unquestionable tone. It is a must. After this incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely undergo a major purge, and the future structure will undergo earth-shaking changes. Nian did not want to waste his efforts, but hoped that after the reorganization, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be controlled by at least one being that he could trust in the future. Sky was a perfect fit and the obvious choice for the moment. Therefore, he took this as a condition for his action. Sky took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Okay, I will sit down in the chair of the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right, Nian smiled slightly. How do you plan to help me solve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs? Sky looked directly at the young man and asked solemnly. It's very simple. It should be said that the incidents I encountered before were just a trivial matter. Nian murmured to himself, then looked at Sky. I need you to do something for me. You said, as long as I can do it. Sky clenched her gloved fists and said firmly, moving forward. Kiss me. Ah. Sky's face was dull, and the newly condensed determination collapsed. She was full of astonishment, looking at Nian with a serious face. Kiss me, is it difficult to understand? Nian spread his hands. This, Sky seemed at a loss. He didn't know where to put his hands. He hesitated and looked at the surrounding scorched earth area that had just been flattened by missiles. Is it right here? Wait a minute, it's okay at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nian pondered, or, you close your eyes and let me take the initiative. Anyway, if I give you a chance, you won't. Before he could finish his words, he was suddenly thrown to the ground, and the little emperor in his arms was thrown aside. You hateful guy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Sky bit her soft lower lip and snorted like a madman. Then. She leaned down without hesitation, and as the dark golden hair fell, her slightly cold dark lips covered it. It's more like biting than covering. It was like the resentment that Nian had hidden from her before, the anger at being treated as a nanny even though she was an agent, and the shame that she had been suppressing in her heart, were all vented on the young man at once. Nian secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he had a body of steel, otherwise he would have been bitten all over. To his surprise, Sky's movements were very unfamiliar, just blocking her breath, pretending to be skilled and rough in taking the initiative. You don't want me to come? Nian sighed secretly. He held the back of Sky's head with one hand and leaned forward. Sky went limp. Nian took the initiative in an instant. After the cold softness, there was a warm and smooth feeling. Just like the secret agent appearance, she is a warm-hearted big sister. Medium, 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 medium. Nian began to seize the other party's medium. At night. New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Under the instructions from high-level officials, no one left the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters today. Collective agents and employees worked overtime, and the lights inside the headquarters building and factory were as bright as day. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters moved like a war machine, and began searching the entire internet for Captain America Steve Rogers, who was suspected of killing the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. And the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Skate, codenamed Concussion, and Agent Natasha, codenamed Black Widow, are also on the blacklist of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, top floor office. Agent Sitwell, who had a bald head, knelt down and with a solemn expression, he picked up a bloody, broken suit sleeve from a pool of blood next to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands wearing disposable gloves. Alexander Pierce is dead, Agent Sitwell couldn't hide his shock. His hand shook and his torn sleeve fell back onto the pool of blood. Behind him, there is a group of fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But everyone standing in the top office now feels chills running down their spines. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most authoritative and famous figure, died like this? He died in his top floor office for no reason, even simpler than the death of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. And not even a complete body was left behind. Even if Pierce dies, the Insight plan must still be implemented. Agent Sitwell was silent for a moment, then quickly made up his mind and loudly encouraged him with a fanatical look on his face. For Hydra. In the office, a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked enthusiastic and responded in unison, "Long live Hydra. The matter has long gone beyond the scope of the plan, before it can be delayed any longer, I will start the Insight project now." For Hydra. An agent captain listened to the noise coming from the intercom channel and immediately led another team of agents without hesitation and rushed towards the aircraft carrier factory under the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The terror of Hydra is about to reappear in the world. New Jersey, outside the abandoned U.S. base. Two beams of light broke through the night like bright sticks. A red ordinary car stopped next to the base. A man and a woman got out of the driver's seat and passenger seat respectively. The man is tall and handsome, holding a round shield. The woman is beautiful and cool, wearing a black uniform. Isn't it Captain America who escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D. during the day, and the Black Widow? They used the clues in their hands to trace it all the way here, hoping to explore the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. Only. Looking at the empty base reduced to a scorched earth, Rogers and Natasha were completely stunned and looked at each other. Are we too late? The island in the city where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters is located, on the bridge leading to the island's headquarters. The huge lake is quiet and peaceful, with the sounds of insects and frogs chirping. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on patrol around the perimeter lost the ability to resist one by one. They fell limply to the ground one after another. And some had their necks broken directly. Two figures emerged from the darkness onto the bridge shrouded in gentle light. What should I do next? The cold and beautiful woman with dark blonde hair asked. You don't have to do anything, just watch. As the black-haired boy spoke, he asked the female agent to help him hold the little orange cat, while he took a few steps forward and reached the center of the bridge. Nian's eyes were bright. He looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters complex 1,000 meters away in front of him. He slowly squatted down and placed the palm of his right hand against the bridge. What are you going to do? Sky didn't know why. As if Xiao Huang knew something, he humanely raised his white-gloved cat paws and tightly covered his cat ears. The next moment, Sky's eyes widened in surprise. I saw. The gravel on the bridge began to tremble, and under the bridge, the calm lake surface was filled with ripples and waves. Buzz. With Nian as the center, the entire bridge suddenly shook, and the air also trembled. How is it possible? Sky opened his mouth and looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. It's unmistakable, this is Shockwave. Her exclusive ability. The power of the shockwave this time far exceeded her past. Sky, watch carefully, this is how the shockwave is used. Nian slapped his left hand downwards and placed it against the bridge. His palms carried terrifying power. When both hands touched the ground at the same time, a powerful shock wave completely spread out. That is. It is far more powerful than the shock wave used by Sky before, 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more powerful. In an instant, the bridge trembled violently and was about to collapse. The lake below exploded, and the turbulent water roared like a wave. Not only the reinforced bridge, but also the entire island in the artificial city began to tremble and shake. Click. A shocking crack burst out from the bridge in front of Nian's hands, and then the crack became bigger and bigger. The cracks on the ground spread forward like a bolt of lightning, rushing straight to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters complex ahead. The earth is trembling. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, intelligence center room. Under daylight. Everyone in the huge intelligence room was preoccupied. They sat in front of the computer, most of them looking at the screen in a daze. There have been too many changes in the past 2 days. First, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was attacked and killed, then Captain America committed a crime and escaped, and now even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is dead. It can be said that today is simply S.H.I.E.L.D's darkest day. The anxious and silent atmosphere in the intelligence room was quickly broken by a voice. Bang! A glass fell to the smooth floor and shattered, and the brown coffee inside spilled all over the floor. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it, the cup fell by itself. Facing hundreds of pairs of eyes, the mistress of the cup said in a panic. Without waiting for her to explain. Bang! 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 Countless water glasses fell to the ground from the shaking and tilted table. The computer screen and ceiling lights shook violently and the light and shadow were blurred. Several deep cracks burst out from one side of the wall. The bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows were also fragile at the same time. Welcome to brokenness. Indoor. The S.H.I.E.L.D. employee was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned pale. There's an earthquake. Run away. Countless people instinctively fled for their lives. In the factory on the 10th floor below, the hanging giant aircraft carrier tilted, and the workers screamed and ran for their lives. Hundreds of meters above S.H.I.E.L.D's top floor, the office was clearly tilting and shaking, and furniture and decorations were falling down. The huge shock wave passed through the ground and was clearly transmitted to every corner of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky covered her mouth, suppressing the horror in her heart. Nian is actually using her ability, and he is more skillful and powerful than she is. Shock waves, in theory, can indeed reach the terrifying level of causing earthquakes. However, due to a characteristic of the shock wave ability, Sky would never be able to reach the theoretical level of use. When the shock wave ability is used externally, the user's body will also receive a certain amount of back shock. Even with the excellent human physique that Sky exercises daily, he cannot use shock waves for a long time or too powerfully, otherwise he will be knocked unconscious by the sudden countershock. For this, Nian, who possesses shock wave ability, is not immune. After all, the shock wave's backlash is not a shortcoming, but an ability characteristic. Like a double-edged sword. It's like God has placed a limit on this heaven-defying ability as a taboo. But it is true that Nian was not immune to the backlash, but he was able to endure the backlash. Man of Steel. Ignoring the force of the shock that could shatter the bones of ordinary people, Nian put his hands on the ground and used his shock wave ability to an unprecedented level of power. He stared straight ahead. If you want. Nian was able to destroy the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and bury everyone inside. But that's not necessary. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has been penetrated, it can be regarded as Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. But in fact, apart from many senior executives and agents, a large part of the employees are just workers without knowing it. This is also the most difficult part of handling this S.H.I.E.L.D. incident. If it is handled too harshly, many innocent people will die. If it is not thoroughly cleaned, many Hydra personnel will be let go, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will remain the same as Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra is the World War II villain organization that is best at hiding and infiltrating. Even if it stands in front of you, it is difficult for you to tell whether the opponent is Hydra or an ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. Employee. Alice, it's up to you. Nian spoke inexplicably while controlling the shock wave. Okay, master. Alice's sweet voice rang from the mobile phone on his body. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building, cameras located in every corner suddenly rotated and scanned the countless people fleeing in panic inside the room. 2 or 3 seconds later. Some people's bodies were marked with a red dot by the camera. Although Hydra's Dr. Zola just programmed the self-destruct system, Alice still stole some of Hydra's intelligence, including a list of Hydra personnel who have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. I saw it. Nian closed his eyes and felt the shock wave covering S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The shock wave had the characteristics of spider sense, allowing him to clearly sense which person was marked by the red dot of the camera. As Nian, who was 1,000 meters away, pressed down with his hands. In the earthquake-swayed S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building, an intelligence agent marked by a red dot was escaping. He suddenly felt a shock surge from the floor under his feet. A subtle and powerful shock hit his body. And his legs, a cloud of blood mist immediately overflowed, but the bones in the lower body were directly shattered. Under a burst of screams and exclamations, some of the S.H.I.E.L.D. employees who were escaping collapsed to the ground like straw. What's this? In the top-floor office of the headquarters, Agent Sitwell stared blankly at the red cursors appearing on himself and on the bodies of a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him. Powerful shock waves were like invisible energy tides, rushing up to their bodies. Screams rang out one after another. Sitwell and the agents fell down holding their legs. The body of steel allowed Nian to ignore a certain degree of backlash. The spider sense allows Nian to control shock waves to strike accurately. Shockwave mode is the first time that Nian has borrowed an ability mode that suits him so well after he obtained the body of steel and the spider sense. Simply perfect. Among the many extraordinary abilities that Nian has acquired, Shockwave is definitely Qing Xiaobing's unparalleled ability that ranks among the best. As long as the opponent's physical strength cannot withstand the shock and impact, he will be buried as much as possible. Like mowing grass. Hydra personnel lurking inside shield fell down one after another, their lower bodies shattered to the point of paralysis. Underground factory control room. Damn, damn, damn. Looking back at the agents and subordinates who were constantly falling to the ground, the captain of the special team. Crossbones, spit. He sprinted forward with all his strength with red eyes, and rushed into the factory control room that had already been evacuated. He takes the final step. A heartbreaking sting immediately shot up from the soles of his feet. And the boots he was wearing were pushed open by the shock wave. His crossbones feet were bloody, and the bones that instantly shattered into pieces were unable to support his legs. His body could only move forward. Fall forward. Last minute. Crossbones slapped his hand down on a red button, muttering like a fanatical believer, "Long live Hydra." System starts. Laugh. The ground on one side of SHIELD headquarters roared open to both sides, revealing the giant aircraft carrier of the factory underneath. The chassis of the aircraft carrier is like a steel armor engine magnified 1,000 times, spraying out dazzling white shimmering light. The moment the three ships rise up, the entire island in the city will be illuminated. Thousands of meters away from SHIELD headquarters. The eyes of Nian and Sky also reflected the grand and burning white light. Alice's voice rang from her mobile phone. "Master, what controls the aircraft carrier is the protection system carried by the carrier itself. I can't break through in a short time. Nian, we can't let the aircraft carrier go into the sky. The Insight project will be launched. Don't worry." Nian narrowed his eyes. If technology cannot solve the problem, then use physical means to solve it. Finished. Nian suddenly pressed down the palm of his hand that was on the bridge. Kaka. The bridge deck completely sank into a huge hole, and the water from the lake below rushed outward crazily. Cracks spread out like spider webs. This is far more powerful vibration than before. The force of the countershock made Nian, who had a body of steel, feel a little pain. It condenses like a real shock wave, spreading outward layer by layer, and concentrating upward in one place. That is, the three aircraft carriers that have started flying at the factory under SHIELD headquarters and want to fly into the sky. New York. Brooklyn, a hidden basement under a bridge. The chandelier and infusion bottle next to it trembled slightly. The one-eyed black man lying on a bed with his whole body bandaged opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, a short-haired woman dressed as an agent next to him immediately came forward excitedly. "Director, are you awake?" "Hill, what's going on, what's shaking?" Nick Fury asked weakly after waking up. "I don't know, but the source of the earthquake seems to be over at SHIELD headquarters," Agent Hill replied solemnly. "Could it be her?" Nick Fury murmured in a low voice, worry flashing in his eyes. The border of New York and New Jersey. Captain America and Black Widow, who had just returned to New York by car, were shocked to see the white light rising over New York City through the windshield. "Are we too late again?" A residential cottage in Queens, New York. "Peter, go to bed early." "Okay. Aunt May." The boy responded to the corridor outside the door, then raised his eyes blankly and looked out the window. There are three white halos in the night sky at the far end of the city, like dazzling stars that rise upwards, and soon turn into a fireball or extinguish and fall black under the trembling vibrations of the earth. It's like the earth has destroyed the stars and the sun in the palm of your hand. Chapter 210. The entire city island was still roaring with anger. Thousands of SHIELD agents, intelligence officers, workers, etc., who were not injured by the shock wave fled from the SHIELD building complex and underground factories to the open space in panic. Looking up, what caught everyone's eyes were three aircraft carriers that were shattered into pieces. They were burning like several small suns in the night sky. And they disintegrated from the red sky and fell into the huge lake on the island, stirring up more than 10 meters of lake water. This night is destined to be recorded in the history of SHIELD archives. It is also the night of the biggest cleansing and change of SHIELD since its establishment during World War II. The earth is shaking, and the sky is burning. SHIELD is shattered, and the aircraft carrier is destroyed. The SHIELD personnel who witnessed this scene on the field will probably remember the shocking changes that happened tonight in 10 or 50 years. At this moment, on the only bridge leading to the headquarters of SHIELD from the outside city, Nian exhaled a breath of hot air from his chest, retracted his palms, and slowly stood up straight. The reinforced bridge built at wartime level, at this time, the bridge deck, the bridge. And the bridge pillars below, all have large and small cracks, and the internal steel bars have been twisted and crushed, and are shaky under the backflowing lake water. So, it's solved. Sky held the little orange cat, her expression was dull, watching the last burning aircraft carrier parts in the distance fall into the dark and boundless lake. In Sky's view, an extremely difficult event was solved in just 10 minutes in the hands of the boy. The rotten shield can only be dealt with in this way, smashing and rebuilding. As for the rest, those who are not in the shield headquarters, other branches, and the remnants of Hydra in various corners of the world, you can only slowly pull them out and solve them. Nian's body shook, and the continuous high-intensity use of shock waves made him feel slightly dizzy. Sky hurried forward and held him up. Nian took a breath and looked at the devastated and turbulent shield headquarters in front of him. Don't think it's easy for him to handle. In fact, if there is no ability to integrate shock waves with itself, to achieve remote group precision strikes at once, and with the intelligence obtained by artificial intelligence Alice, it would definitely not be so easy to handle this incident. Of course. It can also be seen from here that in the face of absolute power, strategies and calculations are ridiculous. Hydra has always been just a group of rats and cockroaches hiding in the sewers of the world instead of the back. Some extraordinary people just think they are disgusting and are too lazy to dirty their shoes and step on them. As a result, Hydra still thinks they can destroy the world and subvert the era. Nian dares to pat his chest to guarantee. Even if he lets these 3 aircraft carriers go up, Hydra's insight plan will not be successfully implemented. They will be knocked down or exiled to outer space by some existences in minutes. However, Nian used his shockwave ability to eliminate the 3 aircraft carriers, and he also had his own thoughts. I have done what I should do, and what you are going to do has just begun. Nian looked at the cold and beautiful female agent who was supporting him. I know. Sky took a deep breath. She was obviously aware of it, and her beautiful eyes showed a firm look. This incident, the intelligence secrets about Hydra were intercepted by me using hacking methods. The earthquake at the SHIELD headquarters just now was also the result of my sudden burst of ability. As for you, after visiting the SHIELD headquarters, you have already returned to Washington alone. It's good that you understand. Nian nodded and pondered. After this incident, I'm afraid your name will become a nightmare for SHIELD, and the top leaders and various forces will also put pressure on you. However, once you endure in the past, the credit for destroying Hydra and stopping the Insight project will all fall on you alone. And your prestige in SHIELD will reach a level that no one can match. In the future, if SHIELD is reorganized or another new organization is established, you will be the strongest contender for the position of director. This is your disaster, but also your opportunity. Everything else can only be borne by you. I will give you a list of Hydra personnel, but that's all. Nian said it very straightforwardly. At the moment when Sky decided to let him take action, I believe that the other party has already realized it. I know what to do next. Sky's face was extremely calm. She let go of Nian's hand and handed Xiao Huang back to the boy's arms. You go, many people will rush here later. Okay, goodbye. Nian nodded, holding the little orange cat. He turned around and walked towards the city area leading to the outside world, leaving the female agent Sky standing alone on the bridge. In the area where Nian is about to leave the bridge. Behind. Suddenly, Sky's trembling voice came from the bridge. Nian, if I ask you for help again in the future, will you still help me? Nian did not stop. The boy and the cat left the bridge and disappeared into the darkness outside. Just threw down a sentence. Isn't this nonsense? We are accomplices. Thank you, Nian. Sky couldn't help but smile at the corners of her pretty mouth, and her beautiful face turned back to cold and indifferent. She suddenly clenched her hands into fists. And although it was far less than the previous Nian, it was still far beyond her past shock waves. Buzz. The powerful shock wave spreading outward from Sky completely shattered the already shaky bridge and spread to the city area 1,000 meters away. She coughed up a mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and the exposed body surface also reverberated with blood beads. Her graceful body fell with the roar of the collapsed bridge deck and fell into the dark and cold lake below. With a plop. Next to her, it seemed that someone jumped into the lake. Monday morning. The sun was shining, and it was another peaceful and beautiful day. Washington, High School. The current season has completely entered spring, and the campus is lush with green grass and lush branches and leaves. It is approaching class time. Many high school students are walking back and forth in the corridor, and the LCD screen in the main hall on the first floor of the teaching building begins to play the morning news that happened yesterday. At 8:10 last night, a 5.8 magnitude earthquake occurred in the area near Brooklyn, New York, Fortunately, most of the earthquake centers were factories, no one was working when the earthquake occurred, and no casualties were caused. Some people in the local area claimed that they saw 3 white lights in the sky at night, which appeared along with the earthquake. It was suspected to be a second attack by alien forces. Many wealthy people fled New York overnight. The authorities and the mayor have refuted this rumor. 2 beautiful girls followed a boy into the teaching building. The lazy black-haired boy looked up at the screen that was broadcasting the news, and soon turned his eyes away without interest. He covered his mouth with his hand and yawned lightly. "Senior is so sleepy. What did you do last night? Did you go to your house?" Kara approached Gwen curiously and warned her jokingly in her ear, "Senior, we agreed that you can't cheat." "Kara, what are you talking about?" "I didn't." Gwen's cheeks blushed, and she spit, then looked at Nian with a hum. "What are you looking at me for?" Nian looked at the two curiously. In addition, when did their relationship become so good? What else did they agree to do with each other? Dividing line. This is the second time this month to ask for monthly tickets. Let's see if I can get to the top 250. Brothers, please give me some support. U003C. Over, U003E. Chapter 211. Nian, we. Gwen was about to say something to Nian, but at this moment, the news on the TV in the teaching building jumped and Nian's attention was attracted. Related reports say. A mysterious British tycoon acquired Drake Biological Company in New York. Since the death of biological scientist Drake Biological Company has been in a state of bankruptcy. It is hard to imagine that someone would take over such a mess. Drake Biological Company changed its name to Future Chronicle. And its main purpose seems to be to create cross-century future technology products. What is even more unexpected is that on the first day of the establishment of Future Chronicle, Tony Stark's secretary Pepper Potts came to ask for cooperation. Not only that, the reporter also saw the figure of Wayne Industrial Product Manager at the door of Future Chronicle. In the main hall and corridor of the teaching building. The students were also attracted by the news, their eyes full of brilliance and surprise. Stark Industries is one of the top companies in the world, especially in the fields of technology and intelligence. Only Wayne Industries can compare with it. It is the future workplace that many people dream of all their lives. In other words, the salary is very high, who wouldn't want to go? As for Wayne Industries, it is actually part of Wayne Group, and Wayne Group is a giant old-fashioned enterprise in Gotham City. It can be said that if you join Wayne Group, you don't have to worry about your life. The expenses, childbirth, education, retirement, etc. of employees are all met by the major developed industries in Gotham. If you want to develop in Gotham City, then Wayne Group is the heavenly choice. And this newly established future era can be favored by both Stark Industries and Wayne Industries at the same time, which obviously has its unique features. So, this news became popular like the promotional video of Future Era. Seeing that the students and teachers of the school began to discuss Future Era. "Wait, I'll go to the bathroom first." Nian said hello to Gwen and Kara, and then hurried to the campus bathroom. Entered a single room in the bathroom. Nian put on the headphones, took out his mobile phone, and whispered, "Alice, what's the cooperation between Stark Industries and Wayne Group? Also, why do I feel a little familiar with Drake Biological Company?" As for the creation and operation of Future Chronicle Company, Nian was fully responsible to the artificial intelligence Alice. He only provided a general concept and idea, so even he was a little confused when he saw the news just now. "What happened? Master. Didn't you ask me to acquire a company a few days ago? The boss of Drake Biological Company died in a spacecraft accident a few months ago, so that the company under his name basically collapsed. Its own industrial foundation is first class, and it is enough to build a spacecraft alone at its peak. Overall, it is the best choice for us to acquire." Listening to Alice's pleasant and fluent words, Nian gradually recalled. Died in a spacecraft accident? Isn't the other party the one who was parasitized and controlled by the last alien symbiote, and then forced onto the spacecraft by the first 3-in-1 black kitten? Unexpectedly, this Drake Biological Company finally fell into my hands. It was really a fate. Wait, with the basic conditions of Drake Biological Company, if you want to acquire it, are those tens of millions of funds enough? Even if Nian didn't understand this industry, he knew that even if the industrial level of Drake Biological Company was poor, it would not be acquired by tens of millions of dollars. "I haven't finished yet." Alice continued, "When acquiring Drake Biological Company, I released some news to Stark Industries and Wayne Industries, that is, the concept of some technological products in hand. They expressed their interest on the same day, so there was the next cooperation. I see, Nian thought for a moment, and then asked. What products are they interested in? Stark Industries wants to cooperate with us to manufacture nanometals. Wayne Industries wants to jointly study the universe translator. Alice said. Nian nodded. When he saw the metal spider armor in the parallel universe, he knew that the material trend of Iron Man's future steel armor would definitely be nanometal. Think about it. Do you want to take a steel suitcase out every day to transform, or do you want to pick up a pair of lightweight and tiny glasses to transform? Nanometal can also automatically deform and fit the body. So, nanometal is indeed attractive enough to the other party. As for Wayne Industries, the cosmic translator. Nian blinked his eyes and took out the items from the devouring space. Unexpectedly, it would attract the attention of Wayne Industries and even the Bat Boss behind it. Universe, translation. Nian suddenly recalled. Before, Superman Carl had told him that he might need his ability as a backup in the future. It seems that the Justice League has been planning something. However, Aunt Diana has temporarily withdrawn from the Justice League, so the League's affairs have little to do with him. Alice continued, relying on the cooperation of Nanometal and the Cosmic Translator, I obtained a huge amount of advance funds, so I acquired the entire Drake Biological Company. Including industry and all fixed assets. Since the owner has been busy on weekends, I didn't tell you in advance. It doesn't matter, you have no problem operating it. Nian affirmed. Nanometal. Even if he doesn't cooperate with Stark Industries, with Tony Stark's ability, he can develop it independently in a few years. As for the Cosmic Translator. Just think of it as some assistance he gave to the Justice League. What those people are planning now must be terrifying and dangerous enough. Besides, in addition to Nanometal and Cosmic Translator. There are many cutting-edge technologies in Spider-Man's legacy, and there are endless and complicated alien items in the devouring space. So now, how much is my net worth? Nian suddenly remembered something important, but not so important. Alice said quickly, there is not much circulation, only more than $1 billion. At present, the funds are basically used for acquisitions, the fixed assets are conservatively estimated at $50 billion. Nian touched his chin and sighed secretly. Cutting-edge technology is really valuable. Think about Aunt Diana who has worked for nearly 100 years and only has a deposit of $1 billion, even though Aunt Diana works to integrate into human society. It is impossible to work, and it is impossible in this life. I can only live like this by raising artificial intelligence for free. Ha-chow. Washington, a law firm. A tall woman wearing a shirt uniform, with perfect appearance, shape, and temperament, suddenly sneezed slightly, and her delicate and beautiful face looked a little cute at that moment. Unfortunately, Nian didn't see this scene, otherwise he would feel that he had lost $50 billion. The female secretary who passed by the door of the office heard the sound and said in great surprise. Diana, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but you actually sneezed. Well, this is really surprising, after all, in our opinion, you never get sick. I just got cold last night, the black-haired woman smiled slightly and responded elegantly and calmly. I don't know why. She suddenly wanted to teach her children a lesson. Chapter 212. The class bell outside just rang, and the students still in the corridor of the teaching building couldn't help but quicken their pace, and there was a beautiful figure among them. Assistant Instructor, Felicia. Nian looked at each other from a distance, and his eyes instinctively fell on the fair and delicate neck, where the collar of the white shirt was tightly buttoned. Down. The similarly tight white shirt outlines a graceful arc. Although Nian quickly looked away. But Felicia, who was as sharp as a cat, still noticed it. Her beautiful eyes were so cold that they seemed to be twinkling with faint light. She held the document tightly with both hands to block the place that seemed to be aching slightly, and walked past Nian on black high heels. Teacher, do you need help? Nian blinked and asked proactively. No need, classmate Nian, let's go back to class quickly. Felicia paused in her steps. Her beautiful eyes were not cold at all. She smiled at Nian and said in a soft and gentle voice. By the way, although it is spring now, but it's still a bit cold, so it's best to wear long sleeves when going out. Like the big sister next door, she makes people feel like a spring breeze. Okay, thank you teacher. Nian smiled, and the two seemed harmonious and beautiful. If threats and counter-threats had not been played out in the office before, they might really be a pair of teachers and students with a good relationship. Return to the classroom alone. Nian sighed secretly. In the face of his greeting just now, it would be okay if Felicia showed disgust or disregard, after all, that was a normal reaction, but the other party turned out to be gentle and caring. Got into trouble with an animal like a cat. It seems that it will be difficult to settle down at school in the future. After class, Gwen took Nian to the rooftop of the teaching building and mentioned what she wanted to say but had no time to say. You joined the Avengers? Nian looked at the short-haired girl in surprise. It doesn't count as joining. Gwen waved her hands quickly and explained, I just reached a certain cooperation with Mr. Iron Man Stark. As a hero of Spider-Woman, I should hone my identity with the Avengers. After I graduate from college or university, I still want to stay in Washington. After all, what we said, study together from elementary school to university, work and live together after graduation. Speaking of which. Gwen's face turned red, and then she looked at the silent Nian and asked in a low voice, Nian, are you not angry? Of course not. As a superhero to punish evil, isn't this the dream you have always dreamed of? Training with the Avengers is indeed a good choice, you can choose to quit the internship at any time. Yes, in fact, I'm just interning at Stark Industries to train myself with the Avengers. When my cousin reaches a certain age, if he also wants to embark on the path of a superhero, let him do it for me, I'll replace it. Gwen seemed to finally relax. She grabbed Nian's palm with her small hand, put it on her cheek and rubbed it gently. Nian, thank you for supporting me. Nian looked at Gwen, whose face was as rosy as an apple. He couldn't help but move his fingers down along the smooth face, and pinched the girl's white, small and smooth chin. Gwen seemed to know what Nian wanted to do. Although she still felt shy in school, she still closed her eyes with trembling eyelashes. Their faces began to get closer, and they could feel each other's breath. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the door of the rooftop of the teaching building, and a figure appeared with a swaying skirt and blonde hair. Gwen exclaimed and took a few steps back in fright. Like a frightened rabbit, the chest of her uniform shook violently. Nian was startled as if he knew who it was, but he saw that slender figure rushing into his arms like a stream of light, with an afterimage, and the white blonde hair shone and spread out in the bright sunshine. Kara's big eyes flashed cutely and slyly, her hands wrapped around Nian's neck, hanging on his body like a doll. Senior, I am also doing internships and training in Gotham, I will become stronger and surpass sooner or later, my cousin, can you give me some practical encouragement? Kara. Two spider threads landed on the white blonde girl, trying to drag her away from Nian, but ended up dragging her along with Nian. Two beautiful girls and a boy hugged each other tightly, rolling to the ground entangled in white spider silk. The quarrels and helpless efforts to persuade the fight continued, and curses and laughter rang in the sky above the high school. Full of youthful fragrance. Afternoon. After school. Nian said goodbye to Gwen and Kara respectively and returned to his residential complex. Nian was surprised by Gwen and Kara's choice, but took it for granted. Both of them have the ability and dream to become superheroes. They are currently training and practicing with the help of the Avengers and the Justice League respectively. I believe they will shine soon. Adolescence is the right time to pursue dreams. Everyone has a future to work towards. Only Nian wanted to go home and lie down comfortably. It is precisely because he has experienced too many extraordinary events that he does not want to become a superhero. In the future, he just needs to protect the things around him. Let my aunt not wear a magical battle suit every day, but a comfortable and soft gauze nightgown. Such a peaceful and casual daily life is the future that Nian wants. Although he has gone deeper and deeper into the extraordinary realm of the world, deeper than many heroes and alliances. Return to your home floor. Nian took out the key and opened the door, but in an instant, the spider sense detected someone in the house. This feeling. Not Aunt Diana, nor Wanda. Nian, be careful. Ken Luo's thoughts echoed in his heart in time, carrying an unprecedented sense of fear. Master, enemy attack. In the main hall of the house, all electronic devices flashed red lights and sounded alarms. At the same time, Nian, who opened the door, also saw the presence standing in his living room. Beside the cub of the element-eating beast, Xiao Huang, was covered in fur. A pair of vertical cat eyes stared at the opponent coldly. An evil darkness appeared in the orange cat tail, and the symbiotic venom was also reviving. Why are you here? Nian was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, it's okay, the alarm has been lifted, we are one of our own. Nian then said to the little orange cat on the ground, Xiao Huang, you can't beat her, didn't you try it last time? The darkness on Xiao Huang's body immediately faded away, returning to the orange color all over his body, and he shook his little head dejectedly. That's right. Isn't the person standing in his living room right now none other than Master Gui? The bald woman's face was as calm as ever, but this time she was wearing a set of pure black monk's robes, which did not look evil at first glance. It seemed as if it was bathed in holy light, without any decay. One of my own, you are really good at talking. Master Gu Yi stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the boy expressionlessly. You are Wanda's magic teacher, so you are one of our own, Nian asked confidently. Master Gu Yi was silent for a moment, the expression in his eyes fluctuated, and he said calmly, listen to Wanda, if you have anything to do with me, come to me. Yes, something happened. Nian remembered his previous conversation with Wanda and walked directly into his room without changing into slippers. He quickly took out two iron-plated objects, a round ball and a Rubik's Cube, from the cabinet under the bed and the computer table. Seeing Nian placing those two items so casually, Master Gu Yi outside the living room was speechless for a moment. Another person might have complained directly. Mage, I want you to help me identify these two items. Nian came to Master Gu Yi with a ball in one hand and a Rubik's Cube in the other. For him, Master Gu Yi is trustworthy enough. Not just because the other person is Wanda's teacher. The Ancient One Master knows his multimodal identity. And is powerful enough as the guardian of the earth. Last time the out-of-control Trinity almost collapsed the continent, but in the end it was the Ancient One Master who came on the scene to solve the problem. Put aside, if the other party wanted to, he would probably have obtained the two items in his hand long ago. And there is. Nian always feels that Master Gu Yi has an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Master Gu Yi lowered his head, looked at the items in his hand, reached out and drew a circle to the side, opening a teleportation portal. In the center of the living room, Mars spins. Come with me, Master Gu Yi stepped into the portal. Nian followed closely. After crossing the teleportation portal, Nian discovered that what he and Gu Yi arrived at was not a holy land for magicians, but a modern ordinary city block. Is this New York City? Nian raised his head and looked far away. He could see the iconic high-rise buildings in a far city center. This is supposed to be located on the edge of downtown New York, not so prosperous, with golden sunlight shrouding the quiet and neat western streets. Master Gu Yi walked directly to the side of the street. It was a church-style building, 5 or 6 stories high. There was a large retro clock on the front of the top floor of the building. Bleecker Street, 177A. Master Gu Yi took Nian into the church building. The light inside was dim and everything was retro and mysterious. Monks in robes hurriedly came down the wooden stairs, meet the Supreme Master. He glanced at the young man standing next to Gu Yi in surprise. He didn't expect that the Supreme Mage would bring an ordinary person into this place, and he was still a child. This is the first time in decades. This is the New York Sanctuary, one of the 3 major sanctuaries. This is Master Daniel, the guardian of the New York Sanctuary, Master Gu Yi introduced to Nian. Mr. Daniel, good afternoon, Nian greeted politely. Hello, kid. Daniel responded quickly and asked curiously, Supreme Mage, is he our future junior brother? Master Gu Yi did not respond, but ordered, go and practice, New York Sanctuary is under my watch. Okay, Mage Supreme. Daniel nodded quickly, and did not continue to ask questions. He bowed his hands again, quickly opened a portal and disappeared into the sanctuary. At this time, the huge New York Sanctuary fell completely silent. Master Gu Yi pinched out an unknown Dharma seal with his hands, and the space suddenly experienced ripples like a glass mirror, which quickly merged into the space and returned to calm. Take that out first. Master Gu Yi gestured towards the Rubik's Cube in Nian's hand. Nian immediately handed over the Rubik's Cube in his right hand. Master Gu Yi transformed into several magic golden threads and wrapped them around the iron-plated Rubik's Cube. The hot red golden threads kept shaking off sparks and melting the iron. Accompanied by bunches of blue. The beam of light glowed, and the gold-plated Rubik's Cube returned to its original appearance. The shape of a perfect cube, with its own dazzling blue light, is transparent and mysterious inside, containing unknown and powerful energy. Red gold wire locks the blue Rubik's Cube. How much do you know about it? Master Gu Yi glanced at the Rubik's Cube, then looked up at Nian and asked. Nian shrugged and said bluntly, I know this thing was found by the leader of Hydra Red Skull from a pyramid tomb during World War II. They called it the Cosmic Cube, and Hydra used it to mass-produce infinite energy. After World War II, the Rubik's Cube has been under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D., which has been studying it secretly. Iron Man's father used it to discover new elements, so he was targeted by Hydra. More than 10 years ago, someone used it to create a light-speed engine, which also indirectly led to the death of a female Air Force member, Carol Danvers. Then a few months ago, the false alien god Loki used it to open a space portal and connect it to the other end of the universe, causing the Battle of New York. This is all the information that Nian obtained from Hydra last night. The cosmic Rubik's Cube, throughout the history of human science and technology, has always been traced behind the scenes. Just like the mother box of Apocalypse. But it is completely different from the mother box. The cosmic cube, many people know only its surface. The ancient mage shook her head slightly, and with a squeeze of her hands, the Martian golden wires immediately tightened, and the universe Rubik's cube began to burst. Nian opened his eyes wide in surprise. The outer shell of the cosmic Rubik's cube shattered into pieces and dissipated into blue light energy, revealing the hidden things inside like the core. A gem the size of your thumb. To be more precise, a sapphire. The whole body of the gem glowed with brilliant blue light, its power was unpredictable, and it was suppressed by the golden wire of Mars and hung in the air. The ancient master spoke softly. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, the world was in chaos. The Big Bang created 6 elemental crystals, which roamed the new universe. These are the infinity stones. Each infinity stone controls a specific attribute. Sapphire, space; ruby, reality; yellow gem, mind; purple gem, power; orange gem, soul; and emerald, time. While Master Gu Yi was explaining, he continued to use his spells to create a golden filament of Mars, which was wrapped around the ball on Nian's left hand. The metal of the ball is constantly melting, and the core inside, which cannot be melted, is also a gem. However, the color of the gem is yellow, which is equally dazzling and shocking to the soul. That's it. So, these two are the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, and the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter are just their carriers. Nian's eyes showed a sudden look, and he suddenly asked excitedly. Mage, could it be that, collecting 6 infinite gems can grant any wish, or summon a dragon or something? Wish? Shenlong. The ancient mage was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said. Each of the infinite gems with different specific attributes will be competed by different civilization forces in the universe, and will eventually be controlled by the ability of the gems, leading to the collapse of civilization and the fall of the planet. Not to mention gathering 6 infinity stones, the power of the stones is enough to destroy half the universe. Oh well. Nian was disappointed. When he looked at the gem again, he was far less excited than before. He was happy for nothing. Master, do you want gems? I'll give you 2 of them. Ancient Master, Nian's thoughts are pure. He originally took the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter away from the New York War to prevent them from causing secondary harm. Although we now know the importance and properties of gems, we also know that the infinite gems are difficult to control and will eventually destroy the user, directly or indirectly. So, this infinite gem is a hot potato for Nian. It is better to leave it to Ancient One, the supreme mage of the earth, to keep it to avoid getting into trouble. The Ancient One Master responded solemnly, since you have obtained the infinite gems, it means that the gems have chosen you. You will also be regarded as the guardian of the gems in the future. But you can no longer place the infinite gems randomly, they need to be kept properly. She took out a silver pendant necklace from the sleeve of her black robe. Under the strange spell cast, the metal pendant opened like a mechanism, revealing an empty groove inside, and a gold wire pulled the space gem and embedded it in. Kaka. The metal pendant is closed, sealing the space gem inside so that the blue light cannot escape. Gu Yi stretched out his hand and pointed. The silver metal necklace floated forward and was put on the young man's neck. Nian. Dividing line. It's the end of the real month. There are double events. Please beg for monthly tickets and give 250 people to this book. U003C. Over, U003E. Chapter 213. New York Sanctuary. A faint beam of light shines through the window into the empty and silent interior of the church. There is not even a trace of dust in the air. The strange and ancient Western architecture and interiors seem to have not changed for hundreds of years. Main hall on the first floor. Nian looked down at the silver metal necklace worn around his neck, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He always felt that Master Gu Yi was more troublesome than him, so he used this method to shirk the problem. I really don't want to be a gem guardian or something. After all, in most stories, this is basically the character targeted by the villain. Master Gu Yi said, I used a magic weapon to seal the space gem, and added a layer of magic modification to make it look more like an ordinary silver necklace. You can just wear it on your body, and others will not notice it. Can I not wear this gem necklace? Nian fiddled with the pendant with a sad look on his face. Master Gu Yi didn't know what to say. Cosmic Cube, Space Gem. I don't know how much shock and turmoil it will cause in the outside world. It is a priceless treasure that countless civilizations in the universe want to compete for. Only the current boy felt disgusted and wanted to shake it off. As if he was worried that Nian would throw the gem into the locker at home afterwards, Master Gu Yi quickly said. The magic weapon necklace has become the carrier of the space gem, although it basically functions as a seal. The magic weapon also obtained the element attributes of the space. Wearing it, even ordinary people can use space spells to a certain extent. Master Gui gestured to Nian, you can reach out and hold the pendant of the magic weapon and try it. Nian heard the words and tried. As he held the cold metal pendant of the necklace in his palm, a little mysterious blue light suddenly overflowed from his fingers. Compared with the previous destructive energy, the current energy is obviously much gentler. A magical feeling came to Nian's heart. This is, Nian's eyes showed surprise. Master Gui explained, this magic weapon necklace will record where you have been, the moment you hold it, no matter where you are, it can allow you to reach the point you have recorded across space. No distance limit? Yes, there is no distance limit. Master Gui nodded lightly, even if you are tens of millions of light years away, on the other side of the end of the starry sky, as long as you hold it, you can cross it directly, however, you can only use it 3 times a day. The function of this magic weapon is TP. Nian thought about it and asked curiously, what if I am in other dimensions? Master Gui looked at him silently and said calmly, you can try it. Forget it then. Nian shrugged. He had no intention of trying it at all. He stuffed the pendant into his clothes and sighed, then I'll put it on reluctantly. As for the other gem. The ancient mage's profound eyes fell on the mind gem that was still exposed in the air and glowed with a hazy yellow light. I will also make it into a magic weapon to confine and hide the power of the gem, but only one person can wear it, a gemstone artifact, otherwise the 2 gemstones will be revived by the continuous resonance. You can choose a gem guardian who is powerful enough and give it to her. Until then. Master Gui paused for a moment before asking Chao Nian, can you lend me this gem for a while? Borrow gems? Nian was confused. His original intention was to hand over the gems directly to Gui for safekeeping, but Gui didn't want them, so he pushed them back, and now he's borrowing the gems in another way. What I borrowed was the soul gem. In Nian's opinion, space gems are definitely better in use than mind gems, right? After all, time is supreme and space is king, ahem, that's a long way off. If you want to use it, just use it. Nian was very happy. Master Ancient One raised his hand, hid the mind gem in the mirror space, and said calmly. Since I borrowed something from you, I must exchange it equally. You can choose any magic weapon here in the Holy Land of New York, and treat it as if I borrowed the gem, cost. Nian thought for a while and agreed. Then I won't be polite. What's this? Nian was the first to take a fancy to a tripod-like object next to the wooden stairs in the main hall on the first floor. He put his hands on the cauldron and stuck his head into the hollow of the cauldron. It was pitch dark and he couldn't see anything. This is the cauldron of all things. Master Gui said, it allows the user to see what happened in all timelines in the past. The Master's Sanctuary understands the past of the current world through this magical instrument so as to make the correct choices and actions for the future of this world. Being able to see the past of this world, Nian opened his eyes wide, a little surprised. This is the ultimate encyclopedia of the past. From here it is possible to see the heritage and capabilities of the Mage Sanctuary. As long as they want to, they can even know everything about your past life. The ancient master said, the cauldron of all things can only be used by the guardians of the New York Sanctuary. It is also the most important reason why the Mage Sanctuary can observe and protect the world. In addition to this magical weapon in the New York Sanctuary, you can choose. Mage. Nian suddenly thought of an important point, and said quickly with a solemn expression, help me use this magic weapon to observe what happened in a place during the New York War a few months ago. I can give up choosing the magic weapon. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the Ancient One Mage, and he quickly said, you want to use the cauldron of all things to find the whereabouts of a boy named Pietro. Yes, Nian nodded. Last time. Although the artificial intelligence Alice intercepted some Hydra intelligence information from Dr. Zora, and even turned out the list of Hydra personnel, there was still no confidential information about Pietro. This shows that Hydra regards Pietro as very important. Dr. Zora's final self-destruction program also buried a lot of information. The clues are temporarily broken. Now Nian knows that the Ancient One Mage has a god-level magic weapon like the Cauldron of All Things. If science can't do something, then why not use metaphysics? The Ancient One was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't do it. Why? Can't the Cauldron of All Things see what happened in all past timelines? That's what you said. The Ancient One's face remained unchanged. While casting a spell on the Cauldron of All Things, she responded calmly, because 2 weeks ago, Wanda asked me to use the Cauldron of All Things to find out the whereabouts of her brother. A three-dimensional scene appeared above the Cauldron of All Things, like a projection, with light and shadow interweaving to form a single-family house and a boy and girl returning home from school. The boy wore goggles, had short silver hair, and was covered in dust. The girl wore a skirt, with crimson hair falling on her backpack, well-behaved and elegant. Nian recognized it at a glance. That house was Wanda's home before it was destroyed by alien artillery fire in the New York War. The girl and boy were twins, Wanda and Pietro. This is the timeline 3 months ago. Chapter 214. Pietro, are you going to compete with your classmates again? Humph, of course, I will definitely become the fastest man in the world in the future. You lost all your pocket money to others, don't ask me for it. Wanda, let me call you sister. The crimson girl and the silver-haired boy who returned home were chatting at the door. After returning to the single-family house, they both kept their mouths shut. Inside the house, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper, and a middle-aged woman was walking in and out of the kitchen, where the aroma of food overflowed. You're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Go wash your hands. Okay. The twins responded in unison. The happy scene of a family of 4 is reflected on the cauldron of all things. The scenes are extremely detailed and real, and it doesn't feel like watching an image at all. Nian knows. It was a real scene in a family in downtown New York in a certain timeline in the past. He knows it too. Not long after. This peaceful and harmonious ordinary family will face a disaster. The ancient mage clasped his seal with both hands, and on the cauldron of all things, the transformed past scenes continue to accelerate. It's like fast-forwarding the video 10 times or 100 times faster. The sun sets and the moon rises. The night dissipates and dawn revives. Nian and Gui. Observing this family of 4 from God's perspective, what happened was an ordinary family routine. That's why Nian felt a little sad in his heart. That cute crimson girl didn't know that she was about to usher in a turning point in her life. When quickly switching to a past observation screen. Wait a minute, pause. Nian seemed to have discovered something and stopped Master Gui. Master Gui immediately stopped the illusion and stepped back a little. Nian's heart trembled slightly, but it was in the past scene, in the corner of the alley not far from Wanda's house. A very familiar small figure appeared. Her long dark green hair fell casually down her thin shoulders. And her delicate face was dyed thick with smoke. The young and exquisite girl's body was leaning against the street lamp alone. She crossed her arms and looked arrogant and unruly. The moment they saw the girl, the gangsters nearby would turn around and leave in fright. It seemed like everyone was afraid of her. Only when Nian saw the figure of the green-haired girl, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise, and his eyes couldn't help but feel distress and love. Dusk sets, and night falls again. The green-haired girl leaned proudly on the corner of the alley, watching the Wanda-Pietro twins return home from a distance. It wasn't until the street lights next to them and the house in the distance lit up that she shrugged nonchalantly and turned around to leave the small and determined girl. The figure disappeared into the city night. Nian suddenly wanted to touch the girl's head, but she would definitely get scolded. Nian wanted to hug the girl again, but she would definitely bite her. But, even if you are scolded or bitten, I still touch my head when I need to, and I still hug when I need to hug. Isn't this my younger brother's responsibility? It's a pity that Nian doesn't know where the boss is now and can't contact him by phone. With the confirmation of the jellyfish split sent by Gon Luo, he only knows that the boss has long since disbanded the gang organization and left New York City. Master Gui, continue. Nian recovered his thoughts and said to Master Gui next to him. Master Gui shook his head and said, it's almost gone. Huh. Nian was stunned, and soon understood what Gui meant. I saw. The cauldron of all things, which had been imagining the scene of a family of 4 in the past, at a certain moment, the scene of the past timeline suddenly blurred, making it impossible to see clearly. What happened? Nian asked in shock. Master Ancient One said, after a certain moment in the past, the twins' past can no longer be observed by the cauldron of all things, only they themselves can know what happened at that time. Is this kind of situation common? Nian frowned. Master Ancient One waved his hand to disperse the phantom and responded. It's not common, it's just an exception, but there are so many mysterious things in the universe, so it's not surprising that accidents happen. Even there are many things that I can't see through. As the Supreme Mage, she is actually very open-minded. Instead of being stubborn and having to see through or trace the source, she is more willing to let go. Nian thought for a while and continued to ask, when did it start in the past? Master Gui said bluntly, the night before the New York War. The night before the Battle of New York. Nian's instinctive memory quickly froze. He remembers. At that time. New York Sanctuary, 2nd floor. Nian climbed up the wooden steps under the leadership of Master Gui. The 2nd floor was more like a retro and strange museum. Many of the collected items were placed in separate glass cabinets. The window on one side is round, letting in a little light, and there are wall lights in the corridor and lobby, but the interior is still dark. Nian glanced curiously at the hall. Good guy. There are also items such as boots and belts inside. Although they look ordinary in appearance, they may be stored separately in the glass counter of the sanctuary. Naturally, they are not normal strange things. Etc. Master Gu, is that an axe? Nian blinked and pointed to a glass counter in a corner. Is it also a magic weapon? Master Gu put his hands behind his back and explained, that is called the cosmic cauldron. Born in the endless mist of time, with the soul leaving the body, it can lead us to explore the eternal and unchanging mysterious nature of the universe. It can also be used for magician battles to kill hostile souls. What about this? Nian found another long sword, shining with cold light, bright and clean, and glowing with a faint power. That is the dragon tooth sword. Master Gu smiled and said with reminiscence, it is a magic weapon made of the teeth of giant dragon creatures in other dimensions, it is indestructible. Okay. Nian spread his hands. He knew it. No matter which world, the mage will not give up the dream of close combat. What about this belt? Nian asked casually. Like your gem magic weapon, it has the nature of space, can store items of any size, and has the space of an entire city. Forget it. After listening to Guyi's explanation, Nian walked away and no longer looked at the belt magic weapon. How can this compare to the cat's mouth? Well, the little emperor's devouring space is more useful. Nian took a fancy to another magic weapon. A transparent crystal ball, sitting on a piece of red cloth in the glass cabinet, looks mysterious and shining. This type of magic weapon is in line with his impression of the wizard. Agamotto crystal ball. The ancient wizard walked to the side of the boy and explained patiently, it is a magic weapon similar to radar. When a magical event occurs anywhere in the world, the Agamotto crystal ball will float up and show the location of the magical event. Nian was a little disappointed. He thought it was a divination-type magic weapon that could predict the future. What about this magic weapon? Nian looked at a place next to him, where there was a crystal magic wand with devil-like sharp horns on both ends, which also fits the temperament of the wizard. Wadham's wand. The ancient one took a look and said, it can assist the mage to use other elements to attack, and it is quite powerful. That sounds good. Nian felt that this magic weapon could not be said to be the best, but it should be the most stable. It can be included in the selection category with the cosmic cauldron. If there is no more suitable magic weapon. Well, that is. Nian seemed to see something suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his attention was immediately attracted to the side. Chapter 215. New York Sanctuary, Main Hall, 2nd floor. In a separate glass cabinet, there is a dark red-colored cloak with a dark gold plush interior and an aristocratic-style cloak. At first glance, the material looks very good. Weird. The dark red cloak does not have a built-in hanger or any hooks to hang it. But it does not appear wrinkled at all, as if it is half open and floating in the air. The lowest end does not touch the ground and remains floating in the center of the glass frame. The black-haired boy approached the counter. His brown eyes were bright, looking straight at the dark red cloak with curiosity and consideration. About 3 seconds. While the dark red cloak remained floating and vacant, it silently rotated half a circle, showing only the back of the cloak as if hiding. This cloak. Aren't you afraid of life? Nian blinked and asked, Master Gu, what kind of magical weapon is it? Master Gu put her hands behind her hands and stepped forward. She looked at the dark red cloak and said with complicated eyes, I named it the magic floating cloak. It is one of the oldest magical artifacts collected in the sanctuary. It has existed since before I created the sanctuary. The person who made it is a supreme being with magical skills. Interesting, what function does it have? Nian continued to ask. The ancient one mage responded, the user can fly with it, it has good physical and magical defense capabilities, as well as remote summoning and shape-changing. A defensive weapon. And this auxiliary ability. Nian suddenly made a decision in his heart. From the very beginning of choosing the magic weapon, he did not choose it from his own perspective alone, but added Wanda's considerations. After all, Wanda is the mage with magical power, and she is destined to use magic weapons more times than him. So, although Nian himself has a body of steel, he still likes defensive magic weapons, and he can also let Wanda use them on weekdays. Nian took a deep breath and asked, Mage, can I choose it? I said, except for the cauldron of all things, you can choose from all the magical weapons in the New York Sanctuary, but, this magical weapon. Master Gu paused for a moment. She seemed to have thought of many things at this moment, and finally murmured with a complicated expression, if you can get its approval, it doesn't matter if you take it away in advance. Master, what do you mean? Nian looked back at Master Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi said, the magic floating cloak is a spiritual weapon with independent consciousness. If you want to use it, you can only get its approval first, otherwise it will be useless even if you take it away. What should I do? Nian asked. Get close to it, touch it, and you will naturally know whether it recognizes you. The Ancient One Master said, but I want to remind you first, only users with powerful magic power can use the magic floating cloak correctly and exert its own magical functions. Therefore, it generally only chooses people with enough magic power. Magic, or the extremely gifted user of a mage, has not been recognized for hundreds of years. Mage, your words have hit me hard. The corner of Nian's mouth twitched. He didn't have any magic power, and he also had extremely poor mage talent. Wanda can master the spell in about a day, but according to Gu Yi, he needs to practice hard for 100 years before he can achieve it. So, there is a high probability that I won't be recognized by it. Nian understood the meaning of Master Gu Yi's words. The ugly words come first. The choice is for you, but it has nothing to do with me if you don't get the approval of the magic weapon. The Ancient One is also straight white. After knowing this, do you still want to try? Master Gu Yi asked. Try it, just in case you succeed, Nian shrugged. Master Gu Yi immediately waved his left hand, and with a click, the glass cabinet in front of Nian disappeared. Only the dark red magic floating cloak was left floating quietly in the air. Nian approached quietly. The cloak turned its back to him and didn't react at all. Nian felt a little nervous inexplicably. He held his breath, carefully raised his right hand forward, and gently grasped the magic floating cloak. Just before his fingers touched the cloak, the corners of the cloak suddenly lifted up, barely avoiding the young man's hand. The young man seemed unconvinced and continued to move forward a few times, but was quickly dodged by the cloak. Forget it, the young man shook his head and sighed. He spread his hands as if he had given up. As if it understood his words, the magic floating cloak obviously relaxed the taut fabric. Just at this moment, the black-haired boy suddenly jumped forward and hugged the magic floating cloak tightly. The magic floating cloak stiffened, and then struggled violently, trying to break away from Nian's arms. Master Ancient One looked at the young man holding the cloak and rolling off the floor, and was speechless for a moment. That was an existence like an ancient holy weapon in the New York sanctuary. Nian found that the power of this magical floating cloak was beyond that of his own human state, so he twitched out of his arms little by little. Forget it, don't force it. Nian sighed inwardly, loosened his hands, and let the magic floating cloak escape from his arms. As soon as the magic floating cloak broke free, it flew up to the ceiling of the main hall on the second floor and hid in a flash. Okay, I really give up. Nian stood up and dusted himself off. At this moment, a strange feeling came faintly. He couldn't help but look at the corner of the room, where there was also a glass-framed platform. Inside, there were items that were also red, but looked like cloth belts. Nian walked towards that direction subconsciously, but was stopped by someone halfway. He looked back, wasn't it the magic float cloak? The magic float cloak humanely used its corner to grab Nian's hand and prevent him from moving forward. This. Even Master Gu Yi showed a strange look. Why? I don't choose you, I can always choose someone else. Let go. He also got angry, tore off the cloak, and strode forward. The dark red magic float cloak stayed in place for a while, and then flew forward as if determined. The inside of the cloak opened and wrapped the boy from the back, taking him to the first floor of the sanctuary. You guy, a little too much. Among them, there was the boy's indignant voice. Watching the cloak and the boy disappear at the corner of the stairs, Master Gu Yi whispered to himself, it recognized him. As the portal formed by the rotation of Mars appeared and disappeared, Nian appeared in the living room of his home, followed by a floating cloak. Nian glanced at the cloak and said, this is my home, from now on, it will also be your home, go in and take a look. Hearing the boy's words, the dark red cloak swayed and really flew into the room on its own. There are more and more strange things at home. Nian was sighing in his heart, and behind him, there was a sound of the door opening. Someone is back. Although he hasn't seen the other person yet, with the spider sense, Nian already knows who it is. This feeling. Without any hesitation, Nian turned around and hugged the figure who just stepped in from the door. Chapter 216. Hey. The black-haired woman who had just returned home was still wearing her work suit and skirt, with her snow-white feet stepping on a pair of tall and fashionable high heels. This demigod with the title of Wonder Woman was suddenly hugged by the boy and seemed a little overwhelmed. But she quickly stabilized. Who bullied you? Diana's thick and heroic eyebrows instinctively raised, like a divine sword about to be unsheathed. Her flawless face was calm and cold, her beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom like stars, and she exuded a reassuring and mellow mature aura. Who can bully me? Nian shook his head. He held the woman's slender waist with both hands, feeling the slenderness and flexibility that belonged to the gods, and smelling the natural violet fragrance on her clothes. Nian's mood has not changed since he saw the past scenes of the Cauldron of All Things. I just want to hug you, there's no special reason. Nian said unreasonably, and as a matter of course, he buried his face in the small suit jacket. The white lining of the finest quality fabric was thin and unobstructed, all of it was the fragrance and warmth of Aunt Diana. So that's how it is. Diana's cold and beautiful face was filled with tenderness. She no longer had the idea of teaching the child a lesson, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the boy's hair, and also hugged the boy's body tighter in her arms. The night outside the living room had already enveloped the city, and the lights were on, and the two figures seemed to be one in the night. At this time, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, the crimson-haired girl pushed the door open and walked in. She saw the two people, one big and one small. At the door, and her bright eyes like gems immediately widened, and her delicate little face like a doll blushed. Master, Miss Diana, I didn't see anything. Wanda turned around in a panic, her skirt swaying, and wanted to escape outside. As a result, a hand grabbed her in time. What are you talking about, Wanda, you're just in time. Nian smiled and reached out to pull. He pulled the Scarlet Girl into his arms. Hey. The Scarlet Maid Wanda was completely down. One in each hand. One big and one small. Holding two warmth tightly in her arms, it was a warmth far greater than two. Nian said firmly, we are a family, in the future, we will continue to live together. Meow. A little orange cat chased the floating cloak, one in front and one behind, all the way from the balcony to the living room. The scene was in chaos. Nian's mouth twitched, and he felt that the warm atmosphere was gone. Late at night. After Nian fell asleep. The lights were on in the living room outside. The faint blush on Wanda's face had not completely faded. She glanced at the closed door and mustered up the courage to say to Diana, who was reading a book on the side, Miss Diana, today, Master Nian. Like a child, right? Diana smiled knowingly and looked at Wanda and said. Are you surprised? Yes. Wanda agreed deeply and bit her lower lip and said, it was the Master who saved me, but he acted like he needed me and treated me as a family member. Master, it's too much. Before, he said that when I grow up, I can choose whether to leave. Now, how can I leave him? It's too much. Wanda's tears rolled in her eyes, and she didn't know whether she was wronged or happy. Diana didn't speak. She closed the book in her hand and looked up at the moon outside the balcony. In this regard, it's the same for me. Since we have tamed each other, we can only live together forever. Once separated, it will lose its meaning. Wanda. Diana turned around and looked at Wanda, who was sobbing slightly, and whispered, let's prepare this weekend and go on a trip together, a family trip. Wanda was stunned at first, then quickly wiped her tears and responded happily. Okay, Miss Diana, I will prepare in advance. A few days later. Saturday, noon. Paris, France, the world-famous romantic capital. The Eiffel Tower is elegantly and proudly located in the city. On the banks of the Seine, the lawns and shrubs in the park are neatly trimmed. The streets are full of the local art and romantic atmosphere of European countries. It was spring, and the breeze was gentle. It happened to be sunny today, and with cloudy weather, it was extremely comfortable outdoors. Many couples and parents and children went out for activities. A picnic mat laid on the lawn. Nian closed his eyes and lay flat on the grass with a completely relaxed mind, his nose piercing the natural fragrance of sunlight, soil and violet flowers. Under the back of his head, two slender and tight legs were stacked together without any gap in the sitting position, just like a rare knee pillow. Master, open your mouth and eat some fruit. The soft voice of the girl sounded beside his ear. Nian, who was almost asleep due to the comfort, opened his eyes a little and saw the crimson girl's small hands wrapped in semi-transparent white silk gloves, bringing a piece of peeled delicious orange flesh to her mouth. The boy subconsciously opened his mouth and almost ate the small fingers together. Wanda, you will make him more and more lazy, the black-haired woman warned. It's okay. The girl Wanda shook her head, with a gentle smile on her lips. Where am I? Nian asked confusedly while tasting the sweetness of the orange. Did you fall asleep? The black-haired woman reached forward, bent her slender, crystal-clear fingers, and flicked his forehead. Nian covered his forehead. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to remind him. That's right. Today is the weekend, and since Gwen and Kara are both on internship, there is no fun. Just right. Aunt Diana proposed a long-awaited family trip, and then Nian, who was still asleep in the room, was woken up by the Scarlet Maid Wanda, and changed his clothes in a daze and walked into a portal. Why did you come to Paris for a weekend trip? Nian rubbed his eyes sleepily, his eyes passed from the two towering holy peaks to the iconic tower building. Next to him, the mobile phone on the picnic mat lit up, and a pleasant female voice uttered, "Master, according to the weather forecast and system statistics, the weather and temperature in Paris today are one of the best days of the year." Really, Nian has been much more awake. He saw that besides Wanda and Diana, there was a glass jar on the picnic mat with food and fruits, and a colorful starfish was lying leisurely inside. Not far away. The little orange cat was chasing butterflies on the lawn, and a dark liquid luster appeared on its tail. The dark red cloak floated on the side, as if it had escaped a disaster, and the fabric was loose and relaxed. Nian finally reacted. His current family members. Mistress Diana, Little Maid Wanda. Artificial Intelligence Alice, Alien Species Can Luo, Yuanshan Beast Xiao Huang, Symbiote Venom. And the new member who joined a few days ago, the Magic Floating Cloak. The family that originally had only 2 people, unknowingly, has evolved into a large scale. Chapter 217. Master, it's rare to travel on weekends, why don't you at least get up and take a walk? The Crimson Maid Wanda puffed up her cheeks slightly. She squatted down and got close to the boy's face. She fed the orange meat with her little hands and said softly. Nian couldn't tell whether he was eating an orange or the maid, the broken orange was delicious and full of juice. Because it's a weekend trip, you should take a good rest. With such great weather in place, wouldn't it be a waste not to take a nap? Nian didn't even open his eyes. He rested his head on his slender and beautiful legs, relaxing his mind and body, and spoke slowly, as if talking in his sleep. Since a long time ago. His weekends were spent fighting aliens and alien species, or playing games with mutated leopard girls or green monsters. The biochemical island country where armed groups are rampant on the other side of the ocean, the ancient empire hidden thousands of meters under the sea, the spider parallel universe where villains form an alliance. Up to Apocalypse and the Divine Realm. Down to Heaven, Aegis. Only more outrageous, not the most outrageous. Are these the daily routines that an ordinary high school student should have? Nian has almost forgotten what his holiday weekends were like before he came into contact with the extraordinary. I agree with Nian's statement. A flash of spiritual thought radiated, and in the transparent glass jar, the jar lay humanely inside, with the colorful starfish's tentacles raised. Okay, then I'll go get ready. The Crimson Maid Wanda was about to get up, but Nian, who had her eyes closed, reached out and grabbed a thin wrist. Give it a gentle tug. With Wanda's exclamation, her crimson hair swayed, the hem of her dress swayed, and the girl lay back on the carpet like grass. The long, silky crimson hair bloomed on the boy's white shirt. Master? Wanda, who was lying on Nian's body, was stunned for a moment. Her light red eyes reflected the blue sky of France, and her little face looked even softer and cuter. Today is not a working day, just lie down and rest. Nian said confidently. Okay, master. Wanda felt a little aggrieved and hesitant at first, then the corners of her lips rose. She curled up her petite body and rested her little head on Nian's chest. On the ground next to it. The screen of the mobile phone dims and goes to sleep, with the letter Z appearing from time to time. Diana looked at the boy and girl with a knowing smile. She stretched out her hand and gently pushed aside the boy's bangs. When she looked up into the distance, a gust of spring breeze blew in front of her, blowing Diana's unfettered sexy black hair to spread out. That delicate face carved by gods is as beautiful as a handicraft. Meow. Not far away. The cub of the element-eating beast, Xiao Huang, was tired of playing with the vulnerable butterfly, and set his target on the magic floating cloak that was as elegant as a nobleman. The cat and the cloak started chasing and turning around the picnic mat area. Who am I, why am I here, what am I doing? The symbiote venom parasitizing in Xiao Huang's body continued to doubt life, but he knew that with his family status ranked last, he could only sleep in humble dormancy. This weekend, world peace. Suitable for lying flat. At noon. The sun in the sky over the city broke through the clouds slightly, casting golden sunlight. A pair of boys and girls were walking on the pedestrian streets of Paris. There is a small orange cat lying on the shoulder of the black-haired boy, and the crimson girl looks like Little Red Riding Hood from the fairy tale, wearing a small red cloak. Together, they look both men and women alike. After visiting the French museum, the Louvre. Because Diana wanted to take a chance to visit a colleague who lived next to the museum and whom she had met while working at the Louvre decades ago, and who was now half in the grave. So, temporarily separated from the family team. Knowing that the person Diana was visiting was a collector of historical artifacts, Gon Luo, who was interested in ancient human culture, also followed. Then, the family team is temporarily split in two. On one side are Diana and Ken Luo. On the other side are the current Xinyan, Wanda, Xiao Huang, Venom, and Alice. They agreed to gather in the park an hour later and then head to Hokkaido, Japan for dinner and hot spring bathing. Wanda, is there anything you want to buy? For example, clothes. Xinyan covered his mouth and yawned slightly. He looked at the extremely prosperous and fashionable pedestrian street. Most of the people he paid attention to were women's clothing stores. Well, it's not that he wants to wear it himself, but that he wants to buy it for Wanda and his aunt. No. Wanda's little doll-like face was a little worried, and she pouted, "Master, I have more clothes at home than you do, and I can't put them in my closet anymore." "Girls, of course you need more clothes." Xinyan smiled. He did not have high requirements for clothes, as long as they were comfortable and well-fitting. As for buying clothes for Wanda and Aunt Diana, it is equivalent to playing a real-life version of the dress-up game. It's really great, isn't it? At last. Wanda was still dragged into the clothing store by Xinyan and bought more than a dozen sets of clothes of different styles, mostly from Diana and Wanda. As for Xinyan, she chose a casual suit. Ask Alice to make money. Xinyan found a corner and put all the clothes he bought into the devouring space, and walked out of the store with Wanda wearing a Little Red Riding Hood and a magic floating cloak that looked even cuter. The time is almost up, it's almost time to head to the park. Xinyan looked down at Liangqi's phone, and Alice had already marked the prompt on the screen. Wanda blinked her eyes, which were as crystal as gemstones. Her dress, cloak, hat, boots, and hair were all bright crimson. Only her face was as white, tender, clean, delicate and flawless as a baby's. Her petite body would move people's hearts just by walking. Cute. Xinyan suddenly wanted to hug her again, but felt that many people on the pedestrian street were looking at her, so he gave up temporarily. The two left the pedestrian street area and returned to the direction of the park. Halfway. Xinyan suddenly frowned. Carefully and keenly aware of his abnormality, Wanda asked curiously, "Master, what's wrong?" Xinyan did not respond. He looked down at the white shirt he was wearing, and a faint but not negligible blue light was glowing inexplicably. Ding! The silver necklace hanging on his neck trembled slightly, and the pendant moved to a certain side direction. This is, Xinyan's eyes were solemn. The space necklace awakened for the first time, as if something had resonated with it. The Ancient One once said that the only thing that could resonate with the space gem was. Xinyan's heart trembled. It couldn't be wrong. Somewhere in this city, there was another kind of infinite gem besides space and mind. Wanda, let's go meet up with my aunt first. Something is wrong with this city. Xinyan stopped talking suddenly. There was only a floating cloak beside him. Where was the scarlet-maid Wanda? Wanda disappeared. Chapter 218. When? Xinyan's face changed slightly. But perhaps because of his good family education and the many extraordinary events he had experienced, he had developed a calm temperament. The weirder the situation, the calmer it is. But this time, it was too weird. You know. Although Xinyan is just an ordinary person, he has a perfect spider sense, and his sensitivity to dangerous things far exceeds that of many extraordinary beings. And just now. With the spider sense, Xinyan had no idea when Wanda disappeared. Did I not react? Xinyan glanced around and quickly rejected this idea. Although Wanda was petite, she disappeared strangely next to him. How could the spider sense not be able to sense it in time? It's my cognition. Xinyan's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and he muttered to himself, my cognition was disturbed at that moment just now. Thinking of this, he made a prompt decision. Alice, send a text message to inform my aunt immediately of what happened here. Xinyan rushed into an empty alley nearby, while reaching out to grab the cloak floating next to him. The cloak automatically fits on his body. The moment Xinyan put it on, the dark red cloak automatically transformed into a fashionable red windbreaker, and the little emperor got into the windbreaker. At the same time, the boy's feet left the ground and floated up. The magic floating cloak needs to use magic power to play its real function. But because it has independent consciousness, as long as it is recognized by it, ordinary people can also use some functions through the cloak itself. For example, deformation and flight. However, Nian, who has no power, cannot control the flight of the cloak, and can only let the cloak carry himself to fly, and the speed is not fast. Cloak, let's go to a place first. Nian took out the space necklace from under his clothes. In the sun. The necklace pendant flashed a cold metallic luster, and a little blue light ripples appeared on itself, and the pendant continued to shift and shake in a certain direction. The disappearance of Wanda must be related to the existence of another infinite gem that resonates with the space necklace. Through the space necklace, Nian can find its whereabouts. Although Nian wants to reunite with his aunt first, the situation is urgent now, and he must first confirm Wanda's location. Understand what Nian means and the urgency of the current situation. The windbreaker transformed from the magic floating cloak fluttered, carrying Nian into the sky, and flew quickly in the direction indicated by the space pendant. The flying speed is naturally not as fast as that of Kryptonians and Iron Man, but it is already good, just a little slower than the speed of sound propagation. What is that? The passers-by on the street next to him looked up in surprise, watching the red figure fly into the sky, and soon disappeared in the city skyline. France, Paris, the edge of the city. Next to a park, there are many factory buildings. Compared with the pedestrian street, it seems extremely deserted. Snap! The canvas shoes fell. Some dust on the ground was blown away, and then the back hem of the red windbreaker fell down. Nian descended from the sky to a deserted factory building, with a sign at the door saying, "Private site, no entry." It should be here. Nian looked down, and the space necklace pendant on his chest became brighter and brighter, and the blue light even faintly penetrated through the white lining, clearly pointing inside. Ignore the sign. Nian wrapped his windbreaker and walked into the factory. It was deserted inside as if it had been abandoned for several years, and there were no workers, but the spider sense detected the movement of living people. There was more than one person. Nian immediately walked towards a factory building and soon saw that there was a truck left on the first floor of the empty factory, and 3 young men and 1 woman were playing here. The sudden intrusion scared the 4 people, and after seeing that they were people of the same age, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was the factory manager. One of the black teenagers covered his chest exaggeratedly. Yeah. Others echoed. What are you doing here? Nian instinctively felt something was wrong, and his eyes fell on the truck. Want to know? This is a magical place. The black teenager was about to say something excitedly, but stopped talking in panic. Nian looked back as if he had noticed something, and 2 other figures walked in from outside. They were 2 women around 25 years old, both in appearance and figure, in the upper middle level, wearing jeans, shirts and uniforms and other casual clothes, holding an unknown detection instrument that was slightly larger than a mobile phone. The one walking in front was a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and a slightly capable look. Nian tapped the phone through his pants, and Alice's voice suddenly rang out of the earphones. Master, the woman walking in front is Jane Foster, and the one behind is Daisy Louise. According to online information, they belong to an astrophysics research group, and their mentor is the famous astrophysicist Dr. Eric Shalvik. One more thing, the information obtained from the SHIELD database shows that Jane Foster is a friend that Thor made on Earth, and they have an ambiguous relationship. Thor's human girlfriend. Nian's mind couldn't help but emerge with the blonde strong man holding a hammer weapon that he encountered in the previous battle in New York. Thor, a member of the Avengers. Like my aunt, she has the blood of gods. However, there is a difference. Aunt Diana is from the Greek gods of the earth, while Thor is from the outer gods of the Norse mythology. In Nian's impression, Aunt never mentioned the outer gods of Thor's clan. What are you doing here? Jane Foster asked a group of teenagers playing. She detected through special instruments that the radiation parameter data in this area was not stable. There is only a broken factory here, what can it have? Next to Jane, Louise, as an assistant, was bored and smacked her lips. I tell you, don't tell others. The black boy swallowed nervously. After Jane nodded, he came to the large truck that was overturned on the ground in the factory. With the black boy's hands gently pushing, the large truck of tonnage was easily pushed and floated up without the influence of gravity. It's incredible. Jane and Louise were stunned when they saw this. Nian, who was watching silently, narrowed his eyes. His spider sense was keenly aware that there was an energy seeping out from the space, subverting the gravity of this area. Unfortunately, Guan Luo was not here. Otherwise, it could trace the source directly. Come with me, there is something more interesting. Let me show you. The black boy waved his hand and ran to the stairs with the rest of his friends. The silent Nian quickly followed. Thinking that Nian and the black boy were in the same group, Jane and Louis looked at each other and followed. Everyone walked up the stairs of the abandoned factory and came to the 10th floor. Going down the stairs, you can directly see the truck below. Look! The black boy gestured with the empty can in his hand and threw it down. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but follow the can down. After falling a few meters, the falling can suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, the can strangely appeared out of thin air above everyone's head and continued to fall freely. Up and down, repeating this several times. On the 4th time, the falling can disappeared into the void and disappeared. It's amazing. Jane and Louis were in doubt and followed suit to throw things down. There were stones, pens, keys, etc. which either went up and down repeatedly or disappeared the first time they were thrown down. Where did the disappeared things go? Louis was surprised. You ask me, who should I ask? The black boy spread his hands. Is there something affecting the space here? Jane muttered to himself. Another thing that modern science cannot explain. On the field. Only the black-haired boy showed a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. The feeling of these items disappearing is exactly the same as Wanda's disappearance. Although his eyes watched the objects disappear, his cognition was still delayed for a moment. It's here. After realizing this, Nian did not hesitate to reach over the handrail of the stairs, and his red windbreaker fluttered. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the boy jumped down. Chapter 219. Oh my God! Are you going to die? What is he doing? Jane Foster and Daisy Louise both cried out in surprise, and the children beside them also screamed. Whoosh! The red windbreaker on his body was lifted up, and the black-haired boy, with a gleaming look in his eyes, fell from the 10th floor with the little orange cat on his shoulder. Falling. The stairs of the abandoned factory building kept retreating. Until the boy fell naturally to the 5th floor, his body seemed to escape directly into the void, disappearing without a trace like any object thrown down before. Nian, who disappeared from the abandoned factory building in Paris, appeared out of thin air in a dark and mysterious area. His body was still falling naturally, and black matter like meteorite dust kept passing by him. Mo Fu. As Nian's words rang out, the hem of the red windbreaker behind him suddenly swung, causing him to stop in the air here for a moment. Together with the little emperor who poked his head out of the collar of his windbreaker, Nian quickly scanned the place where the shuttle landed. Artificial intelligence Alice, Master, there is no signal here, and it has left the scope of the Earth. I can see that too, Nian nodded solemnly. At a glance. The mysterious and unknown place is so dark that there is almost no source of light. The area is very empty but presents a sense of déjà vu. Several black broken mountains float next to Nian. In addition, there are countless rubbles. Obviously not anywhere on the Earth. Dark, dead, empty, mysterious. Like the cemetery of cosmic civilization, the air is filled with a decayed smell. Air. Nian's mind moved. He originally thought that this was somewhere in outer space, the remnants of a planet, but he didn't expect that there was air. In this way, it is full of disobedience. The existence here is full of weirdness and evil, and every place subverts the cognition of modern physics. Buzz. The silver metal necklace hanging on Nian's neck, the pendant floated up from inside his shirt on its own, and although it was quickly slapped down by a cat's paw, it still emitted a dazzling and bright blue light. Circles of blue light ripples spread outward. The space pendant seemed to be a lighthouse standing in the dark sea, emitting warm and inextinguishable lights, dispelling the evil darkness around the boy like a fog. Nian was in no mood to confirm where this place was. After the space necklace awakened and dispelled the darkness on its own, the unknown energy that was surging and seeping out from here became more stable, making his spider sense clearer. Over there. Nian pointed to a suspended dark mountain next to him, and the red windbreaker transformed by the magic floating cloak immediately took off, taking him into the abyss of the dark mountain. Meow. The little royal cat's eyes were bright, and he suddenly shouted forward. Wanda. Nian also saw it. In the abyss of the mountain that looks like a tomb of civilization, next to a huge stone pillar that is difficult to make by human power, a girl with crimson hair in a dress is lying on the ground. Nian flew down and quickly lifted up Wanda's petite and soft body. When his hand touched it, the crimson girl's body was a little cold, not like the temperature of a living person. Wanda, I'm here, it's okay now. Nian instinctively used both hands to hold the girl in his arms and warm her with his body temperature. The hem of the red windbreaker was raised forward, and together with Nian, it gently wrapped Wanda's body to keep warm. Alice, Nian shouted. Artificial intelligence. Alice quickly said, Master, her life characteristics are very weak. How is it possible? It hasn't been long, and Wanda is still a mage who has already stepped into the threshold, and her vitality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Nian's pupils contracted, and he hugged the girl's cold body tightly. Alice, the specific cause cannot be determined for the time being, and it needs to be tested with medical equipment. Medical equipment? Nian suddenly remembered something. He hugged Wanda with one hand and grasped the space pendant hanging around his neck with the other hand without hesitation. A space magic weapon made by Gu-E through the space gem. It can be teleported to places the wearer has been to, and can bring people. As the space pendant lit up, light flowed out from the gaps between the 5 fingers of the palm, and a mysterious blue light mist enveloped Nian, Wanda, and Xiaohuang. The next moment, they all disappeared from the spot. Washington, First Hospital. This is the nearest hospital that Nian has arrived at after getting the space necklace. The moment the teleportation appeared at the door of the hospital, the boy held the girl and floated up in a red windbreaker. Under the guidance of Alice, he entered the operating room from the 6th floor window of the hospital building. The operating room was just idle, and the medical equipment inside was complete. Nian placed the unconscious and weak Wanda on the operating table and prepared to check the equipment as Alice said. But at this moment, the door of the operating room was suddenly pushed open from the outside to the inside. It was a white doctor in his 30s or 40s wearing a clean white coat, with gray hair on his temples. He was looking down at the file and walked into the operating room. When he saw the boy and girl inside, he was surprised. What are you doing here? He remembered that there were no patients arranged here, but it was used as a temporary surgical teaching room. My family members are in a coma, I need to borrow some equipment, can you please keep quiet? Nian said bluntly. If the other party doesn't cooperate, he can only use other means, knocking the other party unconscious. In fact, Xiaohuang had quietly squatted in front of the operating room door, behind the white doctor. The white doctor looked at Nian, then at the crimson girl on the operating table, and said firmly, I am the most professional in this hospital, let me help you. At this time, Paris, abandoned factory. Jane and her assistant Louise are forced to evacuate the factory building. The local factory director had discovered them and called the police, and several police cars were parked in the open space outside the building. We are an astronomy research group, instead of paying attention to me, you should pay more attention to a missing boy, yes, a Chinese boy about 16 years old. Jianzheng took out his work permit and explained to the police. At this time, with the sound of thunder in the sky, the originally sunny and cloudy sky suddenly turned overcast, and it rained heavily. This heavy rain came without any warning. The factory manager, the police, and the children were immediately soaked and ran into the building to take shelter from the rain. Jane, look! Louise screamed at Jane as if she had discovered something. Jane noticed it too. I didn't even get caught in the rain. There was obviously no shelter above her head, so the rain consciously avoided Jane. Everyone else, including the assistant Louise, was drenched, revealing the outline of the black bra underneath their shirts. Boom! The sky is thundering. A strong blond man wearing a strange silver armor and a red cape holding a hammer appeared in an open space of the factory at some point. The rain falling from the sky did not touch his body at all. Simple. Thor, the disheveled Thor, thought he was handsome and smiled slightly. He was about to step forward, but he quickly stopped with a solemn expression and looked sideways at the other side of the factory open space. Just. A tall and elegant black-haired woman walked in from the door, holding a glass jar filled with colorful starfish. There was no rain falling on her either. Not only that. Wow! The sky is still raining, but in the open space of the factory, it is raining heavily, but no water is falling. The boundary is extremely clear, dividing the factory into two. The black-haired woman is on the other side of the sky where there is no rain. A pale white crescent moon broke out elegantly and proudly from the gloomy dark clouds, hanging on the blue sky. Chapter 220. Abandoned Factory. While it rains heavily, the bright moon rises in the sky. The person in charge of the scene, the local police, astronomers, childish teenagers and girls. Everyone looked up blankly at the bizarre and divine weather phenomenon. Since the advent of the god of thunder, some modern scientists have studied and analyzed that. No matter how powerful or legendary the gods are, they are actually just extraordinary races that are more evolved and more perfect than humans. But when their clan is strong enough, possesses the physical ability, and produces weapons, it will have a great impact on the world. It even affects nature and produces some strange phenomena. Are you also a god? But I have never seen you. Thor, god of thunder, raised his eyes solemnly and cautiously, staring at the black-haired woman who appeared in the factory. The black-haired woman wears a loose and fashionable white lining and beige long-leg casual pants, showing off her tall and graceful perfect figure. Her delicate and beautiful face is cold and unparalleled, and her sexy shawl black hair brings out a rare elegance and nobility. That nobility that seems to be innate. It is obviously more pure and natural than the god of thunder who wears silver armor, has a cape on his shoulders, holds a silver hammer, and has disheveled hair, like a berserker. Isn't the black-haired woman the same Diana who hurriedly followed the location after receiving Nian's message? Diana didn't respond to Sol's words, or in other words, she didn't have the mood or time to pay attention to Sol. Janluo, is Nian in there? Diana whispered softly, asking about the starfish in the glass jar. There is a very powerful and strange energy here that is interfering with the space and cognition in this area. It's amazing. Reality seems to have transformed into an illusion that is completely inconsistent with the laws of the universe. Ganluo opened his one eye wide, staring at the factory building in front of him in surprise, and responded with his spiritual thoughts, but what I can confirm is that Nian is definitely not inside. Wait a moment. Ganluo suddenly froze and said in surprise, the strange energy overflowing from the factory building, just now, it disappeared without any warning. Diana's heroic and beautiful eyebrows were raised. The heavy rain gradually stopped. Aren't you going to answer me? Not far away, Thor, the god of thunder, shrugged, a bit asking for trouble. But very quickly. Thor, the god of thunder, seemed to remember something. He shook the warhammer he held in his right hand and stared directly at Diana. His expression became solemn again. I remember, my father once told me, on Earth, there is another ancient race who claims to be a god. So what? Diana frowned slightly and glanced at Thor. She is now worried about the safety of Nian and Wanda, so she is not interested in Sol's origin. Thor, the god of thunder, took a domineering step forward, his messy blonde hair flying wildly, his eyes flashing with frightening electric light, grinning with a fighting spirit, and shouted to Diana not far away. Take out your weapon, come and fight me. Why should I fight you? Diana's beautiful and stunning face was as cold and calm as ever, but her beautiful eyes were becoming more and more divine and indifferent. Forget it if it was a normal encounter, but it happened when Nian and Wanda had an unknown incident. Thor. Jane ran up to Thor, slapped him hard in the face, and reprimanded him unceremoniously. Where have you been in the past 2 years? I also saw you on the news report on the New York War. As a result, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Why are you so crazy when you see others? Thor was not angry and smiled. The Rainbow Bridge in Asgard was broken before. It was under repair for the past 2 years and was only repaired around the time of the Battle of New York. In addition, there are many civilized disputes on the edge of the 9 realms, which also require I'll deal with it. As for inviting her to fight, I'm not drunk and crazy. Thor raised his eyes and looked at Diana, and said in a deep voice. Although I don't know what the fathers of each other's clan have experienced, but my father once warned me, once I encounter the descendants of the other's divine clan, no matter what, whenever and wherever you go, you must fight with your opponent to determine the outcome. How could this happen? Is this battle inevitable? Jane frowned, but she also knew that Yisal's honest and upright character was obviously true. It's about the honor of Asgard, and I'm a warrior of Asgard, the future king of God's domain. It's inevitable. Thor, the god of thunder, was high-spirited, his momentum continued to rise, and bursts of thunder sounded in the sky again. I haven't heard of it. Diana shook her head. She had never heard her mother mention the past of the 2 sects of the gods, but she had no contact with her father's clan. After her birth, the old Greek gods were dead, Olympus shattered, and retired from the world stage. It doesn't matter, show your weapons. I will not take your life, as long as there is a winner. Otherwise, you can just admit defeat now. I surrender. What did you say? Thor's fierce momentum froze and he looked at Diana blankly. I said, I give up. As Diana spoke, she took Ganluo with her and turned around to leave outside the factory. The so-called honor of a divine family. In Diana's mind, he was far inferior to that person. Are you looking down on me? Thor, god of thunder, was obviously mistaken. He looked at Diana who was about to leave the factory, pushed Jane away in anger, and couldn't help but raise his war hammer and fly towards her. Crackling. Come and fight me. Thor's hammer, silver armor, and even his eyes were all flashing with plasma lightning. He carried the power of thunder, like a human-shaped lightning, roaring down to Diana's back. Washington, First Central Hospital. The main entrance showed the operating room, in use. Nian gently put the unconscious Wanda down and let the Crimson Girl lie flat on the testing equipment. The girl's face was pale, and she had no clear breathing or even heartbeat. Too strange. The white doctor stood in front of the display instrument beside him. He looked at the data parameters detected by the girl's body just now, and his eyes were filled with puzzled confusion. From the outside, the girl did not seem to be hurt. But the other party's heartbeat curve was extremely weak, more than 10 times weaker than that of an ordinary vegetative person. The girl's body only had a certain low temperature, and the blood was still flowing slowly, maintaining the smallest vitality. This was like a real living corpse. Stephen Strange has been a doctor for more than 20 years and has dealt with countless difficult and complicated cases. He is a top neurosurgeon genius in the industry. Today he is at Washington Hospital to teach. You can say, in this aspect of medicine, he is second to none in New York City. The operation is not difficult, and he doesn't want to take it over yet. But this time, the abnormal condition of the Scarlet Girl's body is completely beyond Strange's medical knowledge. Chapter 221. We can only take an X-ray to see what's going on inside the body. While Strange was pondering, he saw that the Scarlet Girl had already started to test her eyes with a medical instrument. This is. Looking at the X-ray view on the display screen, Strange opened his eyes little by little, his face full of incredible expressions. At the same time, as if due to the X-ray irradiation, the substances in the Scarlet Girl's body were awakened by stress. Swish! A scarlet energy was like a tide, centered on Wanda lying on the instrument platform, surging out violently. Facing the energy impact without any signs, Strange, as an ordinary person, did not react. He stood still and watched the strange scarlet energy shock wave sweeping over at a high speed. Doctor, get down. At the critical moment, Nian threw Strange to the ground, and the red windbreaker covered both of them at the same time. The next moment, the equipment and operating tables in the operating room all exploded, and the shock wave of scarlet energy destroyed everything outside. Bang! The main door of the operating room was also washed away, and all the glass shattered and fell outside, attracting the attention of many people outside, and frightened many people to flee in panic. In the operating room, the scarlet energy appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, like a hurricane blowing through, and did not continue to ravage the place. Nian, who was unharmed, quickly got up and rushed in the direction of Wanda. Strange then struggled to get up from the ground. He looked around and saw that the operating room was in a mess. All the items were piled up against the wall in broken pieces, so that the center of the room where he was empty. What happened just now? Human bomb. Strange hurriedly looked at the discovery where Nian was, but saw that the boy picked up the Scarlet Girl lying on the ground. The girl was still wearing a complete red dress. The impact just now did not cause her any harm. Meow. A small orange cat jumped onto the empty ground, looking equally unharmed. Right. Strange recalled what he had just seen, and quickly said to Nian. You can see through the X-ray image, there seems to be a mysterious liquid substance flowing in her body. Sorry, I have never seen such a strange thing, so I can't draw any conclusions. Mysterious substance. Nian's mind moved, he held Wanda's little hand and pulled up his sleeves. It can be seen that due to the awakening of the X-ray stress, the white and tender skin of the girl's small arms is semi-transparent, and there is a faint unknown scarlet energy flowing in her body like blood. The space necklace swayed and rang at the right time. It's a gem. Nian's eyes showed enlightenment, and he judged in his heart, it is the gem that existed there just now that affected Wanda's current body. If this is the case, it is meaningless to send it to any hospital or institution. After all, the existence of gems itself is one of the ultimate mysteries explored by technology. Once it is related to gems, modern medicine and modern technology cannot explain it. However, there is a special existence who is an expert in this area. If even she can't handle it, then no one on Earth can deal with it. Thinking of this, Nian picked up Wanda with both hands, and Xiao Huang also jumped back on his shoulder. Seeing Nian looking like he was about to leave, Strange couldn't help asking, where do you want to go? Doctor, thank you for your help, we'll meet again if we're lucky. Nian threw down this sentence, and didn't care about exposing his extraordinariness in front of ordinary people, and reached out to hold the space pendant. Blue light overflowed from the boy's fingers, and the blue mist enveloped the two people and the cat. The second time, the ability of the space magic weapon was triggered. Under the startled gaze of Dr. Strange, the mysterious and strange blue mist rolled up, and instantly teleported Nian, Wanda, and Xiao Huang away. In the blink of an eye, the boy and girl disappeared from the operating room like evaporating from the earth. With a click, Strange sat back on the ground, and at this time, several medical staff came late. Dr. Strange, are you okay? What happened here? Being supported by two female nurses, Strange looked a little embarrassed. He had a lot to say in his heart, but he opened his mouth and didn't know how to tell it. What happened today? If I tell others, maybe I will be regarded as a lunatic, right? Strange thought about it, and finally shook his head without saying a word. He was once a loyal scientist. Abandoned factory in Paris, France. God's power is shining. Thor showed the posture of a god who is unparalleled in Thor's rival. Driven by Thor's hammer, he was like a thunderbolt that struck the woman who was about to leave the door. A scene that shocked everyone on the scene appeared. The moment when the hammer with thunder directly hit the woman's slender back. An ancient dark gold round shield with strange patterns appeared out of thin air right below the hammer's attack, with a layer of golden divine light flowing on the shield. The hammer and shield collided at the moment of collision. The huge factory was silent at first. Then, boom! The lightning and thunder were all isolated outside the divine shield, and the terrifying power carried by the hammer was transmitted downward layer by layer, directly shattering the ground where the goddess's boots were stepping. The powerful energy, strength, and even aura of the two collided, and the hurricane drove the gravel and dust waves to sweep out. The people dozens of meters away could hardly open their eyes, as if they were not even qualified to watch this battle. Finally took out the weapon. Thor grinned, holding the war hammer in his right hand and continuously pressing the round shield. His tall and strong body remained at a low altitude, looking down from above. Clang! A glass jar rolled to the open space next to it, and the starfish jar Luo stared at the front with one eye wide open. Under the round shield. The silver crown on the smooth forehead flashed in eternal brilliance, and the sexy black shawl black hair fluttered wildly behind. Diana was already wearing a red gold armor dress. The slender and graceful arms, each wearing a pair of bracelets, were now slightly bulging their muscles and holding the round shield with one hand. In his left hand, he held a Greek sword with exquisite ancient patterns and shining divine light. That was the true posture of the Greek demigod named Wonder Woman. Although she was forced to defend herself and looked up at her opponent, Wonder Woman was still beautiful and noble, wild and elegant, and she did not lose to the tall and warlike Thor in terms of momentum. Even clay people have tempers. Not to mention the demigod Diana, who was born into a noble royal family, but has been respecting and loving fighting since childhood, and has the unyielding fighting spirit of the Amazons. When Diana, a mortal, transformed into the true body of Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman dared to fight Superman and Doomsday before, and the starlight flying crown on her head would never allow her to bow her head. If you want to fight, then fight. Wonder Woman said coldly to Thor. She showed the sword of the god of fire in her hand. Chapter 22. Blue light mist gushed out from the space, revealing the figure of a black-haired boy. The boy in a red windbreaker held the pendant in his hand, and embraced the unconscious crimson girl with both hands. There was a small orange cat lying on his shoulder. Nian looked around. He could see that he was in the main hall of the Western church architecture style. In front of him was a retro wooden staircase that was spotless and illuminated by the dim light. There was also a strange piece of furniture that looked like a pot or a tripod next to the corner of the staircase. Behind him, the modern streets outside the doors and windows were busy, but there was no noise coming into the room, as if the place was isolated from the world. Quiet, clean, sacred. This is exactly New York Sanctuary. Success. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although the building was in New York City and had a detailed building address, the New York Sanctuary had its own protective spell, and it was impossible to set foot here without the consent of the guardian of the sanctuary. Fortunately, this was the first place recorded by the space necklace. Moreover, the magic weapon made with the space gem as the core has a very high priority, and obviously ignores the magic protection of the New York Sanctuary. Wanda, you will be fine, you will be fine. Nian looked down at the girl in his arms, and then shouted directly into the sanctuary building, Master Ancient One, are you here? Guardian, Master Daniel. Where are you? Is anyone there? His voice echoed in the sanctuary. However, there was no response from the building. Nian's relaxed heart tightened again, with an ominous premonition. It's broken. He remembered that Master Ancient One said a few days ago that after borrowing the mind gem, he needed to practice in seclusion for a period of time. And in the wizard sanctuaries like New York, there is usually a guardian stationed. If the other party is not there, there will be no second wizard. After all, this is not Kamartaj, that is the wizard's base camp and a place for seclusion and practice. The problem arises here. After getting the space necklace magic weapon, Nian has not been to Kamartaj, so the necklace naturally did not record the teleportation point. Otherwise, the second teleportation today. Nian will definitely use it on Kamartaj, rather than the second best sanctuary in New York. Master Daniel. Mr. Daniel. Nian kept calling the name of the guardian of the sanctuary in New York. He quickly ran around the main hall and corridor on the first floor, and the red windbreaker took him to the second floor from the top of the stairs. But the second floor of the sanctuary was the same, deserted, without any wizard figure. Nian's heart kept falling. He already knew that the guardian of the sanctuary in New York was not here. Otherwise, with the ability of the guardian of the sanctuary, he should have sensed it from the moment he entered the sanctuary. This is really the worst situation. Originally thought that finding the guardian would be able to contact the Ancient One, but I didn't expect that even the guardian was not in the sanctuary. In this way, I can only rely on myself. Meow. Xiao Huang suddenly called out to Wanda in his arms. Nian looked quickly and found that the scarlet energy displayed on Wanda's body surface was becoming more and more obvious. In this case, the girl's originally cold low temperature suddenly tended to abnormally high temperature. Wanda's scattered crimson hair, each strand was infected with scarlet energy. This is not a trend for the better, but more like a prelude to the energy being out of control. The gem energy in her body must be removed or suppressed. Nian took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and first looked at the little emperor lying on his shoulder. He had an idea. That is, he transformed into a symbiote mode, parasitized into Wanda's body, and tried to fight against the gem energy. The best thing is to force the gem energy material in Wanda's body out. Nian is not sure whether this method will work. In the symbiote mode, he is also equivalent to a stream of energy. I am afraid that the gem energy will turn into an agitated stress state as soon as he starts to parasitize. There is another point. If he successfully parasitizes Wanda, can he really fight against the gem energy of unknown nature? If there is a mistake in the middle, he will have no chance to turn the tables. Besides parasitism, is there any other way? Nian muttered to himself. Wanda's physical condition is getting worse and worse, as if he was holding a small scarlet stove, and he no longer has too much time to think. A decision must be made. Little Emperor. Nian gritted his teeth. He was about to say something, but a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. By the way, this is the New York Sanctuary. Even if the garrisoned wizard is not here, other things are still there. Nian ran quickly through the corridor with Wanda in his arms and came to a storage room similar to a museum exhibition hall. Dragon Tooth Sword, Agamotto Crystal Ball, Wadham's Wand. The strange and bizarre magic tools are so numerous and messy that it is dazzling. Mafu, quick! What magic tools can help me now? Nian did not choose to try, but asked quickly. The one who knows magic tools the most is naturally only magic tools. Hearing Nian's words, the man in the red windbreaker hesitated for a moment, then pulled the boy's body and brought him to a glass counter. Nian raised his eyes and looked over. It was a long, bright red cloth, hanging in the air in a separate glass counter. It looked even less like a magic weapon than a boot or an axe. Nian recalled. I had noticed this at the end when I was selecting magic weapons, but before I could ask Ancient One, it was dragged away by the magic floating cloak. The name, function, and origin of the cloth-shaped magic weapon were all unknown. Can this save Wanda? Nian signaled with his eyes. Suddenly, an orange-yellow figure flashed through the air like lightning, and as the cat's claws emerged with a dark luster, it fell down, and the blocked glass counter shattered. Nian stretched out his hand to grab the red cloth, but the red cloth flew on its own and fell on Wanda in his arms. Whoosh! The red cloth spun several times in the air quickly, like a fire wheel, tying the crimson hair like a headband. After the red cloth was tied into a ponytail. Under Nian's surprised gaze, the scarlet energy that was raging under Wanda's body was suppressed and calmed down. The high temperature dropped all the way to the original low temperature, and the strong breath of destruction gradually disappeared. This cloth is really effective. Nian exhaled. Although he failed to take out the scarlet energy, it was obvious that the energy was temporarily stabilized. Strangely, Wanda still couldn't wake up from her coma. Go back and meet up with my aunt, and discuss countermeasures together. When Nian thought about this, he couldn't help but reach out and hold the pendant again. This is the third time today that a space magic weapon has been used. 5 minutes later. A black wizard in a monk's robe holding a staff appeared in the second-floor hall of the New York Sanctuary. He was shocked to see the glass fragments scattered all over the floor, and there were still some cat claws on the floor. What happened? The guardian of the New York Sanctuary, Master Daniel, was a little confused. He was only out for half an hour, and before leaving, he deliberately cast a spell to strengthen the defense of the sanctuary. Someone entered the second floor of the sanctuary without disturbing the sanctuary's defenses and stole a magic weapon. Wait, the stolen magic weapon is... Mage Daniel's face changed and he turned pale. Chapter 223. Under the sky covered by dark clouds, above the open space of the abandoned factory. Tread. The cement-paved surface was once again trampled into pieces by both sides as they sprinted, and no part of the ground in the open space of the factory could remain intact. Left. A tall and strong figure holds a war hammer, a red cloak moves huntingly, and the whole body is wrapped with lightning and thunder. Right. Another tall and graceful figure holds a sword and shield, with black hair and skirt swaying, and a pair of beautiful eyes shining with a stunning light. Call out. The speed of the two exceeds the dynamic vision of human beings, like flashes of lightning and afterimages. Norse mythology and Greek mythology. Gods recorded in myths and legends, and demigods left over from the bloodline of Zeus. When gods from different pantheons fight together, it is obviously a game of cold weapons such as war hammers and swords and shields, but it turns out to be a horrific scene similar to a missile bombing. For example. Now. Wonder Woman and Thor collided straight together again. The moment the buckler and war hammer collided, it was like triggering a large amount of bombs. The air exploded outward one after another and set off a wave of impact that was as solid as reality. The gravel flew hundreds of meters away, and the dust waves made it impossible for anyone on the field to open their eyes. Every move is extremely destructive. What are you looking at? Run away. Jane knew that Soul was serious this time, and it was just a warm-up. When he really gave it a try, he would die or be disabled if it got involved. Jane immediately picked up her assistant Lewis and took the children to evacuate outside the factory. The person in charge of the factory and the police on the scene didn't even care about the police car at the moment and ran faster than Jane and Lewis. This is a real fight between gods, and the laws of the earth cannot control it even if they want to. Seeing that the opponent once again used a round shield to resist his hammer blow, and acted very easily, Thor, the god of thunder, could not help but look surprised in his eyes. What he has in his hand is Mjolnir. It is also a symbol of power for the future king of Asgard, the divine realm. Holding this hammer, you can gain the power of the god of thunder and be crowned king. Thor, the god of thunder, conquered the universe in the past. There are countless alien civilizations in the 9 realms. The so-called fighting races, the strongest clan, can kill a large area with one hammer. But this time, the multiple heavy blows of Mjolnir were all blocked by the shield strike, unable to cause any obvious blow. This is also natural. After all, Wonder Woman also uses an artifact, the Amazon Aegis. Is it invalid? Hee. Thor, the god of thunder, was completely indifferent to this. Kong's powerful right arm swung Mjolnir crazily, and continued to hammer the shield like iron. A violent hammer blow like a violent storm, each blow carrying the power of thunder. Dang. Wonder Woman steadily carried the thundering Amazon Aegis, but the ground beneath her feet could not bear it for the first time, so that her feet sank into the ground little by little. I'll hammer you into the ground like this. Aware of Thor's intentions. Wonder Woman isn't all about defense. In other words, she had no purely defensive intentions from the beginning. From the moment Thor attacked her, Wonder Woman was determined to defeat him. The knees of both feet are about to sink into the ground. Wonder Woman's body still stood motionless, holding the Amazon Aegis in her right hand, her eyes as sharp as a hunter's insight into her prey. When Thor switched to hammer attack, there was a gap of 0.1 seconds. Now. Wonder Woman suddenly used the Amazon Aegis to knock away the opponent's Mjolnir, and threw forward with her tall body, holding the charged Vulcan sword in her left hand and slashing forward. Air, dust, atoms. Everything in the way was cut open by the blade of the divine sword. So fast. Thor, the god of thunder, was shocked. Although he stepped back in time to dodge, it was still a step too late. Laugh. A flash of silver light flashed, and the armor on the upper body of the god of thunder was cut open by the edge of the Vulcan sword, and blood spilled from it. One sword breaks the divine armor. Come. Thor, god of thunder, didn't even groan in pain. He was injured, and at the same time, he quickly swung Mjolnir with his hammer. The hammer was blurred and deformed like the propeller of a helicopter. The moment he raised his hand, it triggered boundless wind and thunder. Then, Thor, the god of thunder, threw the rapidly spinning Mjolnir forward as a long-range weapon. Mjolnir turned into a bolt of lightning and struck directly at Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman reacted very quickly and raised her shield to defend. But this time, it failed to offset it. Bang! A sonic boom sounded in the low altitude of the factory clearing. Thor's hammer, Amazon's aegis. And Wonder Woman holding the sword flew backwards at high speed, and suddenly crashed into the large factory building behind them, with several layers of walls and load-bearing the pillar shattered in response until it hit the deepest part of the factory. That shield of yours can offset energy strikes, right? What a pity, my Mjolnir is not only capable of energy strikes, it's also first-rate in terms of power blessing. Thor, the god of thunder, smiled towards the depths of the factory. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and Mjolnir immediately flew out from inside at high speed. But very quickly. Thor, god of thunder, saw that there was a golden lasso attached to the returning Mjolnir. The golden lasso is flowing with divine light, tightly binding the hammer handle of Mjolnir. The other end of the golden lasso sank into the factory. Under the pull of Mjolnir's return to its own position, the tall and beautiful figure appeared. Along with Wonder Woman, there was also a bit of cold light on the sword. Even if you are dozens of meters away, you can feel the chill. If it hits the vital point, it is obvious that even a divine body will die. Thor opened his eyes wide in shock. He didn't expect Wonder Woman to recover so quickly and take the initiative to attack more decisively than him. Fortunately, after thousands of wars, his combat response has long become instinctive. For Asgard. The moment he grasped the returning Thor's hammer, Thor smashed it forward. The shout resounded over the factory. At this time, Wonder Woman had no Amazon shield to resist the hammer because she was holding the lasso of truth in her right hand and the sword in her left hand. No hesitation or regret. Wonder Woman's eyes sparkled, she leaped down, and stabbed forward with the sword of the god of fire. Sword strike and hammer strike. Each contains all the power and divine power of each other. This strike will decide the outcome, or even life or death. At this moment. Boom! A rainbow beam of light fell from the dark clouds above the broken dome, just covering the bodies of the two. Before they could decide the final winner, the rainbow beam of light attracted both bodies to leave the Earth world. At the same time. At the door of the factory building next to the battlefield, a red figure moved very fast and sank into the rainbow beam of light. Hey, take me with you. Not far away, the colorful starfish in the glass jar was shocked and shouted at the figure with his mind. As soon as the words fell, the rainbow beam of light disappeared faster than a meteor, sinking into the infinite universe deep in the sky, leaving only a circular mark in the original place. Chapter 224. At this time, the civilized tomb that was once connected to the abandoned factory was disturbed by the energy of gemstones of unknown nature. After Nian left, it was as dark and dead as ever, without any life or movement. Call. It's like a sense of déjà vu with a flicker of light and shadow. In the open area where countless meteorite dust floated, a looming and petite figure emerged, and a gust of wind shuttled freely and unhindered, but the dust was not disturbed wherever it passed. Her crimson waist-length hair flowed freely, her fair and tender face looked a little distressed, her body was wrapped in a red dress, and her small, pink and soft feet were lifted back in the air. Isn't she the Crimson Maid Wanda? Wrong. To be more precise, it's Wanda's soul. Time, go back to 10 minutes ago. After Wanda was separated from Nian under unknown circumstances and was forcibly teleported here, due to accidental contact with the stone pillar, her body was parasitized by the scarlet energy material in the pillar. The overbearing and strange scarlet energy in her body continued to interfere with her body, making it impossible for her to function normally, and her body was too weak to move. This way, Wanda naturally cannot open the portal to return to Earth. So, the Crimson Maid thought of another way to save herself. Out-of-body experience. Temporarily abandon the body that affects you, explore this space area with your soul, and find a way to return to the Earth. This is also true. However, what I never expected was, as soon as Wanda's soul traveled to an area not far from her body, she noticed that her body had been moved. She quickly returned to the original location and watched a blue mist billow and disappear. In the middle of the blue mist, there was a black-haired boy holding his own body, with his back facing him. Master, wait for me. Wanda's soul immediately jumped forward, but in vain, Nian had left with her body. I'm afraid even Nian at this time doesn't know. This is the biggest reason why Wanda's body cannot be revived, bar none. What should I do now? The girl's delicate little face like a doll's soul was troubled. After Nian left with the space artifact, in the subtle perception maintained by the spirit body, the distance between her soul and her current body was far away. As the body serves as a carrier and leaves with the gem energy, the space here is no longer connected to the Earth. Although nothing can hinder the soul except special energies and spells. But the moving speed of the soul is not fast, just a little faster than the wind. It is too difficult to cross the stars. Certainly. Theoretically, if the body is hit by energy, the soul will be pulled back to the body. However, the unknown gem energy in Wanda's body happened to have the property of interfering with cognition, which resulted in the current strange situation. The soul and body are separated by countless star fields. We must meet up with the young master as soon as possible. Wanda's soul was floating in the mid-air of the civilized tomb, thinking about countermeasures, when suddenly there was a strange noise behind her. Hey, what's wrong? Wanda's soul quickly hid in a meteorite nearby. In fact, given the girl's current state, it would be difficult for anyone to notice her even if they were close to her. Under the suspicious gaze of Wanda's soul, floating in the center of the tomb of the broken civilized planet, several huge black mountains suddenly and violently trembled, and countless black gravel peeled off from them. The outermost plated meteorite shattered, revealing the smooth and flat dark metal shell underneath. A little red energy light shines from the bottom of the metal shell, flowing along the mechanical lines, and the engine starts to generate wave energy. Every black mountain looks like a giant alien battleship. In addition to the large black mountain, there are dozens of large meteorites that are also shedding their skins in this vast and empty civilized tomb. Inside are blade-shaped floating battleships. Above the tomb of civilization, there is actually an entire community of alien battleships hidden, which is ushering in a resurrection at this moment. Wanda's soul took a deep breath, clenched her little fists to cheer herself up, and quickly flew towards an alien battleship. The metal shell of the alien battleship was useless, and even the alarm was not triggered. The disembodied soul of the girl escaped into it. It's time. In the cockpit of one of the alien battleships, an ancient existence ushered in a resurrection. He whispered hoarsely. It has been silent for so many years, it's time to regain the glory of our family and let the universe return to darkness. Target Asgard. Get the ether particles first. Earth, Sun, Galaxy. Stars that flicker with light, black holes that swallow light. The galaxies that nurture civilization, the chaos that annihilates stars. Everything was moving backwards rapidly, flickering and disappearing without a trace. Just like the sonic blast channel, it is difficult to measure even in light-year units. The rainbow light shuttles through countless interstellar regions in an instant, like a bridge across the universe, reaching the ultimate destination above the 9 realms deep in the starry sky. Bang! The tall figure holding Mjolnir and the graceful figure holding the Excalibur were the first to land on the long bridge shining with rainbow lights. Thor rolled a few times on the smooth rainbow bridge, stabilized his body and stood up with his hammer in hand. Wonder Woman inserted the Excalibur into the rainbow bridge, and as a deep sword mark opened, she stopped in time to continue throwing it away. Has anyone broken into the god's domain? The gatekeeper of the god's domain, Heimdall, walked out of the gate of the god's domain quickly, looking at the back of the woman who fell on the diplomatic rainbow bridge of the god's domain. Before he could think too much. At the last moment when the rainbow light column disappeared, the third figure fell on the bridge. Heimdall opened his eyes wide. It was a large item wrapped in a red cloak. The cloak separated automatically. A black-haired boy was sitting inside, with a small orange cat on his shoulder and a crimson girl in his arms. There are more than one stowaways. Heimdall's eyes shrank. How could he tolerate someone sneaking into the god's domain in front of the gatekeeper? Why did you pull me back? Thor roared excitedly, unwillingly saying, just now, the last hit could have decided the outcome. Let's continue. Thor, holding Thor's hammer, said to Wonder Woman in front of him. Wonder Woman ignored him, but looked back at the boy who appeared behind her. The sharpness and indifference in Diana's beautiful eyes faded away. She turned forward without hesitation, looked down at Wanda in Xinyan's arms and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, it's just that Wanda's body was invaded by an energy substance and she's in a very bad state." Xinyan said quickly while exhaling, "Fortunately, I made it." When returning to the abandoned factory in Paris, France through the third transmission of the space artifact. Xinyan happened to see the rainbow bridge falling and covering his aunt, so he let the magic floating cloak take them in. Caught the last train of the rainbow light column. Chapter 225. The family group finally reunited. Here it is. Xinyan raised his eyes and looked around. The place where the rainbow light pillar brought them to was a rainbow bridge made of unknown material. Under the rainbow bridge is a huge lake as vast as the ocean. Upward, there is the boundless bright starry sky. Perhaps it is because there is little local exhaust pollution, or it is too close to the sky, but the light of every star is clearly visible, and it is a beautiful sight that is difficult to see on Earth. Behind them is naturally the end point and the gateway of the rainbow bridge. Xinyan looked straight ahead. The rainbow bridge itself is flat and straight, and can be extended to the origin of several kilometers along the line of sight. What caught the eyes of Xinyan and Xiao Huang? There are majestic and magnificent golden palaces, standing like high-rise buildings, towering proudly into the bright starry sky. Behind the golden palace complex, the eternal brilliance shines on it. The glow is like a halo, making the palace look solemn and sacred. This is above the 9 realms god's domain, Asgard. Holding a long sword and walking out of the portal building of the god's domain behind him, the gatekeeper's eyes were so deep that he seemed to be able to see through everything. He stared coldly at Wonder Woman, Nian and others. You broke into the god's domain without permission, and you are already an intruder. Heimdall, don't fight with me, that's my opponent. Besides, you can't beat her. We haven't decided the winner yet, come again. Regardless of the outcome, I will let you go back after the end. Bold and straightforward. But the tone still carries the arrogance of the Asgardian gods and royal family. Thor, god of thunder, felt that if the Rainbow Bridge had not interrupted the battle just now, he would have won. Therefore, he is not convinced. After all, if we stop here, wouldn't it mean that we are in a draw with the opponent? Do you want to continue? Wonder Woman's face turned cold. At the same time, inside Asgard, accompanied by the sound of complicated and dense steps. Wearing armor, holding staffs, swords, spears, war hammers, etc. Each of them was dressed like a warrior who stepped out of an ancient Nordic oil painting, and they rushed along the Rainbow Bridge to support. At a glance, there are thousands of people, which is the standard of an army to conquer a civilized force. Thor. Your Highness the Prince. Are you okay, Thor? They looked at Thor with eyes full of love and awe, and then looked at Wonder Woman and Nian cautiously and with hostility, ready to make a move. Wonder Woman holds the mantra lasso in one hand and the Vulcan in the other, blocking Nian and Wanda with her tall and perfect body. I'll fight you, don't involve other people, Diana said calmly. I don't intend to let them do it either. Thor, god of thunder, waved his hand and signaled the divine warriors behind him to stop. Don't come over here, just watch carefully. You and Wanda stay here and it will be over soon. Wonder Woman then turned back, faced Nian, and whispered a warning. Auntie, are you injured? As if he noticed something, Nian grabbed Diana's right wrist. Diana didn't want him to see it, but she noticed the strong attitude of the young man and could only turn around in cooperation. All I could see was the woman's exposed, graceful right shoulder. There was an obvious scratch there, accompanied by the charred blackness caused by thunder, which was extremely obvious on the snow-white body. Nian paused, an emotion welling up in his heart that was difficult to suppress. I'm fine with this injury. Diana smiled and comforted, didn't you see that the other party was more seriously injured than me? Bring it on. Thor, the god of thunder, ignored the injury on his chest and walked forward while swinging Mjolnir quickly. It's you, right? Without waiting for Wonder Woman to respond, Nian suddenly looked at Thor. The black-haired boy's face was extremely calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. What is it? Thor, god of thunder, had been paying attention to Wonder Woman, and now he glanced at Nian. After realizing that the young man was immortal, he quickly looked away. Sorry, I didn't notice you. Yeah, it's normal if you don't remember. Nian shook his head. At that time, he was in another mode. However, none of that matters now. Watching Aunt Diana step forward to fight. Nian let the magic floating cloak unfold like a tent, covering himself and Wanda, and also blocking the outside world's insight into himself. Nian took off the space necklace from his neck and put it on the little orange cat next to him. The cat's vertical pupils stared at him faintly. You too, keep an eye on Wanda for me, Nian confessed. The corners of the magic floating cloak swayed on their own, as if in response. Xiao Huang also nodded. Before that, Xiao Huang, let's do that first. The black-haired boy said calmly, and at the same time, he brought his left hand closer to his mouth, stuck out his tongue and licked the back of his hand, and then handed his hand to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang opened his mouth without hesitation and bit the back of his hand. After possessing a body of steel, Nian is no longer able to bleed. But through current practices, media exchange can still be achieved. Even though it is only indirect, it is enough. While Xiao Huang bit the back of Nian's hand, strands of dark black evil liquid seeped out from the tips of the small teeth of the cat's mouth, integrating into Nian's body without any hindrance. Lord of the Familiar. Conditions met. Trigger objects, Devour a cub, Venom symbiote. Asgard, in the god's domain. Everyone's attention is focused on Wonder Woman and Thor, and no one cares what a mortal and a cat are doing and what they can do. So, when Thor and Wonder Woman were facing each other and were about to start the second battle. Swish! A black stream of light emerged from under the cloak, like a water arrow, rushing towards Diana's back at a very fast speed. Ha! Wonder Woman Diana's body trembled slightly, and she could clearly sense that a foreign object had entered the divine body, but her body did not have any intention of resisting. After all, the existence entering the body was too familiar. As the host, Diana instinctively catered to it. The black liquid quickly merged into Wonder Woman's body. "The one who asked you to stay behind is getting more and more disobedient," Diana whispered to herself, but her beautiful eyes became softer and the corners of her lips rose slightly. "Aunt, I'll let you fight, I'm just a tool to add buffs." A thought emerged from her heart. "It's Nian. To be more precise, it's Nian in the symbiont mode. It's just that." This time, Nian didn't use Xiao Huang as the final host of the 3-in-1. Instead, he parasitized Wonder Woman, who was in the body of a demigod. This was what Nian had thought about earlier, and today he put it into action for the first time. Venom, symbiont, and demigod power. An alternative 3-in-1 of Nian and Wonder Woman. Chapter 226. Prince had just walked into the Asgard palace when a red carpet, oh no, a cloak flew towards her. Because there was a little orange cat lying on it, it looked like a magic carpet. Prince hugged the floating cloak and cat and looked forward to see several elf witches in robes. They were surrounding a stone bed in the center of the palace. The Crimson Girl was lying quietly on the stone bed, and the bed was covered by a red light protective shield. "How is she?" Prince asked. The black-robed witch who was at a certain age shook her head. She seemed not to care whether Prince was from the realm of gods or not. She focused on Wanda in a dress, with a complicated expression. "It's so strange, in her body, there is an extremely powerful energy substance. What's even more strange is that her soul is lost." "Wait." Prince was stunned for a moment. "You said, she has no soul." "That's right, now her soul is no longer in this body." The black-robed witch was confused, half explaining and half pondering. Normally, the soul cannot be separated from the body for too long. Once separated for too long, the body will gradually begin to reject the soul until the body has no vitality, and once the body that maintains the soul decays, the soul will no longer be able to continue to exist in the world. So, the body and soul are fixed as one. Even if they are separated, they can only be separated temporarily. This is the first time I've seen a situation like hers. The body that has lost its soul can actually maintain immortal vitality for a long time. The black-robed witch found it more and more incredible, which was beyond her cognition. Wanda's soul is not in her body. Nian recalled the previous events and suddenly thought that maybe he had done something wrong. Diana, who lived with Nian, also knew his thoughts and ideas, and was speechless for a moment. "You really are." The number of uses of the space necklace today has been exhausted and can no longer be reused. Prince suddenly said, "You just said that the soul and the body are connected together, and even if they are separated, it is only temporary, so, even if the body and soul are far apart, her soul can be returned to the body by stimulating the body." "That's right." The black-robed witch nodded and said, "But I tried it just now, and used magic power to stimulate her body. Not only was it rejected by the energy in her body, but it also did not produce any effective reaction. I suspect that she has been lost for too long and the stimulation is not strong enough." The black-robed witch analyzed according to the theory. If there is a stimulation that exceeds the energy in her body, plus calling her name, or something that she cares about, it may be possible to pull her soul back. "Let me try." Prince immediately came to the stone bed. Wanda, who was previously like the incarnation of Little Red Riding Hood, is now sleeping like a small sleeping beauty. Her cute little face, which was meticulously carved, had no expression. She lay motionless in a red dress, looking like a large, lifelike, cute doll. With Nian as the main operator and Diana as the assistant. Prince reached out to push aside Wanda's crimson hair, and a little white light shone from his slender white fingertips. The white light burned like a flame, making the elf witches next to them pale and couldn't help but retreat and leave the stone bed area. Bai Chu Pai. Calm. The eyes of the leading black-robed witch were also straight. That was not a white light, but a real divine power. It was far more vast and terrifying than the divine power energy of Thor, the god of thunder, but it was easily condensed and gathered into a point. This kind of divine power and great power was only seen in Odin. Prince easily manipulated this extremely destructive, yet gentle and soft divine energy, and the fingertip burning with white flames pointed at Wanda's forehead. Immediately, a scarlet energy that was originally suppressed by the red band tied to the scarlet hair once again responded to the energy in Prince's hand in defense. Unable to get close, let alone stimulate. As expected. Prince suddenly realized that even this kind of divine power after symbiotic fusion could not exceed the scarlet energy in Wanda's body in terms of intensity. This is understandable. After all, it is suspected to be the existence of infinite gems, and the energy intensity is the ceiling in this universe. Fortunately, gems, I also have them. Prince secretly reached his other hand into the magic floating cloak and held the necklace pendant worn on the little emperor's neck. The space necklace could no longer be used today, but this did not mean that it had lost its original power. What is important is never the space necklace, but the things hidden in it. Under the stimulation of Prince's fusion of divine energy, a little blue light energy glowed from the pendant, and even formed a space distortion in an instant, but it could not affect the ordinary hand. Prince guided a ray of energy from the space gem, neutralized it with his own fusion of divine energy, and once again concentrated and carefully conducted it to Wanda's forehead. The energy flame wrapped around the fingertips turned from pure white to blue-white, with a rainbow inner flame in the middle. This time, the emergency defense of the scarlet energy was directly penetrated, and the energy under Prince's control began to slightly burn and stimulate Wanda's current body. Wanda's eyes were tightly closed, and her tiny eyelashes trembled. It succeeded. Wanda. Can you hear me? At this time, somewhere in the universe, there is a black spaceship that is constantly jumping. In the corridor of the smooth metal spacecraft, alien soldiers holding strange firearms and wearing protective suits walked past after patrolling for a while. They disappeared at the end of the corridor. Wait until it is completely away from the area. The light and shadow flickered in a corner of the deserted corridor, faintly showing the body of a girl wearing a dress, with invisible crimson hair flowing freely. The spacecraft alarm was not triggered, and the girl did not exist in the camera. Wanda's soul blinked and whispered to herself, it turns out that the people on this spaceship are all bad guys. Just now, she unexpectedly gained insight into the secrets of this spaceship and even the entire battleship fleet. It seems the distance between the body and the body is getting closer. Wanda's soul felt a little surprised. Obviously the destination of the spaceship was not the Earth. At this time, the girl's soul suddenly stayed in the mid-air in the corridor of the spaceship, but she vaguely saw a cluster of colorful flames, and a familiar and sweet call came to her ears. It's Miss Diana. Wanda's soul suddenly became excited and quickly looked around. Where are you? The palace of Ace's domain. Under the stimulation of Prince's neutralization and fusion energy and the call of his name, Wanda's body showed obvious reactions, but it was only a tendency to wake up and could not really wake up from the coma. The scarlet energy's stress defense became more and more intense, and beams of scarlet light overflowed from the crimson girl's body. It's not exciting enough. Tell her more things that make her care. Pietro. Nian controlled Prince to say a name, an important name that Wanda would definitely care about. Suddenly, Wanda's fingers moved slightly, but she still didn't wake up. Auntie, what should I say? Nian didn't know that even the name Pietro was not enough to bring Wanda's lost soul back. What else could surpass this weight? Fool, let me do it. Diana took back the use of Prince's body. She lowered her head and leaned close to Wanda's ear, and whispered something that shocked Nian. The next moment, a phantom seemed to come from the end of the universe, ignoring the distance in space, and forcibly dragged it back to the crimson girl's body. Lying on the stone bed, Wanda suddenly opened her jewel-like eyes. Chapter 227. Asgard, on the Rainbow Bridge. Surrounded by Thor, Gatekeeper Heimdall, and a group of divine warriors. There's nothing I can do about you. Wonder Woman, holding the sword of Vulcan and the lasso of truth, muttered to herself inexplicably. Her bright and intelligent eyes showed a little helplessness, but the corners of her delicate lips slightly raised a beautiful arc, and the silver wristbands on her hands glowed with bunches of golden light. Are you ready? Upon seeing this, Thor, the god of thunder, looked extremely solemn. The muscles under his armor were obviously bulging, and he clenched the artifact in his hand, Mjolnir. Through the previous battle on Earth, he already knew that the opponent was very, very strong. It is one of the strongest opponents he has encountered since his battles across the universe. It's worth focusing on and fighting with all your strength. Unfortunately, what Thor doesn't know yet is present. Wonder Woman's autonomous awakening and radiance as she guards the silver bracelet with both hands is not accumulating energy or preparing for battle, but rather suppressing the power of Diana's own body. The power was superimposed countless times at once and almost broke through a certain limit. Nian, who possesses the special bug abilities of symbiosis and elemental devouring, two alien races, entered Wonder Woman's body as if she were stacking buffs as she said. Wonder Woman closed her eyes without any resistance, as if she had handed over her soul and body, and lived in harmony with the symbiote Nian. I am your spirit. I absolutely trust you. One person, one God. Each other's strength, life, future, destiny, soul, and body. Everything. It seems that they have been an inseparable whole since many years ago, so the symbiotic combination at this moment does not have any violation or conflict, but is innately natural and consistent. In an instant, Wonder Woman, a demigod body blessed with various blessings from the gods, has experienced unprecedented changes for the first time in the divine realm outside the earth. Buzz. Under the surprised and uncertain gazes of everyone in the divine realm, the guarding silver bracelet's restless self-awakening trembles, as if burning with golden flames. It is no longer possible to see the body of the wristband clearly, and it is like a halo of divine power that tightly locks the hands. This time, Nian, who has just parasitized into his aunt's body, is not sure what kind of pattern their symbiosis will evolve into next. But the last time he awakened independently from the Guardian Silver Bracelet artifact was when he gained the abilities of Spider and Leopard Girl. The superposition of the dual Apex Predator abilities made him wild and bloodthirsty. At that time, he was suppressed by the divinity guarding the silver bracelet. And this time, it was also suppressing the power in the body, but the protective silver bracelet was more than 10 times more intense than the previous reaction, and it was a complete pair. It's almost successful. Nian communicated with his aunt from his heart. Nian originally thought that with the superposition of multiple abilities, her aunt's appearance would change, and she also asked her to be mentally prepared. After all, in the past, Nian had been superimposed with other abilities, or the background color of his hair and eyes changed. Or his body surface was covered with a dark protective layer like a symbiote, or the ferocious tentacles of a Yuan-devouring beast clan grew behind him. The more complex the ability, the more changeable its form. But what happened this time was far beyond his expectation. What happened? Thor, the god of thunder, was suddenly stunned. In his perception, the opponent's aura was weakening. That's right. Both the aura and the aura of divine power escaping outwards are constantly falling and decaying. Less than 3 seconds. Wonder Woman, who was standing there, slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as ever, but the appearance of her body remained the same. It cannot be said that there are no changes. The aura on her body completely became the same as that of ordinary people. If she wasn't still wearing an Amazon armor dress and holding an Excalibur in her hand, the current Wonder Woman would just be an ordinary person wearing a costume. There is no sharp and powerful aura, no aura of 88,000. The exposed body surface is far less shining than the one showing the power of the gods, the eyes no longer sparkle, and the sexy black hair falls lazily and casually on the shoulders. On Wonder Woman's wrist, the flame guarding the silver bracelet was completely extinguished, as if she had lost her divinity. Symbiosis is successful, 3-in-1 subject, Wonder Woman. Why? The 3-in-1 Wonder Woman looked down at her body, a look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Why, am I the one who controls the body in this mode? Yes. At this time, the one who controls the current 3-in-1 body seems to be Nian. Since Nian was parasitic, he had no intention of fighting for control of his body. He just wanted to give his aunt some status. This is when Diana, who was originally the host, took the initiative to hand over control of her 3-in-1 body. Diana's sweet voice sounded in Nian's mind at the right time. Didn't you say that at home, small things are up to you, and big things are up to me, so I'll leave it to you this time. Is this incident a trivial matter? Nian didn't know what to say. With a thought in his mind, and with the help of his aunt, he instantly understood the current physical condition of the 3-in-1 mode. It turns out that this is what happened. Nian suddenly said to himself. For the model of oneness between oneself and my aunt. The current situation seems to be really just a small matter. You don't want to fight? Are you admitting defeat again? Thor, the god of thunder, stared at Wonder Woman in front of him. He, wearing a red cape, now looked like an angry and savage bull. Who said that? The 3-in-1 Wonder Woman shook her head slightly, put the mantra lasso back casually, and put the Vulcan sword back behind her back. Bring it on. Wonder Woman, who was like an ordinary person, used her bare hands, hooked her fingers, and gestured to Thor holding Mjolnir. The battle can begin. This time, it's not Diana Prince or Wonder Woman fighting alone. Instead, Prince, a family of only 2 people, is fighting. No weapons. Are you humiliating me? Thunder God Thor's blonde hair flew wildly, and he took a step forward. With the thunder in the sky, his anger was beyond words. Isn't this a natural thing? Prince shrugged, showing a mocking expression that he had never seen as Wonder Woman. Behind Thor, the warriors of the god's domain were also strangely angry and shouted out in sympathy. Thor, give her something nice to look at. Teach her a lesson. Show her the high-end combat power of Asgard. Of course. Thor, the god of thunder, shouted, his eyes flashed with lightning, and thunderbolts erupted from the raised Mjolnir. Momentum, strength, divine power, skills, etc. have reached the peak of what they are now. Not just outside the body. Thor felt that thunder plasma was roaring and flowing deep inside his body at the moment. The powerful opponent also allowed him to show his full strength for the first time. Come! Thor, the god of thunder, was like a thunderbolt above the 9 realms, carrying the power of the gods and rushing straight towards Prince, who looked like an ordinary mortal. Thor, something's wrong. Gatekeeper Heimdall stared at Prince. His eyes could see the other side of the 9 realms and see clearly the essence of some things in the universe. At this moment, he seemed to have an insight into something. Thor, the god of thunder, naturally heard the gatekeeper's words, but had no intention of stopping. At this time, he was in his strongest posture. How could it be allowed to retreat or stop for the sake of Asgard's highest honor? It's too late, but it's soon. Thor, the god of thunder who had reached the peak of his momentum and strength, approached Prince and suddenly swung down the hammer with countless thunder and lightning intertwined in his hand. Boom! The entire Asgard divine realm can hear the roar of thunder at this moment. Thunder falls. Prince stood motionless, in his beautiful eyes, the hammer with thunder was getting closer and closer. The last moment. Wonder Woman, the trinity of human and god controlled by Nian, raised her empty right hand. The scorching and dazzling white light drowned everything on the rainbow light bridge, and only that tall and perfect body stood still. How is it possible? Everyone on the rainbow bridge was stunned and stared at the scene ahead in disbelief. This is wrong. Thor himself, the god of thunder, took the initiative and felt as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his eyes. I saw. The Mjolnir that contains all its own divine power and strength, carries the thunder and power of the artifact itself and symbolizes the supreme power of Asgard. He was held up by a white and graceful palm. Prince's cold and beautiful face was expressionless, and he caught Mjolnir with his bare hands even more easily than when he used the Amazon Aegis to defend himself. That's it. Nian's soul passed through his aunt's body and stared at Thor, the god of thunder, holding the hammer in front of him. The ordinary 5 fingers of Prince's mortal right hand spread out and held one corner of the hammer of Mjolnir. Then the slender 5 fingers suddenly contracted, and cracks suddenly burst out on Mjolnir. It was extremely silent on the rainbow bridge. Under the clear crackling sound like thunder, fragments of the hammer continued to fall on the rainbow bridge. Mjolnir, broken. Including the gatekeepers of the god realm, countless people in the god realm on the scene had their brains wiped out, and they felt as if the sky was falling. That's Thor's hammer. Mjolnir. It is not only the most famous artifact in Asgard, but more importantly, it symbolizes the supreme power of Asgard. With the hammer in hand, you are the next king of Asgard. The second prince, the evil god Loki, even tried to lift it many times. As a result, he was unable to lift Mjolnir and was unwilling to miss out on the throne of Asgard. And now, this Mjolnir, which once sparked a fight for the throne and swept across the 9 realms, was crushed to pieces with bare hands. Call. Prince opened his mouth and blew gently, blowing away the fragments of Mjolnir in his right hand. Thor, god of thunder, looked at the artifact with only one handle left in despair, and his tall and strong body could not help but tremble slightly. Thor was shocked. Are you afraid? So, is this what fear feels like? Mjolnir is gone. Thor's eyes seemed dim and grey without light, but as the future king of Asgard, nothing could stop him from moving forward. Fight, don't let the fight stop. As long as he keeps fighting, he will not be defeated. Thor held the Mjolnir handle with only the handle left. His unyielding body instinctively yearned for battle and rushed towards Prince. As a result, his wrist was quickly grasped by the opponent's hand. The slender white fingers are like a lock made of artifact material, unable to break free at all. There is no chance to escape. The next moment. Boom! Thor's body comes into close contact with the hard deck of the Rainbow Bridge. The invincible Thor in the past is lying face to face on the Rainbow Bridge. This is just the beginning. Under the control of Nian with a little resentment, Wonder Woman, now a 3-in-1 demigod body, grabbed Thor's hand and lifted Thor to the ground again and again. It's you just hurt my aunt, right? Nian laughed to vent his anger. Even if the other party hurts him, Nian will not be so angry. Only his aunt is his opponent. Tame each other and defend each other. Divine Realm, on the bridge. Boom! 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 Every swing caused the Rainbow Bridge to vibrate slightly. Prince carried the god of thunder like a chicken, smashed it on the Rainbow Bridge, raised it high again, and repeatedly swung it back and forth and hit it on the bridge. Caca. The bridge deck of the Rainbow Bridge cracked open like a spider web, sinking a little downward, and a brilliant stream of energy overflowed from the pit. There was silence on the Rainbow Bridge, as thousands of divine warriors looked ahead in shock and confusion. Under the hands of Prince, who did not have any divine power and was like an ordinary human being, after losing Mjolnir. Thor, the god of thunder, was as weak as a baby and had no power to fight back. He was lifted and smashed repeatedly on the Rainbow Bridge, which was damaged shortly after it was rebuilt. Stop, stop it. Finally, a beautiful female warrior screamed and screamed. Let him go. My aunt said softly in her heart. Prince nodded and threw Thor aside. Nian didn't kill him, but he paid back at least 10 times. Thor, the god of thunder, was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and had lost consciousness. The wound on his chest was torn again, and blood was gushing out. No divine power, no divine weapon, just crushing by physical strength. This is the strength of the current 3-in-1. Different from the previous 3-in-1. In the past, Nian's 3-in-1 body, due to the nature of the symbiosis, could only use the little emperor, a cub of the element-devouring beast, as a host, parasitizing it to exert its power. This is obviously a forced and helpless choice. Then, under the influence of the racial abilities of the symbiote and the devouring beast, as well as the host body of the devouring beast, Nian's character can easily become evil. If there are flaws, it proves that this model is not perfect. Not the best and most appropriate capability allocation model. With the evil symbiosis and element-devouring abilities, Nian changed the final host from Xiao Huang to his own aunt, Wonder Woman. Evil, suppressed by indifferent divinity, happens to be in a stable state. Without disturbing the temperament and spirit, the steel body, the demigod body, the symbiotic body. The superimposed and sublimated physical strength reaches a terrifying level. With the help of Aunt Diana, her divine power is perfectly restrained, and she can compete with ordinary people in battle. Use Nian's own conceptual understanding to understand. The current 3-in-1 body of Prince has physical defense superior to that of Kryptonians, and physical strength is second only to Kryptonians. However, if you include other artifacts, divine power, energy devouring and other multiple means. Comprehensive combat power. Above Superman Carl, under the super deified mode. The most important thing is, the current 3-in-1 model has no side effects. Regardless of temperament, physique, or ability, it has reached a perfect level with no obvious weaknesses. This is the perfect 3-in-1 accidentally created with the right configuration of capabilities. Prince. Chapter 228. Boom. The extraterritorial direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Black smoke curled up and the fire burned fiercely. Several blade-shaped assault warships were destroyed by the Asgard turrets, falling and crashing into the group buildings of the Golden Asgard. And more dark warships and spaceships barged in overwhelmingly, completely invading the divine domain above the 9 realms. The first to be hit hard by the invasion was Asgard's prison. At this moment, the divine prison. Bang bang bang. The gods' domain soldiers stationed here were constantly blown to the ground, and fell in pieces like wheat harvested in autumn. They encountered only one invading enemy. It was a dark elf warrior who was up to 3 meters tall and burly, with strong and swollen muscles that were like meatballs. Combined with the cold and ferocious dark armor, he looked like a humanoid beast. It was like a human tank when it sprinted inside the prison. No divine soldier could stop the elf warrior, and it forced its way into the deepest part of the prison. Here, there are special prison cells equipped with energy-protective light shields. The people imprisoned here are some villains and criminals that Asgard arrested when they were quelling the chaos at the borders of the 9 realms. The Dark Elf warriors began to destroy the energy cage switch and release all the criminals from the 9 realms imprisoned inside. For a while, the prison was filled with the sound of criminals' carnival. In one of the cages, the dark-haired young man with an evil temperament was lying on the bedboard. He was imprisoned alone in a cage, turning a blind eye to the dark elves who broke in from the outside to release the criminals. Zinbikuj. Just die. Evil god Loki looked sideways and looked at the criminals who happily walked out of the cage indifferently. As the god of strategy, he knew at a glance that the dark elf warriors were not rescuing them out of kindness, and released the criminals just to hinder the Asgard soldiers. Just cannon fodder. But this is also an opportunity. Loki muttered to himself, his face was evil and mysterious, no one knew what he was thinking. The other side. The palace of Ace's domain. The magic floating cloak held up the little orange cat and stood guard by the door. Thunder and artillery shelling outside the palace continued, accompanied by tragic sounds, and they gradually approached the area here. Don't worry, I'm here, there's nothing to worry about. Prince looked calm and let Wanda continue to lie flat on the stone bed. I believe Miss Diana. Wanda lay on the stone bed and closed her eyes obediently. Don't know why. She felt a warmer atmosphere from the current Miss Diana. Like a young master. Prince once again placed his fingers on the girl's smooth forehead, but this time there was no energy flame burning at the fingertips. It was different from the way of stimulating Wanda's body just now. This time, Prince's fingers touched Wanda's eyebrows, and through the warm skin, it seemed as if he was revealing unguarded information. TSK. The scarlet energy in Wanda's body suddenly became restless. Prince's eyes flickered and he watched all this calmly. According to what Odin said before, ether particles will autonomously parasitize in a living body, eating away at the opponent's energy until the opponent's energy is completely transformed into dark matter. Therefore, under the inducement of another living body, the ether particles will instinctively transfer to the living body with more powerful energy. Laugh. Wanda's exposed snow-white skin showed a translucent color, and the scarlet energy in her body was like living blood, moving upward along the blood vessels in the girl's body. Palm. This is the simplest and most effective way to remove ether particles. But even witches and Odin are unwilling to use this method. The reason is also very simple. Life forms with stronger energy must bear the corrosion of ether particles for the former who are attached to ether. This is an endless cycle. But I saw ether particles like scarlet mist, attached to Prince's right hand, but miraculously disappeared after entering the body surface. Whoosh! The ether particles kept separating from Wanda's body and disappeared into Prince's white and slender right hand. At this time, devouring Yuan's space. In the interior of a vast inanimate space, scarlet mist-like ether appeared out of thin air. The scarlet energy rolled a few times without a living body attached to it, and finally formed a ball of scarlet liquid water, with a gem faintly visible at the core. That's a ruby. Red, that's what it is. Prince understood everything. Why was Nian's cognition interfered with before? Why could it switch energy and matter, and even modify and disrupt spatial position? It turns out to be an infinity stone with that special property. Wanda, how do you feel? Prince let go of his hand and asked Wanda warmly. I feel good, I'm not dizzy anymore. Wanda touched her forehead, stood up, and said happily. Try to see if you can open the portal back to Earth, Prince reminded. Okay. Wanda immediately jumped down from the stone bed. She took out a strange ring from the pocket of her red dress, put it on her hand, and began to draw circles in a circle. Just like a real little witch. Zitsy. As a little spark light ignited from the hall, and then rotated into a wheel, the sparks quickly condensed into a circular portal. At a glance, on the other side of the portal is the park grassland that was originally used as a gathering place. Come on, let's go back, Ken Luo is still waiting over there, Prince smiled. Okay. Thinking that she could see Nian, Wanda suddenly jumped for joy, kicked up her black boots high, and crossed the teleportation portal together with the magic floating cloak with the cat. Prince was about to take a step forward and cross the teleportation portal, but he sensed something again and paused for a moment. At the same time. Bang! The door to the Asa God's domain palace was suddenly pushed open, and surrounded by a group of aliens armed with strange firearms, a mysterious being dressed in darkness and wearing a pale mask broke in. There is the breath of ether particles here. It's on you, right? Give me the ether. What if I refuse? Prince asked calmly. Kill her. Malekith pronounced his sentence like the Grim Reaper. The next moment, the wall on one side of the hall was directly smashed open, and a dark and burly figure crashed in, rushing towards Prince at an unabated speed. Miss Diana. Wanda, who had returned to the grass in the park, turned back and shouted in surprise to Prince in front of the portal. Without waiting for her words to fall, the dark elf warrior had already rushed to Prince. The shadow cast by his 3-meter body enveloped the portal, and a shield-sized fist struck Prince's head, turn into meat. Bang! The sound was louder than the sound of breaking through the hall wall. The dark elf warrior convulsed and arched like a shrimp. The armor he was wearing was all cracked and shattered, and he flew backwards. Chapter 229. Watching a punch blow the strongest warrior of the dark elves away from the palace of Asa. Not only the dark elf soldiers on the field, but also the leader Malekith was stunned. Asgard, when did such a number one person exist? It will be over soon. Prince said something to the portal behind him, and then stepped forward directly towards Malekith. The leader of the Dark Elves, right? I originally wanted Odin and the others to handle it, since you came here specifically, let's just handle it. Prince's face was calm and he spoke in the most matter-of-fact tone. Quick, stop her. Malekith suddenly shouted in surprise, he had realized the terrifying strength of the other party. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. In other words, it was a step too early. If Malekith had not interrupted Prince's return to Earth, it would not be what it is now, and it would have to pay a corresponding price for it. Hear the words of the chief. The surrounding dark elf soldiers raised their alien firearms and even took out elf grenades that were enough to destroy part of the space, but Prince moved faster than them. Clang! Prince crossed his hands and overlapped, and the protective silver bracelets worn on his wrists collided together, making a dull sound like a bell. Bang! A dazzling golden divine light lit up from the silver bracelet. With Prince as the center, the air and sound exploded, and a powerful shock wave swept outward. The dark elf soldiers inside Asa's palace were caught off guard, and were all thrown away by the shock wave, including their guns and men. Tread! Malekith pressed his right foot back against the floor, and the floor cracked and collapsed under his heavy step. Damn! Malekith crossed his hands in front of him to protect him, and his face under the pale mask was ferocious and twisted, barely blocking the impact of the protective silver bracelet, but his dark eyes suddenly reflected a cold and perfect figure. A black-haired figure holding a silver sword in one hand. Goodbye. Prince was only one beat slower than the shock wave and appeared close in front of Malekith. There are no other unnecessary actions and no other abilities. Prince's eyes glowed brightly, and his right hand held the Vulcan sword that was originally carried on his back. As the patterned silver sword burned with blazing white light, it slashed from top to bottom. He watched as the dark elf warrior was like a ball of flesh, flying out of the hole in the wall of Asa's palace and flying to the opposite fairy palace building 50 meters away. Thor, god of thunder, stepped forward nervously, wanting to check the situation in the Asa god's domain palace. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Laugh. The body surface is cold and the mind and body are trembling. A white light that was as bright as a crescent moon suddenly burst out from inside the Asa palace. The air was sharply broken. The white light of the crescent moon directly broke through the main entrance of the Asa palace. It passed sharply and quickly from the ground of the immortal palace next to Thor. And continued to extend to the end of the immortal palace area 100 meters away. This is. Thor's astonished eyes followed the white light of the crescent moon that left a long mark on the surface of the immortal palace. Then he looked back at the magnificent and luxurious Asa palace in front of him. He saw that the palace building had a flat crack from the roof. The gap went all the way down to the smooth golden floor beneath his feet. The immortal palace was almost split apart. Night. Asgard, the palace of Asgard. Odin sat on a golden throne holding a scepter, and Thor walked in wearing a red cloak. Father. How is the battle going? Odin looked majestic. Thor responded quickly, everything has been solved. After the death of the dark elf leader Malekith, the remaining dark elves that invaded Asgard were leaderless and were annihilated by our soldiers in one fell swoop. All the criminals who escaped from the prison were also arrested. However, our soldiers also suffered heavy casualties. When Thor said this, his rough face showed a look of grief, and he said unwillingly, although I don't want to admit it, if that guy hadn't killed Malekith, the number of casualties in Asgard would have increased. Are you convinced this time? The corners of Odin's mouth rose quietly. Now, she is indeed stronger. However, I will not back down because of this. Father, I will definitely win back your sword in the future. As long as you don't get discouraged. Odin nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, you have grown up too, from now on, do what you really want to do. Okay, father. Thor nodded gratefully. He suddenly remembered something and said, that's right, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, has something strange about his body. Strange? Why is it strange? Malekisa's body was split in half with a sword, however, when our soldiers collected its body, we found that it had lost its heart before it was cut by the sword. Thor frowned and asked curiously, Father, do the Dark Elves have no heart? No. Odin shook his head, the heart is the source of power for the Dark Elves, it is equivalent to the core of the body's energy and is also the most indestructible part of the body. Then where did its heart go? Sol didn't know why, but he cared about this very much. Maybe it was destroyed by the previous king of Asgard in the war 100,000 years ago. I will send someone to investigate it. But. Thor wanted to say something, but Odin interrupted him and said in an imperative manner, you are tired too, go down and rest first. Yes. Thor nodded, turned around, raised his cloak, and strode out of the main hall. After Thor left, Odin suddenly smiled evilly, who cares about the Dark Elves, stupid Thor, you always worry about these things. His appearance changed. Pai. Calm. Odin's appearance changed from the original golden armor to the evil black-haired young man in a black robe. At this time, somewhere in the universe. Under the tomb of civilization that had been sealed with ether particles and dark elves for tens of thousands of years. It was as empty, dark, and cold as ever, without any vitality. Plop. Suddenly, a floating black meteorite made a sound like a heartbeat. Plop. 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 The heartbeat became louder and louder until it could be heard clearly throughout the entire civilization tomb. Rustle. The black meteorite was constantly shaking off the rubble, revealing a corner of the things hidden inside. It was a completely black heart, which existed independently but still kept beating and vibrating. If you get closer, you will definitely see it. In the center of the core of the black heart, there is the outline of a strange ring. The heart with great energy and vitality nourishes the ring like a hotbed. Chapter 230. Odin, Zeus. One is the god king of Asgard, the divine realm, and the other is the god king who founded Mount Olympus. One is the lord of the 9 realms, which includes the earth as its territory, and the other is the perhaps strongest god who was born on earth. The 2 god kings respectively led a clan that claimed to be gods. They created the myths and legends of different god systems, Nordic and Greek, on earth. For humans, they themselves are mythical supreme beings and totems of faith. Due to the different theories of the 2 major protoss, one side maintains stability while the other wants to break the pattern, resulting in constant conflicts and disputes. They question each other's identity, call each other alien gods and false gods, and compete with each other for human faith on Earth. Until the massive invasion of the apocalypse forces, the 2 major races united. After the war, Odin and Zeus, representing their own clans of gods, signed a special agreement. The specific content of the agreement may only be known to Odin and Zeus themselves. Only. Prince, the symbiotic union of Nian and Diana. Recalling their previous encounters, they have already guessed part of the content of the agreement. You want to place the victory or defeat of the 2 major gods on the new generation of gods, Prince said calmly. That's right. Odin sat on the throne, staring at Prince with his deep single eye, and said without anger, it's said to be an agreement, but it's actually a bet. Having fought side by side, we don't want to let the dispute between the 2 clans continue endlessly, so we decided to transfer the victory to the next generation. Whichever side's next generation of gods is stronger will win the final victory. Leave the old gods' grudges, disputes, and hopes for the future to the new generation of gods. Nian was a little stunned when he heard this. Isn't this the reason why Zeus started crazily creating humans in Greek mythology? What are you thinking about? Diana used her thoughts to promptly correct Nian's unhealthy thoughts. More than 5,000 years ago, it seems that your Mount Olympus began to decline due to civil strife. I originally thought that the agreement between the 2 races ended here. Odin paused for a moment and sighed, I didn't expect that the blood of Zeus is still passed down. You defeated my son Thor, the next lord of Asgard. This also means that your family won the final victory, a bet that spanned tens of thousands of years. Odin's old and majestic words echoed in the main hall of the fairy palace. He reached out to his waist and untied the gold sword he was wearing. Staring at the sword with the golden scabbard, Odin's one-eyed look was a little reluctant, and finally he reached out and threw his sword forward. Snap! Prince caught the sword with one hand. The size and length of the sword were almost the same as the Vulcan sword held in one hand. The craftsmanship was extremely delicate and exquisite, and it was filled with golden and holy brilliance. The spider sense can sense that it contains powerful and impressive energy, and it is like an artifact. Odin's voice sounded much tired, and he waved his hand and said, Take it, that is the sword weapon I have been wearing when I conquered the 9 realms after I became the king of Asgard. This is the weapon that was lost in the agreement that year. Lost bet. Then I won't be polite. Prince hung Odin's sword on his waist, forming 2 sword-shaped divine arcs, one gold and one silver, with the unsheathed Vulcan sword behind his back. It's quite appropriate. Watching Prince, who was wearing 2 swords, leave the main hall of the immortal palace, Odin narrowed his one eye slightly, and finally murmured softly with inexplicable emotion. Zeus, my agreement with you has just begun. If she can really get to that point, ahem. Odin suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, his old body trembled violently and bent down, his hair and beard as white as frost and snow trembled. The sound of heavy coughing echoed in the huge and magnificent golden hall, and no one knew it. After a long time, God King Odin's other hand held the golden scepter tightly to support his body. Now is not the time to fall. Hades. With a click, cracks burst out from several golden chains, and then they broke. A dark black mist of energy spreads out and is extremely corrosive, continuing to erode the dense golden chains around it. Old guy, you can't stand it any longer. The woman in black robe smiled coldly, I'm waiting for the day when your deadline comes. Prince walked into a hall in the immortal palace of the gods. Just stepped into it. No need for treatment, I'm healed. As an impatient and rough voice sounded. A golden-haired man wearing a silver armor and a red cape stepped out. Although he was still stained with blood, he he seemed to be completely fine. He waved his hands to separate several people in robes around him. Which? It's you. Seeing Prince walking into the hall, Thor's expression suddenly changed, and his muscles tensed up like hair. Not only was the most cherished Mjolnir gone, but he himself was knocked to the ground in an instant, and a feeling of severe dizziness still remains in his brain. This is a fact that Thor, the god of thunder, who considers himself the strongest, finds it difficult to accept. He can lose, but he can't lose so outrageously and so powerlessly. What, you still want to fight? Feel free. Prince smiled slightly, with Diana's elegance and calmness, and Nian's straightforwardness and youthful spirit. If you want to fight, then fight. Just prepare another artifact. How could Thor, the god of thunder, bear it? He has always been the one who choked others, but only this time, he was repeatedly suppressed by one person. But soon. Thor seemed to have discovered something, his eyes suddenly widened, staring at Prince's waist. On that slender waist, there was a golden sword, which made him very familiar. How did you get that sword? Thor's eyes were full of astonishment. He was not astonished when Thor's hammer was broken. Obviously, in his mind, this sword, which was just a secondary weapon, was higher than Thor's hammer. This? Odin gave it to me. How is it possible? That is, Thor couldn't understand it, let alone accept it. He couldn't help but walk forward. As a result, he was soon stopped by a voice, Thor. Father. Thor stopped and looked behind Prince, where a figure with a red cape on his shoulders walked into the hall. It was Odin. Father, Thor's hammer, and the sword. Thor was anxious and wanted to tell Odin about the previous things. I know everything. Odin interrupted him and gestured to Prince, you go in first. Prince ignored the father and son and walked past Thor and entered the hall of the Aesir. Compared to other things. Now, Nian and Diana care more about Wanda's safety. Chapter 231. Prince had just walked into the Asgard palace when a red carpet, oh no, a cloak flew towards her. Because there was a little orange cat lying on it, it looked like a magic carpet. Prince hugged the floating cloak and cat and looked forward to see several elf witches in robes. They were surrounding a stone bed in the center of the palace. The Crimson Girl was lying quietly on the stone bed, and the bed was covered by a red light protective shield. How is she? Prince asked. The black-robed witch who was at a certain age shook her head. She seemed not to care whether Prince was from the realm of gods or not. She focused on Wanda in a dress, with a complicated expression. It's so strange, in her body, there is an extremely powerful energy substance. What's even more strange is that her soul is lost. Wait. Prince was stunned for a moment. You said, she has no soul. That's right, now her soul is no longer in this body. The black-robed witch was confused, half explaining and half pondering. Normally, the soul cannot be separated from the body for too long. Once separated for too long, the body will gradually begin to reject the soul until the body has no vitality, and once the body that maintains the soul decays, the soul will no longer be able to continue to exist in the world. So, the body and soul are fixed as one. Even if they are separated, they can only be separated temporarily. This is the first time I've seen a situation like hers. The body that has lost its soul can actually maintain immortal vitality for a long time. The black-robed witch found it more and more incredible, which was beyond her cognition. Wanda's soul is not in her body. Nian recalled the previous events and suddenly thought that maybe he had done something wrong. Diana, who lived with Nian, also knew his thoughts and ideas, and was speechless for a moment. You really are. The number of uses of the space necklace today has been exhausted and can no longer be reused. Prince suddenly said, you just said that the soul and the body are connected together, and even if they are separated, it is only temporary, so, even if the body and soul are far apart, her soul can be returned to the body by stimulating the body. That's right. The black-robed witch nodded and said, but I tried it just now, and used magic power to stimulate her body. Not only was it rejected by the energy in her body, but it also did not produce any effective reaction. I suspect that she has been lost for too long and the stimulation is not strong enough. The black-robed witch analyzed according to the theory, if there is a stimulation that exceeds the energy in her body, plus calling her name, or something that she cares about, it may be possible to pull her soul back. Let me try. Prince immediately came to the stone bed. Wanda, who was previously like the incarnation of Little Red Riding Hood, is now sleeping like a small sleeping beauty. Her cute little face, which was meticulously carved, had no expression. She lay motionless in a red dress, looking like a large, lifelike, cute doll. With Nian as the main operator and Diana as the assistant. Prince reached out and parted Wanda's crimson hair. A little white light shone from his slender white fingertips. The white light burned like a flame, making the elf witches next to them pale and couldn't help but retreat and leave the stone bed area. The eyes of the leading black-robed witch were also straight. That was not a white light, but a real divine power. It was far more vast and terrifying than the divine power energy of Thor, the god of thunder, but it was easily condensed and gathered into a point. This kind of divine power and great power was only seen in Odin. Prince easily manipulated this extremely destructive, yet gentle and soft divine energy, and the fingertip burning with white flames pointed at Wanda's forehead. Immediately, a scarlet energy that was originally suppressed by the red band tied to the scarlet hair once again responded to the energy in Prince's hand in defense. Unable to get close, let alone stimulate. As expected, Prince suddenly realized that even this kind of divine power after symbiotic fusion could not exceed the scarlet energy in Wanda's body in terms of intensity. This is understandable. After all, it is suspected to be the existence of infinite gems, and the energy intensity is the ceiling in this universe. Fortunately, gems, I also have them. Prince secretly reached his other hand into the magic floating cloak and held the necklace pendant worn on the little emperor's neck. The space necklace could no longer be used today, but this did not mean that it had lost its original power. What is important is never the space necklace, but the things hidden in it. Under the stimulation of Prince's fusion of divine energy, a little blue light energy glowed from the pendant, and even formed a space distortion in an instant, but it could not affect the ordinary hand. Prince guided a ray of energy from the space gem, neutralized it with his own fusion of divine energy, and once again concentrated and carefully conducted it to Wanda's forehead. The energy flame wrapped around the fingertips turned from pure white to blue-white, with a rainbow inner flame in the middle. This time, the emergency defense of the scarlet energy was directly penetrated, and the energy under Prince's control began to slightly burn and stimulate Wanda's current body. Wanda's eyes were tightly closed, and her tiny eyelashes trembled. Success. Wanda. Can you hear me? At this time, somewhere in the universe, a black spaceship is constantly jumping. In the smooth metal corridor of the spaceship, alien soldiers holding strange guns and wearing protective uniforms walked by, patrolling a circle and disappearing at the end of the corridor. Wait until it is completely away from this area. In a corner of the empty corridor, the light and shadow flickered vaguely, and a girl in a dress appeared faintly, with invisible scarlet hair flowing and spreading. The alarm of the spaceship was not triggered, and the girl did not exist in the camera. Wanda's soul blinked and whispered to herself, it turns out that all the people on this spaceship are bad guys. Just now, she accidentally saw the secret of this spaceship and even the entire battleship unit. It seems the distance to the body is getting closer and closer. Wanda's soul felt a little surprised, because the destination of the spaceship was obviously not the Earth. The girl's soul suddenly stayed in the air in the corridor of the spaceship, but vaguely saw a cluster of colorful flames, and heard familiar and pleasant calling words in her ears. It's Miss Diana. Wanda's soul suddenly jumped up and looked around quickly, where are you? Acer Domain Hall. Under the stimulation of Prince's neutralization and fusion energy, as well as the calling of her name, Wanda's body showed obvious reactions, but it was limited to the trend of awakening, and she could not really wake up from her coma. And the stress defense of the scarlet energy became more and more intense, and a bunch of scarlet streamers overflowed from the body of the scarlet girl. The stimulation is not big enough. Say more things that she cares about. Pietro. Nian controlled Prince to say a name, an important name that Wanda must care about. Suddenly, Wanda's fingers moved slightly, but she still didn't wake up. Aunt, what should I say? Nian didn't know that even the name of Pietro was not enough to pull Wanda's lost soul back. What else could surpass this weight? Silly, let me do it. Diana took back the right to use Prince's body. She lowered her head close to Wanda's ear and whispered something that shocked Nian. The next moment, a shadow seemed to come from the end of the universe, ignoring the distance in space, and forcibly pulled back to the body of the Crimson Girl. Wanda, who was lying on the stone bed, suddenly opened her bright eyes like gems. Chapter 232. The moment the Scarlet Girl opened her eyes and woke up, the energy flame burning on Prince's finger went out. And a crimson energy surged outward. The air was churning with the energy of destruction and chaos, and the witches and elves around were frightened to flee from the temple of the gods. Ha! Prince stood motionless near the stone bed, and the scarlet shock wave only messed up her hair, unable to cause any actual harm to her. The red magic floating cloak flicked down, isolating the scarlet energy. Wanda first sat up and looked around blankly. The unfamiliar environment made her feel a little scared. After seeing the familiar figure on the edge of the stone bed, she immediately rushed over with difficulty to suppress her emotions. Miss Diana. It's good to be back. Prince breathed a sigh of relief and hugged the petite and soft body of the Scarlet Girl, but his brows were not relaxed. The scarlet energy was obviously still living in Wanda's body. Things are not over yet. Master Nian, is the master okay? Although Wanda had just been rescued and her body was still trembling slightly, she still opened her cute eyes and kept looking for another figure in the hall. He's fine, I promise, Prince blinked. Can he say that the one holding you now is your master? Your Majesty the God King. At this time, the witches who fled out in panic bowed in awe and saluted at the door of the Asgard hall. Odin walked in with a slight nod, followed by Thor, the god of thunder, who had just been scolded and was still a little unconvinced. Father, didn't you say that the Asgard hall was not for outsiders to set foot in? Thor scratched his head. They are not outsiders, they are guests. Odin's old face was solemn, and he looked at Wanda sitting on the stone bed with his one eye. Looking at the scarlet energy flashing on his body, he asked in a serious voice, where did you encounter this energy substance? Of course it's the earth, old man, do you know what the energy substance in Wanda's body is? Prince asked curiously. Old man. Thor's mouth twitched. It was the first time someone called his father like this. Of course I know. That is, ether particles. Ether particles? Thor was stunned for a moment, and said bluntly, I seem to have heard of it when I was a child, but I have forgotten what it is. It's normal for you to forget, for me, it's all very long ago. Odin waved his hand, signaling the elves and witches in the hall to leave after the witches left. He spoke with reminiscence. Nearly 100 years ago, when my father was the leader of Asgard, there was a great evil race in the 9 realms, the Dark Elves. Legend has it that the Dark Elves want to steal the light. Thor remembered something else. These were all one of his previous bedtime stories. Odin nodded and said, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, created a doomsday weapon called ether. Ether particles can transform all kinds of matter into dark matter. The Dark Elves tried to transform the universe into a dark realm through ether particles. Later, my father led his troops to crush the Dark Elves' intentions and sealed the ether particles forever in an underground place of cosmic civilization. After listening to Odin's story, Prince couldn't help but wonder, why does it appear on Earth now? Odin's one-eyed expression was more complicated. Maybe, the 9 realms merge into one. He paused and continued, although the 9 realms are divided into relatively independent realms, they are actually in the same dimension. Just like the solar eclipse phenomenon on your Earth, the 9 independent realms will overlap with each other at a certain moment, so that part of the space of the 9 realms is connected. Of course, the overlapping time will not last too long. I understand. Prince suddenly realized. Should we say they are lucky or unlucky? The 9 realms merge into one once every tens of thousands of years just happened to be encountered by them on a family trip. Moreover, the abandoned factory in Paris, France, where they arrived, was just connected to the underground of the cosmic civilization where the ether particles were buried. However, the ether particles. Nian was very sure that the body of the ether particles was actually the 3rd Infinity Stone. The Dark Elf Malekith was equivalent to the Ancient One, using the Infinity Stones he obtained to create a magical instrument. Just like the previous Cosmic Cube, Mind Scepter, etc. The ether particles are obviously just a carrier of the Infinity Stones. So the question is. Prince's eyes fell quietly on Odin. Does the other party know about the Infinity Stones? Nian didn't believe that he didn't know. After all, the evil god Loki who attacked New York last time knew how to use the Cosmic Cube and Mind Scepter correctly. Knowing, but not saying. Diana thought in accordance with Nian's thoughts. This means that he is hiding the Infinity Stones, or, hiding a secret that is many times more important than the Infinity Stones themselves. This explanation is the most reasonable. Nian agreed with his aunt's opinion. The god King Odin must be hiding a secret behind the Infinity Stones. Dark Elves, Wanda seemed to know something. She blinked her big eyes and asked in a low voice as if to confirm. Where is this place? A place called Asgard, what's wrong? Prince touched Wanda's little head. Ah. Wanda opened her eyes wide and said quickly. The fleet of the Dark Elves is about to attack here. Odin's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Don't talk nonsense. I watched them set off with my own eyes. It would be correct if this was Asgard. Wanda tilted her little head and asked doubtfully, maybe there is a second place called Asgard. This is even more impossible. Thor was anxious. Asgard is unique. Why didn't I think of this? The ether has revived, so naturally the Dark Elves have also revived. They are not only coming for the ether, but also for Asgard. The words were not spoken yet. Boom. Outside the Asa Divine Realm Palace, in front of the Immortal Palace, in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge, there was a roar. It's actually true, Thor's expression changed. Enemy attack. Odin walked resolutely toward the outside of the palace, followed closely by Thor, leaving Prince and Wanda behind in the palace. Miss Diana, what should we do? Wanda asked worriedly. Don't worry about them, I'll take out the ether particles from your body first. Prince said. Before, neither Nian nor Diana could remove the ether particles from Wanda's body without harming her. But now, it is in the perfect 3-in-1 mode. Chapter 233. Boom. The extraterritorial direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Black smoke curled up and the fire burned fiercely. Several blade-shaped assault warships were destroyed by the Asgard turrets, falling and crashing into the group buildings of the Golden Asgard. And more dark warships and spaceships barged in overwhelmingly, completely invading the divine domain above the 9 realms. The first to be hit hard by the invasion was Asgard's prison. At this moment, the divine prison. Bang bang bang. The gods' domain soldiers stationed here were constantly blown to the ground, and fell in pieces like wheat harvested in autumn. They encountered only one invading enemy. It was a dark elf warrior who was up to 3 meters tall and burly, with strong and swollen muscles that were like meatballs. Combined with the cold and ferocious dark armor, he looked like a humanoid beast. It was like a human tank when it sprinted inside the prison. No divine soldier could stop the elf warrior, and it forced its way into the deepest part of the prison. Here, there are special prison cells equipped with energy-protective light shields. The people imprisoned here are some villains and criminals that Asgard arrested when they were quelling the chaos at the borders of the 9 realms. The Dark Elf warriors began to destroy the energy cage switch and release all the criminals from the 9 realms imprisoned inside. For a while, the prison was filled with the sound of criminals' carnival. In one of the cages, the dark-haired young man with an evil temperament was lying on the bedboard. He was imprisoned alone in a cage, turning a blind eye to the dark elves who broke in from the outside to release the criminals. Just die. Evil god Loki looked sideways and looked at the criminals who happily walked out of the cage indifferently. As the god of strategy, he knew at a glance that the dark elf warriors were not rescuing them out of kindness, and released the criminals just to hinder the Asgard soldiers. Just cannon fodder. But this is also an opportunity. Loki muttered to himself, his face was evil and mysterious, no one knew what he was thinking. The other side. The palace of Ace's domain. The magic floating cloak held up the little orange cat and stood guard by the door. Thunder and artillery shelling outside the palace continued, accompanied by tragic sounds, and they gradually approached the area here. Don't worry, I'm here, there's nothing to worry about. Prince looked calm and let Wanda continue to lie flat on the stone bed. I believe Miss Diana. Wanda lay on the stone bed and closed her eyes obediently. Don't know why. She felt a warmer atmosphere from the current Miss Diana. Like a young master. Prince once again placed his fingers on the girl's smooth forehead, but this time there was no energy flame burning at the fingertips. It was different from the way of stimulating Wanda's body just now. This time, Prince's fingers touched Wanda's eyebrows, and through the warm skin, it seemed as if he was revealing unguarded information. TSK. The scarlet energy in Wanda's body suddenly became restless. Prince's eyes flickered and he watched all this calmly. According to what Odin said before, ether particles will autonomously parasitize in a living body, eating away at the opponent's energy until the opponent's energy is completely transformed into dark matter. Therefore, under the inducement of another living body, the ether particles will instinctively transfer to the living body with more powerful energy. Laugh. Wanda's exposed snow-white skin showed a translucent color, and the scarlet energy in her body was like living blood, moving upward along the blood vessels in the girl's body. Palm. This is the simplest and most effective way to remove ether particles. But even witches and Odin are unwilling to use this method. The reason is also very simple. Life forms with stronger energy must bear the corrosion of ether particles for the former who are attached to ether. This is an endless cycle. But I saw ether particles like scarlet mist, attached to Prince's right hand, but miraculously disappeared after entering the body surface. Whoosh! The ether particles kept separating from Wanda's body and disappeared into Prince's white and slender right hand. At this time, devouring Yuan space. In the interior of a vast inanimate space, scarlet mist-like ether appeared out of thin air. The scarlet energy rolled a few times without a living body attached to it. And finally formed a ball of scarlet liquid water, with a gem faintly visible at the core. That's a ruby. Red, that's what it is. Prince understood everything. Why was Nian's cognition interfered with before? Why could it switch energy and matter, and even modify and disrupt spatial position? It turns out to be an infinity stone with that special property. Wanda, how do you feel? Prince let go of his hand and asked Wanda warmly. I feel good, I'm not dizzy anymore. Wanda touched her forehead, stood up, and said happily. Try to see if you can open the portal back to Earth, Prince reminded. Okay. Wanda immediately jumped down from the stone bed. She took out a strange ring from the pocket of her red dress, put it on her hand, and began to draw circles in a circle. Just like a real little witch. Zitsy. As a little spark light ignited from the hall, and then rotated into a wheel, the sparks quickly condensed into a circular portal. At a glance, on the other side of the portal is the park grassland that was originally used as a gathering place. Come on, let's go back, Kenluo is still waiting over there, Prince smiled. Okay. Thinking that she could see Nian, Wanda suddenly jumped for joy, kicked up her black boots high, and crossed the teleportation portal together with the magic floating cloak with the cat. Prince was about to take a step forward and cross the teleportation portal, but he sensed something again and paused for a moment. At the same time. Bang! The door to the Asa God's domain palace was suddenly pushed open, and surrounded by a group of aliens armed with strange firearms, a mysterious being dressed in darkness and wearing a pale mask broke in. There is the breath of ether particles here. It's on you, right? Give me the ether. What if I refuse? Prince asked calmly. Kill her. Malekith pronounced his sentence like the Grim Reaper. The next moment. The wall on one side of the hall was directly smashed open, and a dark and burly figure crashed in, rushing towards Prince at an unabated speed. Miss Diana. Wanda, who had returned to the grass in the park, turned back and shouted in surprise to Prince in front of the portal. Without waiting for her words to fall. The dark elf warrior had already rushed to Prince. The shadow cast by his 3-meter body enveloped the portal, and a shield-sized fist struck Prince's head, turn into meat. Bang! The sound was louder than the sound of breaking through the hall wall. The dark elf warrior convulsed and arched like a shrimp. The armor he was wearing was all cracked and shattered, and he flew backwards. Chapter 234. Watching a punch blow the strongest warrior of the dark elves away from the palace of Asa. Not only the dark elf soldiers on the field, but also the leader Malekith was stunned. Asgard, when did such a number one person exist? It will be over soon. Prince said something to the portal behind him, and then stepped forward directly towards Malekith. The leader of the Dark Elves, right? I originally wanted Odin and the others to handle it, since you came here specifically, let's just handle it. Prince's face was calm and he spoke in the most matter-of-fact tone. Quick, stop her. Malekith suddenly shouted in surprise, he had realized the terrifying strength of the other party. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. In other words, it was a step too early. If Malekith had not interrupted Prince's return to Earth, it would not be what it is now, and it would have to pay a corresponding price for it. Hear the words of the chief. The surrounding dark elf soldiers raised their alien firearms and even took out elf grenades that were enough to destroy part of the space, but Prince moved faster than them. Clang! Prince crossed his hands and overlapped, and the protective silver bracelets worn on his wrists collided together, making a dull sound like a bell. Bang! A dazzling golden divine light lit up from the silver bracelet. With Prince as the center, the air and sound exploded, and a powerful shock wave swept outward. The dark elf soldiers inside Asa's palace were caught off guard, and were all thrown away by the shock wave, including their guns and men. Tread! Malekith pressed his right foot back against the floor, and the floor cracked and collapsed under his heavy step. Damn! Malekith crossed his hands in front of him to protect him, and his face under the pale mask was ferocious and twisted, barely blocking the impact of the protective silver bracelet, but his dark eyes suddenly reflected a cold and perfect figure. A black-haired figure holding a silver sword in one hand. Goodbye. Prince was only one beat slower than the shock wave and appeared close in front of Malekith. There are no other unnecessary actions and no other abilities. Prince's eyes glowed brightly, and his right hand held the Vulcan sword that was originally carried on his back. As the patterned silver sword burned with blazing white light, it slashed from top to bottom. He watched as the dark elf warrior was like a ball of flesh, flying out of the hole in the wall of Asa's palace and flying to the opposite fairy palace building 50 meters away. Thor, god of thunder, stepped forward nervously, wanting to check the situation in the Asa god's domain palace. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Laugh. The body surface is cold and the mind and body are trembling. A white light that was as bright as a crescent moon suddenly burst out from inside the Asa palace. The air was sharply broken. The white light of the crescent moon directly broke through the main entrance of the Asa palace. It passed sharply and quickly from the ground of the immortal palace next to Thor. And continued to extend. To the end of the immortal palace area 100 meters away. This is. Thor's astonished eyes followed the white light of the crescent moon that left a long mark on the surface of the immortal palace. Then he looked back at the magnificent and luxurious Asa palace in front of him. He saw that the palace building had a flat crack from the roof. The gap went all the way down to the smooth golden floor beneath his feet. The immortal palace was almost split apart. Night. Asgard, the palace of Asgard. Odin sat on the golden throne holding a scepter, and Thor walked in wearing a red cloak. Father. How is the battle going? Odin looked majestic. Thor responded quickly, everything has been solved. After the death of the Dark Elf leader Malekith, the remaining Dark Elves that invaded Asgard were leaderless and were annihilated by our soldiers in one fell swoop. All the criminals who escaped from the prison were also arrested. However, our soldiers also suffered heavy casualties. When Thor said this, his rough face showed a look of grief, and he said unwillingly, although I don't want to admit it, if that guy hadn't killed Malekith, the number of casualties in Asgard would have increased. Are you convinced this time? The corners of Odin's mouth rose quietly. Now, she is indeed stronger. However, I will not back down because of this. Father, I will definitely win back your sword in the future. As long as you don't get discouraged. Odin nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, you have grown up too, from now on, do what you really want to do. Okay, father. Thor nodded gratefully. He suddenly remembered something and said, that's right, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, has something strange about his body. Strange? Why is it strange? Malekith's body was split in half with a sword, however, when our soldiers collected its body, we found that it had lost its heart before it was cut by the sword. Thor frowned and asked curiously, Father, do the Dark Elves have no heart? No. Odin shook his head, the heart is the source of power for the Dark Elves, it is equivalent to the core of the body's energy and is also the most indestructible part of the body. Then where did its heart go? Sol didn't know why, but he cared about this very much. Maybe it was destroyed by the previous king of Asgard in the war 100,000 years ago. I will send someone to investigate it. But. Thor wanted to say something, but Odin interrupted him and said in an imperative way, you are tired too, go down and rest first. Yes. Thor nodded, turned around, raised his cloak, and strode out of the main hall. After Thor left, Odin suddenly smiled evilly, who cares about the Dark Elves, stupid Thor, you always worry about these things. His appearance changed. From the original appearance of Odin wearing golden armor, he turned into an evil black-haired young man wearing a black robe. At this time, somewhere in the universe. Originally, the ether particles and the Dark Elves were sealed in the underground tomb of civilization for tens of thousands of years. It was as empty, dark, cold, and lifeless as always. Plop. Suddenly, a floating black meteorite made a sound like a heartbeat. Thump. 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 The heartbeat became louder and louder until it could be heard clearly in the entire tomb of civilization. Rustle. The black meteorite was constantly shaking off the rubble, revealing a corner of the things hidden inside. It was a completely black heart, which existed independently, but still beat and vibrated continuously. If you come closer, you will definitely see it. In the center of the core of the black heart, there is the outline of a strange ring. The heart with great energy and vitality nourishes the ring like a hotbed. Chapter 235. At night. Earth, the land of neon and cherry blossoms. The bright moon hangs in the night sky, casting a cool and faint silver light. In a privately booked hotel, the hot spring area. A gust of night wind blows into the courtyard, and the branches and leaves of the cherry tree suddenly make a rustling sound, and pink petals fall into the hot spring with hot steam. Gurgle. The black-haired boy is shirtless, showing perfect muscle curves. He has a warm bath towel on his forehead and is lying in the huge hot spring pool. Of course. Because it is a family trip, there is more than one person in the hot spring pool. Gurgle. A ball of soft orange bright hair emerges from the pool water, and then a small head pops out of the hot spring, making a comfortable and pleasant meow sound. The little orange cat scratches the water with its claws and plays happily. Really good. A glass jar floated on the surface of the hot spring, and inside it was a colorful starfish lying on the bottom. Although the one-eyed starfish did not soak in the hot spring water, it still felt the temperature coming from the wall of the jar, and muttered to itself with a relaxed look, "Forgive you for leaving me alone in the abandoned factory this morning." A red cloak floated next to the black-haired boy. It tried to touch the pool water with the hem of the cloak, and after getting a corner wet, it quickly shook off the hot spring water. Nian soaked in the hot spring, emptying his mind, relaxing his muscles, and felt that the fatigue in his body was removed a lot at once. "Nian, how do you feel?" A pleasant and cold voice came from the other side of a row of bamboo walls. "Very good." Nian opened his eyes, and he looked at the little emperor who jumped out of the hot spring next to him and wanted to pull the magic floating cloak into the pool. He was speechless for a moment. "Would you like to come over here and soak together?" The voice of the ant continued to come from the neighbor. Among them, there were also the exclamations of the young girl. Nian's relaxed body tensed up, and his mind was hard to let go. Who can bear this? Next to him, in another hot spring pool. A red belt, a long red dress, white socks, a white top, a black suit, and 2 swords, 1 silver and 1 gold, were all placed beside the pool. In the midst of the hot spring, a large and a small woman were soaking in the pool. The former was mature and graceful, with a perfect body like a sculpture of a god. And a sexy black hair draped over her shoulders. The latter was young and petite, and already had the prototype of a top beauty, with crimson hair that reached her waist and sank into the pool. "Miss Diana, I'll wipe your back." The crimson maid came behind the black-haired woman obediently. I don't know if it was because she had been soaking in the hot spring water for a long time, or because of Diana's words just now, her little face was stained with a faint crimson, which was very cute. "Don't worry, he won't come," Diana blinked and smiled. "I know." Wanda didn't know whether she was lucky or regretful, and shyly raised her hands to wipe her back. As a result, Wanda soon found that Diana's back was smooth and white, without any dirt, and with a perfect and delicate curve. It was like a most precious divine object. "Miss Diana, your skin is so good, is this a god?" The scarlet maid Wanda was envious. She glanced at the half outline of Diana floating out of the pool in front of her, then looked down at her own, and immediately hid under the pool with a plop. "You will be the same in the future," Diana smiled. "Same." Wanda blushed slightly, pouted and blew bubbles in the hot spring, not knowing what she was thinking. "Pa!" Nian slapped his cheeks with both hands, forcing the spider sense to be turned off, otherwise he would always sense his neighbors unnaturally. "Next week, I must make an appointment with Gwen or Kara." Nian looked at the bath towel that was almost floating on the water and made up his mind secretly. After taking a hot spring bath, Nian fished the wet Xiao Huang and Mo Fu out of the hot spring together. These 2 guys shook their bodies immediately after leaving the hot spring. The cat's hair and the cloak fabric shook at the same time, splashing water all over the locker room. "You 2 should behave yourself." Nian scolded, dried himself, changed into a set of pajamas, and put the space pendant on his neck into his clothes. Behind him, there was a sudden energy fluctuation of space nature. That's right, it was space nature. Since wearing the space necklace, Nian has become more and more sensitive to the energy of space nature. He looked back in surprise and saw a bald woman in a yellow robe standing in the locker room. I said to the master, "Can you tell me before you show up next time? It's always like this, it's scary." Master Gui put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Can this degree scare you?" "That's true." Nian couldn't refute it. With the extraordinary events he encountered and the high frequency, things that were not the beginning of the destruction of the world were not enough to scare him. Master Gui looked at him and asked bluntly, "You came to the New York sanctuary to find me today. So, there are things you don't know." Nian shrugged and said, "I did go to the sanctuary to find you, but the matter is almost over." Nian briefly recounted the ether incident, omitting the bet between Odin and Zeus. After that, Nian gestured to the young yuan-devouring beast, "Little Emperor, take that thing out." Nian immediately understood and opened his cat mouth, coughed a few times, and spit out a crystal ruby. Reality gem. Ancient Master looked at the ruby, was silent for a long time, and looked at the black-haired boy next to him again. "Are you trying to collect 6? "No, that's not the case." Nian denied it, feeling helpless and said, "It attached itself to Wanda, it has nothing to do with me." "That's fate." Ancient Master shook her head inexplicably, she pointed her hand, collected the ruby on the ground, and threw a silver necklace over. Nian took it and found that it was almost the same as the space necklace he was wearing, only the shape of the metal pendant was slightly different. It was a necklace magic weapon that imprisoned the mind gem. Nian quickly understood. The Ancient One said, "It takes me some time to make a magic weapon, after all, there are not so many magic weapons that can be used as gem carriers." "You are welcome." Nian blinked, speaking in a rare honorific tone. The Ancient One sounded a little strange to her. She looked at Nian deeply, turned around and was about to open the portal to leave. "Master, that red ribbon-shaped magic weapon," Nian reminded. "Keep it for Wanda." The Ancient One said this, waved his hand, opened the portal and disappeared into the room. Master Ancient One, you are a good man. Nian sighed secretly. However, I can't tell you about it. What is the name of the magic weapon, and what magic function does it have? Chapter 236. A week later, Saturday. The rain was falling in drizzle, making the streets wet. The black-haired boy was leaning on the train platform wearing a dark blue windbreaker. His facial features were not handsome, but he was very handsome and good-looking. His not-so-tall figure held up the uniform and windbreaker just right. Outside he doesn't attract much attention from passers-by. The only thing that made a profound impact was that the boy's brown eyes were bright and clear, even in the rainy weather. Fortunately, Alice said it in advance, it's cloudy and rainy today. The black-haired boy stood on the edge of the station platform, calmly raising the black umbrella in his hand. Just as he was about to open his umbrella and leave the station. Tap. A large suitcase turned sideways and fell to the ground beside it. The suitcase that fell to the ground accidentally opened, and several small white shadows flickered out of it, fluttering and flying towards the rainy gray sky outside the station. Boom! A ray of purple lightning swam across the sky like a dragon and snake, instantly illuminating the station below and most of the prosperous city. The white birds defied the wind and rain and disappeared into the city. Mom, look, it's a pigeon. A little girl shouted happily at the station, and many people looked at the boy. Nian looked sideways and saw several white feathers falling to the ground. The owner of the suitcase was a woman in her 20s. The woman has slightly curly long black hair, wearing a purple scarf, a white shirt, a black jacket, and a pair of long jeans without holes. Wearing a pair of square black glasses and a pair of black high-heeled leather boots. The other party's body is mature and plump, and his face is of the highest quality, but maybe it's because of his dress. At first glance, he looks a bit earthy and old-fashioned, as if he is deliberately hiding something. In addition, the other party was dragging large and small suitcases, apologizing frequently to the passers-by who had disturbed him, while hurriedly packing up the suitcases that had fallen to the ground, making him look even more rustic and naive. Nian took a few steps forward, helped pick up the hat and silk scarf that fell to the ground, and patted the dust away. Thank you, thank you. The woman hurriedly bowed and thanked Nian. The purple scarf hanging by the other party is hanging down, and the white lining shows a pair of rounded outlines. They are so big that they are about to appear. In Nian's impression, only Felicia can match them. Nian didn't stare all the time. He quickly looked away, looked at the top hat in his hand and asked curiously, "Are you a magician?" "No, I'm just the magician's assistant." The woman raised her hand to adjust the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and said helplessly, "My image and temperament don't look like a magician." "I think you are very suitable to be a magician," Nian said honestly. Although magicians are mysterious, wise, and eccentric, he does feel that the woman in front of him is very suitable. "Really, thank you, I am also working hard towards this goal." The woman glanced at Nian gratefully, then looked at him and asked. "Little brother, are you a local?" Nian shook his head and said bluntly, "I'm just here for a date." "Oh, are you going on a date? It's really amazing. The person to pick me up has arrived, it's time for me to go." After a brief farewell, Nian watched the other party leave in a vehicle. "It's time for me to go." Nian did not stop, opened the black umbrella, and left the station as well. Outside. The rain continued to fall, and a misty gray mist seemed to permeate the dark clouded sky and the dark city. Between the gray mist and hazy water vapor, retro and modern skyscrapers tower into the sky. Under the dim lights, the city looks like a dark forest. The densely intertwined elevated light rail between the buildings highlights the developed transportation here. It is as if technology and living standards have jumped too fast, so fast that many things in the city itself still retain the modern retro style. Churches, towers, statues, iron lamps can be seen everywhere on the streets. Vehicles came and went silently, and the neon lights gave off a gorgeous cold glow, which was reflected in the puddles on the road. Dark colors and rainy days seem to be the standard here forever. That's right, here it is. Gotham. It's really different from other cities. Nian secretly lamented that this city was as developed as New York, as if New York was covered by a veil of darkness and mystery. It should be here. Where is the person? Nian came to the agreed street intersection, looked around, and then took out his mobile phone to check the time. Exactly, 11 o'clock in the morning. However, the weather and place in Gotham made him mistakenly think it was 11 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Gotham City, thousands of meters above the sky. The thunderclouds are still piling up, getting bigger and bigger, almost covering the entire city. The sky roared, and several purple thunderbolts crashed down with terrifying roars. A human figure standing in the center of the thundercloud was reflected. The red cloak and red skirt were swaying, and the dark blonde hair was flying gracefully. The godlike girl stood in the middle of the thunder clouds. Bai Chu Pai. Calm. Ignore the lightning and fear the wind and rain. Today's weather is not good, Supergirl muttered to herself. She had a serious face, clenched her soft pink right fist, and punched suddenly. Bang! Under the action of the force field, the astonishing power radiated outward, and the layers of air stirred up a powerful shock wave, instantly shattering the thunderclouds tens of thousands of meters away in front of him. The skies seemed to be torn apart by force. The skies suddenly opened up, and the bright sunshine fell downwards. Not enough. Supergirl's figure continued to move, and she seemed to turn into a tornado vortex, constantly breaking through and clearing the surrounding dark clouds. The rain has stopped. Nian, who was standing at the crossroads, stretched out his hand and noticed that there was no rain falling. He put away his black umbrella and looked up. It can be seen that there is not a trace of dark clouds in the city sky, it is blue and clear as if it has been washed, and the golden sunlight falls smoothly without any hindrance. It's actually sunny. On the road, many Gotham citizens holding umbrellas and wearing raincoats were surprised. There are not many sunny days like this in Gotham in a day. Besides, it was still raining for half of the time and then it suddenly turned sunny. It was strange. Senior, this way. Nian didn't think so much. He followed the familiar calling voice and cast his gaze. He saw at the intersection of the street opposite. White blonde hair shimmering in the sun. A young and beautiful girl was wearing a short skirt and a black stocking. Her delicate feet were waving to him sweetly. Coming, Kara. Nian smiled, waved, and walked against passers-by. This weekend it was Supergirl Kara who invited him to downtown Gotham. This is also Nian's first visit to Gotham. I have heard about it before, or seen it on TV news, and it is no less than the economic capital of New York. Does it feel good when you first step in? Chapter 237. Under the bright and brilliant sun, the fog that has been lingering in Gotham City dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the city. There are many magnificent high-rise buildings, and the atmosphere is rich in culture and history. Most of the local citizens and passers-by are dressed in work uniforms. Mainly in gray and black tones, as if they are performing a silent movie from the old era. In terms of prosperity, it is not inferior to any modern city, but the noise on the street is lower than that of second- and third-tier cities. People are in a hurry and there is little noisy conversation. This may be a hangover from being a former crime capital. 20 years ago, it once became the metropolis with the fastest economic development in the world. And developed elevated rail transportation seemed to be established overnight. The rapid development of economy and technology has also caused many extreme crimes to occur secretly in Gotham City, which is bright on the surface. Even the previous generation patriarch of the Wayne Group, the most prestigious person in the city, was shot dead in the street by a gangster. The crime rate continues to soar, and the city becomes more and more decayed, making people in Gotham City turn violent when they hear gunshots at night. Every night, there is crime going on in the streets outside, and the local police are helpless. Until more than 10 years ago, a Bat legend was quietly born in this city. Fighting violence with violence, the Dark Knight, no matter how vicious the criminal is, will be subdued by him. Batman first became an urban legend in Gotham, spreading in the city to form a terrifying force that deters crime. Until now. Arkham Asylum and heavy-duty prisons were built successively. Although crime cannot be eradicated like cockroaches and rats, it is still suppressed to a certain extent. Gotham City, on the streets with people coming and going. The girl with white blonde hair held the arm of the black-haired boy intimately, and the two of them were like an ordinary young couple, wandering around the streets and alleys of Gotham City Center. Looking at the cute, sweet young girl next to her. Nian secretly sighed, I am afraid that not many people in this city know the identity of the other party's superwoman. Those seemingly weak and boneless hands can actually easily smash and collapse a tall building or mountain. The slender body is not afraid of damage. Kara, what bet did you and Gwen make? Nian asked curiously. This time, Gwen actually knew earlier than him that Kara had made an appointment with him. This is not normal. Senior, this is a secret among girls. Kara, who was eating strawberry ice cream, blinked, spit out her soft pink tongue stained with milky white, and said playfully. All right. Then why did you choose Gotham as the date? You can tell me that, right? Kara smiled and did not respond. Instead, she gestured towards one place, look over there. Nian followed Kara's hand and could see two boys chasing and playing in the park nearby. One was holding a plastic product shaped like a bat knife, and the other was wearing a small piece of red cloth that looked like a red cloak. Posters of Superwoman wearing a red cape and flying like bullets were also posted on buses passing by slowly. That bright red is extremely conspicuous in the dark Gotham City. Nian suddenly realized that he was letting himself test the results. At the beginning, it was my senior who asked me to insist on being my true self, Kara said with a smile. I didn't know you were a Kryptonian at that time, Nian spread his hands. And there's more, although I've been in Gotham City these past few weeks and weekends, I haven't had a chance to walk on the streets properly, so I wanted to take advantage of this day to experience it. Kara was a little distressed, and then looked at Nian. Senior, don't you like Gotham City? It's not that I don't like it, Nian shook his head. He almost agreed to Butler Afew's suggestion and moved to Gotham City. He paused and said, even if you don't invite me to Gotham, I will still come here for a visit. What do you mean? Kara looked at Nian doubtfully. You'll find out soon enough. Nian looked down at Kara's hand and warned, your ice cream will melt if you don't eat it. Hey! The girl's exclamation echoed over the street. At night. The gauze-like darkness shrouded the vast and prosperous downtown Gotham, and the neon lights lit up. A young girl who had finished her dinner walked out of a steak restaurant. What else do you want to play next? Nian's words have not yet finished. At this time. The girl with dark blonde hair suddenly raised her eyes, looking solemnly at the sky on one side of the city. I saw. A bright beam of searchlight in the distant city shot upwards, imprinting a bat icon on the night sky. Looking at the icon in the distant night sky, Kara's eyes flashed with sharpness and hesitation. Go if you want, Nian said bluntly, knowing what she was hesitating about. But. Do what you want to do. Nian interrupted Kara's words. He fumbled with his hands in the pocket of his windbreaker, took out a small jellyfish that looked like a glass ball and handed it to the girl. Take this with you. Okay, senior, I will be back soon. Kara took the little jellyfish in her hand. In front of Nian, she unbuttoned her white shirt and pulled the shirt to both sides, revealing the tight-fitting suit underneath. Bikupai. Calm. Supergirl's exclusive suit. The S-shaped family icon supports a smooth arc. Bow. As the sound barrier broke from the front, Kara disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye, and then a shirt and a short skirt fell into Nian's hands. Nian quickly retracted his gaze from the night sky of Gotham City. He folded the clothes in his hands, wrapped his dark blue windbreaker and whispered inexplicably. Okay, Mo Fu, Guan Luo, Alice, it's time for us to start. Nian turned and walked directly into an alley. The blue windbreaker on his body also quickly turned into a dark background. As if escaping into the dense night. A gust of wind blew out of thin air in the depths of the alley, and the black figure flew into the sky, heading towards the city area opposite to the searchlight. 5 minutes later. In the city of Gotham, there is a very hidden underground bar with a sign on the door saying that it is temporarily closed. The silver-haired young man in a black windbreaker wanted to walk in, but was quickly stopped by two shirtless tattooed men. This place is temporarily closed, one of the tattooed men said. I came here for an appointment, the silver-haired young man said calmly without changing his expression. Another big man looked at him and said in a deep voice, secret code. Kill Superman, the silver-haired young man smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Go in. The two tattooed men looked at each other and made way for their sturdy bodies like buckets. The silver-haired young man in a windbreaker successfully entered the underground bar. Before he officially stepped inside, a man's cold shout came from the bar. We in Gotham do not allow such a powerful person to exist. Chapter 238. After arranging for Alice to focus on Gwen and Kara as superheroes, Nian suddenly remembered something. Something I've always wanted to do but didn't do. Magic float. Nian stretched out his hand to signal, and the red cloak flew past the living room and was put on him. The hem of the cloak fell down and turned into a dark red windbreaker. Put on your outdoor boots. Xiao Huang, it's time to get up, open the door. Nian came to the sofa in the living room and picked up the little orange cat sleeping on it. Only then did Xiao Huang open his eyes. Meow. The little emperor woke up and opened his mouth to yawn. As a result, his mouth opened wider and wider. The little cat's mouth opened ferociously, and tentacles full of small teeth stretched out. The kitten with a bigger palm swallowed Nian in one gulp. Gulu. After a while, Mao Mao squatted on the sofa and squinted his eyes. After Nian disappeared, the empty living room returned to silence. The black hair and dark red trench coat were lifted back as if without gravity. Nian felt as if he was in the universe. The windbreaker slowly floated down with his body and landed on a colorful flesh ball-shaped meteorite. Since the Asgard incident, his body of steel has begun to adapt to the airless space environment. Starro, are you okay here? Nian said. Not bad. A mental thought similar to that of Guan Luo sounded. The colorful meteorite under Nian's feet squirmed violently, and then bloomed like a bud, spreading out 5 gorgeous giant petals. No, those are just 5 tentacles that are better than petals. In the center of the colorful tentacles, there was a clear one eye, reflecting the young man's figure. Nian just stepped on a large starfish floating in the current devouring universe, magnifying it dozens of times. The surface of the large starfish is self-fluorescent, like a very small planet, glowing with colorful arcs of energy. It's like the body of Kanluo split apart, Starro. It's really rare for you to come here. Starro seemed to have a hint of resentment in his words. Isn't Kanluo always with us? Nian shrugged and suddenly said in surprise, Starro, why do I feel that your body seems to have become smaller? When Starro was first transferred into the devouring space, the opponent was already larger than an ordinary building, but now it has shrunk to the size of a heavy truck. It has shrunk by more than 1 circle. I am indeed young, Starro admitted with a nod. What on earth did you do? Nian asked curiously. As per normal. As long as Starro does not split too much, his body will become larger and larger unless it is isolated from the energy of the outside world, such as Kanro who has been in a glass jar. But now, placed in the vast and boundless yuan-devouring space, Starro has become so much smaller. Let me show you my recent results. Starro opened 5 giant tentacles and began to float and move. After passing through a dark fog, Nian's eyes suddenly became clear. This is it. Nian was stunned. What caught his eyes was a small planet. Yes. In the vast and boundless space that is as big as half the universe, something like a planet appeared for the first time. Although the planet in front of us only has a radius of about 100 meters, it is covered with vibrant grass. It is a round, pure green living planet. Starro, how did you do it? Nian used the magic floating cloak to float down and stepped on the grass of the small planet. He found that there was air inside, the gravity was about half that of the Earth, and the temperature was very comfortable. I'm bored of playing with energy transformation. If I have more energy, I can make it bigger and better. How's it going? Isn't it awesome? Sharp. Nian felt sincerely. The visual and cognitive impact this scene gave him was greater than Starro's previous extraordinary abilities such as devouring energy, fissioning clones, and transmitting thoughts. No matter what, this is planet creation. Or a living planet. This ability is already connected with the creator. Wait a minute, you just said that as long as you have enough energy, you can make it bigger and more perfect? Nian said. That's right, the energy I have stored outside for 20 years has been basically spent here, Starro responded with his mind. Nian touched the collar of his coat, where he wore a silver necklace. The thing he lacks most is probably energy. After all, the Space Stone's predecessor, the Cosmic Cube, was the source of unlimited energy for the Hydra organization during World War II. To a certain extent, the Infinity Stones themselves contain nearly infinite energy. And he has 3 such gems. If infinite energy is provided to Starro, wouldn't it be possible to create a real planet? Like a second Earth? Nian shook his head and took back his thoughts. He couldn't use such a big planet. However, this place can be used as a temporary refuge, a truly safe refuge. After all, the only entrance is Xiaohuang's mouth. Even at the level of Master Gu Yi, they cannot enter here directly without the other party having been here before. Nian used Starro's body as a floating flying saucer and continued to enter an area of the devouring space. Soon. Nian arrived at an area that looked like a space garbage dump. There were all kinds of garbage floating everywhere. The overwhelming scene was endless and there was no end in sight. Most of them were strange and weird alien products. And there were even alien spaceships and alien products. The remains of star creatures. Due to the characteristics of the dimensional space-split inheritance of the yuan-devouring beast family. Some of the alien debris here were swallowed up by Xiao Huang's previous generation, Gugu. There are also items swallowed up by the previous generation, or the oldest batch of element-devouring beasts. With the temperament of their family, there is still a long-term inheritance. Nian wouldn't be surprised by what is in the devouring yuan space. When I was free, I also came here to sort garbage. I dragged aside all the useful or good things for you, Starro said. Is there a spaceship that can be launched? Nian asked casually. With the magic floating cloak, he flew forward and shuttled through the space junk. Of course, there are more than one, Starro responded quickly. It's really edible. Nian flew to visit the alien items classified by Starro, and felt that this was definitely more spectacular than the annual technology exhibition of Stark Industries. This is the creation of civilizations from all over the universe since hundreds of millions of years ago. From now on, Alice will scan and classify batches of them. The most important thing is the scientific and technological value contained in them. Just as Nian was thinking of this, suddenly, among the alien products floating around, an object no bigger than a thumb touched his forehead. What's this? Nian took it in his hand and observed it, and found that it was a ring. To be more precise, it is a simple and exquisite ring. I don't know what it is made of, but it feels warm and cool when I hold it. The surface of the ring is mottled and worn, as if it was born in a very long time ago. It's garbage, I've tested it, and there's no energy smell on it. Starro glanced at the mottled ring the boy picked up and quickly looked away. Yeah. Nian felt that the feel and texture of this thing were good, so he put it away casually. Chapter 239. As a burst of mysterious blue light mist surged out and filled the air. Nian was coming out of the devouring yuan space and returning to the living room of his home when he heard some movement outside the door. It should be Wanda who is back. However, what puzzled Nian was that the spider sense sensed. In addition to the sound of one person's footsteps, there is also the sound of another person's footsteps. Judging by the slowness of their steps, they seem to be two petite girls. By the way, Wanda said last night that she wanted to bring her classmates to play at home. Nian thought back. He waved his hand quickly, and the red windbreaker immediately separated from his body, regained its original shape of the magic floating cloak, and flew back into the room. Nian, who was wearing casual home clothes, slightly adjusted his collar and sleeves, and changed his boots for home slippers. When he finished all this, the door just opened. I'm back. The first one to walk in was naturally the crimson maid Wanda, who was dressed in a red dress. The girl's little hands were carrying a shopping bag that was too heavy for her age. Seeing Nian standing in front of the door, Wanda was surprised at first, and then her face quickly turned red. She subconsciously covered her chest with her hands, lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. Master. Nian felt a little strange. He didn't do much last night, but he still nodded and responded, just come back. Master, I brought my classmate here, and she is also my current deskmate. As Wanda said this, a petite figure also wearing a uniform and a small dress walked in from behind her. Hello. Nian raised his eyes forward, and when he saw the person standing behind Wanda, he was stunned. It was a young girl who was almost the same age and height as Wanda. She was wearing a white-waisted uniform top and a light gray small knee-length dress. Her delicate and flawless face looked a little arrogant and cold, and her hair looked like she was born with it. Her dark green hair was tied into twin ponytails. Her white and soft legs were wrapped in white socks and black boots, and she also carried a small black backpack on her slender back. She seems to be a good girl. That's weird. Her name is Lorna. Wanda glanced at Nian curiously. Master, how are you doing? No, I just think she looks a bit like you. Nian chuckled. Some teachers and classmates in my class also said this, Wanda said with a smile. It's weird if it doesn't look like it. The corners of Nian's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Lorna, this is my young master, Nian Prince, Wanda introduced Lorna very seriously. Nice to meet you, Master Nian. Lorna's attitude was a little cold, but polite enough, as if meeting Nian for the first time, she stretched out her hand. Nian even thought that he had recognized the wrong person. Hello. Nian reached out and shook Lorna gently. A moment of handshake. Nian felt his palm being lightly scratched. In shock, he looked into the pale green eyes of the girl in front of him with a cunning look. The corners of Nian's eyes twitched again. It's weird to admit a mistake. Wanda helped explain, Master, Lorna has this kind of temperament, she is more introverted than me in school, she has basically no contact with others except me. Really? Nian felt that his cognition was collapsing. It's strange that this guy is an introvert. Considering the other person's precocity and social level, I'm afraid he doesn't want to play with children of the same age. Before. Nian also thought about asking Alice or Kanluo to help find the girl who disappeared from New York City. Never expected it. It turned out that the other party was always not far from him. Yes. Isn't Wanda's current classmate the boss of Polaris? Nice to meet you, Lorna. The corners of Nian's mouth raised slightly as he stared at the girl in front of him. Long time no see, boss. I'm going to make lunch, Lorna, sit down in the living room first. Wanda took out a water glass to entertain them, and quickly ran to the kitchen with the bag in hand. Want to play a handheld game? Nian took out the Nintendo handheld console he bought before and made a gesture. Okay, Lorna agreed casually. The two of them seemed to get along quite well. Wanda took a look outside the kitchen door and then stepped in with confidence. Wait until Wanda enters the kitchen. Nian and Lorna were sitting next to each other on the sofa. As he installed the handheld device, he turned around and asked in a low voice, Lorna, when did you come here to go to school? What did you say? Do we know each other? Boss, Nian changed his words in time. That's right, don't forget your identity, stupid little brother. Lorna snorted softly. She lost all her cuteness and politeness and showed her true nature. She said carelessly. I think the gang has no meaning and no future, so I disbanded. You just have nothing to do, so you want to go to school and experience it. Why don't you tell me and I can help you arrange it, Nian said. No need, you little brother, do you think you are my guardian? Lorna crossed her arms, showing her sharp little fangs, and said firmly, I can do everything by myself. I know, of course you can. Nian did not refute, and knew that the refutation would have no effect. He blinked and said, but isn't it also the right of the boss to drive the younger brother? It makes sense. Lorna instinctively took out a cigarette, which startled Nian, but she found that the green-haired girl only took out a lollipop. Peel off the paper and hold the candy in your mouth. Lorna seemed to have reacted, glared at Nian, bit into the candy and hummed. Don't change the concept secretly. It's up to you to arrange it. Do you want to arrange me farther away, right? Tell me quickly, or don't you want to see me, your boss? Nian shook his head. He remembered the past scene he saw in the sanctuary last time. He couldn't help but smile and look at the green-haired girl nearby, and said with great sincerity, Boss, I'm very happy that you can come here, really. It was as if he could feel the heat in the young man's eyes. It was rare that Lorna didn't reply to Nian. She turned her little face away and muttered dissatisfiedly, Little brother, if you touch my head again, I will cripple you. Yes, boss. Nian smiled and looked lovingly at the green-haired girl next to him. Boss, do you know how to play a handheld game console? Huh, there's nothing I don't know, teach me first. While Wanda was making lunch, Nian and Lorna started to enter the handheld entertainment mode. After a while. The game has started, is there any reward for the winner? Lorna confidently switched to Brawl and looked at Nian provocatively. Whoever wins can make a request, Nian said casually. Any request is fine. Lorna narrowed her light green eyes, licked her pink lower lip coated with moist syrup, and swayed her twin ponytails. Certainly. Nian was waiting for the other party's words and carefully grasped the handle of the handheld device in his hand. Now, there is no reason to lose. Chapter 240. Harley put her hands on the table and leaned forward, her twin ponytails hanging down naturally. Her big eyes looked at him with scrutiny and said. Strange, I've never seen you before. There are so many people in the world, it's normal if you haven't seen them before, Nian responded with an expressionless face. That's true. Harley Quinn nodded first, and then said, but if you were hanging out in Gotham, there's no way I wouldn't know about it. I'm just a little-known person, Nian shook his head. Yeah. Harley's eyes were suspicious. She wanted to say something, but a green figure had already come to the side. Harry, your order for dinner. Poison Ivy behaved elegantly and lightly, placing the plates with food on the table in front of Harley Quinn and King Shark. In addition, I am his guarantor, Poison Ivy smiled at Nian, very charming and charming. In this case, I won't attack him. Hallie looked thoughtful, her attention moved away from Nian, and she picked up the knife and fork to enjoy her dinner. Goo goo. The Shark King next to him opened his mouth wide and swallowed the plate together with just one mouthful. Then he touched his white belly and found that it was not swollen at all. In the bar, the combat meeting also entered its final stage. Captain Boomerang suddenly snorted and said, Don't forget, even Superman has very fatal and obvious weaknesses. It would have been fine if it had been said by another person, but it was Captain Boomerang who was not welcomed even among the most evil people in Gotham. Many people on the field did not intend to pay attention to him. Look at what this is. Captain Boomerang smiled indifferently. He used a boomerang as a dagger and nailed it to the table. He reached into his pocket with his right hand and fumbled to take out a ring box. You don't want to propose here, do you? Stop being ridiculous, Boomerang. Some people questioned and sneered. But when Captain Boomerang opened the ring box, everyone was stunned for a moment. I saw streaks of emerald green light glowing, and a small green object lay in the center of the box. Kind of like emerald. It has its own dazzling and mysterious green light, instantly becoming the focus of everyone in the bar. My God, how did you get it? Killer Crocodile couldn't help but stand up and stared at the green object. Could it be that thing? Some people were even more surprised. It seems that we came to the right place tonight. Nian looked at the green object and thought to himself. That's right, it's what you're thinking of, kryptonite. Captain Boomerang raised the box that glowed green and said firmly, this is a small amount, although it is not much, but it is enough to make one bullet. Deadshot said solemnly, give it to me, I can guarantee that it will hit Supergirl's body. No one in the bar questioned this. Of course, the most important strategic weapon must be placed on the person who can maximize its strength. Captain Boomerang said, directly covering the box containing a small piece of kryptonite and throwing it to Death Shooter. In this way, everyone is sure, right? Captain Boomerang raised his head high, feeling proud. The bar fell into a brief silence. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that something of the level of kryptonite was something that a rogue leader like Captain Boomerang could get his hands on. Obviously, there is someone behind this so-called free recruitment battle meeting. However, this is indeed an opportunity to kill or expel Supergirl. Many people made an immediate decision. Soon. Around the weapon of kryptonite bullets, a temporary combat plan was generated. The people in the bar divided into several teams, pretending to be criminal gangs, attracting Supergirl's attention and leading them to a specific encirclement point. Then the Death Shooter hiding in the dark used kryptonite bullets to deliver a fatal blow to launch a counterattack. Certainly. There are also teams that must divert or block Batman to buy time. Nian was assigned to the induction team headed by Killer Crocodile. Captain Boomerang led the second inducement team. As for the woman who made Nian aware of the danger, Joan Munn, was assigned to guide or block Batman's third temporary team. Deadshot is on his own with a few helpers. The battle plan was formulated, the teams were assigned, and a group of people disguised themselves and left through the back door of the bar. The originally lively underground bar suddenly became deserted with only 3 people left. Are you all leaving? My dear, why don't you go and enjoy the fun? Harley Quinn waved to Poison Ivy, who was still at the front desk, bored. I'm not interested, I just lent them the venue. Poison Ivy shook her head at this. Then how about we take advantage of them to lure the superheroes and really make a big deal? Harley rubbed her hands in anticipation. Good suggestion, however, I have other things to do tonight, Poison Ivy declined. Yeah, that's a shame. Harley felt a little regretful, her eyes dimmed, as if her happiness was gone. At this time, Harry found Nanawi lying on the chair where the silver-haired young man had been sitting. Choo-choo. Nanawi kept twitching his nose and licking the chair with his tongue. Nanawe, what are you doing? Harley was stunned. Are you so hungry? You even want to eat the chair. Nanawe put down the chair, his eyes glowed, and he said excitedly, the smell of the cat boss. What did you say? How could he be? Harley was halfway through her words, and then she was stunned. Just now. Harley had indeed never seen the silver-haired young man, but she felt a sense of familiarity from him, so she went up to talk. Everything was connected. It's him. Under the somewhat stunned eyes of Poison Ivy, Harley suddenly kicked over the table and rushed to the bar counter uncontrollably. Tell me, who was that guy just now? Anger, resentment, gratitude, etc. All kinds of emotions were on Harley's face. It was the first time that Poison Ivy saw Harley so radical. You mean that guy? Poison Ivy said bluntly. I don't know him. Damn it. Didn't you say that you are his guarantor? Harley put her hands on the table and stared at Poison Ivy coldly. I only vouched for him because he had the courage to drink my wine. Poison Ivy's face was solemn, and she asked in confusion, who is he to you? He did this. Harley stretched out her hand and tore off the black silk scarf like a necklace, revealing the white and intact neck of the beauty, but there was a conspicuous cat paw mark on the side. Bai Chu Pai. Calm. Now I can't contact anyone at all. Once I do, this mark will kill the other person directly. You should have a deep understanding of this feeling, as you are full of plant toxins, right? Harley said coldly, no matter what, I have to find him and ask him clearly, for what purpose did he curse me? Chapter 241. Giggle. Poison Ivy covered her mouth and laughed. Her smile was so beautiful that her graceful body swayed. Harley Quinn seemed to have been stepped on, and she slapped the bar table hard, making a bang-bang sound and yelling angrily. Why are you laughing? Isn't it interesting that the crime queen of Gotham actually suffered a loss from such a young guy? Poison Ivy licked her red and attractive lips with her tongue, and exhaled warmly. Last time, he was just a cat, who knows? Harley glared at Poison Ivy fiercely. She stopped talking and put the black silk scarf around her neck back on. Since you don't know his identity, I won't waste time with you here. Nanawi, let's go. Harley waved her hand, her dyed twin tails swaying, and hurriedly rushed into the back door of the bar. King Shark wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Poison Ivy, and stepped forward on his short legs to follow Harley Quinn. The two chased out in the direction where everyone in the bar had left. The underground bar fell silent again. This way, it will be interesting. Poison Ivy muttered. There was one thing she didn't tell Harley Quinn, her wine wasn't that simple. Poison Ivy picked up a plate of indoor green plants at the front desk. Her scarlet hair was flowing, and she turned and walked into the kitchen. Her body wrapped lightly in a green skirt quickly disappeared into the darkness. At this time, the other side. In the Gotham City shrouded in darkness outside, a gray van was driving at a constant speed on the highway. The leader of the first seduction team is Killer Croc, who has a body made of crocodile skin and a fierce look on his face. He is sitting on the passenger seat of the van calmly and powerfully. The silver-haired young man disguised as Nian sat in the second row, flanked by two burly men. Wait a minute, arrive at the destination and obey my orders, Killer Crocodile said coldly. As the captain, if anyone disobeys the order, I will be the first to kill him. Killer Croc doesn't speak much, but his evil aura is palpable. Everyone in the car nodded. Nian understood the meaning of this team allocation. Killer Croc, who was first a soldier and then biochemically modified, was the most powerful and physically powerful being in the bar meeting just now. Moreover, Killer Croc was once a soldier, and strict discipline is engraved in his bones. Therefore, it is most suitable for him to lead the team on the seduction mission. Let me make a request first, which is also the top priority of this mission. Killer Crocodile's words were hoarse and he said calmly and forcefully. Later, after successfully inducing the target to come out, everyone, immediately stop the action and put down their weapons, raise your hands and surrender. Well. Nian and other teammates were stunned for a moment. Do you understand? Killer Crocodile glanced at everyone in the car indifferently. He is luring the target, not sending him to his death. Is he worthy enough to arm wrestle with Supergirl? Killer Croc is very self-aware of this. Clear. Everyone responded one after another. I have a problem, a voice suddenly sounded in the car. Suddenly. The eyes of Killer Croc and the others fell on the silver-haired young man. Nian said, how can we be sure that we can lure the target to show up? What if it is Batman or other superheroes? Whap. Didn't we mention it in the meeting just now? Killer Croc's eyes flashed slightly. If we fail, there will be a second seduction team. If Batman is seduced, the third alternative team will continue to carry out the seduction task. Isn't it just to lure Superwoman out? Why make such a simple thing so complicated? What do you think? Killer Crocodile looked at Nian coldly, as if he would kill him if he heard any worthless advice. Nian said slowly, I do have an immature idea, just for reference. 10 minutes later. A local bank in Gotham was robbed by several masked robbers at gunpoint. The leader of the robbers smashed the bulletproof window with one punch. The other robbers began to skillfully hold hostages and collect stacks of banknotes. However, the police did not arrive at the scene. On the roof of the building where the bank is located, a lamp lights up, and a beam of light as bright as day shines upward, shining an icon into the night sky. Passers-by from several streets away can see it by looking up. It's just that the icon of the light is not the bat that people are accustomed to, but a capital S icon. That is the exclusive totem of the Superman family. The robber boss was in no mood to collect banknotes and gold bars. He stood at the door of the bank and looked up at the totem projection that lit up in the Gotham night sky. He couldn't help but tremble with his indomitable will. This is not a cry for help, but a provocation. Killer Crocodile said coldly to a masked robber next to him, your suggestion is very good, but remember, don't use other tricks. The masked robber nodded and said nothing. Killer Croc wanted to say something else, but at this moment, the searchlight above the roof suddenly went out. At this time, the sound of breaking wind sounded a beat slower. Killer Croc's expression changed drastically, and he roared, everyone, come out. Quick. Hear his words. The robbers in the room all put down the banknotes in their hands and rushed out of the bank door with Killer Croc. Almost at the moment when everyone stepped out of the door, with a sound of footsteps, a graceful figure fell straight from the sky, with a red cape flying, dark golden hair fluttering, and a pair of light golden eyes calm and sharp. No need to look up, everyone on the field knows. She is coming. Everyone, don't move, just wait here for the police to arrive. The beautiful girl in a blue top and red skirt smiled slightly, looking at Killer Croc and others on the field and counting softly, 1, 2, 3, 4 robbers. 4, aren't there 5 of them? Killer Croc was stunned, quickly glanced at his teammates next to him, and quickly confirmed. The silver-haired young man just now disappeared. That guy is indeed problematic. However, now that Supergirl has appeared and is standing at a specific luring location, it means that their mission has been successful. Now is the time, why don't you shoot, Death Shooter? Killer Croc said nothing, but his mind was turning rapidly. At this time, 1,000 meters away from the bank. The top-floor window of a high-rise building was slightly open, and the black metal iron pipes looked out at the city outside. Death Shooter leaned down, holding the high-precision sniper rifle tightly, and loaded a special kryptonite bullet that flashed green light. He adjusted his breathing, and his heart rate seemed to drop a lot, like a robot. In the sniper rifle lens, the crosshairs were aimed at the back of Superwoman's head 1,000 meters away. Kryptonite bullets, long-range sniping, this is the current known effective means of attack against the Superman family. Even Bloodsport has a record of severely injuring Superman with kryptonite bullets. Death Shooter believes that he can definitely do it. Now. Death Shooter sensed the wind direction, and after brewing, he decisively pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle. Chapter 242. Under the bright and brilliant sun, the fog that has been lingering in Gotham City dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the city. There are many magnificent high-rise buildings, and the atmosphere is rich in culture and history. Most of the local citizens and passers-by are dressed in work uniforms. Mainly in gray and black tones, as if they are performing a silent movie from the old era. In terms of prosperity, it is not inferior to any modern city, but the noise on the street is lower than that of second- and third-tier cities. People are in a hurry and there is little noisy conversation. This may be a hangover from being a former crime capital. 20 years ago. It once became the metropolis with the fastest economic development in the world. And developed elevated rail transportation seemed to be established overnight. The rapid development of economy and technology has also caused many extreme crimes to occur secretly in Gotham City, which is bright on the surface. Even the previous generation patriarch of the Wayne Group, the most prestigious person in the city, was shot dead in the street by a gangster. The crime rate continues to soar, and the city becomes more and more decayed, making people in Gotham City turn violent when they hear gunshots at night. Every night, there is crime going on in the streets outside, and the local police are helpless. Until more than 10 years ago, a Bat legend was quietly born in this city. Fighting violence with violence, the Dark Knight, no matter how vicious the criminal is, will be subdued by him. Batman first became an urban legend in Gotham, spreading in the city to form a terrifying force that deters crime. Until now. Arkham Asylum and heavy-duty prisons were built successively. Although crime cannot be eradicated like cockroaches and rats, it is still suppressed to a certain extent. Gotham City, on the streets with people coming and going. The girl with white blonde hair held the arm of the black-haired boy intimately, and the two of them were like an ordinary young couple, wandering around the streets and alleys of Gotham City Center. Looking at the cute, sweet young girl next to her. Nian secretly sighed, I am afraid that not many people in this city know the identity of the other party's Superwoman. Those seemingly weak and boneless hands can actually easily smash and collapse a tall building or mountain. The slender body is not afraid of damage. Kara, what bet did you and Gwen make? Nian asked curiously. This time, Gwen actually knew earlier than him that Kara had made an appointment with him. This is not normal. Senior, this is a secret among girls. Kara, who was eating strawberry ice cream, blinked, spit out her soft pink tongue stained with milky white, and said playfully. All right. Then why did you choose Gotham as the date? You can say that, right? Kara smiled and did not respond. Instead, she gestured towards one place, look over there. Nian followed Kara's hand and could see two boys chasing and playing in the park nearby. One was holding a plastic product shaped like a bat knife, and the other was wearing a small piece of red cloth that looked like a red cloak. Posters of Superwoman wearing a red cape and flying like bullets were also posted on the buses passing by slowly. That bright red is extremely conspicuous in the dark Gotham City. Nian suddenly realized that he was letting himself test the results. At the beginning, it was my senior who asked me to insist on being my true self, Kara said with a smile. I didn't know you were a Kryptonian at that time, Nian spread his hands. And there's more, although I've been in Gotham City these past few weeks on weekends, I haven't had a chance to walk on the streets properly, so I wanted to take advantage of this date to experience it. Kara was a little distressed, and then looked at Nian. Senior, don't you like Gotham City? It's not that I don't like it, Nian shook his head. He almost agreed to Butler Afew's suggestion and moved to Gotham City. He paused and said, even if you don't invite me to Gotham, I will still come here for a visit. What do you mean? Kara looked at Nian doubtfully. You'll find out soon enough. Nian looked down at Kara's hand and warned, your ice cream will melt if you don't eat it. Hey! The girl's exclamation echoed over the street. At night. The gauze-like darkness shrouded the vast and prosperous downtown Gotham, and the neon lights lit up. A young girl who had finished her dinner walked out of a steak restaurant. What else do you want to play next? Nian's words have not yet finished. At this time. The girl with dark blonde hair suddenly raised her eyes, looking solemnly at the sky on one side of the city. I saw. A bright beam of searchlight in the distant city shot upwards, imprinting a bat icon on the night sky. Looking at the icon in the distant night sky, Kara's eyes flashed with sharpness and hesitation. Go if you want, Nian said bluntly, knowing what she was hesitating about. But. Do what you want to do. Nian interrupted Kara's words. He fumbled with his hands in the pocket of his windbreaker, took out a small jellyfish that looked like a glass ball and handed it to the girl. Take this with you. Okay, senior, I will be back soon. Kara took the little jellyfish in her hand. In front of Nian, she unbuttoned her white shirt and pulled the shirt to both sides, revealing the tight-fitting suit underneath. Supergirl's exclusive suit. The S-shaped family icon supports a smooth arc. Bow. As the sound barrier broke from the front, Kara disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye, and then a shirt and a short skirt fell into Nian's hands. Nian quickly retracted his gaze from the night sky of Gotham City. He folded the clothes in his hands, wrapped his dark blue windbreaker and whispered inexplicably. Okay, Mo Fu, Guan Luo, Alice, it's time for us to start. Nian turned and walked directly into an alley. The blue windbreaker on his body also quickly turned into a dark background. As if escaping into the dense night. A gust of wind blew out of thin air in the depths of the alley, and the black figure flew into the sky, heading towards the city area opposite to the searchlight. 5 minutes later. In the city of Gotham, there is a very hidden underground bar with a sign on the door saying that it is temporarily closed. The silver-haired young man in a black windbreaker wanted to walk in, but was quickly stopped by two shirtless tattooed men. This place is temporarily closed, one of the tattooed men said. I came here for an appointment, the silver-haired young man said calmly without changing his expression. Another big man looked at him and said in a deep voice, secret code. Kill Superman, the silver-haired young man smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Go in. The two tattooed men looked at each other and made way for their sturdy bodies like buckets. The silver-haired young man in a windbreaker successfully entered the underground bar. Before he officially stepped inside, a man's cold shout came from the bar. We in Gotham do not allow such a powerful person to exist. Chapter 243. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that the other party won't hear you? If you hear this, please run for your lives. Humph. Am I not expressing my own opinion? I believe everyone thinks so too. In a Gotham underground bar that requires a code to enter, a group of men and women sitting inside were arguing and talking. And when the silver-haired young man walked in from the door, the bar became silent for a moment, and everyone looked at him scrutinizingly. Who is this? I don't know him, he looks unfamiliar. So young, is there such a big shot in Gotham? Someone go and kill him, the information here cannot be leaked. Hey hey. Doubts, grins, coldness, talking about killing seems to be commonplace, and everyone is surrounded by a strong evil spirit. If they don't agree with each other, they are ready to kill. Among them, there is the clicking sound of a firearm being loaded. The silver-haired young man stopped at the door of the bar, feeling like a sheep entering a wolf's den. Giggle. A woman's laughter suddenly sounded from the front desk of the bar, which relieved the murderous atmosphere. The silver-haired young man's expression remained unchanged. He followed the laughter and saw a beautiful woman with red hair and a green dress standing at the front desk of the bar. The red hair, green dress, hair color and outfit look a bit like Mara from Undersea Empire. But the other party's overall image and temperament are completely different from Mara. If Mara is that cold and proud ocean mermaid, then women are like elves in a forest right now, the kind of fallen ones. Scarlet hair cascaded down her shoulders like waves. The woman's delicate appearance was stunning and coquettish. The green tube-top gauze skirt was like bedding, barely covering her important parts, revealing a large area of seductive white. Under the lights of the bar, the graceful figure under the green gauze skirt is looming, making her a top-notch beauty. Brother, what are you here for? The woman in the green dress licked her red lips and said charmingly to the silver-haired young man, if you don't say anything, I will kill you on their behalf, but don't worry, I will make your death very comfortable. Her voice is alluring and seductive, making people think. Don't the people who come here all want to do one thing? What else can they do? Huh, it's just you. Someone in the bar immediately raised questions. The silver-haired young man smiled and said, among you, if anyone could kill Superman alone, he would have done it long ago, so why are you wasting time discussing it here? You. The man choked. He is indeed right, we need enough power to unite together. Anyone who is willing can participate. Some people also expressed their concerns, the main reason is that he is too young and unfamiliar. Let's do it, let me test him, okay? The woman in the green dress looked around at the guests in the bar and smiled. Okay, I can rest assured that Poison Ivy is doing her job. That's it. Interesting. Everyone in the bar suddenly became interested. How do you want to test it? The silver-haired young man looked at the woman at the front desk named Poison Ivy. It's very simple. Poison Ivy took out a small wine glass, poured some wine into it, and placed it on the bar with a smile, drink it. That wine is light green under the light. TSK, Poison Ivy's wine, I don't even dare to drink it. Boy, if you dare to drink it, I will recognize you. Good guy, your stomach won't be rotten, right? Everyone in the bar was talking a lot. But before they could discuss it further, the silver-haired young man stepped forward, picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. That's enough, the silver-haired young man turned the wine glass over, and there was no drop left. Can. Poison Ivy smiled slightly, gave the silver-haired young man a wink, and announced, this little brother, I guarantee it, anyone who touches him in the bar will not give me face. The guests in the bar suddenly became confused. To them, this is not a beautiful and charming woman, but a woman with thorns all over her body, and the kind that is poisonous. Under Poison Ivy's guarantee. The silver-haired young man was allowed to enter the bar and sat down in a corner seat of the bar. This is just a small episode. Now that it's okay, let's go back to the original topic. A bearded man said in a deep voice, a battle plan against Supergirl. That's right. The people who will come to this bar tonight are all the most evil people in Gotham. It doesn't matter who the convener is behind the scenes, what's important is that they all have the same purpose. The reason still comes from that sentence. Gotham doesn't allow such awesome people to exist. Actually. For more than 10 years, due to the existence of Batman, justice and evil in Gotham City have been maintained on the same level. Batman is indeed strong, but there is a limit. No matter how strong he is still a human being and needs to rest and sleep. For example. In the past, when Batman appeared in the east side of Gotham to punish crimes, crime in other areas of Gotham was relatively safe. But this concept is completely untrue for Supergirl, who has just settled in this city as a hero in turn. 1 second ago. Supergirl may have just appeared in the East City, but in the next second, she may appear in the West City, dismantle your weapons with her bare hands and destroy your base. For crime. Supergirl is such a powerful hero, it is simply a bug. On weekdays, the tactics and means of playing happily with Batman are generally not used. Now, some people have called Supergirl a goddess on Earth, so, how do you plan to hurt a god? So, aren't you discussing countermeasures now? For that kind of powerful superhuman, modern weapons are useless. Damn, I didn't expect there would be a second Kryptonian. In the corner of the bar. Nian, disguised as a silver-haired young man by Mo Fu, listened to their heated discussion and felt a little novel and weird. He listened to the discussion of the people in the bar racking their brains, and for a moment, he mistakenly thought that the villain was Supergirl Kara. Nian learned about this through the artificial intelligence Alice cracking the dark web in Gotham tonight. The bar here will call for a battle plan against Supergirl, and everyone is welcome to participate. He just happened to be interested to come and participate. Guan Luo, help me contact Alice at home and confirm the identities of all the people on the scene. Nian used his spiritual mind to contact Guan Luo through the second jellyfish split body he brought with him. But at this time, the door of the bar opened. Someone else came to participate in the battle. Nian looked up, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Chapter 244. Good evening everyone. She has twin ponytails with different colorful hair colors, a vest top and hip-hugging shorts. Her fair body is covered with sexy tattoos. She wears a black cloth like a pet collar on her slender neck. And her hands are wearing translucent white gloves. The girl with clown makeup walked into the bar. She showed a wild and beautiful smile, not showing off at all, like a master, and glanced at everyone. Wow, it's really lively here. Poison Ivy, long time no see. Let's get a drink. Isn't this a dead shot? I remember seeing you in a heavy-duty prison before. Captain Boomerang. Oh my god, are you still alive? Killer Croc, are you feeling well? The girl knew everything about the people sitting in the bar. Some people originally wanted to conceal their identities, but after being exposed by the other party, they dared not speak out. Regardless of the weak appearance of the other girl, once she becomes crazy, she will be crazier than anyone else. Poison Ivy at the front desk of the bar glanced at the girl with twin ponytails in surprise, and lightly opened her red lips. Harley Quinn, we haven't seen each other for a long time, aren't you being imprisoned in Dream Prison? Don't blame the sisters for not saving you, I really can't do anything about that place. Harley Quinn smiled, I ran out after going through some things, how about buying me a drink? Honey, don't talk about 1 cup, 10 cups or 100 cups are fine, Poison Ivy said with a smile. Then let's have 2 drinks, I'm here with my friends. Harley shouted out the door of the bar, come in, man. Outside the door, there was no response. Harley seemed to understand something and hurriedly walked out of the bar door. Her words of persuasion soon sounded outside, that's a security guard, you can't eat it. Come in and take you to eat something delicious. Soon. 2 tall and burly men ran in panic. They were the security guards who were guarding the door of the bar just now. Their faces were pale as if they had seen something very scary. Then. Harley pulled a 2-meter-tall non-human being in. Shark. Many people exclaimed. A round and chubby strong body, blue and white hard skin, tiny eyes and sharp teeth. Isn't that a shark? Different from normal sharks, the current alien beings have both hands and feet and can walk like humans. Eat, something delicious. The shark's eyes turned slightly, saliva flowed from the corner of its mouth, looking at everyone in a dazed and cute manner as if it were a predator. Many people in the bar had chills running down their spines. There's a banquet going on here, so of course there will be delicious food. While talking to the shark, Harley smiled at everyone and said, let me introduce you to him, he is Nanawi, the Shark King, my new best friend. Harley Quinn, Nanawi the Shark King. Nian's eyes narrowed in the corner of the bar. He didn't expect to meet him again in Gotham City after leaving the island country. Speaking of which, the other party was released by himself, even though he was in a 3-in-1 state at that time. Harley Quinn, are you also interested in dealing with Supergirl? A customer asked. Superwoman, why should I deal with her? Harley came to the bar and sat down. Her attitude was extremely casual, and she took a sip of wine and asked. If you don't want to deal with Supergirl, then what are you doing here? Someone finally couldn't help it anymore. They are both extremely evil people. Although they don't want to provoke Harley Quinn, they are not afraid of each other. It's okay to come over for drinks and dinner. Harley shrugged casually and asked King Shark on the side, Nanawi, do you want to go with them to deal with Supergirl? Supergirl? King Shark tilted his head. It seemed as if he had recalled something, and his body couldn't help but tremble. No, Nanawi is no match for her. That's it, you go on, don't pay attention to us too, Harley smiled wildly, and actually ordered 2 dinners to Poison Ivy. Since Nanawi couldn't sit on the bar stool, Harry took him to the lower area and happened to choose to sit on a seat not far from Nian. Although Harley Quinn is not here to deal with Supergirl, she knows that the other party will not stand on Supergirl's side, so everyone participating in the combat meeting can only ignore the other party's existence. At the same time, with the help of Kanluo and Alice, Nian also obtained the identity information of everyone on the scene. Harley Quinn and Nanawi, the Shark King, he knows. In the bar, it is worth noting that there are only a few people. Nian's eyes quietly fell on the graceful figure in a green dress at the front desk. Poison Ivy. He once teamed up with Harley Quinn and robbed Gotham property many times. He was a famous crime queen in the underground world. It's written in S.H.I.E.L.D. Intelligence. The opponent is not only a femme fatale who is good at scheming, but also has the ability to manipulate plants and release toxins because her body is full of chlorophyll. Release toxin, that's what it is. I later realized that this was the meaning of the glass of wine just now. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to poison the Man of Steel. Also, Nian's eyes moved away from Poison Ivy and landed on several other figures in the bar. A tall, muscular man with a bald head silently wiped the sniper rifle on his hand. It's called Deadshot. He is a top mercenary killer, a headache for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. According to the data, he can hit the target every time he shoots. A man wearing a black cape and with skin as hard and rough as a crocodile. Named Killer Croc. Because he participated in the military's genetic modification experiment, he became a monster like a crocodile. He has extraordinary strength and physical fitness, as well as fangs and claws. There are also gangsters like Captain Boomerang who are not outstanding in combat power. Nian did not pay much attention, but repeatedly set his eyes on a woman. She was a blonde, blue-eyed, model-like beauty, wearing a conservative shirt and trousers, sitting alone in a dark corner on the other side of the bar. As if she noticed his gaze. The blonde woman glanced at him, with a little doubt in her eyes. Nian looked away. Nian. According to the SHIELD data, the other party was just an archaeologist without any criminal experience. This shows that the other party at least got the approval of the most evil people in the bar to enter here. One more thing. Since Nian entered the bar, she is the only one who triggered the spider sensing warning. That woman is very dangerous. In other words, all the other guests in the bar are not as dangerous as the woman at the moment. Is the other party also planning to attack Supergirl Kara? Just as Nian was thinking about this, a delicate face with clown makeup came close to him. "Hi, who are you?" Harley asked with a wink. Chapter 245. Harley put her hands on the table and leaned forward, her twin ponytails hanging down naturally. Her big eyes looked at him with scrutiny and said, "Strange, I've never seen you before." "There are so many people in the world, it's normal if you haven't seen them before," Nian responded with an expressionless face. "That's true." Harley Quinn nodded first, and then said, "But if you were hanging out in Gotham, there's no way I wouldn't know about it." "I'm just a little-known person," Nian shook his head. "Yeah." Harley's eyes were suspicious. She wanted to say something, but a green figure had already come to the side. "Harry, your order for dinner." Poison Ivy behaved elegantly and lightly, placing the plates with food on the table in front of Harley Quinn and King Shark. "In addition, I am his guarantor." Poison Ivy smiled at Nian, "very charming and charming. In this case, I won't attack him." Hallie looked thoughtful, her attention moved away from Nian, and she picked up the knife and fork to enjoy her dinner. Goo goo. The Shark King next to him opened his mouth wide and swallowed the plate together with just one mouthful. Then he touched his white belly and found that it was not swollen at all. In the bar, the combat meeting also entered its final stage. Captain Boomerang suddenly snorted and said, "Don't forget, even Superman has very fatal and obvious weaknesses." It would have been fine if it had been said by another person, but it was Captain Boomerang who was not welcomed even among the most evil people in Gotham. Many people on the field did not intend to pay attention to him. "Look at what this is." Captain Boomerang smiled indifferently. He used a boomerang as a dagger and nailed it to the table. He reached into his pocket with his right hand and fumbled to take out a ring box. "You don't want to propose here, do you?" "Stop being ridiculous, Boomerang." Some people questioned and sneered. But when Captain Boomerang opened the ring box, everyone was stunned for a moment. I saw streaks of emerald green light glowing, and a small green object lay in the center of the box. Kind of like emerald. It has its own dazzling and mysterious green light, instantly becoming the focus of everyone in the bar. "My God, how did you get it?" Killer Crocodile couldn't help but stand up and stared at the green object. Could it be that thing? Some people were even more surprised. "It seems that we came to the right place tonight." Nian looked at the green object and thought to himself. "That's right, it's what you're thinking of, kryptonite." Captain Boomerang raised the box that glowed green and said firmly, "This is a small amount, although it is not much, but it is enough to make one bullet." Deadshot said solemnly, "Give it to me, I can guarantee that it will hit Supergirl's body." No one in the bar questioned this. Of course, the most important strategic weapon must be placed on the person who can maximize its strength. Captain Boomerang said, directly covering the box containing a small piece of kryptonite and throwing it to Death Shooter. "In this way, everyone is sure, right?" Captain Boomerang raised his head high, feeling proud. The bar fell into a brief silence. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that something of the level of kryptonite was something that a rogue leader like Captain Boomerang could get his hands on. Obviously, there is someone behind this so-called free recruitment battle meeting. However, this is indeed an opportunity to kill or expel Supergirl. Many people made an immediate decision. Soon. Around the weapon of kryptonite bullets, a temporary combat plan was generated. The people in the bar divided into several teams, pretending to be criminal gangs, attracting Supergirl's attention and leading them to a specific encirclement point. Then the Death Shooter hiding in the dark used kryptonite bullets to deliver a fatal blow to launch a counterattack. Certainly. There are also teams that must divert or block Batman to buy time. Nian was assigned to the induction team headed by Killer Crocodile. Captain Boomerang led the second inducement team. As for the woman who made Nian aware of the danger, Joan Munn, was assigned to guide or block Batman's third temporary team. Deadshot is on his own with a few helpers. The battle plan was formulated, the teams were assigned, and a group of people disguised themselves and left through the back door of the bar. The originally lively underground bar suddenly became deserted with only 3 people left. "Are you all leaving?" My dear, why don't you go and enjoy the fun? Harley Quinn waved to Poison Ivy, who was still at the front desk, bored. I'm not interested, I just lent them the venue. Poison Ivy shook her head at this. Then how about we take advantage of them to lure the superheroes and really make a big deal? Harley rubbed her hands in anticipation. Good suggestion, however, I have other things to do tonight, Poison Ivy declined. Yeah, that's a shame. Harley felt a little regretful, her eyes dimmed, as if her happiness was gone. At this time, Harry found Nanawi lying on the chair where the silver-haired young man had been sitting. Choo-choo. Nanawi kept twitching his nose and licking the chair with his tongue. Nanawe, what are you doing? Harley was stunned. Are you so hungry? You even want to eat the chair. Nanawe put down the chair, his eyes glowed, and he said excitedly, the smell of the cat boss. What did you say? How could he be? Harley was halfway through her words, and then she was stunned. Just now. Harley had indeed never seen the silver-haired young man, but she felt a sense of familiarity from him, so she went up to talk. Everything was connected. It's him. Under the somewhat stunned eyes of Poison Ivy, Harley suddenly kicked over the table and rushed to the bar counter uncontrollably. Tell me, who was that guy just now? Anger, resentment, gratitude, etc. All kinds of emotions were on Harley's face. It was the first time that Poison Ivy saw Harley so radical. You mean that guy? Poison Ivy said bluntly. I don't know him. Damn it. Didn't you say that you are his guarantor? Harley put her hands on the table and stared at Poison Ivy coldly. I only vouched for him because he had the courage to drink my wine. Poison Ivy's face was solemn, and she asked in confusion, who is he to you? He did this. Harley stretched out her hand and pulled open the black silk scarf like a necklace, revealing the white and intact neck of the beauty, but there was a conspicuous cat paw mark on the side. Now I can't contact anyone at all. Once I do, this mark will kill the other person directly. You should have a deep understanding of this feeling, as you are full of plant toxins, right? Harley said coldly, no matter what, I have to find him and ask him clearly, for what purpose did he curse me? Chapter 246. Giggle. Poison Ivy covered her mouth and laughed. Her smile was so beautiful that her graceful body swayed. Harley Quinn seemed to have been stepped on, and she slapped the bar table hard, making a bang-bang sound and yelling angrily. Why are you laughing? Isn't it interesting that Gotham's crime queen actually suffered a loss from such a young man? Poison Ivy licked her red and attractive lips and exhaled warmly. Last time, he was just a cat, who knows? Harley glared at Poison Ivy fiercely. She stopped talking and put the black silk scarf around her neck back on. Since you don't know his identity, I won't waste time with you here. Nanawi, let's go. Harley waved her hand, her dyed twin tails swaying, and hurriedly rushed into the back door of the bar. King Shark wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Poison Ivy, and walked up his short legs to follow Harley Quinn. The two chased out in the direction where everyone in the bar had left. The underground bar fell silent again. This way, it will be interesting. Poison Ivy muttered. There was one thing she didn't tell Harley Quinn, her wine wasn't that simple. Poison Ivy picked up a plate of indoor green plants at the front desk. Her scarlet hair was flowing, and she turned and walked into the kitchen. Her body wrapped lightly in a green skirt quickly disappeared into the darkness. At this time, the other side. Outside, in the Gotham City shrouded in darkness, a gray van was driving at a constant speed on the highway. The leader of the first seduction team is Killer Croc, who has a body made of crocodile skin and a fierce look on his face. He is sitting on the passenger seat of the van calmly and powerfully. The silver-haired young man disguised as Nian sat in the second row, flanked by two burly men. Wait a minute, arrive at the destination, and obey my orders, Killer Crocodile said coldly. As the captain, if anyone disobeys the order, I will be the first to kill him. Killer Croc doesn't speak much, but his evil aura is palpable. Everyone in the car nodded. Nian understood the meaning of this team allocation. Killer Croc, who was first a soldier and then biochemically modified, was the most powerful and physically powerful being in the bar meeting just now. Moreover, Killer Croc was once a soldier, and strict discipline is engraved in his bones. Therefore, it is most suitable for him to lead the team on the seduction mission. Let me make a request first, which is also the top priority of this mission. Killer Crocodile's words were hoarse and he said calmly and forcefully. Later, after successfully inducing the target to come out, everyone, immediately stop the action and put down their weapons, raise your hands and surrender. Well. Nian and other teammates were stunned for a moment. Do you understand? Killer Crocodile glanced at everyone in the car indifferently. He is luring the target, not sending him to his death. Is he worthy enough to arm wrestle with Supergirl? Killer Croc is very self-aware of this. Clear. Everyone responded one after another. I have a problem, a voice suddenly sounded in the car. Suddenly. The eyes of Killer Croc and the others fell on the silver-haired young man. How can we be sure that we can lure the target to show up? What if it is Batman or other superheroes? Didn't we mention it in the meeting just now? Killer Croc's eyes flashed slightly. If we fail, there will be a second seduction team. If Batman is seduced, the third alternative team will continue to carry out the seduction task. Isn't it just to lure Superwoman out? Why make such a simple thing so complicated? What do you think? Killer Crocodile looked at Nian coldly, as if he would kill him if he heard any worthless advice. Nian said slowly, I do have an immature idea, just for reference. 10 minutes later. A local bank in Gotham was robbed by several masked robbers at gunpoint. The leader of the robbers smashed the bulletproof window with one punch. The other robbers began to skillfully hold hostages and collect stacks of banknotes. However, the police did not arrive at the scene. On the roof of the building where the bank is located, a lamp lights up, and a beam of light as bright as day shines upward, shining an icon into the night sky. Passers-by from several streets away can see it by looking up. It's just that the icon of the light is not the bat that people are accustomed to, but a capital S icon. That is the exclusive totem of the Superman family. The robber boss was in no mood to collect banknotes and gold bars. He stood at the door of the bank and looked up at the totem projection that lit up in the Gotham night sky. He couldn't help but tremble with his own perseverance. This is not a cry for help, but a provocation. Killer Crocodile said coldly to a masked robber next to him, your suggestion is very good, but remember, don't use other tricks. The masked robber nodded and said nothing. Killer Croc wanted to say something else, but at this moment, the searchlight above the roof suddenly went out. At this time, the sound of breaking wind sounded a beat slower. Killer Croc's expression changed drastically, and he roared, everyone, come out. Quick. Hear his words. The robbers in the room all put down the banknotes in their hands and rushed out of the bank door with Killer Croc. Almost at the moment when everyone stepped out of the door, with a sound of footsteps, a graceful figure fell straight from the sky, with a red cape flying, dark golden hair fluttering, and a pair of light golden eyes calm and sharp. No need to look up, everyone on the field knows. She is coming. Everyone, don't move, just wait here for the police to arrive. The beautiful girl in a blue top and red skirt smiled slightly, looking at Killer Croc and others on the field and counting softly, 1, 2, 3, 4 robbers. 4, aren't there 5 of them? Killer Croc was stunned, quickly glanced at his teammates next to him, and quickly confirmed. The silver-haired young man just now disappeared. That guy is indeed problematic. However, now that Supergirl has appeared and is standing at a specific luring location, it means that their mission has been successful. Now is the time, why don't you shoot, Death Shooter? Killer Croc said nothing, but his mind was turning rapidly. At this time, 1,000 meters away from the bank. The top window of a tall building was slightly open, and the black metal pipes looked out at the city outside. Death Shooter leaned down, holding the high-precision sniper rifle tightly, and loaded a special kryptonite bullet that flashed green light. He adjusted his breathing, and his heart rate seemed to drop a lot, like a robot. In the sniper rifle lens, the crosshairs were aimed at the back of Superwoman's head 1,000 meters away. Kryptonite bullets, long-range sniping, this is the currently known effective means of attack against the Superman family. Even Bloodsport has a record of severely injuring Superman with kryptonite bullets. Death Shooter believes that he can definitely do it. Now. Death Shooter sensed the wind direction, and after brewing, he decisively pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle. Chapter 247. Under Silence. A special bullet flashing green light shot out from the muzzle, piercing through the air, turning into a small green stream of light that cut through the sky above the city, and rushed towards the target at high speed. Hit. Death Shooter had enough confidence in his shooting skills. The moment he pulled the trigger, he knew that this bullet would definitely hit the target. But the next moment, something that surprised Death Shooter appeared. He saw a black shadow flashing over the city, as if it was accidentally injured by the bullet. After being hit by the bullet, the human-shaped black shadow also fell straight down to the city. No. Damn it. Death Shooter's eyes suddenly turned red. That was a kryptonite bullet. The only kryptonite bullet. It was caught by someone. Death Shooter was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Hoo-hoo. The human-shaped black shadow fell in a parabola, and after leaving the other party's sight, it suddenly stopped 10 meters in the air. The black windbreaker floated and flew by itself. Nian touched his chest. The clothes there were torn, but the skin underneath was intact. This shot really hurts a bit. Nian grabbed the kryptonite bullet in his hand and played with it. He left jellyfish split bodies in different action teams, so he knew where each team was. Knowing that the key point is kryptonite, Nian directly dealt with the trouble on the Death Shooter's side. Recovery is successful. Next, leave everything to Kara. Nian put the kryptonite bullet in his pocket. Without this thing, the Kryptonians are almost invincible in Gotham. At least, there is no one in the bar tonight who can threaten Kara. No. Nian recalled the previous female archaeologist and asked, "Ken Luo, what is the situation of the third team?" "I was just about to report to you." Ken Luo's spiritual thoughts sounded. The jellyfish split body that followed the third team died. Discovered? Nian asked quickly. Guan Luo, no, they were all wiped out. Nian was stunned for a moment. Guan Luo continued. The female archaeologist named Zhong Yun suddenly burst out with an ominous energy and thought, then all the members of her team died at once, including the jellyfish split body attached to a member. So, you don't know where she is now? Nian said solemnly. Master, I know. Without waiting for Guan Luo to respond, the mobile phone in Nian's pocket lit up, and Alice's voice rang out. The other party is now at the archaeological excavation site in Colorado. The surveillance camera over there captured Zhong Yun 5 seconds ago. Colorado, Nian's eyes narrowed slightly. Colorado is thousands of kilometers away from Gotham City. In other words, after the other party killed the members of the same team in Gotham, they instantly appeared at the archaeological site thousands of kilometers away. However, does this mean that the other party has no intention of attacking Kara? Alice, continue to monitor her, Nian gave an order. Yes, Master, Alice responded. Guan Luo's thoughts suddenly sounded. Nian, there is an emergency in the second team. You say? Kryptonite, they have a second kryptonite. Woo! Several police cars finally arrived at the crime scene in front of the bank. A police officer with glasses and a mustache got out of the car. Seeing Supergirl alone surrounding several robbers, he wanted to complain that you are so fast that we will look stupid. But this time it's okay, there is no destruction of the scene. Commissioner Gordon glanced at the intact construction site, and his heart, which had been beating, finally settled down. This group of robbers is quite sensible. As for this time, Killer Croc was desperate. What is Death Shooter doing? Isn't he still not taking action? The opportunity is about to be missed. At the same time, about 100 meters away from the bank entrance, in an alley, the second team is hiding here. It seems that there is an accident with Death Shooter. Captain Boomerang's face is a little ugly. Wouldn't the plan fail? Damn it, it's obviously the most critical link. Captain, shall we retreat? The other team members had already started to retreat in their hearts. Without kryptonite weapons, the plan had completely failed. Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve. Captain Boomerang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he took out the second box from his pocket with great pain. As the box opened, the green light suddenly lit up. This is Dash. Hope appeared in the eyes of the other members again. Taking out the second kryptonite bullet, Captain Boomerang loaded the pistol and aimed the muzzle at Supergirl, who was 100 meters away. At this time, Supergirl was handing over the robbers to the police who arrived, unaware of the potential danger. At the critical moment, a split jellyfish ball appeared from one of the members and quickly shot towards Captain Boomerang's neck. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Captain Boomerang's throat had a bloody cut. Captain Boomerang groaned in pain, but still pulled the trigger. The kryptonite bullet turned into a stream of green light, and in the blink of an eye it crossed a distance of 100 meters, passed through the gap between the police car and Gordon, and hit the left shoulder of the girl in the Superman suit. A sudden scene. Everyone on the field was stunned. Tap. The flashing green bullet fell from Kara's left shoulder, leaving the girl's shoulder intact. Not only that, the kryptonite bullet also spewed out green mist. The green mist of kryptonite penetrated into Kara's body, as if coating her with an arc of green energy. Like a special god standing in the human world. A green light flashed in Kara's eyes, and she glanced at the bullet in her hand. So, are there any accomplices? How so? Killer Croc and others' pupils shrank. It was really hard for them to accept that after planning all night, they ended up with such an ending. Take cover, there are gunmen behind you. Gordon shouted quickly, then looked at Supergirl. Are you okay? It's okay, just wait for me here. Supergirl flew up on the spot, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in the alley 100 meters away in the next moment. In the alley, Captain Boomerang clutched his bleeding throat and collapsed on the ground. The others also lowered their heads with gloomy expressions. The plan apparently failed completely. Who would have thought that kryptonite bullets, regarded as weapons of killing gods, would have no effect? Some members have begun to wonder whether the kryptonite bullet was counterfeit. Unfortunately, none of that matters anymore. After tonight, those who fail will be sent to Arkham or heavy prison, never to see the light of day. Know what just happened through the jar. Secretly, Nian was also a little surprised. Kara, when did you become immune to kryptonite? He could be sure that it was indeed genuine kryptonite. Right. Nian suddenly remembered. Since last time. Gwen's abilities have undergone special changes. For example, spider silk can be strengthened into tiny metallic sharp spider silk. And now, is Kara immune to kryptonite attacks because her body of steel has been specially strengthened? Chapter 248. Captain Boomerang died due to excessive blood loss. A green halo rises and lingers. Supergirl carried two gloomy-faced criminals in one hand, and with the four of them, they flew back to the bank entrance and were packed into the police cars surrounding the scene. The second kryptonite bullet was pocketed. This also declares that tonight the plan of the most evil people in Gotham against Supergirl failed miserably. Across the street, somewhere in Gotham City, Nian felt like he had been cheated. If he had known that Kara was no longer afraid of kryptonite, and seemed to be able to get boosts from kryptonite, he wouldn't have had to play the trick of being a mole like tonight. Wrong. Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. Tonight is more like killing with a borrowed knife. There should be a mastermind who has been hiding in the dark and provided two kryptonites. It's impossible for a gangster like Captain Boomerang, who doesn't even want to see Gotham's criminals, to pick up kryptonite from the ground, an item even rarer than vibranium. And some of the people attending tonight's meeting are mercenaries, guys who are greedy for money, and are real desperados. For example, Deadshot. This is also the reason why Nian did not kill the opponent immediately. Following the death shooter, he should be able to get the answer he wants to know. And there is. A female archaeologist with beautiful face, model figure, blonde hair and blue eyes came to mind in Nian. Joan Munn. The guy's abilities are unknown. But it is definitely a very terrifying existence. She killed everyone in her team in an instant, and then strangely transformed back into a female archaeologist, appearing at an archaeological site thousands of kilometers away. The opponent should have teleportation capabilities similar to a portal. Moreover, it brings a sense of threat to even the Man of Steel who has no weakness in kryptonite. Does this mean that the other party has special methods that are biased towards non-physical and soul energy? Nian thought about it and felt that he could not let go of this unknown existence. Although the other party did not take action against Supergirl Kara or himself tonight, with the other party's weird behavior pattern, no one can guarantee when she will suddenly jump out. If you have the opportunity, just change to a suitable ability model to contact the other party. Alice, continue to pay attention to the situation on Joan Munn's side. Jarlo, follow Deadshot, I need to know if he has a boss behind the scenes. Nian ordered to go down. At this time, his spider sense seemed to sense something. The dark black trench coat moved like a bat, spreading its knight-like wings and flying away on the rooftop of the building. Zyxinian had just left not long ago. About 10 seconds. A petite girl with twin ponytails and a shark that walked like a human hurriedly appeared in the building alley where Qian had stayed not long ago. Sniff. The human shark's nose twitched and its little eyes rolled. Here, there is still the aura of the cat boss. Are you sure this is here? I didn't see anyone. Maybe I was too hungry and smelled the wrong thing. Nanawi, please bear with me and look carefully. On the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, a dark windbreaker swayed in the wind. Nian looked down at the man and the shark who were pursuing him. It's those two guys. Kanluo recognized it. On the previous island country, the jellyfish fragment had eaten the body of the Shark King. It was really hard, sour and extremely unpalatable. He couldn't help but ask, how to deal with it. Don't pay attention to them for the time being, Nian thought for a while and said. Tonight. Harley Quinn and King Shark did not participate and they posed no threat to him, so Nian decided to continue to wait and see. Raising his dark windbreaker, Nian turned around and left, his figure disappearing into the night. Downstairs. Harley Quinn seemed to notice something. She suddenly leaned down, picked up something and handed it to King Shark. Nanawi, smell this. Nanawi looked down cutely. What was in Harley's hand was a small black hair. What makes people feel strange is that hair is like needles and threads made of special metal, flexible but extremely hard. Nian landed in a park in Gotham, where the lights were dim and there were only a few pedestrians. Here he changed back to his original clothes. Hair turns from silver back to black. The dark trench coat returns to the dark blue background color it had when it came to Gotham City. The originally slightly mature young face has also transformed into a relatively immature boyish look. Nian was like an ordinary person again, walking out from the trees in the park, thinking about meeting up with Kara first, when the cell phone in his windbreaker pocket suddenly rang. "Master, there's an unknown caller," Alice's words rang out in time. Strangeness. Nian was stunned for a moment. Who would call him so late? "Where did you call from?" Nian asked curiously as he took out his mobile phone. "Gotham City, Wayne Tower, Chairman's office landline." Listening to Alice's words, Nian's eyes flashed with strange colors. There is basically only one person calling from this location. Batman, Wayne Bruce. The other party suddenly called him at this time, which was a bit intriguing. "Come back." Nian has had many interactions with Batman, due to Aunt Diana, Scarlet Maid Wanda, the Justice League, and the newly founded company Future Anniversary. However, the actual meeting with the other party was only once. When he was still in super deified mode, they met briefly in Superman Square without any private conversation. "Master, do you want to pick it up?" Alice asked softly. "Now that we have come to Gotham, we really need to meet our host here." Nian pondered for a moment. He was about to choose to answer, but suddenly stopped. "Close your phone and put it in your pocket." Nian's eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards the park path ahead. Zitsy. The iron lamps lined up side by side in the park went out and went dark one after another. No, they didn't go out, it was more like the light bulbs were blocked by something. CC. The sound of things climbing up the wall echoed in every corner of the park, making people's scalp numb black shadows like long snakes wrapped around public street lights. Along with the winding and covering, there are also public cameras in the park. Soon. The huge park was completely dark, completely shrouded in night. "Aren't you planning to come out yet?" Nian stood calmly on the spot. In the dark night, the young man still looked at a corner with his bright eyes. Tread. The sound of high heels hitting the pavement sounded, and a graceful figure walked out of the darkness. "Brother, you are really good at running around Gotham, you made me chase you around and around for a long time." With a charming and seductive laugh, the woman seemed to be lazily coquettishly saying, "What I didn't expect is that you are actually younger than you pretended to be. I am really troubled, should I call you little brother or little brother?" "Sorry, only one person can call me little brother." Nian shrugged and stared at the seductive woman who walked out of the darkness like a flower of poison ivy. Being able to ignore the warnings of the spider sense and the warnings of Alice and Canlo, he is the only one who can accurately lock his position. A flash of understanding flashed in Nian's eyes. "It's because of that glass of wine." Chapter 249. Under the night. Gotham, a park shrouded in darkness. Countless green vines climbed up along the street lamp poles, wrapping around the bulbs and cameras, making it look as if all the light was swallowed up by the plants. Sexy and charming scarlet hair, like a thin and breathable green skirt in a fun style, with a large expanse of snow white exposed in the night, and a stunning and graceful figure swaying gently, this is a beauty like a fallen forest elf. Poison Ivy, Pamela Isley. Faced with Nian's words. Pamela, the Poison Ivy girl, chuckled and said, "Correct answer, but there is no reward." "It's me, sister, because of the plant toxins injected into it, the blood in my body has turned into chlorophyll, and the plants are like my relatives." Poison Ivy smiled and said, "The glass of wine you drank is actually my diluted plant juice, in other words, after drinking it, you will become the target of plants." "Plants, hunting?" Nian narrowed his eyes. "That's right, don't think that only carnivorous animals know how to hunt." Poison Ivy smiled slightly and explained like a botanist, "In nature, some plants, such as Venus flytraps, are born to hunt insects. In the forest, those seemingly harmless plants there are bushes and vines and weeds everywhere. It is also possible to kill carnivorous beasts as powerful as lions and tigers, and turn their flesh into nutrients for your own use." "So, you want to hunt me?" Nian understood the meaning. Tonight, that meeting about dealing with Supergirl was so boring, what does Supergirl have to do with me? I might as well take care of my plants. Poison Ivy smiled charmingly and said, "However, when I saw you in the bar, I did have a little interest in you, although it is still far from a plant, it is enough to make me want to have some fun." Then, what surprised me even more was that you and Harley actually had a history, not only did you not die in her hands, but you left a mark on her body. This is so interesting, isn't it? Poison Ivy is like a scholar thirsty for knowledge, sighing repeatedly. "In order to satisfy my own pleasure, let's consider it as a favor to Harry, how about you please obey me?" Having said this, Poison Ivy made a serious suggestion to Nian. Superwoman. Nian suddenly looked behind Poison Ivy in surprise. What? Poison Ivy was startled and looked back subconsciously. Call out. A strong wind blew outside, and Nian flew up quickly with the blue windbreaker. It happens to be at the opponent's home court where the ability is suitable for display, under the circumstances of insufficient intelligence and poor current ability mode. Nian plans to escape first and meet up with Kara. Just as Nian flew up about 5 meters above the ground. Whoosh! Green snake shadows suddenly shot out from all directions, surrounding Nian. It's a fast-growing and manipulated vine. Although the spider's sense predicted the attack direction in advance, the Nian people were in the air and could not keep up with the early warning response of the spider sense. They were still wrapped around their limbs, waist, and neck by the green snake shadow. It is more flexible than nylon rope, and it wraps around and spreads around the body's surface on its own, tightening like a root. The magic floating cloak tried and pulled Nian, but still couldn't break free. Little rascal, don't try to lie to me, I've been on guard against this for a long time. Poison Ivy chuckled, and simply took off the black high heels she was wearing, and stepped on the carpet like grass with her small, white feet. Step forward. Poison Ivy waved her hand, and a dozen vines immediately hung down on Nian. Looking at the young man in front of her, Poison Ivy suddenly froze. Her vines are all thorny, enough to pierce the protective clothing, but this time, the thorny vine stuck on the young man. Putting aside the strange and moving windbreaker, the barbs pierced his shirt and trousers, touching the young man's body like it was piercing hardened steel. Even if the vines wrapped around the young man's body were tightened, it would not make the skin slightly dented, but instead stretched out perfect and tough muscle curves. What's going on with your physical strength? Poison Ivy's lips parted slightly, surprised. Nian sighed secretly. I didn't want to use it at first, but ended up using it anyway. The metal necklace hanging around his neck and the pendant hidden under his clothes began to glow with a faint blue light. Just when Nian was about to use the space pendant to teleport away, a warm and smooth feeling came from his chest. It's not a space pendant, but... Poison Ivy in front of her suddenly reached out and curiously touched Nian's body through the gap in her torn shirt. In the past, if it were anyone else, she wouldn't have touched it. After all, he is full of poison, and if he touches the other person, he will be sent to the emergency room, but the current young man's physique seems to be a little special. You're really fine, you're not afraid of my poison. Looking at the completely normal body, Poison Ivy was extremely surprised, as if she had discovered a new world. Try that one. Poison Ivy followed her habit of studying things and slid her hands down her body until they landed on Nian's belly, as if she was trying to control and guide something. The next moment, Nian's body struggled slightly, his face was a little uncomfortable, his spirit was high and his breathing was rapid, and his eyes were no longer calm and turned red. Sure enough, the poison has no effect, but because you drank the plant juice, your hormones are still under my control. You don't know. Hormones are more powerful than ordinary poisons, it is definitely not difficult to kill a person with them, so, don't think I can't do anything to you. Okay, it's time to pack you up and take you back. Poison Ivy hasn't finished speaking yet. Nian suddenly gasped and looked at her directly and said, Poison Ivy, you are playing with fire. What? Poison Ivy was stunned at first, and then a mysterious blue mist suddenly exploded in front of her. She opened her eyes in disbelief and watched the blue mist wrap the boy and disappear in the vines. Escaped? Poison Ivy was still in doubt, and at the same time, a group of identical blue light mist burst out from behind her. What? Without waiting for Poison Ivy to turn around, Nian showed up and knocked Poison Ivy to the ground with both hands. Not running away, but counterattack. Poison Ivy was startled at first. After all, she had been in Gotham for so many years, so her reaction to the challenge was extremely fast. She waved her hand. Immediately, countless vines surrounded Nian like green snakes, and Poison Ivy also controlled the rampant hormone explosion. Plant manipulation, hormone toxins. Double means. Facing the many abilities and means of Poison Ivy, Nian hugged his vine-like flexible and slender waist with both hands, and only had one action. Open your mouth and lean over. Chapter 250. Ugh. Poison Ivy looked at the young man's face so close, their noses touched, and her beautiful eyes could not help but open to their maximum size. Does this guy want his life? Poison Ivy's mind went blank and she had no reason to think. The plant toxins in my body are 10 times more poisonous. It is said to be a rose with thorns, but in fact, the external thorns are just a kind of protection to be friendly to the enemy. That's why. In Gotham City, even though there are people who covet her beauty and body every day, they always stay away from her when they see her. Die under peonies? The problem is just a little contact, and the person is gone. Nian pursed her lips with the ruddy and alluring fragrance, and her lips were immediately dyed a light purple-green color. Even a body of steel seemed unable to withstand this plant toxin. At the same time, several thorny vines quickly wrapped around his body from behind, trying to drag him away. Suction cup in general. Nian tightly hugged the soft waist wrapped in a green gauze skirt, completely ignoring the poison, but became more and more excited, grabbing the soft and fragrant body that was overwhelmed inside to absorb more toxins. Woo! Unfamiliar and extremely uncomfortable. Poison Ivy's body twisted violently, allowing Nian to feel the flexibility of the vines. They say appearances are deceiving, only the inside is real. I have to say, this is regarded as a poisonous substance that makes people look pale upon hearing it, but in fact, it is as sweet and silky as spring water from a snow-capped mountain. Nian hugged each other tightly and absorbed it desperately. This is a poison and a medium. For him, it was another special antidote. This moment. Opposite sex. Physical contact. Fluid exchange. 3 difficult yet simple prerequisites are met. The Lord of the Family's triggers. Ugh. Under Poison Ivy's disbelieving gaze, the black hair of the boy in front of him suddenly turned red. The lavender features of the poisoning on his face quickly faded away like the tide, returning to its original fair and rosy color. The skin is more delicate and smooth than before, without any blemishes. A natural and fresh breath emerged from Nian's body. Compared to Poison Ivy's vision of a fallen elf, at the moment, the boy looked more like the legendary flawless elf. The vines that were originally tightening around Nian also treated the young man as a same kind and quickly loosened and retracted the entangled vines. Now it's my turn. Nian fell down. Fight fire with fire. Hormones exploded in each other's bodies, and emotions and instincts were uncontrollable, filling every corner of the body and mind. Poison Ivy's snow-colored skin seemed to be dyed with a hint of pink, making her look even more voluptuous and beautiful. Don't want. As if realizing something, Poison Ivy finally panicked. Although she didn't know how the other party obtained her ability, she knew its power and impact better than anyone else. Now my body is beginning to feel weak, but my obviously excited spirit is a little dizzy, and a little bit of joy that comes with it is like being drunk. Please, let me go, Poison Ivy whispered uncomfortably for mercy. Hear what the other person is saying. Nian stopped moving, put his hands on the grass, barely held up his body with changed ability mode, and separated from the opponent. Compared with the other party, his resistance in terms of hormones is better. Now that the other party has been taught a lesson, let's stop there. Nian held his breath and suppressed the instinct that was ready to move. He was about to get up. As a result, things like vines, but more flexible than vines, wrapped around the waist, one on the left and the other on the right. Nian looked down. They are a pair of smooth and tight long legs, like ivory, shining with a lustrous luster at night. Nian was lowering his head, and a pair of slender and beautiful arms had already been wrapped around his neck, and he was gently pushed into his arms. Miss Poison Ivy, you are not a forest elf, you are a goblin. Nian said seriously. Immediately, his reason collapsed. That started the fire. The sky was filled with stars, and Gotham Park was dark and quiet. Strands of thornless vines sprouted out of the ground in the night, spreading from all directions to the center of the lawn, where they twisted and weaved into a 2-meter-high circular cage of plants. The branches and leaves of the vines were tightly entangled with each other without any gaps in the middle. The previously broken vines were constantly leaking milky white juice. A smartphone fell on the grass outside the vine cage. The screen lights up white. In addition to the missed calls from the Wayne Group office, there was also a missed call from Kara, but for some reason the phone did not vibrate or ring. Only the vine cage next to it made a strange noise. The night continues. Hey, this guy really doesn't make people worry. Nian's house, outside the balcony. The colorful starfish in the glass jar opened its bright single eye, with a trace of helplessness flashing in it. Guan Luo thought. With mental thoughts, the computer screen quietly lit up in Nian's deserted room, and the keyboard seemed to be tapped quickly by invisible fingers, typing out a line of English. Alice, your master needs your help now. Less than half a second. Another line of font appeared on the computer screen out of thin air. Mr. Kanluo, the master did not issue any instructions. This is a special way of communication between the alien organism Jaro and the artificial intelligence Alice. Kanluo continued to type on the keyboard with his mental power. He should know that in his current state, well, he doesn't have time to issue instructions. Alice, you mean? Ken Luo, as a housekeeper, even if the master doesn't say it, he must do the right thing for the master. 3 seconds later, it seemed like countless code calculations had been rehearsed. Alice then responded, I understand, what should I do, Mr. Kenro? Ken Luo, just do as I say, it's absolutely right. At this time, on the street of a night market in Gotham, the beautiful girl who changed from the invincible superwoman to a beautiful youthful short skirt blinked her eyes and looked at the unanswered message on her phone. Strange, where did the senior go? Kara frowned slightly. Shouldn't we be in any danger? Kara was about to transform into Supergirl and fly high above Gotham to search. But at this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID read, Happy New Year. Senior, Kara quickly answered the phone. As a result, a pleasant and gentle female voice came from the mobile phone. Hello, Miss Kara, I am Master Xinyan's smart housekeeper, Alice. Ah, hello, Alice. Kara was stunned for a moment, feeling surprised, and then smiled and said, I heard Xinyan mentioned you, a very good artificial intelligence. Thank you for the compliment, that's right, Miss Kara. Alice did not give Kara a chance to ask, and directly said, Tonight, the master has already known about your assassination. He has already infiltrated the criminal gang and is seriously exploring the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Because it's not convenient to use a mobile phone, so I'll call you back on your behalf. So that's it, Kara suddenly realized, then worriedly asked. Is he okay? He is in very good condition now, please rest assured, if anything happens, we will notify you as soon as possible. Alice continued, I will send you a list first. They are all those who slipped through the net to assassinate you tonight. You can deal with them first, and the master will contact you tomorrow. Before Kara could respond, a list was sent to the phone. Looking at the criminal list information and detailed address above, Kara couldn't help but nodded and said, Okay, I understand, let him pay attention to his own safety. Your words will definitely be conveyed, Alice responded gently before cutting off communication. The seniors have worked so hard to fight criminals for me, so I have to work harder. Kara took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit. This night, Supergirl stayed up almost all night, fighting criminals all over Gotham, making the local criminals miserable. This Supergirl doesn't sleep. Until the next day, in the morning. Gotham in the daytime. Although the sun was hiding behind thick dark clouds as always, the dark fog that lingered around the city had dissipated a lot. Last night, countless Gotham criminals were sent to Arkham and heavy prisons. It was like a major purge was coming. At least, the crime in Gotham can calm down for a while recently. As for eradication, this is something that will never be achieved. Batman can't do it, and neither can Supergirl. Unless the entire city of Gotham is destroyed, darkness will continue to come, and darkness will still breed evil. Nian and Carla were reunited just before noon on Sunday. Looking at Xinyan's slightly dark circles, as if he hadn't slept much all night, Kara said distressedly, Senior, were you okay last night? It's okay, it's a near miss. Xinyan looked calm, but felt a little guilty. If Kara knew what she did last night, would she send herself to Arkham for electrotherapy? That's good. Kara took a serious look at Xinyan's body, and then felt relieved after confirming that nothing was wrong. Kara said, On the list you sent me, I have basically arrested all the criminals on it to the local police station. The police station jail at Director Gordon's place was almost full last night. She paused and fiddled with her hair a little embarrassedly. However, we have not found out the mastermind behind last night's incident. Some mercenaries were transferred through intermediaries. There is some progress on my side. Xinyan smiled slightly and said, Last night, after investigating the relevant personnel, and with Alice's assistance, we finally caught a trace. Have you found the mastermind behind last night's incident? Kara said in surprise. That's right. Xinyan nodded calmly. In a coffee shop. Lex Luthor. Kara whispered the name softly, her eyes slightly cold. I have heard of this name. Xinyan nodded. Lex Luthor. His identity is the former young billionaire CEO of Metropolis. He instigated the civil war between Batman and Superman last time. Created the Kryptonian creature Doomsday that killed Superman, and was also the initiator of the Apocalypse invasion indirectly. He is an ordinary person, but a conspirator with superior intelligence and strategy. Since the death of Superman Clark, the other party has disappeared from the world, and the company has also declared bankruptcy. No one knows where he went. Until yesterday, he suddenly appeared and planned a conspiracy against Supergirl with funds and kryptonite. However, even Xinyan didn't know where the other party was hiding at the moment. That guy seemed to have been on guard against artificial intelligence or internet searches for a long time, and even some dark web information was done by others. Just like a ghost hiding in the dark of the world. Don't worry, Kara, I will help you find him, Nian held Kara's hand and said to himself. No matter what, the other party is just an ordinary person. He has too many ways to find the other party, it's just a matter of time. After drinking coffee, Nian and Kara planned to find a place to have lunch and continue the date that was interrupted last night. Unexpectedly, the phone in Kara's pocket rang. Kara took out the phone and looked at it, and said to Nian sitting opposite, "It's Mr. Bruce." Nian nodded, which was within his expectations. If the other party didn't call, he should call back. Kara answered the phone, talked briefly for a few words, nodded quickly, and said to the phone, "Yes, I'm dating Nian." Kara had a hint of surprise in her eyes, put down the phone and said to Nian, "Mr. Bruce said he would treat us to lunch and asked us to go over. Senior, what do you mean? Why not?" Nian smiled and said, "I also want to meet this Gotham host." Not long after, a long-length luxury vintage car stopped at the door of the coffee shop. Nian and Kara got in the car. Looking at the energetic old butler in the driver's seat, Nian was surprised and said, "Butler Afu, are you here to pick us up?" The Wayne family has more than one servant, and Butler Afu is obviously the most senior among them. "Long time no see, Master Prince." Butler Afu smiled and said, "The two guests are of noble status, so, I came here to pick them up. In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome, it's faster for me to fly over," Kara whispered. "Miss Kara, I certainly know this, at my age, I've gotten used to you suddenly falling from the sky and landing in the manor." Butler Afu said gently, "But it would be too rude to not entertain you well." The extended luxury vintage car started and drove at a constant speed. After passing through the prosperous urban area, it came to an area that was clearly in the city but had a large manor in the suburbs. In the forest-sized manor, there is an old-fashioned building that looks like a castle. This is the manor house where the Wayne family has lived for generations. Nian looked at the large and luxurious building complex and estimated that he should build a house when he should. After all, there are more and more strange things in the house, and if there are guests at home, there is no room for them. Of course, this needs to be discussed with Aunt Diana before making a decision. "Master, the guests are here." Butler Afu led Nian and Kara into the manor house. A gentleman with white hair and wise eyes had already stood upright at the door in a black coat waiting. Holding hands with Kara, Nian met Kara's eyes the moment he entered the mansion. Batman, Wayne Bruce. This was the first time the two officially met. Chapter 251. Weekend, noon. Gotham. Inside an urban street. Warning tapes were pulled up at the entrance of the bar. There were several police cars parked in front of the door, and many police officers were coming in and out. Street corner. A girl wearing a peaked hat and carrying a baseball bag glanced in the direction of the bar from a distance, then lowered the brim of her hat and whispered to the 2 to 3 meter tall inflatable shark doll next to her, "Let's go." The inflatable shark doll nodded, and stepped forward with its short, fat and round legs, keeping up with the pace of the girl in the peaked cap. It's not just the duo of Harley Quinn and Nanaway the Shark King. After a night of tracking and searching yesterday, Harley still couldn't find the whereabouts of the silver-haired young man. Most of the people who attended the impromptu meeting last night have been arrested and subdued, and even the underground bar has been directly sealed. Obviously, this time it's Gotham's worst fiasco. However, Harley didn't care about that. Besides, she didn't get nothing last night. That unusual hair. While Harley was thinking, she led King Shark, who was wearing an inflatable shark doll costume, through several alleys and to another more secret underground bar that was not yet open for business. Harley didn't think Poison Ivy would be caught, so she came to the first place where Poison Ivy might be hiding, a place only she knew. After removing the not yet open sign and pushing the door open, Harry felt as if he was at home. "Ah, Harley," Nanawi suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" Harry looked back out of curiosity and found that Nanawi's already tall and fat body had gained weight due to the inflatable costume he was wearing, making him unable to pass through the narrow door of the bar. "Just stay outside, I'll go in and get you some food, I'll come out right away." Harley waved her hand, took out her baseball bat, and stepped inside. There was no one in the underground bar, and the light was as dark as night. Only the front desk was lit. "Pamela, are you here?" Harley called directly, her voice echoing slightly in the bar room. Squeak. The door to the kitchen behind the front desk of the bar opened, and a young and pretty female clerk came out. "Harley Quinn." The female clerk looked at Harley and asked in surprise. Harley recognized the female store clerk as one of her employees from when she and Poison Ivy teamed up to commit crimes in Gotham. "Is Pamela here?" Hallie asked. "Not here." The female clerk shook her head and said, however, my sister came here very early today, a few hours ago, picked up some things from the underground warehouse and left. Where did she go without telling you? Harley asked curiously. No, the female clerk said. She took a shower here, changed her clothes, and then left with her things. This is not like her style. Harley muttered. Right. The female clerk seemed to have remembered something, and said with a worried look on her face, there is a place, that makes me care a lot. What? Sister, her leg seems to be injured, she is limping a little and her mobility is not very convenient. Injured? Harley frowned. Poison Ivy could be injured. Was this because she was severely beaten by Supergirl last night? Downtown Washington, coffee shop. The streets outside are busy with traffic, but the store looks casual and quiet. The customers who walked into the store, including the waiters, frequently cast their eyes towards the corner of the coffee shop by the window. Sitting there was a very beautiful black-haired woman and a young blonde girl, forming a beautiful landscape. The black-haired woman is in the most mature age of women. Her beautiful face and brows reveal a sword-like heroic spirit. She is wearing a fashionable white gauze top and black trousers. When sitting on the chair, her body draws a graceful and moving line. With curves and an aura of over 1.8 meters like her tall figure, her every move exudes elegance and luxury. Under the reflection of the daylight outside, there is no flaw at all, and the snow-white skin is smooth and moist, like a creation of the gods. Movie stars and models wearing filters may feel ashamed when they see them. Across the table from her, the blonde girl's hair is neater and shorter, highlighting a small face with delicate features. She is wearing a beige uniform and a black knee-length skirt. The scale of her chest growth cannot be underestimated. She is now wrapped in shiny black stockings. Her beautiful legs were placed together in an orderly manner. A pair of small hands were placed on her legs nervously, and her fingers were slightly sunk into the soft flesh. She is a young girl who is losing her childishness and revealing her intelligence. What, am I scary? The black-haired woman smiled. It's a surprise. The short-haired girl quickly waved her hands and said, I just didn't expect that Miss Diana would suddenly ask me out, and I wasn't prepared. You don't need to be mentally prepared to see me, Diana smiled slightly. It's precisely because it's you that I'm nervous. Gwen's fingers were tangled together like tangled webs, and she felt more pressure than dealing with a supervillain. It was the same feeling as when Nian went to Kara's house. Isn't this just meeting the parents? In particular, Gwen had bumped into Nian and Diana's couple practice before. Diana stirred the coffee gently and said, I have seen it on TV, you have also embarked on the path of a superhero and done everything well. Thanks. Gwen nodded shyly, bit her lip and said, but I still lost to Kara, my own strength is still not strong enough, in several previous incidents, Nian had to come to my rescue. Although Gwen could not see it on the surface, she was still upset about losing the right to date this week. Actually, it doesn't matter. When we were young, didn't he get to know you because he wanted to protect you? What he values is not strength, even if you are just an ordinary person, he will still take care of you. That's true. Gwen suddenly reacted. She has been with Nian for more than 10 years longer than Kara, so what is there to be jealous of? At least, in Gwen's opinion, she should be ranked second in importance and cherishment in Nian's mind. The first is naturally not Kara. Gwen's little thoughts turned. It should be said that Miss Diana is worthy of being so powerful. Just one sentence not only made her feel much happier, but also relieved her tension. While Gwen admired, she thought of another thing. So, is Miss Diana the same as me? Because I have been with Nian for longer than others, I don't care about a few days, even weeks or months. I have always kept that passionate feeling in my heart. If it were me, I would have been unable to bear it long ago. Gwen held the warm coffee in both hands and took a sip. A hint of bitterness came from the corner of her mouth, followed by a faint sweetness. Diana said, actually, I asked you out today because I do have something to ask you. What is it? Gwen blinked. You and Nian. Diana said calmly and naturally, have you done it? Chapter 252. Why don't you let me kill Batman? A crescent moon broke out from the dark clouds at dawn, and the faint silver light shone on the sea. Beyond the U.S. territory, thousands of meters below the sea, a specially modified submarine was floating in the dark and deep sea. At this time, the submarine was transformed into a spacious cabin of a luxurious conference room. A slightly dissatisfied and indifferent voice sounded, just now, I almost cut off Batman's head. Of course, Deathstroke, I naturally believe you can do this. The hair was messy like a non-mainstream, and he was wearing a clean and tidy suit. wearing a high-end tie and brand new leather shoes. The gentleman who was like a president sat on the leather sofa and responded with a smile. The man called Deathstroke was a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life. He had a slightly frosty beard on his face, and wore a black eye patch as if his right eye was injured. His tall and strong body was wearing a set of red and black armor that flashed a metallic cold luster under the light. There were double pistol holsters on his waist and 2 samurai swords on his back. He stood straight in the cabin, surrounded by iron blood and murderous spirit, and his indifferent left eye was emotionless. Death Bell said calmly, "I need an explanation, otherwise, even if you are my employer, I will chop off your head here." Hearing his words, a blonde woman in a diamond-like shining long dress couldn't help but take a step forward, her beautiful eyes watching the Death Bell vigilantly, but was quickly stopped by the gentleman sitting calmly on the sofa. Okay. Lex Luthor spread his hands, his mouth corners raised, not afraid, but laughed. "Don't you think it's boring to kill Batman like this?" Boring? Deathstroke looked at him indifferently. "When a person dies, it's really meaningless. Don't you already know Batman's true identity, Bruce Wayne? If you want to kill him, you can go to Gotham at any time, I won't stop you." Lex Luthor sipped the red wine elegantly and smiled, "But don't you think it's boring to kill him directly after fighting with him for so many years? It's better to defeat the opponent's strength and confidence with absolute power and force, so that he loses his fighting spirit and becomes a wild dog. You who play tricks, will you also say such words as absolute power and facing the enemy head-on?" Deathstroke sneered. However, if it was other hunting targets, he would not buy it, and would just kill it and be done with it. But if it was Batman, Deathstroke was really interested. "Aren't they forming a Justice League? We can also create one. I've already thought of a name, Destruction. Just a few of us." Death Bell glanced at the people in the luxurious cabin. "Of course there are more than that." Lex Luthor wanted to say something, but at this moment, the submarine he was in felt a vibration. It didn't seem like the turbulence of the sea water, but more like someone was knocking on the submarine outside. What the hell? Death Bell narrowed his eyes. Let alone knocking on a large submarine, you have to know that the submarine is thousands of meters deep. The strong pressure is enough to crush ordinary people. Lex Luthor was not surprised but happy, and smiled and said, "Another new member of ours is here." One night passed. The happy and short weekend also passed. The next day, Nian and Kara both missed the morning class, and they didn't show up in the high school until the afternoon class. This was naturally scolded by Instructor Roth. But now, Nian and Instructor Roth are very familiar with each other. Instructor Roth asked him to explain the reason for his absence and then let him go back to class. Nian yawned and returned to the classroom. "I have to say that the dress does increase combat power and attack speed." Unfortunately, the dress was gone soon. After all, in the out-of-control Krypton Superman mode, except for Supergirl Kara herself, ordinary objects cannot resist her touch. Even the sky above Gotham lost a cloud last night, and the mountains in the suburbs lost a half-peak. Nian didn't dare to use the magic levitation cloak. If it was broken, it would be so embarrassing to be seen by Master Ancient One in the future. However, this is not a long-term solution. Nian almost perfectly mastered the demigod mode, and practiced with his aunt for more than half a month. I don't know how many times it will take to perfectly adapt to and master the Krypton Superman mode. Nian's mind moved. By the way, it is possible in the devouring space, isn't there a planet made by Starro there? That is, what material of the bed can withstand the use of 2 supermen? As Nian was thinking, a graceful figure wearing a conservative long shirt and jeans came towards him in the corridor of the school building. The other party also saw him. As soon as the cold and beautiful face left, she seemed to snort in her heart and walked past him as if she didn't want to pay attention to him. Nian's eyes twitched. Last time, the other party pretended that nothing had happened and pretended to be a gentle teacher to get close to him. This time, she directly showed that disgust on her face. Is this the nature of cats? Depending on their mood, it is not the same every day. But the other party remembered the grudge of him catching the ball, this is completely certain. This is Felicia Hardy. The real Felicia. Teacher Felicia, Nian took the initiative to greet him. What? Felicia stopped unhappily and glanced at Nian, not wanting to talk to him. If you want to humiliate me, I'm not in the mood to play with you today. Where were you yesterday? Nian asked. Where I am is none of your business, Felicia snorted and walked away directly. With her long white hair fluttering, Felicia walked past Nian. Nian was thoughtful. The other party obviously didn't know that she had met him in Gotham last night. It was as if the female thief she met last night was not the current Felicia. If it were someone else, they might mistake them for twins or something like that. The problem is, Nian noticed through spider sense that there was a slight red mark on Felicia's neck at this time where she had worn a pearl necklace. Double personality? After that night, did Felicia not only have physical changes, but also some mental problems? Felicia is usually conservative and introverted, but after awakening her abilities, she has become a little calculating and scheming. The female thief I met yesterday was bold and wild, and her stealing skills were extremely skilled. When she was Felicia, her hair was snow white. When she was a female thief, her hair turned black. The memories between Felicia and the female thief are obviously independent. So, the female thief did meet Nian for the first time yesterday, and she also said frankly that she liked her type. Felicia, on the other hand, had no impression of having met him at the weekend, and showed disgust since they had a falling out. New Bikuj. Chapter 253. Weekend Nights. Gotham, second floor of 5-star hotel. Under the bright and luxurious glass lighting, on the floor paved with red carpet. The interior of the hotel lobby is opulent and majestic. Pure music is like spring water flowing silkily and smoothly in the room. It is not the broken sound texture played through a machine, but a whole professional orchestra playing live, with musicians in tuxedos playing small instruments. Amidst the extremely enjoyable music, tables were filled with fine wines and delicacies, with elegant men in suits and tuxedos, and women in gorgeous tube-top and waisted dresses walking inside. It was like a high-end banquet just for celebrities in Gotham. No one comes to such a banquet for the food, but for socializing among celebrities. Not right either. At this time, it was a quiet corner of the main hall far away from the orchestra. The young man in a handsome suit and hair wax, who looks like a little grown-up, is sitting here alone eating cakes and drinking red wine, and from time to time he lowers his head and plays with his mobile phone like an abandoned house. It is somewhat out of tune with the surrounding environment. Sure enough, I still don't adapt here. Feeling some weird looks, Nian glanced at the bright, elegant, and gentle people and sighed secretly from the bottom of his heart. Why a person is in this place has to start a few hours ago. After lunch at Wayne Manor, Batman Wayne Bruce invited Nian and Kara to attend a small dinner hosted by Wayne Group. He said there would be a magic show at the banquet. Since Nian and Kara had some things to do last night, they would definitely stay in Gotham for one night, so they accepted Bruce's invitation. But what I didn't expect was, on the way to the dinner party, Wayne Bruce received an intelligence message, so he transformed into Batman, quickly summoned the Bat Fighter, and followed Supergirl Kara to the outside of Gotham. The information they received was, a person suspected to be Lex Luthor is entertaining unknown people offshore. As one of the victims of Lex Luthor's last trap, Batman naturally continued to secretly search for the whereabouts of Lex Luthor, the man behind the scenes, after the battle with Steppenwolf. As for the Justice League, although there is no artificial intelligence with advanced intelligence, there is a tool man who is no less than artificial intelligence. Superheroes transformed by Apocalypse Mother Box technology. Cyborg. Their intelligence information was obtained by Cyborg. Since the search time was much earlier than that of artificial intelligence Alice, this important intelligence information was obtained. Being able to attract almost half of the Justice League, Lex Luthor can be considered a card among villains. Since it was an action by the Justice League, Nian naturally had no intention of following it. Moreover, under normal conditions, Nian's combat power is not even comparable to that of the weaker cyborg in the Justice League. The Superwoman Kara, who can provide Nian with abilities, is in the Kryptonian Superman mode that is difficult to fully control. It is estimated that the target of Batman and other suppression will have to be replaced. So, in the end, only Nian came here alone. Nian, wait for me to come back tonight. Recalling Kara's last little provocative look and words as Superwoman, Young took a sip of red wine, and his originally sleepy brain suddenly became a little more energetic. Tonight, Kara must wear a dress. He wasn't too worried about Kara's actions this time. With Lex Luthor, half of the Justice League should be able to take it down, right? And if my brother-in-law knew about it, it should be a lineup of 2 Supermen, a luxurious lineup that is enough to invade the divine realm. Nian ate boredly and thought about it, and another feeling of lethargy came to his heart. Why are you so sleepy tonight? Is it because you didn't sleep much last night? At this moment, a subtle noise sounded in the hall. The lady of which noble family? So cute. I've never seen her go that way. Under the surprised gazes of many people, the crimson dress and beautiful hair swayed gracefully, and the slender legs wrapped in white stockings walked slowly. A petite and cute figure walked through the hall on the second floor and walked towards the young man sitting in the corner of the balcony window. The spider sense sensed it in advance. Nian raised his eyes reflected the little Lolita in a crimson dress, and he was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Master Nian, as your special maid, isn't it normal for me to appear here? Crimson Loli smiled slightly. What appeared in front of Nian's eyes was none other than the crimson maid Wanda. Wanda leaned down slightly and said softly, Teacher Ah Fu informed me in advance that the young master would attend this type of banquet, so I wanted to come over. Yeah, thank you for your hard work. While Nian was talking, Xiao Wanda had already taken the red wine and poured it for him, and then stood close behind him obediently and upright. Previously, the strangeness in the eyes of some guests turned into surprise. Servants and bodyguards are one of the cards that Gotham's celebrities use to show their status. It's like attending some ordinary social dance. As a man, it doesn't really matter how you dress. As long as you dress appropriately, what matters is the quality and score of the female companion around you. Nian just took a sip of wine. Behind. The crimson maid gently leaned forward and whispered close to her ear, Master, drink less wine, if you are drunk, I won't be able to lift you. I don't get drunk that easily, Nian smiled, but stopped drinking. Master, don't you want to try socializing with the people here? Wanda asked curiously. There's no need, nor the interest. Nian shook his head. If the people on the field knew that he was personally invited by Wayne Bruce, they might come directly to curry favor with him. Or, expose yourself as the person in charge of the future Chronicle Company. No matter which way, Nian doesn't want it. Too troublesome. That's fine, anyway, I will accompany the young master, Wanda said with a smile. Nian nodded. Wanda suddenly saw something and asked curiously, Strange, why is there a crow here? Where are the crows? Nian blinked and glanced at the large and luxurious hall, but did not find the so-called crow. If there was such a strange animal, his spider sense would have detected it long ago. Wanda pointed to a glass lamp in the banquet hall and said, Little crow, it's dark and very small, standing on the glass lamp. Didn't you see it, master? Listening to Wanda's doubtful words, Nian was shocked. He knew that Wanda never lied or joked. Nian stared at the glass lighting, but still didn't see the figure of a crow-like bird. No, he can't see it. Nian quickly came to his senses. Just like before he knew Aunt Diana's demigod status, as an ordinary person, he couldn't see the artifact hanging on the ceiling of the living room. In the hall, gentlemen and ladies were chatting thoughtfully and elegantly, and no one paid attention to the bright lights. Obviously. At this time, at a celebrity party here in Gotham. There is a crow hidden that no one else can see but only Wanda. Kanluo, can you see that crow? Nian asked inexplicably into the air. He carries a split body of jellyfish with him and can communicate with Kanluo at home at will. Kanluo quickly responded with his mental thoughts, I can't see it, however, I just vaguely sense that there are 3 powerful and ominous energies at the banquet here. 3 pieces. Nian's mouth twitched. Kanluo affirmed, moreover, the feeling given to me by 2 of them is no worse than the Joan Mun I met last night. Now there's trouble. Nian frowned. Should we say that Gotham is a place rich in villains? Wanda, is that crow still there? Nian took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and said solemnly in a low voice. Wanda also noticed something was wrong, nodded and said, yes, it flew to a lamp nearby, and it is looking towards us. Looking this way? Nian could imagine that an invisible crow was standing on the glass lamp, staring at him with a pair of dark and indifferent eyes. Good guys, you've got your eye on them, right? Nian smiled coldly and was not timid. He directly ordered Wanda, don't pay attention to it for the time being, once it attacks us or shows its intention to attack, cast a spell immediately to fight back. Okay, master. Wanda's pale red eyes became serious. She took out a piece of bright red cloth from her pocket, slightly tied up her loose crimson hair, and took a step forward to stand in front of the boy with her small body. Now she is no longer the little girl who was buried in the ruins and unable to wait for death. In addition to being a good student and a maid, there is another identity. Nian's face was calm, but with Wanda beside him, he was not timid at all. According to the meaning of Master Gu Yi. Now Wanda has learned all the spells in Kamatage except the Forbidden Book, and has reached the perfect level of mastery and proficiency. On magic. Wanda, who has only been started for a month or 2, has already reached areas beyond the reach of many people including Kamatage and the other 2 major sanctuaries. Say it again. Even if he really couldn't beat him, Nian could take Wanda and teleport away from here. The space necklace has been worn all the time. 1 day has passed, and now there are 3 more opportunities to teleport. Just as Nian was wary of the crows in the dark, the lights in the main banquet hall suddenly dimmed. The music that was playing also fell silent. A spotlight fell on the stage where the band once stood in the hotel's main lobby. The magic show is about to begin. The guests at the venue whispered, with expectant smiles on their faces. Master, it's too dark, I can't see the crows clearly, Wanda whispered. But at this time, Nian didn't know what to say. At the same time, Luo's spiritual thoughts came, Nian, that existence with another powerful energy is right in front of you, approaching this way. Nian felt a chill in his heart and raised his eyes to look forward. Soon, he was stunned. I saw the curtains on the performance stage opening to both sides, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure walked out of it. He wears a magic hat on his head and his legs are wrapped in fishnet black silk. The woman's eyes without glasses are like stars at night, shining with a lilac luster of confidence, wisdom and mysterious charm. Her long black hair is slightly curly and falls down to her slender waist. Her plump upper body is dressed in a black long-sleeved dress. Like a bunny girl. She wears a standard dress that reaches her thighs, black fishnet stockings that blend with her white skin, and a pair of high-heeled boots that almost reach her knees. That superb appearance, alluring figure. Isn't it the same old-fashioned girl that she met when he arrived at Gotham Station at the beginning of the year? Certainly. The other party's bold and gorgeous magician attire was fully worthy of the spotlight and the attention of the guests, and had nothing to do with being old-fashioned and rustic. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zatara, and I will be giving a magic show to everyone here. The moment Zatanna appeared, she took off her hat and bowed forward. Wow! At this moment, a dozen white pigeons that could not fit in the hat suddenly flew out of the top hat. The white dove's wings flashed with holy brilliance under the light, and it kept flapping its wings and soaring. Under the exclamations of the guests. The doves flew high in the sky one after another in the lobby, and flew out from the balcony on the second floor of the hotel into the Gotham night sky outside. This simple and lively gesture attracted repeated applause from the guests. Zatanna was performing magic on the stage, her face was full of confidence, she was not timid at all, and she took control of the entire stage in an instant. Luo, are you sure it's her? Nian's thoughts in the audience moved slightly. Luo, it's absolutely certain, the energy in her body almost overflowed. Are you pretending? Or are you suppressing? On the surface, there is a magician with unknown abilities who calls doves from time to time. In the dark, there is an invisible crow watching everyone. If you add to this, what Luo just said is hidden somewhere in the banquet. The third phase is weaker, but its energy cannot be ignored. Is this a weird party tonight? Nian was speechless. If Kara and Wayne Bruce also come here tonight as originally planned, it will be really lively. The current situation is unknown. Nian and Wanda chose to wait and see for the time being. On stage. After performing several magic tricks, Zatanna blinked smartly, smiled slightly and said, "Next, let me perform a big magic trick for everyone." Said at the same time. A wardrobe that could only accommodate one person while standing was pushed up from the backstage. I need someone to perform with me. Zatanna touched her chin pretending to be thinking, her lavender eyes looked around the field, and then pointed to one place with a smile, "Sir, please come up here." The guests looked back subconsciously. Their eyes all fell on the black-haired boy in the back corner. Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. There's no way to avoid it. Master, Wanda looked worried. It's okay, you stay here and be safe, I'll go meet her. Nian looked calm. He stood up and walked directly onto the stage. Chapter 254. Under the worried eyes of Wanda and the expectant eyes of the guests, a black-haired boy wearing a formal suit stepped onto the magic stage. Nian looked at the confident and beautiful magician nearby. He turned his back to the audience and said calmly in a tone that only two people could hear. Sister, we meet again. No, should I call you Magician Zatanna? Or Miss Zatanna? Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you yesterday morning. Zatanna responded softly, looking apologetic. She was talking about yesterday, when she denied her identity as a magician at the train station. There's nothing to apologize for, after all, we don't know each other, so there's no need to reveal our true occupations if we're just strangers. Nian shook his head, understanding her general casualness. Zatanna hesitated to speak. She knew that the boy's words contained a certain distance. Perhaps, the two of them could develop into friends. But in order to remain mysterious, he sacrificed enough sincerity. Why haven't you started yet? What are they talking about? What kind of magic? Under the stage, the guests looked at the two people who suddenly stood silent on the stage and couldn't help but whisper. Okay, don't keep the audience waiting. Nian took the initiative to turn around, face the audience, and ask the female magician next to him, how do you need my cooperation? Zatanna reacted quickly. She nodded immediately, opened the magic wardrobe behind her, and said loudly with a smile, "Everyone, please take a look, this is a wardrobe with nothing, no secret compartments and no mechanisms." Zatanna also pushed the tall wardrobe and turned it around so that everyone on the stage could see the props clearly. However, it looks ordinary, but it is actually a very magical magic wardrobe. When Zatanna said this, she smiled slightly and gestured to Nian, "Sir, can you please come in here?" "Okay," Nian nodded and immediately walked into the closet. The space inside the closet was not large, and there was only half a space for him to stand in it. "I'll close the closet door first, wait a moment, and a magical scene will take place." Zatanna smiled slightly, reached out and closed the two doors of the closet, shutting Nian inside. The guests stared at the wardrobe intently, as if they wanted to see some clues. Inside the wardrobe, standing in the small space, Nian felt like he was falling into darkness, completely isolated from the outside world, and could not hear any sounds from outside. Nian had a thought in his mind. The spider's sense suddenly spread out like an electrostatic field, but it was quickly offset by the inner wall of the magic cabinet, making it impossible to sense the situation outside. "Is this magic cabinet a magic weapon?" Nian's face was solemn. He came on stage to cooperate with Zatanna's magic show, just to use himself as bait to see what the other party's purpose was. Now it seems that the other party wants to imprison himself in this way. Outside, on stage. Now, a magical scene is about to appear. Zatanna grasped the magic staff, her beautiful eyes flashed with lavender light, surrounding the closed magic wardrobe, and tapped the wardrobe gently with the staff. "Knock. Knock." This voice is. Nian, who was inside the wardrobe, was shocked. He suddenly heard that the magic wardrobe itself was shaking slightly, and Zatanna's words subtly sounded in his ears, "I will send you away from Gotham City, you can take advantage of the opportunity. Take this opportunity to run away." "Why should I run away?" Nian was confused. "You've been targeted by it. Before it notices it, run quickly and don't come back." Zatanna's voice became serious and urgent. Without waiting for Nian to respond, the other party said something inexplicably, with a quick tone and reversed phrases. "Get away from here and send him away. Everyone, please take a look." On the stage, Zatanna suddenly opened the magic wardrobe and saw that the wardrobe was empty. The boy disappeared. This immediately caused a burst of cheers and applause in the main banquet hall. On the field, the crow, which had been standing peacefully on top of the glass lighting in the main hall and was normally invisible, suddenly flapped its wings irritably, staring coldly at Zatanna below with its dark and cold eyes. Zatanna turned a blind eye to this. She waved to the guests, smiled and got into the empty closet, closing the door from the inside. Now, the magic continues. At the same time, Nian stood in one place in a daze. He looked around and saw the familiar platforms, guidance signs, and pedestrian stairs. This is exactly like a train station. A train station platform outside Gotham. It was also yesterday morning, where he met Zatanna. Nian raised his eyes and looked outside. Outside the platform, the night was like a gloomy and mysterious fog, shrouding the huge city not far away that was glowing with a little bit of civilization. This place is about 20 or 30 kilometers away from the five-star hotel in the center of Gotham, right? Nian thought to himself, obviously, this was teleportation. Spells, or magic. Either way, that guy is more than just a magician. Nian thought to himself. Zatanna just said that she was targeted by it. Who is it? That invisible crow, or the third ominous presence hidden in the hotel? No, I have to ask her for details. Nian took a deep breath and made a decision quickly. If it was just one person, it would be fine, but Wanda was still in the hotel. When Nian thought of this, he immediately reached out and grabbed the space necklace pendant on his neck. Instant teleportation, unfortunately, he can do it too. Back to the place he had been to before. Inside the magic wardrobe. Bang bang. The guests in the main hall of the banquet were startled, but it was the tightly closed magic wardrobe that suddenly shook violently, and quickly returned to the calmness of no one. What happened? At this time. In the wardrobe. A dark and silent narrow space. When Nian returned here through the space necklace, he felt that the space inside the wardrobe was more than half narrower. With a familiar exclamation from nearby. His face was completely buried in a ball of delicate softness, and just a slight breath was full of fragrance. Not just the face. Nian's back pressed against the inner wall of the magic wardrobe, his hands, feet, chest, tightly pressed against a plump and soft body. He could feel the texture of the high-quality coat uniform and the black fishnet stockings. Nian was stunned. Opposite him, Zatanna was also stunned. The magic wardrobe, which usually only stood for one person, was now almost squeezed by two people without any space. Did my magic fail? Why did you come back here? Fortunately, her body was several centimeters taller, so the boy did not compete with her for the top space of the wardrobe where her head was. Compared with Zatanna's difficulty breathing, Nian couldn't breathe at all. Chapter 255. Nian knew it a long time ago. Some alien cosmic creatures, such as symbionts like Venom, have liquid bodies like a pool of water. They cannot survive alone and can only rely on other organisms. Venom still has a physical form. Some special beings do not have real bodies. They may be a concept that penetrated from the multidimensional world, a strange energy that has generated autonomous consciousness, or a creation of the soul of a powerful creature after mutation. For example, Wanda last time. After Wanda used soul shedding to separate from her body, her soul became a formless alien. Under normal circumstances, her soul could not be attacked, but she could use mental or energy means. The raven that Nian encountered in Gotham was also a strange and invisible existence of this kind. You can't even see it, but the other party can use some abilities to attack you. This kind of existence is very tricky. After all, their existence itself cannot be weak. The most important point is that they are difficult to kill. Physical attacks have no effect on them, but energy attacks may have some effect. The only effective ones are spiritual attacks. Of course. This kind of existence has flaws and is not a perfect existence. It is difficult for the soul to exist independently in the world for too long. Before, Wanda's soul was separated from the body for too long, and there was almost a big problem. So, this kind of invisible existence either chooses a body as a carrier to possess, or it cannibalizes other soul energy to maintain its own state forever. Nian pondered, the unknown which needs Nian as a carrier to move in this world, so Nian was not killed. I think so too. Diana nodded and whispered, I'm still thinking, Nian's real soul may not have been killed, but reached a certain balance with the witch attached to her. Nian thought, so, she usually continues to do archaeological work like ordinary people, and occasionally has some strange behavior patterns. Nian's eyes were full of praise. It should be said that she is worthy of being my aunt. Just by listening to his simple narration, she analyzed some secrets of Nian. I will try to contact her through archaeological means in the near future, Diana said calmly. Then I will go too, Nian said. It's just contacting Nian, not dealing with the witch in her body, so the risk factor is not great. Diana knew that Nian was worried about her, and whispered. If everything is as we think, maybe we can lead her to the right path. Nian thought for a while and suggested, Aunt, if you really want to contact Nian, why not try to contact someone else first? You mean the magician? Diana said as if she understood his thoughts. Yes, Zatanna. Nian felt that among these strange beings, Zatanna was the last one who gave him a good impression. Zatanna also tried to rescue herself from the hands of Raven. Her strange irony magic is also suitable for dealing with strange beings such as Raven and Nian. Okay, I'll try to contact her first, Diana nodded. In the second half of the night. After talking about Raven, Zatanna and other things. Diana's beautiful eyes calmly looked at Nian beside her, that, Miss Poison Ivy. Nian's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, he knew he couldn't avoid it. In fact, he had been deliberately avoiding it just now, and didn't talk about Poison Ivy in depth. And it was really an accident, Nian blinked innocently, worried that his aunt would be angry. Diana's face was calm, she was not angry, but said seriously. Whether it was an accident or not, since you have done it, you must take responsibility for it. She paused and asked, in addition, your permanent ability. Yes. Nian nodded, he pursed his lips, and said bluntly, no change. According to past experience. Nian got the perfect body of steel from Kara and the perfect spider sense from Gwen. Kara and Gwen also gained the ability to be immune to kryptonite weaknesses and spider silk enhancement respectively. It is a mutual benefit. But in the incident with Poison Ivy, Nian did not obtain any permanent abilities, and the other party's body did not change at all. For the first time, there was a divergence point in permanent abilities. Although I did not obtain permanent abilities, I got this. Nian raised a finger and tapped his forehead, where a faint fluorescence similar to a green vine leaf glowed. What is that? Diana was a little surprised. Nian hesitated, as if he did not want to mention it, and finally said, I can sense her location, even if I want, I can ignore the distance and directly deprive her of her abilities and even her life. Diana was silent. Too evil, right? Nian closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. This ability should not exist in itself. Even if Nian did not want to. Even if it was just an accident. Now. Nian has mastered all of Poison Ivy in his hands. Even if he dies, Poison Ivy will die with him. Even Nian, the user himself, felt that this was too cruel and ruthless. Lord of the Dependents. Nian gradually realized why this ability was called this name. If the person who obtained this ability was a villain, he must be the most evil and ruthless villain. I don't understand why this happened, and, when Poison Ivy left that day, her eyes were full of gray, as if she was dead. Nian clenched his fists. It was too cruel for others to control his abilities and even his life. A pair of slender and radiant arms gently embraced the boy, and the woman comforted him in a warm voice. "It's not your fault. And, do you still dare to approach me?" Nian said with difficulty. What if he committed that kind of thing and indirectly deprived the demigod and of eternal life and even the noble soul? Nian didn't even dare to think about it. He had already made a choice. Even if it cost his own life, he would defend the other party's honor. Diana wanted to say something. Nian stretched out his hand to break free from her embrace, opened the quilt, put on his slippers and walked to the door of the room. "Aunt, I'm tired these days, so I'll go back to the room to sleep first." Nian didn't want to, but he didn't dare to stay in this room. He was afraid that he couldn't help himself. And Aunt, she wouldn't resist herself. This is the most terrible thing at the moment. Watching Nian leave the room and closing the door. Diana's beautiful eyes flashing with wisdom revealed a thoughtful look. The ability shouldn't have changed so obviously suddenly. Why are there differences in permanent abilities? Chapter 256. Master, Master. A familiar call sounded nearby, and Nian gradually woke up. He opened his eyes in confusion, and what came into view was Wanda's little face. Soft, white and tender, very cute. Only. At this time, Wanda's face was full of worry, her light red eyes were filled with mist, and she was about to cry. "Who bullied my maid?" After seeing Nian wake up, Wanda immediately shouted in surprise, "Master, are you okay?" "It should be fine, what's wrong with me?" Nian felt that his brain was a little dizzy, and he couldn't remember many things at the moment, so he couldn't help but said in a daze. "Master, have you forgotten? You just participated in the magic show and disappeared into the magic wardrobe." After Wanda mentioned it, Nian remembered it. Just now, he was teleported to the Gotham train station, and then teleported back through the space necklace, and met Satana in the magic wardrobe. From the other party's mouth, I learned something about the Raven. Later, I fell asleep. No, I was attacked by some magical abilities. Nian thought about it carefully, and some strange pictures flashed through his mind. A raven carrying a dark and evil aura, vines full of barbs and poison, an indestructible white spider web, a long red cloth falling like a meteor, and a woman wearing a magician's professional attire. It's like a dream, but very real. Wanda, did you help me just now? A hint of understanding appeared in Nian's eyes, and he looked at little Wanda in front of him and said. "Huh? I don't know." Wanda blinked blankly and whispered, "I was just in the banquet hall when I saw the little crow standing on the glass lamp, and it suddenly started chirping wildly, so I used the hair tie you gave me, live it." The hairband is the second magical weapon that Nian brought out from the New York sanctuary. The magic weapon, which looks like a cloth red ribbon, has been used by Wanda as a hair tie to tie her hair. "You did a great job." Nian touched Wanda's little head, first praised her with a smile, and then asked solemnly, "Where is that raven now?" After the experience of being invaded by the opponent's ability, he has understood that the raven-shaped existence is very terrifying, and even the magic floating cloak may not be able to prevent its special attack. Since it was an attack aimed at the soul and spirit rather than a physical strike, it was somewhat difficult for his steel body to deal with it. Escaped. Wanda blushed slightly after being touched, glanced around shyly, and responded, "Not long after I tied its body with a hair tie, it suddenly broke free from the shackles of the hair tie and flew away to the balcony of the main hall." "That's good." Nian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to continue to be entangled with that ominous existence. He looked around and found that he was in a small room in the hotel. He was lying on the largest leisure sofa, and there were used magic props and dressing tables next to him. This is the lounge provided for banquet performers. Now, only the master and servant Nian and Wanda, who had just woken up, were left in the room. "Where is the female magician?" Nian asked. Wanda shook her head and said, "When I entered the backstage lounge, I only found you lying unconscious on the sofa, Master. I didn't see anyone else like the magician." The screen of the mobile phone he carried lit up in his trouser pocket, and the artificial intelligence Alice asked in time, do you need me to investigate, master? Okay, Nian nodded. Tonight, Zatanna felt like someone he met in a dream. Mysterious and weird. But if the other party is really a magician performer, her real identity should be easy to find out. Nian and Wanda walked out of the backstage lounge. There were also guests in 2s and 3s in the corridor, leaving for the main entrance on the first floor of the 5-star hotel. Obviously, tonight's banquet is over and starting to disperse. Although Wayne Bruce, the protagonist of the organizer, the head of Wayne Group, has been letting off the pigeons every day, the guests at the venue have become accustomed to this. Isn't it normal to be let go by Wayne Bruce? By the way, has Kara, who was out on the road, not come back yet? Nian suddenly remembered this. After all, on the scale of half a Justice League appearance. Usually the problem can be solved quickly, but if it cannot be solved in a short time, it means that the incident must be very difficult. That Lex Luthor won't have any difficult helpers, right? While Nian was thinking about things, he took the Crimson Maid Wanda and left to the door of the hotel. But at this moment, Kanloo's mental thoughts suddenly sounded, Nian, there is a third ominous energy. What? Nian was shocked and stopped immediately. It's not over yet. The other party is right behind you, Kanluo said at the same time. Tap. In the corridor. The sound of high heels stepping on the corridor floor was heard, and a figure wearing a white tube top and slit skirt naturally passed by Nian and also left towards the outside of the hotel door. The other party has black hair coiled up elegantly, a string of pearl necklaces on her intact neck, and shining jewelry earrings on her ears. Her fair and slender wrists hold a handbag. She has a beautiful face, a proud figure, and a good temperament. Like a noble lady of noble birth. Nian was stunned and stopped dead in his tracks. He actually knew this person. The teacher who had awakened the ability to transform into a cat in high school and played a game with him. Felicia Hardy. The problem was that when she passed by him just now, she didn't react at all. In addition, Felicia had a long, eye-catching silver white hair, while the other person's hair was black. Master, what's wrong? Wanda noticed something was wrong, looked at the slender back of the woman in front of her, and asked in a low voice. Follow her and see. Nian signaled to Wanda with his eyes, and silently followed the pace of the woman in front. Gotham. In front of a 5-star hotel. There were already several luxury cars parked in front of the door. Seeing the woman with a handbag stepping out, some gentlemen immediately waved or opened the car door to signal. Miss Selina, I'll take you home. Take my car. I'm a good driver. My car is good. There won't be any bumps. Faced with the enthusiastic invitations of several upper-class gentlemen, the woman called Selina shook her head slightly and declined elegantly and politely. Thank you all, Gotham has a nice night tonight, I want to take a walk outside, so you don't have to send me off. It's okay. That's a pity. Next time Miss Selina attends a banquet, remember to notify me, I can drive her anytime. The eyes of several gentlemen dimmed a little, and they drove away after saying goodbye politely. Selina smiled and nodded in response one by one. After the luxury cars drove away from the hotel entrance, she walked out of the hotel. Seemingly strolling casually on the street, she kept avoiding public camera areas. Selina finally turned into an empty alley. There was no light in the alley. The dark environment had no effect on Selina. She came to a corner and lifted the black cloth covering it, revealing a modified motorcycle that was all black. Selina opened the small handbag she had been carrying, which contained several valuable jewelry. She took off her hair accessories, earrings, and pearl necklace, stuffed them all into the handbag, and put the handbag under the motorcycle seat. Her black hair fell freely. The gorgeous long skirt fell off, and she changed into a tights. Selina took off her high heels, threw them into the trash can beside her along with the long skirt, and put on boots that were convenient for movement. All the movements were neat and fast, and the transformation was completed in half a minute. Selina was about to put on the helmet, and at this moment, she seemed to notice something and looked out of the alley keenly. Come out. Following her words, two figures walked into the alley. It was a young boy who had just reached adulthood and a little lowly in a dress. Aren't they Nian and Wanda? If we are discovered, there is nothing we can do, Nian shrugged and walked forward. In fact, Nian could have kept peeping at the other party without the other party noticing. But, there was no need. There was something he wanted to confirm in person. Did you all see it? Selina glanced at Nian and Wanda, and seeing that they were two children, she just smiled and was not very vigilant. Nian asked seriously, do you mean seeing the jewelry stolen from the party and hidden in the bag, or did you change your clothes? Stealing is not good, Wanda whispered behind him. Spying, my sister changing clothes, so embarrassing. Selina was neither angry nor caring. She looked at Nian and Wanda, smiled and waved her hands, saying, "Good boy, it's so late, you shouldn't hang out outside, go home and go to bed early." "Aren't you afraid that I will call the police to arrest you?" Nian said. "It would be strange if they could catch me." Selina smiled confidently. In front of Nian, she zipped up the tights that she had not put on just now, covering her round hemispheres. She had deleted the hotel's surveillance video archives. Selina picked up the black metal helmet on the motorcycle. "I have a question." Nian stared at her and asked, "Excuse me, do you know me?" "What's the question?" "Little brother, this is the first time I meet you, you are my type." Selina glanced at Nian, put on a helmet, got on the motorcycle, and bent down slightly. The body wrapped in a black tight leather jacket drew a beautiful S-curve from the back to the legs, and the buttocks were particularly raised on the motorcycle seat. "Don't worry, if you don't report my sister, I won't steal things from your house." Throwing this sentence, Selina started the modified motorcycle, and with a roar of the engine, the motorcycle drifted in place and passed in front of Nian and Wanda. Nian stood motionless and did not let Wanda take action, letting the other party ride away from the alley. Watching the motorcycle disappear into the street outside, Nian murmured to himself, "It's her, what's going on?" After just now, Nian has already confirmed that the other person looks exactly the same as Felicia, the deputy instructor in his class. No, it's just one person. After all, even twins can't have exactly the same body shape. If I have to say the difference, there is only one difference. Hair color is different. Felicia has silver hair, and Selina just now had black hair. But the hair length and details are the same. Nian is almost certain that the two are the same person. But the strange thing is that the other party doesn't know him. That's not a pretense. If the other party is Felicia Hardy, there is no need to pretend, he knows her bigger secret. Exactly the same people, but different personalities. Nian thought of a possibility. It was easy to verify this possibility. All he had to do was wait for him to go to class tomorrow and take a look at the real Felicia. Late Sunday night. Wayne Manor. Ding dong. The phone buzzed with the sound of a message being received. In a guest room, Nian, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He waved, and the cloak floating next to the closet flew forward and fell on the young man's body. Arriving alone on the top floor of the manor, Nian saw it at a glance. Beside the guardrail on the top floor, a girl with dark blonde hair was standing there in a formal dress. Her dark blonde hair and white dress were swaying slightly in the night wind. Back, Nian walked over with a smile. The girl in the formal dress turned around and threw herself into the boy's arms without saying a word. "It's like seeking warmth and comfort." "Your action failed." Nian seemed to realize. Kara, who was wearing a formal dress, nodded dejectedly and buried her face tightly in Nian's arms. "Tell me what's going on." Nian narrowed his eyes. He had some suspicions about the failure of the Justice League operation, but he was still surprised when it really failed. Supergirl and Batman took the lead, but both failed. The opponents Lex Luthor met overseas were beyond Bruce and I's expectations. Kara did not hide anything and spoke softly. Soon, Nian learned the reason why the Justice League failed tonight's operation. As an ordinary person, Lex Luthor naturally poses no threat in terms of combat power, mainly because of the extraordinary people he met tonight. One of them is named Deathstroke. An old villain that gives Batman a headache and trouble. The other is a woman who has never been seen before and whose identity is unknown. The other party has powerful mental attack capabilities, which hinders the actions of Kara, the Superwoman at the time. Lex Luthor and others had already evacuated the scene before more Justice League members arrived. To describe it in Batman's words, if there were no follow-up reinforcements, just the two of them, at least he would probably be trapped there. This is not an exaggeration at all. "Senior, do you think I'm useless?" Kara puffed up her cheeks and pouted. "It's not your fault, it's not like you learned nothing, at least, you learned some information about the enemy lineup." Nian hugged the girl, paused in his words, and said teasingly, "Besides, you have many uses." "For what purpose?" Kara was stunned for a moment, then her soft face quickly turned rosy, and she understood that it was already the last night of the weekend. "There is one thing more important than dealing with supervillains." "Senior, does this look good on me?" The frustrated Kara pondered for a moment, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she raised her eyes a little shyly. Nian lowered his head, his eyes following the girl's sweet and pretty face. To her fair and delicate collarbone covered with dark blonde hair, her mature and gorgeous little dress wrapped around her well-developed body, and her soft feet gently where it on light-colored high heels. "Try it and you'll know if it's good or not," Nian said. Chapter 257. Why don't you let me kill Batman? A crescent moon broke out from the dark clouds at dawn, and the faint silver light shone on the sea. Beyond the U.S. territory, thousands of meters below the sea, a specially modified submarine was floating in the dark and deep sea. At this time, the submarine was transformed into a spacious cabin of a luxurious conference room. A slightly dissatisfied and indifferent voice sounded, "Just now, I almost cut off Batman's head. Of course, Deathstroke, I naturally believe you can do this." The hair was messy like a non-mainstream, and he was wearing a clean and tidy suit. Wearing a high-end tie and brand new leather shoes. The gentleman who was like a president sat on the leather sofa and responded with a smile. The man called Deathstroke was a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life. He had a slightly frosty beard on his face, and wore a black eye patch as if his right eye was injured. His tall and strong body was wearing a set of red and black armor that flashed a metallic cold luster under the light. There were double pistol holsters on his waist and 2 samurai swords on his back. He stood straight in the cabin, surrounded by iron blood and murderous spirit, and his indifferent left eye was emotionless. Death Bell said calmly, "I need an explanation, otherwise, even if you are my employer, I will chop off your head here." Hearing his words, a blonde woman in a diamond-like shining long dress couldn't help but take a step forward, her beautiful eyes watching the Death Bell vigilantly, but was quickly stopped by the gentleman sitting calmly on the sofa. Okay. Lex Luthor spread his hands, his mouth corners raised, not afraid, but laughed. "Don't you think it's boring to kill Batman like this?" "Boring?" Deathstroke looked at him indifferently. "When a person dies, it's really meaningless. Don't you already know Batman's true identity, Bruce Wayne? If you want to kill him, you can go to Gotham at any time, I won't stop you." Lex Luthor sipped the red wine elegantly and smiled, "But don't you think it's boring to kill him directly after fighting with him for so many years? It's better to defeat the opponent's strength and confidence with absolute power and force, so that he loses his fighting spirit and becomes a wild dog. You who play tricks, will you also say such words as absolute power and facing the enemy head-on?" Deathstroke sneered. However, if it was other hunting targets, he would not buy it, and would just kill it and be done with it. But if it was Batman, Deathstroke was really interested. "Aren't they forming a Justice League? We can also create one. I've already thought of a name, Destruction. Just a few of us." Death Bell glanced at the people in the luxurious cabin. "Of course there are more than that." Lex Luthor wanted to say something, but at this moment, the submarine he was in felt a vibration. It didn't seem like the turbulence of the sea water, but more like someone was knocking on the submarine outside. "What the hell?" Death Bell narrowed his eyes. "Let alone knocking on a large submarine, you have to know that the submarine is thousands of meters deep. The strong pressure is enough to crush ordinary people." Lex Luthor was not surprised but happy, and smiled and said, "Another new member of ours is here." One night passed. The happy and short weekend also passed. The next day, Nian and Kara both missed the morning class, and they didn't show up in the high school until the afternoon class. This was naturally scolded by Instructor Roth. But now, Nian and Instructor Roth are very familiar with each other. Instructor Roth asked him to explain the reason for his absence and then let him go back to class. Nian yawned and returned to the classroom. "I have to say that the dress does increase combat power and attack speed." Unfortunately, the dress was gone soon. After all, in the out-of-control Krypton Superman mode, except for Supergirl Kara herself, ordinary objects cannot resist her touch. Even the sky above Gotham lost a cloud last night, and the mountains in the suburbs lost a half-peak. Nian didn't dare to use the magic levitation cloak. If it was broken, it would be so embarrassing to be seen by Master Ancient One in the future. However, this is not a long-term solution. Nian almost perfectly mastered the demigod mode, and practiced with his aunt for more than half a month. I don't know how many times it will take to perfectly adapt to and master the Krypton Superman mode. Nian's mind moved. By the way, it is possible in the devouring space, isn't there a planet made by Starro there? That is, what material of the bed can withstand the use of 2 supermen? As Nian was thinking, a graceful figure wearing a conservative long shirt and jeans came towards him in the corridor of the school building. The other party also saw him. As soon as the cold and beautiful face left, she seemed to snort in her heart and walked past him as if she didn't want to pay attention to him. Nian's eyes twitched. Last time, the other party pretended that nothing had happened and pretended to be a gentle teacher to get close to him. This time, she directly showed that disgust on her face. Is this the nature of cats? Depending on their mood, it is not the same every day. But the other party remembered the grudge of him catching the ball, this is completely certain. This is Felicia Hardy. The real Felicia. Teacher Felicia, Nian took the initiative to greet him. What? Felicia stopped unhappily and glanced at Nian, not wanting to talk to him. If you want to humiliate me, I'm not in the mood to play with you today. Where were you yesterday? Nian asked. Where I am is none of your business, Felicia snorted and walked away directly. With her long white hair fluttering, Felicia walked past Nian. Nian was thoughtful. The other party obviously didn't know that she had met him in Gotham last night. It was as if the female thief she met last night was not the current Felicia. If it were someone else, they might mistake them for twins or something like that. The problem is, Nian noticed through spider sense that there was a slight red mark on Felicia's neck at this time where she had worn a pearl necklace. Double personality? After that night, did Felicia not only have physical changes, but also some mental problems? Felicia is usually conservative and introverted, but after awakening her abilities, she has become a little calculating and scheming. The female thief I met yesterday was bold and wild, and her stealing skills were extremely skilled. When she was Felicia, her hair was snow white. When she was a female thief, her hair turned black. The memories between Felicia and the female thief are obviously independent. So, the female thief did meet Nian for the first time yesterday, and she also said frankly that she liked her type. Felicia, on the other hand, had no impression of having met him at the weekend, and showed disgust after their previous quarrel. Chapter 258. Nian sighed secretly. He felt that Gotham was really an ominous place. He only went there once on the weekend and encountered all kinds of weird people and things. There are more villains than New York, Washington, and Los Angeles combined, which is weird. And, before that, some other villains have been dealt with after Nian encountered them. Only among the villains in Gotham City, there is always a sense of déjà vu when one group is eliminated and another group remains. This time, although some local villains targeting Supergirl in Gotham were eliminated, Lex Luthor, the mastermind behind the scenes, has not yet been caught. In addition, there are also evil and mysterious Raven, strange female archaeologist. No wonder the legend of Batman has continued in Gotham for more than 10 years, there are so many villains to catch. Nian returned to the classroom door and made a report into the room where the class was taking place. He unexpectedly found that standing on the classroom podium was a male teacher he had never seen before. The male teacher's slightly curly short hair is slightly messy, he is not tall, he is wearing a simple engineering-style shirt and overalls, and he looks very honest and elegant with a pair of glasses. He was around 30 or 40 years old, and he was teaching physics courses. What surprised Nian? In the classroom, every student sat neatly, showing enough respect and listening carefully. Is this classmate Nian who hasn't arrived yet? Please come in. The male teacher glanced at Nian at the door, and did not forget to explain gently, I am a new physics professor, I will occasionally attend your physics class and lead you to do physics experiments. My name is Robert Bruce Banner. Thank you for meeting you, Mr. Banner. Nian nodded subconsciously and walked to his seat. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, where had he heard the name Banner? Right. A few years ago, a former world-famous physicist who was featured in newspapers many times. One of the current Avengers veterans, a superhero. Hulk. The Hulk represents a force of deterrence, annihilating countless alien Legion forces in the Battle of New York. Of course, only a handful of people know that Dr. Banner is the Hulk. Nian also learned about it incidentally when Alice stole intelligence information from S.H.I.E.L.D. The Avengers were founded by Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man. The first list of heroes is Captain America, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Thor later showed up to join. Among them, the Hulk is the top combat force specially found by Iron Man, and the other three were arranged by Nick Fury. Regardless of the fact that the other party is the Hulk. A world-famous physicist, with top Ph.D.s from countless degrees, comes to teach in a high school. Isn't this too extravagant? Nian returned to his seat, and his spider sense immediately intertwined with another familiar and similar spider sense in the classroom, such as an electrostatic spider web. Nian looked sideways and found that Gwen, not far away, was blinking at him and sticking out her tongue slightly. You pulled me here, right? Nian suddenly remembered that Gwen was currently interning with the Avengers. Gwen, how about it? Not bad, Dr. Banner. He happened to be bored at the Avengers headquarters and wanted to return to the daily life of a professor, so I recommended him to come to our school to be a nominal honorary professor. You're really good, Nian secretly gave a thumbs up. The two people sitting in separate seats in the classroom did not whisper to each other, but had special communication through the spider sense they shared. This is similar to spiritual power, but it is completely different from the communication principle of spiritual power. The spider senses of the two are like invisible spider webs, intertwined in the huge classroom. As long as the invisible spider threads are plucked, the other party can empathize with their own emotions and meanings. This is more like the collision of ant tentacles. Only spiders of the same species and a highly compatible spider sense can do this. This is the unique way of communication between Nian and Gwen. Nian, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Avengers actually let him leave New York alone. Feeling Nian's surprise, Gwen couldn't help but explain, "Now, Dr. Banner can control his emotions very well, let him come out to relax, and the switching and coordination between him and the Hulk will also be better, there will be good results." In addition, Dr. Banner is just a name only, there are many troublesome things going on with the Avengers, and he only comes to school occasionally when he has time. That's it, Nian nodded. Gwen should have another consideration. In this school, Dr. Banner can be restricted if he turns into the Hulk. After Gwen's spider silk was strengthened, the suppression strength increased by more than one level. No matter how bad things go, Carlo will take care of everything. Etc. Nian thought, the other person helped Iron Man develop a Hulkbuster armor-type strategic weapon, and he was a real technological genius. His newly opened technology company will need such talents in the coming years. Otherwise, find a way to dig it out. Nian thinks that he can try to operate it in the future. The problem is, if the Avengers or Stark Industries knew about it, they wouldn't come over and kill him, right? After class, Dr. Banner happily hugged his books, nodded politely in response to the greetings of his classmates, and returned to his temporary office leisurely. No one could have imagined how terrible he would be when he was angry. What surprised Nian was that Kara suddenly came to the classroom window and called Gwen out, and Gwen naturally walked out of the classroom. The two of them walked hand in hand outside the teaching building like sisters, without calling Nian to join them, as if they had a secret that they didn't want him to know. These two guys seemed to be getting along better and better. Nian was speechless for a moment. Qingmei and Tianjiang. Wouldn't he be the extra one? Outside the high school teaching building, the school's open-air playground. No, no. I almost thought I was broken yesterday, Senior Gwen, how did you bear it before? Kara patted her chest with a look of surviving a disaster. Kara, keep your voice down. Gwen's small and delicate face turned red with shame, and she looked around with extremely fast reaction speed, and only breathed out when she found that no one noticed this side. That's right, Senior, you have your ability, the spider ability, which can be perfectly controlled and will not get out of control. Kara's distressed sweet face then asked curiously, Senior Gwen, then do you have a better experience than me? Gwen's face was so red that steam was coming out of her head. My ability combined with yours, can't we control it perfectly? Kara thought about it, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she subconsciously said, Senior, next time, should we try it together? Together, try. Gwen's eyes, as bright as gems, widened, and her brain crashed, as if she was processing this overly stimulating information. There was a bang. A ball of actual hot steam rose from the short-haired girl's head. Chapter 259. Monday night. Gwen, you're hot cocoa. Officer George, who had just returned from the police station, had skillfully brewed a cup of hot cocoa with the right temperature and sweetness without even taking off his uniform jacket. A short-haired girl wearing a set of pink bunny pajamas sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and watched TV. The girl's eyes were not focused on the TV screen. She stayed on the sofa in a daze, as if she was thinking about something, so she did not hear Officer George's words in the living room. Gwen. Until Officer George came to the side with a cup and called a second time. Only then did Gwen come back to her senses as if she had woken up. Ah, thank you Daddy. Gwen quickly took the cup from Officer George with both hands, took a sip, and then returned to her room wearing slippers and holding hot cocoa. I am going to bed. After drinking, remember to wash up before going to bed. Officer George looked at the back of his beloved daughter in confusion. After Gwen closed the door, he couldn't help but said to Mrs. Mary who came out of the shower room. My dear, have you noticed Gwen's state after returning home from school today? Something's not right. It's a little bit, I'm absent-minded when eating, from time to time, I blush and think casually, and frown in distress, could it be that I'm in love? Mrs. Mary said casually while wiping her wet hair with a towel. What, in love? Officer George was stunned as if he was struck by lightning, doubting his life. Who is it? I was just talking casually, Mrs. Mary shrugged. Until the lights in the living room outside went out and silence fell. In a room where the lights have been turned off. The short-haired girl lying on the bed covered with a quilt opened her eyes. She was holding a Garfield pillow, and her face was full of distress. I can't sleep at all. For the past 2 days, Gwen couldn't sleep. First, Miss Diana suddenly made an appointment with her yesterday and asked her about those things very seriously. About some details and thoughts. Gwen didn't know how to answer. Then, today, the schoolgirl Kara, who is 1 year younger than her, actually several years older, made a bold proposal to try it together. So, can the three of us do that thing together? So, can those things be communicated and shared privately? Hey, isn't this right? Times have changed so fast. Gwen put on the hood of her bunny pajamas, the quilt covered her blushing face, and hot steam came out of her forehead. I'm really sorry for being such a simple person. Gwen bit her lower lip, remembering the distressed look of Kara who came to school today. It turns out that your body won't be able to bear doing that kind of thing. Last time. When I do it myself, I feel very comfortable and relaxed. Gwen's little face turned redder and redder, and she suddenly thought that it was her turn to have the right to date this weekend. No reason. The girl suddenly felt a little expectation in her heart. Ugh, Gwen, you're done. Gwen felt that she was hopeless, so she buried her body completely under the quilt, leaving only the 2 pink rabbit ears on the hood of her pajamas. Washington. Another house. Auntie, I'm coming in. Nian was like a student making a report, pushing open the door of the room that left a gap. What greets you is the dim, warm light and the faint scent of violets. Nian walked into the room skillfully. The owner of the room has his black hair coiled up on the right side of his body. Under the light of the small bedside lamp, his profile with perfect and delicate facial features is like a work of art. Diana was lying on the bedside, looking down at archaeological books. The only light source on the left cast an arc of light on her plump body wrapped in a gauze skirt and nightgown. Compared with the original sexiness of a mature body, it is more elegant and luxurious. You went out so crazy on the weekend, you didn't even go home yesterday, and you were probably late for school today. Diana did not close the book and continued to read with her eyes down, speaking in a slightly cold tone. With a harsh tone. However, when his aunt is indifferent to him, it is often the time when she cares about him the most. Nian still knows this. Then. Nian closed the door behind him, admitted his mistake happily, took off his slippers and sat on the bed, pulling over the violet-scented quilt. Didn't you go on a date? How do you feel? Diana's face was calm, and she raised her beautiful eyes to look at him. Nian sighed, Gotham is too troublesome, even more troublesome than the last time in God's domain. Nothing to hide. Nian told Aunt Diana everything he had experienced in Gotham during the past 2 days. This is all commonplace. But in the past 2 days, too many things have happened. After Nian finished speaking, he felt a little dry. Diana shook her head slightly, stood up, took her own glass of cold water and handed it to him. Wait until Nian drinks the water. Diana took the cup back and handed over the archaeology book she had been looking at. Look at this. This is. Nian took the book, glanced at it briefly, and was quickly stunned. It is recorded above. In 2008, a team of archaeologists excavated the remains of a suspected ancient lost civilization in a mountain range in South America. There is a stone statue of a mysterious witch stored there, as well as some strange rune images, which have not been found to match the known civilizations on Earth. Some professional archaeologists at the site even concluded that these might be relics of civilizations from other worlds. Later, something even weirder happened. Less than a week. The archaeologists in that team died one after another, the cause of death is unknown, and only a young intern survived. The surviving archaeological intern, her name is Joan Munn. Auntie, it turns out that you have been paying attention to my affairs in Gotham. Nian put down the archaeology book and looked at Diana beside him with a warm heart. Even before I said anything, my aunt had already started investigating. What are your guesses after reading this? Diana asked softly. That team of archaeologists was targeted by the witch, right? It's like a punishment for people who break into their homes without permission. Diana nodded, her slender fingers pointed at a name on the book, and continued to ask, then why, she didn't die? Joan Munn was also a fellow archaeologist. Why was she the only one to survive? Nian suddenly recalled that when he was in Gotham, Guanloa once said that there was an ominous evil energy in the other party's body. The answer is already obvious. Nian took a deep breath and said firmly, the unknown which exists and has no actual concrete form, so she needs a carrier for normal activities in this world, and Joan Munn is just right. Chapter 260. Nian finished the prelude game. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the huge and prosperous city was shrouded in the night, and the neon lights were shining like stars. In the top-floor office, only a few dim lights were on, and a faint warm light flowed in the room. Nian raised his hand, flipped his right wrist, and immediately launched a white spider web, which was stained with broken black silk ribbons and fell accurately into the trash can in the main hall. "Gwen, it's dark, it's time to go to bed." Nian's breathing became hot, and he said to the girl in his arms. "Yeah." Gwen closed her eyes and hummed softly in response. Nian immediately reached out and picked up the girl's soft body that seemed to have no weight in the spider mode. The two bare legs that took off the black silk swayed gracefully. But at this time, the voice of artificial intelligence Alice sounded inappropriately in the main hall of the room. "Master, I don't want to disturb you, but something happened in New York City right now, and I think you should want to know it immediately." "What happened?" Nian suppressed the heat in his body. He knew that Alice would say that, which meant that the matter must be very important, or it had something to do with him. "Please look." Alice suddenly lit up the holographic projection. In the indoor space in front of Nian, blue phantoms intertwined and changed, playing a news report video. Under the camera of the video, there is a single cube cage made of double-layer glass. In the cage, a white man with a haggard face and pale face was locked up alone. His hair was messy and he hadn't washed it for a long time. His lips were chapped and his dark circles under his eyes were as serious as a panda. The white man sat on the chair, slowly raised his eyes, and stared at the camera in front of the cage through the glass cage. His dry and hoarse words filtered out from the sound transmission hole. "My name is Eddie Brock. I am 33 years old this year. I was originally a professional journalist at the peak of my career. I was quite famous in New York." The video continued to play. Alice explained at the right time, "Master, this is the live broadcast of the New York Channel News. The whole New York City can see this live video." Nian nodded and continued to watch. Gwen in his arms also opened her eyes and watched with him. The big screen in Times Square, the advertising screens on commercial streets, the ordinary TVs in every household, the car TVs in taxis and cars. People who saw the live broadcast stopped their work in surprise and looked at the man in the live video who claimed to be in his 30s but looked as haggard as a 50-year-old man. Eddie Brock stared straight at the camera, laughed at himself, and said hoarsely, "I didn't expect that after so many years as a reporter, I would be the biggest news in the end. You must be curious about what crime I committed. In fact, I asked someone to make this cage for me, and I locked myself in it. Oh, you must think I'm a psychopath or drunk, but I'm actually sober now. I've never been so sober in my life." Cough cough. Eddie Brock put his hand over his mouth, and his body suddenly bent over and coughed. Dark red blood burst out from his fingers, and some of it sprinkled on the inner wall of the glass cage. Eddie Brock glanced at the blood on his hand, gritted his teeth and insisted, and continued weakly. "I can guarantee that everything I say next is true. The reason why I am in this situation started 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I found that Drake Biogenetics was trapping homeless people on the streets of New York. When I started investigating this matter, I was fired by my boss, so I decided to sneak into Drake to find out. That was also the beginning of my nightmare. At Drake, I found that they were conducting inhumane human experiments. The experimental subjects were the missing homeless people. They were studying an alien creature brought back from outer space by spacecraft, the symbiont. This symbiont is in liquid form and can parasitize humans to achieve manipulation and deformation. That's right, the black kitten that appeared in New York last time was this inhuman alien existence." As soon as this sentence came out, the people watching the live video were in an uproar and felt horrified. The top floor of Future Chronicle Company. Nian narrowed his eyes, and the little emperor who was lying on the blanket suddenly opened his cat's eyes and stood up. A stream of black liquid gushed out from the cat's body, and the black liquid condensed into a hideous alien head, with white narrow eyes staring at the holographic projection screen. "I don't know how many symbiotes are still hidden on Earth, but they are huge in outer space, and humans are the carrier race suitable for them to parasitize. And once humans are parasitized by them, they will easily become puppet carriers." Speaking of this, Eddie Brock coughed violently again. This time he fell from the chair to the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A strange scene suddenly appeared. The coughed blood was actually scarlet and filamentous, and it automatically reversed and surged upward, flowing back into Eddie Brock's mouth and back into his body. Eddie Brock felt uncomfortable and nauseous, his eyes were full of bloodshot. "As you can see, there is a symbiote in my body, new Bikuch." The New Yorkers watching the live video all changed color. "I've tried, I've fought it, and now I can't hold on any longer. I feel like tonight, no, it's going to completely take over me soon. So, Avengers, are you watching? Come and stop me, kill me. Otherwise, massacre is coming." Eddie Brock's words had just fallen. Swish. 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 Scarlet spikes burst out from Eddie Brock's body, and then his body began to be covered with scarlet liquid. condensing and transforming into a 3-meter-tall, scarlet-colored tough exoskeleton, and a humanoid monster with ferocious fangs and interlaced canine teeth. Swish! The humanoid monster's narrow eyes were evil and violent, and there were 4 or 5 scarlet tentacles dancing wildly behind it. It was like a terrifying creation, the embodiment of massacre, and its mere existence was creepy. Bang! The massacre violently punched, and the double-layer glass shattered. It pounced forward and swallowed the camera lens in one bite. The live video ended here, ushering in a silent black screen. But the people in New York who watched the live video could imagine in their minds that the extremely terrifying and ferocious symbiote monster was biting the camera into pieces as if it were a bone. And casting its narrow and violent eyes towards the New York City area. The night has come, and the massacre is coming. The entire New York capital suddenly exploded, shrouded in the panic of the symbiote. Chapter 261. Gotham. In an underground workshop, a furnace was burning with fire, dispelling the dampness and darkness in the underground rooms here. On the simple iron workbench, there were containers containing liquid that emitted a strong pungent smell, as well as tools and equipment such as generators, electric drills, electric saws, and iron pliers. Click, click, click. Here, a harsh sound of sawing suddenly erupted. Visible on the workbench. A black hair, about 5 or 6 centimeters long, was tightly clamped by the machine at both ends and suspended on the table. The round sharp steel piece above rotated rapidly, cutting from top to bottom towards the middle of the black hair. Laugh. The moment the rotating saw blade, which rotated at such a fast speed that the motion was blurred, landed on the black hair did not break in response, but suddenly burst out with sparks. It's like cutting and sawing on a piece of steel that has been tempered for thousands of times. The steel piece continued to press down, sparks flying everywhere, but the machine suddenly erupted into a burst of electronic sparks and black smoke. Tap. A shirtless black man immediately stepped forward, cut off the power supply, and stopped the machine on the workbench. However, the machine is obviously in a semi-scrap state. Burnt black smoke spread outwards, filling every part of the underground workshop. How is that possible? The strong black man opened his eyes in disbelief, but the slowly stopping electric saw had already curled its blade, and the hair hanging from the chassis of the machine below shone in a straight arc under the light of the stove. Glimmer. Not to mention broken, this hair is not damaged at all. Oh my God. The strong black man suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Just one hair was like this. He could imagine how terrifying the owner of the hair was. Definitely not a human being. Sister, even if you say this hair belongs to God, I still believe it. The strong black man turned around and looked at the 2 figures, one large and one small, standing behind him. It was clearly a girl with twin tails and heavy clown makeup, and a shark with limbs that stood like a human. Can we do a DNA test? Harley shrugged. I said eldest sister. The strong black man smiled bitterly and said, the automatic electric saw cuts constantly. The high-concentration strong acid cannot dissolve it, the high-temperature flame cannot burn it, and even the high-voltage electric shock is ineffective. How can we test DNA? Harley's brows couldn't help but frown, and she knew that this was indeed a bit overwhelming. This hair is indeed outrageous, and its strength simply exceeds human cognition. However, there aren't many people in this world who can have such hair, right? The strong black man muttered, this reminds me of a person. Who? Harley's eyes narrowed. The strong black man slowly spit out a name with a hint of fear. Superman. Superman. Harley Quinn was stunned for a moment, and then she felt a flash of inspiration in her brain. Right. Since that person infiltrated the meeting to defeat Supergirl as a mole, doesn't this mean that he and Supergirl are closely connected? If it were Superman, everything would be connected. So what if he is Superman? Sooner or later I will ask him to find out. Harley clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind. Of course, before that, she wanted to find the whereabouts of Poison Ivy. Since that day, Poison Ivy has disappeared from the world of Gotham. No one knows where she has gone, and all contact methods and connections cannot find her. The only person in this world who can make Harley Quinn worry is Poison Ivy. But at this moment, from under the closed door of the underground workshop, one could detect a human figure suddenly flashing outside the workshop. Who? The strong black man shouted, and he quickly pulled out the pistol from his pocket. His tall and strong body was agile and he came to the door against the wall. Peeked out through the peephole in the door. The strong black man shook his head at Harley Quinn and King Shark behind him. He quickly found something on the ground and leaned over to pick up a letter thrown under the door of the workshop. Sister, this letter is for you. The strong black man glanced at the envelope and said to Harley Quinn. Let me take a look. Harley took the letter directly. It briefly reads. To Gotham's Queen of Crime, Harley Quinn, and MS Harley Quinn. I have a very crazy and interesting idea. Do you want to come to my place for a special banquet? This banquet is different from the last one. Only people with your status are eligible to participate. Lex Luthor. Boring. Harry sneered and wanted to throw the letter into the stove, but the next moment he thought of something and narrowed his eyes slightly. This might be an opportunity. Harry opened the envelope and found a paper ticket inside. The weekend is approaching. The date with Gwen is coming up. This can also be regarded as the first date between the two after their relationship broke through. Only. Nian found out strangely that recently, Gwen was a little absent-minded when going to school, going home, and even in class. Isn't it because being the new superhero of the Avengers is too stressful? Nian thought about it and decided to use the weekend to enlighten Gwen. Just let Gwen play with whatever she likes and relax. Then. Friday afternoon. The bell rang, and students filed out of the school gate. Senior Gwen, I wish you a happy weekend. I will try my best not to disturb you. Kara especially came to Gwen's side, hugged her arm, smiled sweetly and blessed her. Gwen's face suddenly turned red and she hesitated to answer. Nian on the side was a little surprised. Normally, Gwen would argue with Kara. Why did she feel like she was defeated before she even started this time? Something's wrong. Senior Nian, behave well. Gwen's delicate body came close to her and secretly whispered in Nian's ear. Then she waved to the two of them with a smile and said. I'm going to my cousin's house for dinner, so I'm going to go to my cousin's house for dinner, take the first step. After saying that, she ran to a street corner next to the school. Soon. A black spot cut through the white clouds in the distant sky and disappeared at the end of the line of sight. Nian withdrew his gaze from the sky and glanced at Gwen curiously. You didn't agree on something, right? Don't ask, I will never tell you. Gwen covered her blushing face with her hands and gritted her teeth. There really is, an agreement or something. Nian blinked. Curiosity, just curiosity. At this time, the chatter of students passing by attracted Nian's attention. Recently, a new flower shop opened on Feihua Street next to the school. The female owner is really a top beauty. She has a top-notch figure and a good temperament. She is much prettier than the female stars on TV. So that's why you bought so many flowers. What do you know? She doesn't sell flowers there, I buy them from other flower shops. What? A flower shop that doesn't sell flowers? Gwen, you go home first, I have to go somewhere first, Nian said to Gwen who was returning home together. Okay, stay safe. When Gwen heard this, she was secretly relieved and nodded slightly. Then let's see you tomorrow, Nian smiled at her. See you tomorrow, tomorrow. Gwen's face turned red, she waved her hand, quickened her pace, and ran away as if running away. What are you doing? I don't know how to eat people. Nian watched the girls back without knowing why. Nian was walking alone on the street. Not long after leaving school, he received a message on his mobile phone. It was from Gwen, who had just escaped. Nian, do you need me to bring anything when I go out tomorrow? Nian smiled and spoke, and Alice responded in text. Xiao Huang has been bored at home recently, so I will take him out together. With him, we can go out lightly tomorrow. Okay. What should I wear when I go out tomorrow? Mainly, which one do you like better? How direct and bold this message is. Nian once recalled that before the two broke through their relationship, Gwen was a childhood sweetheart. It is extremely inconsistent with the girl who has been blushing frequently recently. Nian's eyes suddenly gained a hint of understanding. When Gwen sends him messages now, she sends them as Qingmei, so naturally she won't be shy, but will be as proactive and direct as before. The good brothers are back. The corner of Nian's mouth raised, and he simply replied with a straightforward message, I like whatever you wear, and it would be better if you wear black stockings. Gwen quickly replied, understood. Put your phone back in your pocket. Nian stopped walking, he had reached his destination. This is a flower shop opened on the corner of a modern street. There is no signboard and only vibrant and various plants can be seen at a glance. The place that should be the signboard is covered with green and lush vines, with bright little white, yellow and purple flowers blooming. Potted flowers and plants of different varieties are displayed in front of the door and inside the store. When the wind blows, bursts of fresh and natural fragrance overflow. It is a unique landscape independent of the bustling modern city. There is a sign hanging on the half-open glass door, no plants are for sale in the store. Nian pushed open the glass door and walked into the flower shop. The light inside was filtered by the branches and leaves, the air was extremely fresh. And the suitable temperature made people feel comfortable, as if they were walking into a forest. A beautiful figure in a red dress squats in front of a plate of flowers, with a white sun hat covering her bright red hair, carefully pruning the branches and leaves with scissors. The light and shadow of the city outside cut through the branches and leaves of the plants fell on the body wrapped in a long red skirt for a while, drawing a beautiful curve from the back of the neck to the lower buttocks. Seeing the current woman, between Nian's eyebrows, a mark like a vine leaf shimmered with a faint green luster. The female owner of the flower shop seemed not to notice the young man behind her and continued pruning the plants. "Poison ivy, why are you here?" Shiqing said in a young voice. The female landlady didn't reply, just pruning the plants. "Until pruning is complete." The female boss stretched out her green and white fingers and gently stroked the wound of the plant that was overflowing with juice. The flat wound healed miraculously. "Put down the scissors." The female boss stood up, and under the brim of her hat was a beautiful, charming and slightly pale face. "Isn't it poison ivy?" But compared with the previous strong and cold, the current poison ivy seemed like a plant that had lost its vitality, and was visibly haggard and weak. I ignored Nian in the store. Poison ivy didn't even raise her eyes to look at Nian, and walked slowly to the escalator leading to the second floor. Halfway through, she calmly said, "Come up." Nian followed. The escalator on the second floor was also wrapped with vines. Unlike the gentle appearance outside, the vines inside had sharp barbs. It was poison ivy. Nian's iron body naturally ignored the barbs. He suddenly wanted to reach out and touch these thorny poison ivy, but he took the initiative to avoid it as soon as he raised his hand. These poisonous vines are afraid of and resist him. Poison ivy. Nian climbed up to the second floor and lost the other person's figure in his sight. The inner walls and ceiling of the second floor are all thorny poisonous vines. The windows are entangled and blocked by vines. Only a little light penetrates in. The noisy sirens and voices outside are blocked out, making the room very quiet. There are not many furnitures here, basically all green vines, and only a bed is placed in the innermost. A brand new red double bed. Nian was still a little dazed looking at the bed, and then there was a sound of slow footsteps behind him. "You." Nian turned around and his pupils suddenly shrank, and he was stunned. I saw poison ivy walking up barefoot, and a long red skirt fell from her shoulders. It was a beautiful scenery like nature that could not be compared with any flowers in the store. Poison ivy walked past Nian, her white and smooth feet slightly tilted back, stepping on the whole red dress on the floor. "Come on." Poison ivy just lay on the bed, like a blooming enchanting queen, with unfocused eyes looking to the side. "What?" Nian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. whatever you want," Poison ivy added calmly. "I just washed it not long ago, it's very clean." Nian took a deep breath and said again in a deep voice, "Why are you doing this?" Poison ivy responded, "It won't let me continue to commit crimes in Gotham City, and it's best to stay in a place that can be monitored normally. It's so close to your school, it's perfect. In this way, you can also control me better and make me do anything. Isn't this the final result you want to achieve?" Poison ivy closed her eyes and lay on the bed without any defense. "I really don't want you to continue committing crimes," Nian said seriously. "But you don't have to do this to yourself." Poison ivy said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not as casual as I look. Because of my ability, no one dared to touch me before, and no one else will touch me in the future. The poison ivy has been laid, and no one will come here, or are you unable to let go here?" Poison ivy opened her eyes, and she finally raised her eyes to look at Nian. Her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Nian said honestly, "What I mean is, some things you want to do, such as committing crimes, can't continue, but you can choose not to do anything you don't want to do, just like before." "Just like before? Now even my life and abilities are in your hands, can I still decide my own life and destiny? Or do you think I am very humble to cater to you like this? One of your thoughts can directly affect my life and death. I really want to ask you, how does it feel to conquer the former Gotham crime queen?" Chapter 262. Poison ivy, you and I should know that it was just an accident. I have to say that you are indeed very charming and a beauty that can drive people crazy, but I really have no interest in a corpse lying on the bed, so goodbye. Nian didn't do anything. He threw away these words and turned around and left the second floor. Before leaving, he did not forget to pick up the red dress that fell on the ground and hang it on a poison ivy indoors. Poison ivy lay motionless on the bed, her eyes dull, and then she closed her eyes and lay down. The faint light that penetrated through the gaps in the vines was blurry, without any dust, and fell on the white and graceful body like a gauze. Just like the red dress, it is extremely sexy and beautiful. Walk out of the flower shop and back to the bustling street. Nian took a breath. The words he just said were naturally false. How could you not be interested? Even if it's an inflatable, top-notch fairy, it's hard for anyone to be able to resist it. However, Nian is not a ruthless person after all. And my aunt also said that you have to take responsibility. But now, Nian doesn't know what to do. Poison ivy is like a plate of green vines that has lost its vitality. It is about to wither and die. It cannot be revived by just watering and fertilizing. The most important thing is that after your life and abilities are controlled by others, you lose your own meaning. So, what she just said was right. That seemingly despicable pandering was actually just a survival instinct. From that day on, Poison Ivy's future life is destined to revolve around his only world. Nian sighed secretly, feeling a little happy in his heart. I feel like I'm going from a scumbag to a scumbag. The next day, morning. New York City. There are many tall buildings, but compared to Gotham in the underworld, the bright sunshine shines down on the streets, the commercial billboards are dazzling, and the traffic is very lively. As summer approaches, the weather is getting warmer and warmer, and pedestrians on the road are wearing thinner and cooler clothing. A boy and girl were walking hand in hand on the sidewalk. The boy wears a short-sleeved t-shirt with artistic graffiti on his upper body, 9-point light-colored casual pants on his lower body, and canvas shoes, which makes him look like an ordinary student. Looks delicate and sunny. The girl wore a peaked cap to hold down her short blonde hair. Under the brim was a delicate little face with light makeup. She was wearing a fashionable and well-fitting shirt and skirt. She had a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. With shiny flesh and a small size like children's black low-cut boots cover the feet. It is full of youthful atmosphere, but it does not lose its intellectual nature, and it has the maturity of transformation. There was a kitten as big as a palm lying on the boy's shoulder. The orange cat's tail swayed from side to side, and its little head moved with hope from time to time in line with the spirited cat's eyes. Gwen, where do you want to go? Nian said with a smile. As long as I'm with you, it's okay. Gwen did not dare to look directly into his eyes and whispered shyly. This is girlfriend mode, not Chinmei mode. Then it would be a waste to come to New York. Nian thought for a while and suddenly came up with an idea, let's interview passersby. Okay, Interview passersby. Gwen responded instinctively at first, and then opened her eyes as bright as gems for no apparent reason, full of confusion. Hello, madam. As if by magic, Nian took out a microphone instrument from his trouser pocket and said to a passing lady, we are the student news group of the local school, what do you think of Spider-Woman? The new superhero who joins the Avengers. My 2 daughters like her very much and are her fans. She is great, isn't she? Oh, there are fans. Nian secretly winked at Gwen next to him. Gwen's face was red with embarrassment, and she felt like she was dead in society. On the street, after hearing Nian being interviewed about Spider-Woman, some passers-by actively participated. Spider-Woman, flying around a city like that is so cool. My handbag was snatched in the street, and Spider-Woman helped me get it back. The last time my neighbor's daughter encountered a fire at home, she was rescued by Spider-Woman. Look, the clothes I'm wearing are the Spider-Woman cartoon peripheral graphics. My new goddess, Spider-Woman. Then who was your last goddess? Needless to say. Of course she is the silver-haired goddess. Pretend I didn't ask. More and more passers-by gathered around to participate in the topic. During this period, Nian also saw various Spider-Woman peripherals. Cartoon t-shirts, spider-web chocolates, Spider-Woman masks. Obviously, Spider-Woman's popularity in New York has caught up with Iron Man and Captain America. After all, Spider-Woman is very young and symbolizes the youth-oriented group of superheroes. And she is the second female hero in the Avengers, the first female hero Black Widow. Because she is still a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she usually does not show her figure in the New York City area. After a while, Nian pulled Gwen and emerged from the crowd, feeling as if he was running away. Until he ran 100 meters away, Nian patted his chest and said in shock, if they knew that I was dating Spider-Woman, they would not attack me, right? No way. Gwen spat, her little face still had a faint blush. Although she felt like she was going to die on the spot, she was still very happy to be recognized by the general public. Look, Gwen, as long as you do your best, you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself, Nian smiled with encouragement and encouragement. Pressure? Gwen raised her eyes curiously. When did she feel pressure? Although she did feel the gap in strength as a superhero when competing with Kara at the same time, she did not feel too much pressure. She just felt that it was a pity to lose the right to date for the first time. This weekend, I will take you to relax. Nian looked like he was relying on me, and he was full of fighting spirit. Relax? Gwen was obviously stunned at this moment, and some unbearable pictures and the words that Kara had said before flashed through her mind. Instantly, Gwen's forehead was getting hot and steam was coming out. Do you have a place you want to go? Nian asked. Play, hotel. Gwen shook her head violently, almost throwing off the baseball cap she was wearing, and her voice was as small as an ant. I don't know, but it's all right. It's all right. Nian looked at Gwen curiously, and then said, by the way, I have a good place, let's go there first. Hey, are we going now? Gwen was caught off guard and couldn't help but glance at the sky. Now, it's still daytime. What's wrong, you don't want to go? Nian said. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm not mentally prepared. Gwen calmed down, bit her lip lightly, hugged Nian's arm and said, let's go. Chapter 263. Brooklyn, adjacent to Manhattan Island, is a commercial area with precious land. A high-rise building stands grimly here, towering into the sky, making ordinary high-rise buildings look underage in comparison. Behind this commercial building is a manufacturing factory that occupies a very large area. There are many factory buildings inside, and large aerospace rockets can be faintly seen. Nian took Gwen to the front square of the building. Look up until your hat is about to fall off. You can see a silver crown-style logo, eye-catchingly focused on the top of the company building. The entire exterior of the building shines brightly in the sun. From time to time, there were elite people in suits and ties walking up and down the front steps. It turns out that this is the place you were talking about, Gwen suddenly realized. Where do you think it is? What kind of mental preparation should I make to come here? Gwen's face turned red and she didn't answer. Let's go. Nian held Gwen's little hand and climbed the stairs step by step towards the main commercial building. The first floor lobby of a very large skyscraper. At the reception desk in the middle of the main hall, a beautiful and intellectual woman stood upright, wearing a professional hip-hugging dress and a silver crown logo work badge. When facing people, she had a perfectly soft smile on her face. When no one is paying attention. The woman puffed up her cheeks angrily, sat down on the chair at the reception desk, and rubbed her waist that was bound by her dress. It's really tiring, Daisy Louise complained secretly. After the last strange incident in Paris, France, the professor was arrested and hospitalized by the local police on suspicion of mental illness because he ran around naked and shouted about the unity of the celestial bodies. All day long. Their astronomy research group was also disbanded. In fact, Daisy Louise was not originally an astronomy major. She just helped her best friend Jane Foster in the past 2 or 3 years. Recently, Jane broke up with Thor, the god of thunder, and her astronomy career was temporarily put on hold. Daisy Louise returned to New York, where she lived, to find a way out. To her great surprise, the resume I submitted to this company actually passed. She became a member of Future Anniversary Company. Although he is just an ordinary receptionist, the company's first 2 huge investments since it was acquired by the mysterious rich man and renamed Future Chronicle came from Stark Industries and Wayne Industries respectively. Overnight, Future Anniversary has become an upstart technology company that countless elites want to join. Moreover, the salary of Future Chronicle Company is not low, and for the same position, it is almost as good as Stark Industries. Daisy naturally wanted to do a good job, and later, she invited her best friend Jane in. There is only one thing that makes Daisy confused about this current company. It's been a week since I started working. Daisy has never met the chairman of the company, and even the senior staff are a mystery to everyone in the company. There is only one secretary to the president named Alice in the company, who issues weekly and daily tasks to each position in an orderly manner, which makes Daisy feel like playing a game and accepting system tasks. The company has clear rewards and penalties. Completing tasks regularly or exceeding the limit will earn bonuses or promotion points. Delay, or failure to meet standards. The person may be fired directly the next day. Daisy originally thought that this system was harsh and impersonal, but after working, she realized that the tasks assigned by Alice, the president's secretary, to every position, and even every employee, could be completed competently. It doesn't matter if you are lazy appropriately, but if you are too lazy or don't work hard, you will be kicked out mercilessly. And once you put in the energy and work hard, your promotion will undoubtedly be faster than in other companies. Efficiency. Daisy feels that this company is simply perfect in its pursuit of efficiency. Just sit there for a little while. Daisy didn't dare to be lazy and continued to work hard. Daisy heard from some other employees that Alice, the president's secretary, would watch the company's surveillance from time to time and knew everything about the company, Last time. There was an employee sitting in the corner of the office floor who thought he was playing a game of Minesweeper without being noticed by his boss. In the next second, he and his chair were carried out by security guards and be included in the industry blacklist and notified to other industries. Daisy was working hard when she saw two figures walking into the company's main entrance. They are a young couple. Among them, the girl with short hair was so beautiful that Daisy couldn't help but take a few more glances, thinking that she was even more beautiful than when she was in high school. Hey, that's not the boy from last time. When Daisy's eyes fell on the boy next to her, she couldn't help but froze. She recognized it instantly. Isn't that the child who suddenly jumped off the building in a red trench coat in a Paris factory building last time? The boy suddenly disappeared and later called the police to no avail. I didn't expect to see him here. Daisy was stunned when she saw that the boy and the girl did not come to the reception desk, but directly entered the elevator area on the first floor of the building. There are 6 elevators there. They lead to the underground garage, business floors, research floors and other high-rise areas of the building respectively. The elevator has its own security inspection system, and the elevator portal will only open after passing face verification. The higher the company level permission, the higher the level you can go. Currently, Daisy can only reach the 10th floor. Wait, that elevator is. Watching the boy and girl walk towards the 6th elevator that no one had ever used, Daisy was about to stop them, but under her stunned gaze, the elevator door opened naturally and the two disappeared in the elevator. Master, welcome home. A pleasant female voice sounded in the 6th elevator. Welcome to you too, Miss Gwen. Hello, Alice, Gwen responded to the camera. Alice, how is the company doing now? Nian pondered. Alice responded, currently, the company has more than 10,000 employees. There are 8,902 people with F-level licenses, 1,080 people with D-level licenses, 18 people with C-level licenses, and 0 other BAS licenses. It has reached the top level of developing world-class technology. World-class technology is not enough. What I need is a company that can pioneer the future technology of the Earth compared to alien civilizations. Nian shook his head, but he also knew that the company had just started, and there were not many talents who could crack the development of alien-level weapons. For example, Stark Industries, if it weren't for the Stark father and son, would at best be the world's top manufacturing industry. With Iron Man Tony Stark, Stark Industries is the strongest industry across the ages. Recruiting some scientific and technological talents whose knowledge breaks through the limitations of the current era is what Future Chronicle Company will do next. What's the situation with space satellites and supercomputers? Nian continued to ask. Alice, at present, Future Chronicle has 2 exclusive satellites, located over Washington and New York respectively. There are 3 supercomputers, which can give me enough computing performance. Pietro, Nian's eyes flickered. Alice understood what he meant and quickly responded, yes, the satellite has been searching. Tell me immediately if there is a clue. At this time, the 6th elevator rose to the highest floor that no one had ever reached since the establishment of Future Chronicle. Future Chronicle, Chairman's Office. Chapter 264. The highest permission, the only place that can only be reached by the 6th elevator. When Nian and Gwen walked out of the elevator, they were stunned at the same time. The layout and interior of the top floor. Rather than an office, it would be more appropriate to call it a luxury hotel suite. There are comfortable sofas, soft blankets, large floor-to-ceiling windows with sentimental purple curtains, and even the desk is a warm type similar to a luxury desk in a home. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a large round bed in the hall on the top floor. Alice explained eloquently, here is fully equipped with facilities for bathing, games, watching movies, sports, etc. It is equipped with holographic projection, laser anti-theft, sweeping robots perform cleaning work all day long, and the indoor temperature is maintained at the most comfortable level for the human body. The temperature is 23 degrees Celsius, and the indoor humidity is maintained between 45 and 65 RH. Stop, stop, stop. Nian interrupted Alice. Alice, why is the chairman's office like this? Which company have you ever seen that has an office like this? Alice replied, Master, because this company belongs to you. What do you mean? Nian felt that he couldn't keep up with the brain circuit of this artificial intelligence. Alice, based on your situation, Master. Even if you come to the company often in the future, the company's affairs will basically be handled by me or Wanda Butler. In this case, you will not be able to use the normal office space. So why not design and use it as a top-grade hotel suite or a second home? Nian didn't know what to say, but he actually felt that what Alice said made sense. This is wrong. Then at least, there must be an office that truly looks like the chairman's. Nian touched his chin and pondered. Alice, yes, one floor down, it is configured according to the normal chairman's office, you can reach it directly through the elevator or stairs on the top floor. Meow. Xiao Huang jumped off Nian's shoulder, landed on the carpet, and began to rub himself into the carpet with his own scent. I understand the truth, but why is this bed so big? Nian's eyes twitched as he looked at the eye-catching large round bed placed on the top floor of the building. This bed is 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary round bed and cannot fit in an ordinary room. Only if it is placed on this spacious and luxurious top floor, can it feel just right. This is also based on your situation. Stop. Nian quickly stopped Alice's words. This artificial intelligence is too smart. Suffocating. The bed looks very comfortable. Gwen jumped forward tentatively. The round bed was like a high-end air mattress, and her petite body suddenly bounced. The peaked cap on the girl's head flew away, and her short golden hair swayed away. Nian's eyes subconsciously turned to one place. Ha ha ha, Nian, do you want to come and feel it? Gwen let out a burst of cheerful laughter. She lay on the bed and turned around, noticing Nian's unmoving gaze. Ah! Gwen's face was red with embarrassment, and she quickly got off the bed and pulled down the raised skirt to cover her pair of small arcs wrapped in black silk. Ahem. Nian avoided Gwen's shameful and angry gaze and asked, Alice, is there anything to eat here? Alice, of course, there are American meal machines and beverage adjustment machines, what would you like to order? Give me a steak and a glass of wine, Nian gave the order. Okay. Alice, Miss Gwen, what would you like to eat? A piece of pasta, 2 eggs and a piece of ham. Gwen huffed. After witnessing the whole process, Gwen finished the meal with her delicate mouth. Nian seemed much calmer. In the afternoon, Nian and Gwen, who had no plans, simply stayed in the top-floor office to play games and watch movies. It's like I'm back to that feeling of childhood a long time ago. Nian, that's Pietro you just mentioned, Gwen said suddenly while watching the movie. Yes, Nian nodded and said. He is the twin brother of my maid Wanda. During the last battle in New York we encountered, he was captured by Hydra personnel lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D., currently, still missing. Hydra Organization. Gwen pondered. The Avengers have recently been cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. to attack some of Hydra's hidden bases. If there is any news about him, I will tell you in time. Okay, please. Nian nodded. Although Wanda, the little maid at home, didn't say anything, he knew that the other party must miss the missing Pietro very much. Now he understands. Since Wanda and Lorna, one is an acquired magic genius and the other is innate with extraordinary abilities. This shows that Pietro must also have special talents, which is also the biggest reason for being targeted by the Hydra organization. At noon the sun continues to move downward until it sinks below the city's horizon. It's late afternoon. The sunlight shining on the floor-to-ceiling window curtains from outside gradually extinguished, so that the light in the top floor of the building dimmed. Nian, who was lying on the sofa, gradually woke up. He forgot when he fell asleep. It should be said that the beautiful environment and atmosphere, as well as the room temperature, were too inducing to fall asleep. Nian opened his eyes and found that the projection TV had also entered standby mode. His legs felt a little heavy. Looking down, he could see that the short-haired girl was lying on his legs with even breathing, and she seemed to be asleep. Her well-developed body was lying on the sofa next to him. The round and soft pair of beautiful things hung down, and the shirt could hardly hold them. They were slightly in the shape of beautiful pancakes on the sofa and his legs below. The 2 legs wrapped in black silk were intertwined and overlapped, and the small feet that were raised were very pink and soft. When the light glow outside shone, everything was transparent and shiny. Nian's breathing gradually became a little rapid. In fact, because of the incident with poison ivy yesterday afternoon, he had already endured to a certain extent. At home, no. Now. The only suitable candidates were Kara and Gwen. And Kara had the extraordinary physique of a Kryptonian. When Nian also gained the ability of the Kryptonian mode, the uncontrolled power could not satisfy herself. So. Now the best candidate is only childhood sweetheart Gwen. Gwen, do you want to continue playing games? Nian felt hot all over and gently pushed the girl's shoulder. Gwen was unmoved, as if she was in a deep sleep, and did not open her eyes. But her little face began to turn slightly red, and she was obviously awake and aware of what Nian wanted to play. Gwen, can we play games? Nian lowered his head, stroked his palm down, and asked softly. Gwen's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she still did not open her eyes, and pursed her little mouth and hummed softly, yeah. Got permission. Nian started a single, no, it can also be considered a two-person game. U003C. Over, U003E. Chapter 265. Nian finished the prelude game. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the huge and prosperous city was shrouded in the night, and the neon lights were shining like stars. In the top-floor office, only a few dim lights were on, and a faint warm light flowed in the room. Nian raised his hand, flipped his right wrist, and immediately launched a white spider web, which was stained with broken black silk ribbons and fell accurately into the trash can in the main hall. "Gwen, it's dark, it's time to go to bed." Nian's breathing became hot, and he said to the girl in his arms. "Yeah." Gwen closed her eyes and hummed softly in response. Nian immediately reached out and picked up the girl's soft body that seemed to have no weight in the spider mode. The two bare legs that took off the black silk swayed gracefully. But at this time, the voice of artificial intelligence Alice sounded inappropriately in the main hall of the room. "Master, I don't want to disturb you, but something happened in New York City right now, and I think you should want to know it immediately." "What happened?" Nian suppressed the heat in his body. He knew that Alice would say that, which meant that the matter must be very important, or it had something to do with him. "Please look." Alice suddenly lit up the holographic projection. In the indoor space in front of Nian, blue phantoms intertwined and changed, playing a news report video. Under the camera of the video, there is a single cube cage made of double-layer glass. In the cage, a white man with a haggard face and pale face was locked up alone. His hair was messy and he hadn't washed it for a long time. His lips were chapped and his dark circles under his eyes were as serious as a panda. The white man sat on the chair, slowly raised his eyes, and stared at the camera in front of the cage through the glass cage. His dry and hoarse words filtered out from the sound transmission hole. "My name is Eddie Brock. I am 33 years old this year. I was originally a professional journalist at the peak of my career. I was quite famous in New York." The video continued to play. Alice explained at the right time, "Master, this is the live broadcast of the New York Channel News. The whole New York City can see this live video." Nian nodded and continued to watch. Gwen in his arms also opened her eyes and watched with him. The big screen in Times Square, the advertising screens on commercial streets, the ordinary TVs in every household, the car TVs in taxis and cars. People who saw the live broadcast stopped their work in surprise and looked at the man in the live video who claimed to be in his 30s but looked as haggard as a 50-year-old man. Eddie Brock stared straight at the camera, laughed at himself, and said hoarsely, "I didn't expect that after so many years as a reporter, I would be the biggest news in the end. You must be curious about what crime I committed. In fact, I asked someone to make this cage for me, and I locked myself in it. Oh, you must think I'm a psychopath or drunk, but I'm actually sober now. I've never been so sober in my life." Cough cough. Eddie Brock put his hand over his mouth, and his body suddenly bent over and coughed. Dark red blood burst out from his fingers, and some of it sprinkled on the inner wall of the glass cage. Eddie Brock glanced at the blood on his hand, gritted his teeth and insisted, and continued weakly. "I can guarantee that everything I say next is true. The reason why I am in this situation started 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I found that Drake Biogenetics was trapping homeless people on the streets of New York. When I started investigating this matter, I was fired by my boss, so I decided to sneak into Drake to find out. That was also the beginning of my nightmare. At Drake, I found that they were conducting inhumane human experiments. The experimental subjects were the missing homeless people. They were studying an alien creature brought back from outer space by spacecraft, the symbiont. This symbiont is in liquid form and can parasitize humans to achieve manipulation and deformation. That's right, the black kitten that appeared in New York last time was this inhuman alien existence." As soon as this sentence came out, the people watching the live video were in an uproar and felt horrified. The top floor of Future Chronicle Company. Nian narrowed his eyes, and the little emperor who was lying on the blanket suddenly opened his cat's eyes and stood up. A stream of black liquid gushed out from the cat's body, and the black liquid condensed into a hideous alien head, with white narrow eyes staring at the holographic projection screen. "I don't know how many symbiotes are still hidden on Earth, but they are huge in outer space, and humans are the carrier race suitable for them to parasitize. And once humans are parasitized by them, they can easily become puppet carriers." Speaking of this, Eddie Brock coughed violently again. This time he fell from the chair to the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A strange scene suddenly appeared. The coughed blood was actually scarlet and filamentous, and it automatically reversed and surged upward, flowing back into Eddie Brock's mouth and back into his body. Eddie Brock felt uncomfortable and nauseous, his eyes were full of bloodshot. "As you can see, there is a symbiote in my body." The New Yorkers watching the live video all changed color. I've tried, I've fought it, and now I can't hold on any longer. I feel like tonight, no, it's going to completely take over me soon. So, Avengers, are you watching? Come and stop me, kill me. Otherwise, massacre is coming. Eddie Brock's words had just fallen. Swish. 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 Scarlet spikes burst out from Eddie Brock's body, and then his body began to be covered with scarlet liquid. Condensing and transforming into a 3-meter-tall, scarlet-colored tough exoskeleton, and a humanoid monster with ferocious fangs and interlaced canine teeth. Swish. The humanoid monster's narrow eyes were evil and violent, and there were 4 or 5 scarlet tentacles dancing wildly behind it. It was like a terrifying creation, the embodiment of massacre, and its mere existence was creepy. Bang! The massacre violently punched, and the double-layer glass shattered. It pounced forward and swallowed the camera lens in one bite. The live video ended here, ushering in a silent black screen. But the people in New York who watched the live video could imagine in their minds that the extremely terrifying and hideous symbiote monster was biting the camera into pieces as if it were a bone. And casting its narrow and violent eyes towards the New York City area. The night has come, and the slaughter is coming. The entire New York capital suddenly exploded, shrouded in the panic of the symbiote. Chapter 266. This is undoubtedly a large-scale werewolf self-exposure scene. The remaining symbiote slaughtered the human host Eddie, and broadcast live news to the entire New York City, exposing some shocking secrets of the symbiote and itself. Not long ago, due to the impact of the Battle of New York, most New York citizens still have great fear and psychological shadows of alien forces. Now they suddenly know. In this city where they live every day, there are alien species called symbiotes that exist and hide. For a time, New York City exploded directly. In the top floor office of the Future Chronicle. After watching the live video that was played to the last moment, Nian squinted his eyes and his face was slightly condensed. Gwen also sat on the sofa from Nian's arms and stroked the golden hair on her face that was wet with sweat. Venom, is it? Nian cast his eyes on a carpet in the main hall, where the little emperor who was staying there. At this time, a black liquid creature gushed out of the cat's body, condensing into a dark alien head. Venom, the good symbiote that coexists with the young metamorph, said. I've told you before, Venom's words were sharp and hoarse. From the moment we sensed the presence of a symbiote of the same kind, it and I have been hiding our auras from each other, just like no one knows where anyone is in the forest. Nian nodded. Venom did mention it to him a few weeks ago, but it was too difficult to find a symbiote that was good at hiding its aura in a city. So, he simply let Venom hide and wait until the other party was exposed before dealing with it. What he didn't expect was that the symbiote would expose itself so directly. Venom continued, when I entered the city in the morning, I vaguely sensed that the aura of my kind was increasing. At first I thought it was an illusion, but now I am completely sure of it after seeing this. It said with certainty, it must be it. Nian, don't worry, there are people stationed at the Avengers headquarters tonight, Gwen said. Nian frowned, feeling that something was wrong. His spider sense was giving a strong warning. Things are probably not as simple as they seem. The Avengers headquarters, a leisure and entertainment assembly hall exclusively for superhero members. The large floor-to-ceiling windows on one side overlook most of the central New York City. The assembly hall is decorated with small lights and classic music discs. On the low glass table, there is a goblet of mellow red wine. An ordinary glass water cup filled with whiskey, and an oversized water cup filled with white foamy beer. Gurgle. The ice cubes floated and melted in the wine glass, bubbling. The tall figure sitting on the sofa next to him took a big step. He grabbed the handle of the oversized wine glass with his big hand, lifted it up. And drank it all in one gulp with his head tilted up. Then he put the empty glass on the table with a clang, wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, and sighed unhappily. On the sofa seat opposite. The doctor, who was dressed in science and engineering and sitting normally, picked up an ordinary glass, took a sip of whiskey, and comforted him. Thor, there is no need to be so sad, isn't it just breaking up with your ex-girlfriend? Next to him. A gentleman in a suit and tie, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, picked up a goblet, shook the red wine gently and said. I have always been the one who broke up with others, so I don't really understand what it feels like to be dumped by others. No, I just play around every night and then change. Beer, whiskey, and red wine. The wasted strong man, the science and engineering doctor, and the playboy. The three of them just sat on the sofa in the main hall around the wine table, drinking and chatting in a triangle. They are the three elders of the Avengers, and they are also high-level heroes with their own strengths. Thor the God of Thunder. Dr. Banner the Hulk. Tony Stark the Iron Man. Thor frowned, and without pouring the wine, he picked up the beer bottle and said indignantly, I didn't break up because of the breakup, and I was the one who dumped her. I just lost my weapon. Isn't your hammer there? Tony Stark pointed to the corner of the table, where a one-handed war hammer was placed. That's not Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer has long been. Thor sighed at this point, raised the beer bottle, and raised his head to drink it down again. Tony Stark took a closer look at the one-handed war hammer, which was indeed different from the previous hammer of Thor. This one-handed hammer weapon is golden in color, and the previous Thor's hammer has hammer ends on both sides, while this hammer is hammer-shaped on one side and axe-shaped on the other side, flashing a faint cold light under the light. It looks better than the previous one, Dr. Banner commented while looking at it. Thor shrugged, this weapon is called Storm Hammer. For some reason, my father made it based on Thor's hammer a long time ago. Really? I think it's more appropriate to call it Storm Axe. Tony complained. Storm Hammer, what does it do? Dr. Banner asked curiously, following the scientist's instinct of exploration. Thor sighed, same as Thor's hammer. Tony Stark, Dr. Banner, Since they are the same, why are you sighing and sad? Thor seemed to know what Tony and Banner were thinking, and couldn't help but said with a stern face, although it has an ability similar to Mjolnir, it is not as good as Mjolnir. Tony was about to say something when a gentle male butler spoke, Sir, there is something you should know. Immediately, a holographic projection appeared above the wine table surrounded by three people, playing Eddie's remarks about the existence of the symbiote and the live broadcast of the symbiote's transformation into a massacre. Symbiote? Massacre? Let the Avengers kill him. After watching the live video, the three of them were suddenly a little surprised. Especially Tony Stark, when he heard Eddie mention the black kitten, he immediately became serious. The Black Flash kitten is a symbiote. Where is Eddie's position? Tony asked directly. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis, the live broadcast address is No. B17, Mungfei Street, Queens, very close to the headquarters here. Tony Stark stood up quickly after hearing this. He put on a pair of ordinary glasses and tapped the energy core on his chest that glowed with blue light. As his hands gently pulled on the cloves, red special metal appeared out of thin air. The extremely malleable and contractible metal was quickly laid to cover the body surface, forming a smooth, complete, ultramodern metal armor without any trace of splicing process. Nano armor. Dr. Banner sighed softly. He thought Tony would have to work on it for several years, but he didn't expect it to be built so quickly. Certainly. This is all the credit of that future anniversary company, which was the first to develop nanotechnology. You too, I want to go over there. The metal eye sockets and chest triangle lit up with white light, and Tony Stark, who transformed into Iron Man, said. Chapter 267. I'll go with you. Thor reached out and picked up the Stormbreaker on the table and stood up. He was originally wearing an ordinary human t-shirt and jeans, but with a change, he turned into a red cape and silver armor. Symbiotes, I want to try it too. Dr. Banner spread his hands, I'll take a taxi downstairs to sober up, but when I get to the scene, you should have solved it. Okay. Iron Man did not refuse. If it was really a symbiote as strong as Black Flash, he really needed help. After being defeated twice by Black Flash, Iron Man was far less confident than before. Even wearing the newly developed nano armor, he still decided to be cautious. Since it has been decided. The three heroes at the Avengers headquarters set off immediately. Less than half a minute. In addition to Dr. Banner who took a taxi, Thor holding the Stormbreaker and Tony, the Iron Man with a tail flame behind him, landed on the streets of Queens almost at the same time. At this time, it was only about 3 minutes before the end of the live broadcast. Building B17 on Mungfei Street was broken from the surface, revealing the basement cage where the prisoners were originally imprisoned and broadcast live. The street area was like being hit by a tornado, and the originally prosperous and lively modern streets were in a mess. At a glance, there were overturned cars, missing billboards, high-voltage wires with flashing lights, roof doors and windows smashed by gravel, and dust and plastic waste bags covering the sky above the streets. Citizens and passers-by screamed and fled frantically. With the building where Eddie imprisoned himself and broadcast live as the center, it quickly spread to form a terrifying no-man's land. Where is the symbiote? Thor looked around and did not find any trace of the symbiote. Could it be that they knew we were coming and fled the scene? Jarvis, Iron Man, Tony said in a deep voice. Jarvis responded in time, Sir, surveillance cameras in various parts of New York did not detect that the other party had left this area. Scan around. Iron Man just finished speaking. Bang! The road surface behind Iron Man and Thor suddenly broke open, and a 3-meter-tall scarlet monster rushed out of the sewer, and at the same time, it thrust out the sharp claws transformed from its right hand. Puff! The air behind him was easily torn apart by the scarlet claws. At the critical moment, Iron Man seemed to be automatically managed by a machine instead of a human. He turned around quickly, raised his left elbow forward, and the nano armor immediately extended to form a red hand shield. The nano shield barely blocked the attack of the symbiote massacre. Crack! Even with the buffer of the armor engine, Iron Man still couldn't help but move back 1 meter, and the road surface under his feet was trampled with plow marks. Iron Man didn't care about it. His eyes were shining white, and he said sarcastically, "Wow, you are not only strong, but also much uglier than in the live video." Shoo! Carnage roared fiercely, and 4 or 5 scarlet tentacle tails behind him danced wildly. But he didn't wait for it to continue attacking. With a shoo, a cold axe flashed from top to bottom. The Carnage symbiote was cut open from the side of the neck to the chest in addition to the scarlet stringy mucus that condensed into an exoskeleton. The blood and bones of real humans inside could be seen. The incision was as smooth as if it was cut by a wind blade. This axe was a direct blow. Carnage made a scream like a middle-aged man, and he didn't dare to continue attacking and suddenly stepped back a few steps. "It's really hard, I can't cut it in half with one axe." Thor looked at the symbiote Carnage, sighed, and still felt that this storm hammer was not good enough. After all, the original owner of the Stormbreaker was not him, but Odin made it for another being. Grunt. The body of the inhuman monster transformed by the host Eddie of the massacre trembled slightly, and the fatal wound half a meter long healed quickly under the scarlet wire. "Thor, don't give it a chance to recover." Iron Man reminded him with experience in dealing with symbiotes. At the same time, Iron Man raised his fists forward in parallel. At this moment, the device configured by the nano armor fell off the body. Symmetrically on both sides of his arms and torso, floating and suspended into a cool laser turret, and the turret was still charging and constantly glowing with dazzling light. Hearing his words, Thor, the god of thunder, also raised the Stormbreaker in his right hand. Thunders, storms surged above the night sky, and dark clouds rolled. Several purple lightnings wandered in the dark clouds to accumulate energy, giving the feeling of divine punishment that was about to fall down at any time. The Carnage symbiote didn't hesitate at all, turned around and rushed to the back street, trying to escape at such a fast speed. But a reinforced white laser was faster than it. Boom! The strategic weapon equipped with the nano armor shot out a beam of white light that was far more powerful than any previous Mark armor laser, and instantly bombarded Carnage. The several tentacles and tails behind him were annihilated first, and before Carnage could wail, a thunder with a radius of 1 meter came from the sky, just covering it. The purple thunder of judgment roared and fell, making the sky above the New York City area bright instantly. The ultra-black technology laser, the thunder of natural divine punishment. Iron Man, who was defeated by the Black Kitten earlier, and Thor, who was defeated by Prince, now showed a strong crushing attitude when facing the massacre. "Nian, is there something wrong?" In the top-floor office, Gwen directly changed into Spider-Woman's superhero costume in front of Nian. Her well-developed body was tightly stretched by the tights to create fine and flexible muscle curves. Let me think. Nian sat cross-legged on the sofa and pondered. He thought about the cause of tonight's incident. It was Eddie who couldn't stand the invasion and control of the symbiote Carnage, so he asked the Avengers to destroy himself through a live news broadcast. This seems to be no problem, but it is all a problem. First, how could the man who called himself Eddie last several weeks? Judging from past situations, the symbiote is enough to invade the mental will of ordinary humans in just 1 day. If you can really live with the symbiote for several weeks, either you have reached a true symbiotic state, or one party has already taken control. Of course, only Nian knows the detailed characteristics of the symbiote so well. After all, he had dealt with several previous symbiotes, and he still kept a symbiote at home, Venom. There is another strange place. Why such a coincidence? It happened to be the day when Nian came to New York. Eddie, who had been supporting him for several weeks, suddenly couldn't support it anymore and even asked the Avengers to kill him. Etc. A flash of inspiration flashed in Nian's mind, and he hurriedly asked Venom on the side. You just said that when you entered New York today, you could subtly sense the other person's aura, and vice versa. Does Slaughter also know that you are in New York at this time? Inside. Venom nodded in response. Our perceptions are similar. It should also be able to judge that I entered New York City in the morning, but it still cannot lock the location. Nian's pupils narrowed. That's right, everything is connected. Eddie's self-revealing live broadcast was not for the Avengers, but for him. To be more precise, it's for his 3-in-1 mode Black Kitten. Chapter 268. Nian, you said it came for you. What does this mean? Open a seemingly ordinary small electronic watch. Gwen was wrapped in a nano-spider suit that fit her body perfectly. The spider patterns on the front and back reflected the metallic light. She was ready for battle and looked at Nian without knowing why. Nian spread his hands and said, "The black kitten I just mentioned is the combination of me, Xiao Huang, and the symbiote venom. I once used that 3-in-1 ability mode to get rid of the 3-headed symbiote that invaded the Earth." Spider-Woman Gwen recalled, "It was the night you, me, and Kara came to New York for a trip." "Right." Nian nodded, his face darkening. "I thought that all the symbiotes except Venom had been eliminated." Unexpectedly, after a while, Venom vaguely sensed the existence of the same kind of symbionts again. He paused and continued, "The symbiote is hidden in the human world. Venom cannot know its location. Of course, it cannot accurately detect Venom's location until you and I come to New York City, this night." Gwen was shocked. "So, rather than saying that Eddie's man is exposing himself, it's better to say that he wants to take this opportunity to lure you out." "That's right, if that Eddie had already been controlled by the symbiote Carnage, everything would make sense." Nian narrowed his eyes. "It knows that I want to get rid of it, and it also knows that I am its biggest threat, either for revenge or to remove obstacles. It wants to find me. For itself and for the symbiote clan." Just then, Alice's voice suddenly sounded in the top office. "Master, Iron Man and Thor showed up in Queens, New York, and have taken on the symbiote Carnage." Nian and Gwen looked at each other. "This is so weird," Gwen said in surprise. "Nian, if the real target of the massacre is the 3-in-1U, then why did it mention the Avengers in the live broadcast?" The live broadcast just now was more like a challenge, using the pressure of fallacies to force the Avengers. The Alliance will take action against it as soon as possible. It's really strange. Nian's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, feeling that there were still very important things that he had overlooked. After all, the symbiote massacre forged the host's accusation and self-exposure. If it was really just to lure the Triad to show up, there would be no need to start a war with the Avengers. Unless, among the Avengers, if there is anything that the Carnage symbiote wants to gain, it has to fight. Oops. Nian's face changed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something very scary. "Gwen, you can contact Iron Man Tony Stark, right?" Nian looked at Spider-Woman aside and said quickly. "Yes," Spider-Woman nodded. "I have his mobile phone number, and since it is a member of the Avengers, the call will be directly notified to me by the artificial intelligence Jax. Call him right away." They were fooled. If they are massacred and achieve what they want to do, it will be too late. The other side. Queens, New York, in the middle of Mungfei Street. The blazing white laser instantly penetrated half of the busy street, and the purple thunder as thick as a bucket smashed down into the ground like a divine punishment. Laser, thunder. Iron Man, who is comparable to the gods in New York, and Thor, the god of thunder who truly lives in the myth, both also wanted to vent their previous grievances and directly showed high-quality superhero postures. TSK, TSK. Under the cover of night, white light and purple light disappear from the inner part of the street. It can be seen that there is a 30-meter straight ditch on the road in front of Iron Man and Thor. The end of the ditch destroyed by the laser sunk 2 meters downwards, radiating 10 meters outward like a spider web, and the sunken surface showed shocking black holes. At the end of the ditch and in the center of the pit, the 3-meter-tall ferocious humanoid monster seemed to be directly beaten into paste, turning into a wriggling mass of scarlet slime. It turns out, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. "It looks ugly, let's get rid of it," Iron Man said bluntly. "That's fine," Thor shrugged, looking relaxed and casual. At this time, snap. Slaughter seemed to be unable to maintain its symbiotic form, as the scarlet mucus continued to dissolve downwards, revealing the shape of a man inside. Iron Man and Thor watched closely. It was identified that it was Eddie, the man who had just live broadcasted his plea for death. The man was in extreme pain under the scarlet mucus. He struggled wildly and stuck his head out. Help me. I'll do it." The god of thunder raised his storm hammer forward, and as a hurricane blew up on the spot, the red cloak on his shoulders moved wildly, and he flew forward at a very fast speed. Approaching the scarlet slime, Thor, the god of thunder, swung his storm hammer and smashed it down. A powerful storm immediately erupted nearby, peeling off more stringy mucus from Eddie's body. The moment the other person flew by in the air, his other hand grabbed Eddie's arm and pulled him out of the slime ball together. Gurgling. Lost Eddie as a host. The scarlet slime in the hole squirmed impatiently, and before it left the lightning bombardment area, another white laser and a small missile fell. Boom! The powerful white laser instantly penetrates the air and the earth, and the detonated missiles destroy everything around them indiscriminately. The scarlet mucus mass was wiped away abruptly, leaving no trace of mucus residue. That's it. Tony Stark in the nanosuit curled his lips and murmured to himself, this is far worse than that cat. Dude, are you okay? Thor held Eddie in one hand and held the storm hammer, slowly falling back to the street. No, it's okay. Eddie, who was pale, lay on the ground exhausted. The battle only lasted a few minutes. It's not even a warm-up. Thor, the god of thunder, even felt a little bored and asked Iron Man. How many more drinks can we go back for? I'll stay with you until the end, Iron Man nodded with a smile. But at this moment, the words of the artificial intelligence Jarvis sounded in the nanosuit, and were marked on the armor's built-in display. Sir, there is a call from you. Who? Tony Stark raised his eyebrows. Kid Gwen. Oh, her. Spider-Woman was not only dug up by himself, Tony Stark also gave great recognition and expectations to this heroic descendant. Iron Man immediately gave the order, take it. Mr. Stark. Gwen's anxious voice sounded from the sound transmission hole of the nano armor. What's wrong, kid? Aren't you going on a date with your boyfriend this weekend? If you are referring to what happened in New York, I have just solved it. Mr. Stark, listen to me. Gwen said quickly, after merging with the symbiote for a long time. Once it is completely controlled by the symbiote, the host is absolutely hopeless. Once it leaves the symbiote, the host will also die. If the host does not die, it means that the symbiote is still alive, living in his body. While Gwen was giving intelligence information via phone communication, Thor, god of thunder, raised his eyes as if he noticed something and saw a figure wearing overalls appearing at the corner of the dusty and smoke-filled street. The man waved after seeing Iron Man and Thor. It's Dr. Banner. This guy came too slowly. Thor, the god of thunder, couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. It's over. No one noticed. At this time, Eddie, who was lying on the ground, twitched slightly, his eyes turned pale and pupilless, and he switched from lying on the ground to a strange posture of crawling on all fours. Tread. Eddie suddenly started sprinting from the spot, like a wild beast, rushing towards Dr. Banner who was approaching here. Stop him quickly. No, kill him directly. After learning the intelligence information from Gwen, Iron Man reacted very quickly and shouted. Thor, the god of thunder, was stunned at first, but out of trust in Tony's judgment, he quickly threw the storm hammer. This moment is like racing. Eddie, who was crawling and sprinting, and Storm Hammer, one behind the other, were approaching Dr. Banner not far away. Upon seeing this, Dr. Banner subconsciously raised his arms to protect his head, and his face and arms turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Approaching. Eddie suddenly swooped towards Dr. Banner. With only the last 3 meters left, Storm Hammer caught up faster. Laugh. The Storm Hammer hit Eddie who was leaping in the air, splitting him in two. The inside of the wound was scarlet and brushed, without any blood. The Storm Hammer flew through the air next to Dr. Banner's shoulder with Eddie's 2 severed bodies. Dr. Banner continued to take deep breaths, looked back at the body that was broken in half and motionless, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I almost got angry. What he was afraid of was never his enemies, but that when there were no enemies, he would become angry and turn green. Tap. Iron Man flew down next to Dr. Banner, raised his hands wrapped in nanosuits, and fired a laser beam respectively, destroying both parts of Eddie's body. Are you okay, Banner? Thor, the god of thunder, strode forward. It's okay, Dr. Banner shook his head and said. It was you who almost got into trouble. Iron Man, dot. Thor, dot. Really? If there was no enemy to let the Hulk vent, then the two of them would have to have a sparring session. Certainly. When Iron Man and Thor join forces, they are still confident that they can suppress the Hulk, but the building will be scrapped to an unknown extent. This time, it should really be solved, right? Thor looked at the surface where only the Storm Hammer was left, and looked up at Iron Man. How did you know that that thing was still alive just now? If he hadn't known it in advance, he should have reacted faster than Iron Man. It's Gwen, she called me and told me, Iron Man said. Oh, classmate Gwen, Dr. Banner nodded. He was also very optimistic about this perfect student who could hardly find any faults. Gwen. Thor, the god of thunder, only came to Earth today, and he didn't know about the increase in the number of Avengers members. No matter, since the matter is over, let's go back and drink. Thor smiled, patted Dr. Banner on the shoulder, and was about to walk past him and retrieve the hammer. But, this moment. Shocking changes. Boom. The god of thunder, Thor, who had just taken a step forward, was suddenly blown away from the spot and slammed into a commercial building on the side of the street. His body in silver armor smashed through several walls and sank into them. Waves of gravel and dust poured out from the door of the building. Iron Man opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the close-up images clearly displayed on the armor's built-in display. An inhuman fist that was all green descended slowly. The muscles of the arm expanded 3 to 4 times, and terrifyingly strong veins protruded outward. Caca. Work shirts, pants, and shoes were directly stretched out by the swollen green muscles inside. The human body, which was originally slightly shorter than Iron Man, expanded into a fat creature over 2 meters tall in less than 2 seconds. All you can see are green and powerful muscles. The green and hateful face can vaguely see the appearance of Dr. Banner, and white-hot steam is sprayed from the nostrils and corners of the mouth. Hulk, out. Iron Man looked at the fat green creature in front of him and subconsciously took a step back. His tone was far less relaxed than before. Banner, didn't you say it was almost? Why did you let it out again? This is not a joke at all, it's funny, let it go. I can't. Banner transformed from a human body into the form of the Hulk, with only a pair of large pants left on his body. He held his head in his hands and made a sound in pain. Why can't it be done? Iron Man asked confused. In my body, in addition to the original it, there is another it. After Banner said these words, he stopped talking and completely transformed into the Hulk. At the same time, the Hulk's eyes were emotionless white, and scarlet liquid tentacles poured out from the green body one after another and began to wrap and cover the entire giant inhuman body. Damn, that's it. Inside the nanosuit armor, Tony Stark's expression changed drastically, and he understood everything instantly. Just now, Eddie was indeed killed completely, but the symbiote in his body took the opportunity to attach itself to Banner. Yeah, this body is really great as a host. The symbiote that enters Banner's body, the ecstasy of Slaughter. Previously, Slaughter originally wanted to choose one of Iron Man and Thor for symbiosis. Because Iron Man wears a nanometal suit armor, it is difficult to attach to the opponent's body through the armor, and Tony Stark has an ordinary human physique, so the improvement in his strength will not be obvious. The strength of the symbiote is directly related to the host. Then, Carnage is already planning to attach himself to Thor. Although there is a huge risk of failure for a god like Thor, the god of thunder, it still decided to give it a try. The Carnage is very clear. If he wants to deal with his biggest threat, the Black Kitten, Eddie's strength as a host is far from enough. After all, the Black Kitten has the object of revenge implanted deep in its genes since its birth. That powerful extraordinary strength is deeply imprinted in the depths of consciousness. You must parasitize a more powerful being to have the chance to fight the Black Kitten. Just before Carnage decided to give it a try and forcibly attached himself to Thor, Dr. Banner appeared on the scene. From Dr. Banner, the symbiote Carnage felt an unprecedented temptation, and the racial genes of the symbiote responded strongly instinctively. The other party, as a host, is undoubtedly 10 times more suitable than Thor, the god of thunder. Without any hesitation, Carnage transferred the parasitic target from Thor to Dr. Banner. And the moment the symbiosis was attached to Dr. Banner's body, Carnage understood why Banner's temptation to him was so strong. Chapter 269. It's so wonderful, this body. The symbiote attached to Dr. Banner's body was extremely pleasurable to kill, and Banner's consciousness was quickly suppressed by the Hulk's personality. Dr. Banner, who was originally the owner of the body, was eliminated first, and Hulk and Carnage began to compete with each other. This competition was also reflected in the symbiotic body. Symbiote Carnage, Hulk. One side is extremely evil, the other side is endless anger. On. Wearing only a pair of large underpants, the Hulk held his head in his hands, and Banner's appearance could be vaguely seen. And his face was twisted in pain. It gritted its teeth and roared from the corners of its mouth, spreading out as if it were an actual sound wave, setting off a strong wind carrying dust and gravel. Even through the protection of the nanosuit, Tony Stark still felt his eardrums vibrating, and the nanometal armor he was wearing was vibrating slightly. Not only the nanosteel suit, but also the ground where the entire street is located is shaking with mournful screams. Jarvis, enable sound isolation mode and turn the external radio to the lowest setting. Tony Stark gritted his teeth. Roger that, sir. Under the control of artificial intelligence Jarvis, Tony Stark finally felt better. But he could only watch helplessly as Hulk and Carnage experienced changes in their symbiosis. The scarlet, self-conscious viscous liquid overflowed from the surface of the body, and the scarlet brushed liquid with a flexible texture covered the green body covered with strong muscle bumps from top to bottom. The Hulk kept roaring angrily, and subconsciously reached out to grab the scarlet mucus, trying to shake the mucus away from his body. Instead, his hands began to be stained with scarlet mucus. Cover, interweave, fit together. Although the anger is still rising, the resistance is starting to weaken. The Hulk's eyes were gradually dyed with a violent and cold blood red, and a layer of scarlet red bones was added to the already fat green body. No. It's not pure scarlet, more like a dark red mixed with scarlet and green. Hardened in color, dark red barbs burst out from the back like dorsal fins. Huge and strong beyond human beings. Endless extreme anger and evil. It looks similar to the abomination that appeared before, but both in appearance and aura, it is far more terrifying than the abomination. Zitsy. As if the anger has overflowed, the 3-meter-tall symbiosis exists at the moment, the dark red body is constantly heating up, and steam is spreading out with amazing heat. Yes, one of the symbiote's weaknesses is obviously high-temperature flames. But the current Slaughter Hulk has developed a high-temperature constitution under the constant superposition of anger. Iron Man took a deep breath, unable to make jokes as easily as before, and his mind was tense as never before. Huge and red, solid and red. The Carnage Hulk standing in front of him looked like a creature from hell. This is really bad, Jarvis, mobilize Hulkbuster immediately. Tony Stark gave the order forcefully and calmly. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped talking. Ahead, a few meters away. Hold head high. The steam-filled Carnage Hulk let out a thunderous roar, and his blood-red eyes suddenly fell on Iron Man. Tony Stark didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly pressed down his palms. The engines at the palms of the nanosuit's hands and feet exploded, making him spray upwards like a stream of red light. Instead of strengthening the defense and heavyweight Hulkbuster armor, Tony Stark doesn't want to go head-to-head with the Slaughter Hulk. In the blink of an eye, Iron Man has soared to a height of 100 meters above the city. He looked down, and through the auxiliary screen built into the nanometal armor, he could see the Slaughter Hulk directly below, sinking his body and squatting down to accumulate power. No way. Iron Man was surprised by an idea. The next moment. Bang! The ground in the center of the road was violently stepped on, and the entire ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed downwards. The giant and powerful body was blurred, and the next moment it appeared directly in front of Iron Man. A trail of white smoke rising straight into the sky appeared in the night sky. This is 200 meters high in the sky. Tony Stark was shocked, but he almost instinctively raised his armored right arm. The artificial intelligence Jarvis cooperated to generate a metal war shield with nanometal. At the same time that the metal shield was generated, a dark red fist the size of a basketball landed on the smooth and hard shield surface. Boom! The air bursts and the pressure becomes chaotic. The nano shield exploded into pieces like glass. The fist did not fall directly on the nano armor. The air shock wave formed by the fist knocked Iron Man down. Like a small falling meteor, Iron Man fell diagonally and smashed through the buildings on both sides of the street. Slaughter Hulk's eyes were full of violence, and his huge dark red body fell straight down from the rooftop of a high-rise building, all the way through the entire high-rise building to the surface. It is not the symbiote Carnage that controls this body now, nor the Hulk's consciousness. Rather, it is the ultimate symbiote monster driven by rage and evil that instinctively kills all living things it sees. The white light in the metal eye sockets and the energy tank on the chest lit up from the ruins of the building. The armor damage area reached 39. Iron Man lay on top of a pair of concrete rubbles, listening to the warning words from the artificial intelligence Jarvis. He looked down and saw that his nano armor was full of cracks. Fortunately, because it was made of nano metal, the armor had been repaired with nanopatch. But the degree of damage was still unexpectedly serious. Such terrible power, is that really the level that the body can reach? The Hulk is already a monster among monsters, and the current Slaughter Hulk. If it weren't for the buffer of the nano shield, I would have died, Tony Stark smiled bitterly. This is really a big deal. I didn't expect that such a monster with terrible combat power would appear. About 1 second. Iron Man's nano armor was repaired as good as new, but Tony Stark knew that there was no nano metal left for him to open the shield. If you want to open the nano shield, you have to peel off the nano metal from the head of the armor or other body parts. But ordinary human bodies, exposed to such an unimaginable existence, are undoubtedly tantamount to death. Without waiting for Iron Man to think too much. With the sound of bang bang, the broken walls of the building in front broke open at the same time, and a dark red body approached. Fuck it. Jarvis, fire quickly. Iron Man didn't even have time to stand up, and hurriedly raised his hands. The energy storage device also emerged from his back, and the previous enhanced laser cannon was suspended and fixed. Fire. Boom. A laser cannon as bright as daylight penetrated the air and dust waves, and hit the chest of the oncoming Hulk. Snap. The Hulk's steps paused, yes, just a delay. And then it continued to move forward with a strong laser beam, and every step shook the ground below. The laser beam was like a flowing flame, washing the Hulk's body, along the blocky dark red bones, and overflowing from the hideous dorsal fin on the back. Gurgle. It was as if a little scarlet liquid melted and fell to the ground, but it had no effect on the giant body of the Carnage Hulk, and it quickly continued to recover under the drive of the main body. Seeing that the Carnage Hulk was approaching Iron Man with the laser beam. "You just beat me up, didn't you?" A tall figure wearing a red cape and silver armor flew forward from behind the Carnage Hulk. Thor's dark golden hair was flying wildly. He raised the storm hammer in his right hand, and swung the axe towards the Carnage Hulk. Caw. The storm hammer brought a burst of strong wind and chopped on the Carnage Hulk's neck, and a scene that stunned Thor appeared. The axe blade of the storm hammer slightly sank into the exoskeleton of the Carnage Hulk, and it could not go in at all. Thor instinctively pulled the storm hammer hard, but the storm hammer was stuck in the exoskeleton without moving. Thor's scalp tingled. He looked up in surprise and met the look back of the Carnage Hulk. "Come on!" Thor shouted, swung out his sandbag-sized left fist quickly, and chose to attack actively. Carnage Hulk punched back. Fist to fist. A big fist and a small fist collided. Thor flew out again, splashing blood, and flew 100 meters away. He didn't know how many buildings he crashed through on the way, and fell into the modern street next door with countless broken stones. The people on the next street had not yet completely evacuated. They looked at Thor lying unconscious at the intersection, and his strong left arm that had just punched the Carnage Hulk was covered with blood. They immediately felt the scream of despair. What if? Even the Avengers couldn't handle it, who else in this city could handle it? Empty hands. Thor was lying on the ground, seriously injured and exhausted. He looked at the night sky, his eyelids were drowsy, and his scarred body was slowly overflowing with electricity. In the dark, Thor seemed to hear his father's words echoing in his ears. That was a sentence his father said to him after he lost Thor's hammer and lost to Prince. No matter what, you must remember what is flowing in your body. After Thor was knocked out, the laser beam also continued to weaken as if it was lacking energy, until the white light disappeared from the ruins. Iron Man stood up hastily from the ruins and looked at the dark red monster reflected on the screen. Ignoring the storm hammer stuck in his neck, the Hulk of Slaughter grinned and sprayed high-temperature steam from his nostrils, and his fist with terrible impact force directly blasted down at Iron Man. The anti-Hulk armor was not in place yet. Tony Stark opened his eyes wide, and at this critical moment, a pentagram round shield just blocked him. This time, the shield didn't break. Blocked it. The young man in the blue uniform holding the round shield groaned in pain after offsetting most of the impact, and crashed into Iron Man and flew several meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows fell on the Hulk almost at the same time, and the arrows exploded like small grenades, and the powerful blasts submerged the Hulk's giant body. Bang bang. Several laser beams also fell into the blast. Thanks, Steve. Looking at the young man with a shield who came to support, Tony Stark stood up and spoke in a deep voice. We are companions. Captain America Steve Rogers shrugged, and the palm of his right hand holding the vibranium round shield was secretly painful, and his brows could not help but frown. What on earth is that big guy? It's Banner. No, it's not entirely him. Iron Man sighed and looked forward. It can be seen that there are also agents carrying special quivers and charming women wearing black leather armor and holding laser pistols coming to support. Hawkeye, Clinton Francis Barton. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. They are all heroic members of the Avengers. If Thor, who was blown away earlier, is counted, the first generation of the Avengers team has been assembled. What did you say? That red monster is Banner? Black Widow not far away was a little unbelievable. Hawkeye was also in doubt and took out a special arrow from the quiver and put it on the bow. He is attached to the symbiote named Carnage. Now he is completely out of control. Not only that, his strength, physique, speed, and reaction ability are far superior to the Hulk. Thor exchanged a punch with it, and now his life or death is uncertain. Iron Man's words made the faces of the heroes on the field change, and they knew the seriousness of the incident. Maybe it will be more difficult to deal with than the last battle in New York. After all, the evil god Loki is completely incomparable to the current Carnage Hulk. As if verifying Iron Man's words. Sizzle. White-hot steam gushed out from the blast wave, and the temperature within a radius of 10 meters suddenly soared. A giant body that seemed to have been roasted by fire emerged from it, and its blood-red eyes swept across everyone on the field. This is really the beginning of the collapse. Even if it is to escape, it is too late. Go. At least stop it here. Besides, we may not lose. Captain America said in a deep voice. Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Black Widow nodded at the same time. At this time, in the top-floor office of Future Era, Nian and Gwen looked out the window together, and saw a blazing fire burning in New York City, with endless flames rising straight up to the sky. Gwen, have you decided? Nian asked. Well, I want to go, Spider-Woman nodded firmly. Then go ahead, Nian did not stop him. With a brilliant golden short hair scattered in the room, Spider-Woman took off the hood of her battle suit, took the initiative to reach out and plunged into Nian's arms, and opened her lips to offer a small, pink and soft sweet and smooth. In fact, Nian had just obtained the spider gene ability, so this time it was obviously not to trigger the ability. After a hot entanglement, Spider-Woman pushed the boy away with a slightly hurried breath, and the nano-battle suit hood hit her ruddy little face, breaking the silver-brushed wire that was shining with water light in the middle. Then I'm leaving, you wait here for me to come back. Spider-Woman said this and opened the window, jumping into the vast night outside gracefully and quickly as if diving. How can I wait for you here? Are you ready? You too. Meow. Xiao Huang responded with high morale. I can't wait. Venom whispered hoarsely. Then let's go together. Nian's eyes sparkled, and he was also a little excited. What kind of changes will there be after entering the 3-in-1 state after obtaining the spider's ability? Chapter 270. New York, Queens. Munfei Street has become an extraordinary battlefield. The earth continued to tremble, and the sky burned. Even the citizens in the neighboring streets had evacuated, and cars and people fled towards the city 5 kilometers away. The roads leading to the outside world were overcrowded. And the closer they got to the central battle situation, the more the city became like a no-man's land. A white boy carrying a school bag deftly climbed over the warning tape against the evacuating citizens, and carefully blended into the city streets that suddenly turned into a war zone. Peter Parker, who had just finished school, kept his body low and had not yet grown up. After entering the dark and deserted alley, he climbed up the inner wall of the alley slightly unfamiliarly, climbed to the top of the 10th floor like a spider and looked around. Look around. Munfei Street, which was the scene of the war, had lost power and everything was pitch black. Only the originally most prosperous commercial area was burning with fire, which looked particularly eye-catching. In the ruins of the battlefield that looked like hell, there were faint sounds of fierce fighting and deafening roars. That astonishing low roar is definitely not something that humans can emit. It can even be said that it should not be something that creatures on the earth can emit. Just a few hundred meters away, Peter Parker felt a little breathless and had goosebumps all over his body. Boom! Under his horrified gaze, a dozen-story high-rise building collapsed in the battlefield ahead, and a dark red creature that looked like a monster from hell rushed out from underneath. It was angry, with hot and billowing smoke all over its body, and it was carrying 2 bodies in one hand. I don't know how many armored Iron Men have been stacked on me. It's Iron Man. Peter Parker's eyes widened immediately, and then, the next scene made him feel cold all over. It can be seen that Slaughter Hulk roared low, grabbed the Iron Man who was a head shorter than him with his dark red hands, and tore it apart with both hands. The Iron Man with amazing armor defense was immediately split into 2, and the tear in the middle was flashing with electricity. Turned into 2 pieces of tragic scrap metal. To Peter Parker's relief, the Iron Man's cockpit was empty. In the battlefield, Tony Stark, who was wearing a nanosuit, hid behind a wall and watched the Hulkbuster armor being torn apart by the Carnage Hulk through the auxiliary screen. He quickly said, "Jarvis, take that Hulkbuster." The armor exploded. He just issued the detonation command. Not far away, still being held tightly by the Slaughter Hulk, the energy circle of one of the steel bodies lit up and exploded with a bang like an energy bomb. Everything within the 5-meter explosion radius was instantly reduced to ashes. But before the explosive wave subsided, a 3-meter-tall figure stood tall in the center of the explosion. Slaughter Hulk stepped out with a dark red foot without any problems, and his huge and ferocious body was baptized by energy and crushed the earth. This is the 3rd Hulkbuster armor that has been destroyed. Not only was he unable to suppress and deal with the other party, but he seemed to have angered the other party. Through the remote combat feedback from the Hulkbuster armor, Tony Stark clearly knew that the Hulk's power was still increasing, and his body heat had also soared from about 100 degrees Celsius to a high temperature of 200 to 300 degrees Celsius. Slaughter the Hulk can become stronger as you fight. And on their side. Captain, can you still fight? Iron Man asked through the communication. In a ruins dozens of meters away, the pile of rubble breaks apart. The embarrassed Captain America stood up. His left hand holding the vibranium shield was trembling. He felt that the vibranium shield was not broken, but he almost cracked. Captain America spat out blood-streaked saliva and said resolutely, "Of course, I can still fight like this all day long." "Natasha, Clint." Iron Man continued to confirm. Black Widow's words were very weak. "I am injured, Clint is holding me up, the two of us are on the edge of the battlefield." "I'm almost out of ammunition," Clint responded slightly bitterly. The physical fitness of the two of them is only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. With the skills and qualities of top agents, they can be regarded as having half a foot in the extraordinary field. In the past, when facing ordinary humans, even soldiers, agents, killers, or mercenaries of great powers, they were all incomprehensible existence. He's not afraid of alien soldiers either. But facing the Slaughter Hulk, whose single combat power is several times more extraordinary than the Hulk, it seems too difficult for them. "We need support," Captain America said solemnly. "Support," Iron Man pondered for a moment and said. "Jarvis, bring X-007 over." "Sir, are you sure?" "Sure." "Okay, sir." After the artificial intelligence Jarvis confirmed the command, Stark Industrial Zone launched a small rocket. The rocket crossed half of Queens at extremely high speed and arrived directly above the battlefield to drop an airdrop. Bang! The small container was airdropped and landed close to the Hulk. The door of the container was smashed and deformed, and a rotten smell came out. "Tread!" The deformed container door was kicked open. Out of it walked a mysterious man wearing a tight-fitting red leather jacket, a red hood with white eyes, and two samurai swords on his back. "Let me tell you, can you use another safer way to summon? I almost got smashed to death. I noticed that the light source was blocked by something in front of me." The mysterious man looked up curiously and saw the 3-meter-tall, ferocious, and steaming Hulk standing in front of him. He couldn't help but waved his hand. "Good evening, my name is Deadpool, what's your name?" With a slap. The Hulk casually slapped the mysterious man into a flat surface, and the ground sank 3 meters down with a roar. He appeared quickly and died quickly. "Tony, you pulled this support." Captain America was speechless for a moment, but soon, he showed a look of surprise on his face. It can be seen that after Hulk slapped the other party to death, he just turned around, and the pit formed by his palm behind him said faintly, "Is it polite to slap someone into a meat paste when you first meet?" With a whoosh. A samurai sword was inserted into Hulk's buttocks from top to bottom at an angle. "Hey, it can't be inserted, what kind of ghost are you?" Deadpool was amazed. "Baji. As if you dare to kill me, I will die for you to see." Deadpool was stomped to death again, his body was completely flattened, and under the foot of the slaughtering Hulk, an unpleasant smell of burning sizzled out. But soon, Deadpool jumped up again lively and cockroaches were hard to die. What surprised Captain America was that the exoskeleton pierced by the samurai sword was not repaired like before. That weapon, Captain America narrowed his eyes after noticing this detail. Iron Man explained, "It is a knife made of carbon steel, which can suppress the self-healing factor of others. Although carbon steel can be artificially manufactured, in terms of rarity, it is second only to the vibranium used to make your shield." "What surprised me even more is the guy you found," Captain America asked. "Is he a new member of our alliance?" In turn, Iron Man was reluctant to say more. At this time, the two of them looked up at the same time after noticing something. In the air, a vigorous and graceful female figure fell and hung on the outer wall of the building that was left on the battlefield. "The first in turn has arrived," Captain America said. "This is the full assembly of the Avengers." Iron Man's heart relaxed a little, but the next moment, his pupils contracted and his eyes widened, his body and mind tensed. Visible. A seemingly ordinary black kitten appeared at some point and squatted on the roof next to Spider-Woman. A pair of cat pupils quietly watched the battle below, revealing the light of wisdom in a humane way. Chapter 271. The area of the city where the Carnage Hulk appeared, the extremely terrifying smell of creatures. Not to mention animals. Among humans, except for those who have completely stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, no one dares to approach or stay in this area. But at this moment, on the building beside the highway where the Carnage Hulk was, a seemingly ordinary black kitten quietly squatted on the top floor, and the eyes of the broken golden cat paused on the double knives of Deadpool below. "Tony, is it it?" Captain America asked curiously. "Yes, it is it." Tony Stark clenched his fists in the nano-armored suit. How could Iron Man remember it wrong? He had forced him into a desperate situation twice, and even the name and file of Black Flash were entered and created by him personally. It doesn't look completely black. In addition, is Black Flash really that strong? Captain America has read the intelligence files about Black Flash. It is rare to be able to make Iron Man lose face, and twice in a row. Tony Stark also discovered it. The claws and feet of the kitten in front of him were white, not the Black Flash in the past. And the cat's pupils were no longer violent and evil as before, and looked like they were thinking, with a humane look of wisdom. It can't be wrong, it must be it. Iron Man could be sure of this. After all, the size was exactly the same. The high-rise building in the distance looked at the battlefield. Peter Parker looked at Spider-Woman, who rushed to the battlefield. His eyes flashed. This feeling, is that Cousin Gwen? He muttered to himself, strange, why, in addition to Cousin Gwen, there is another familiar breath. The edge of the battlefield. Hawkeye helped the injured Black Widow out of the battle. At this time, a young female agent wearing a black leather uniform walked out from the street in front of him, which was shrouded in the night. You are here, Sky. Natasha's eyes were full of color. The director said, it would be better if I come here to support. Sky smiled slightly. You stay outside the battlefield, don't let some people fish in troubled waters. At this time. On the battle situation. Even with carbon steel double swords, the immortal Deadpool is just a shit stick. He can't cause obvious damage to the Carnage Hulk, but he still disgusts him. The result is, the Carnage Hulk is getting more and more angry, so that the giant and hideous body is red hot, emitting extremely high heat. Sizzle. White steam spreads on the road, and then the red flames burn on the surface of the Carnage Hulk. Sizzle. Puff. Sizzle. A series of dark red tentacles with flames emerge from behind, dancing wildly. It's like a hellfire monster from hell. This time. Even if Deadpool is constantly healing and resurrecting, he can't get close to the body of the Carnage Hulk. The moment Deadpool stands up again, he will be pulled away by the dark red tentacles. Not qualified to fight. Suddenly. The furious Hulk suddenly stopped all his movements, raised his blood-red eyes and stared at a kitten. He didn't look at Spider-Woman, who was closer, so his attention fell on the black kitten. For Carnage, this was an enemy meeting and he was particularly jealous. Hatred was implanted in his genes since birth. And for Hulk, the black kitten had a killing aura that made him want to fight with it. So, even if Hulk lost his will, he would still be attracted by the black kitten. Finally, did you notice me? On the roof, the black kitten shook its tail. Isn't it the 3-in-1 Nian? The symbiotic combination of Nian, the symbiote venom, and the Devourer King. However, it is not the same as before. This time, Gwen's spider gene ability was also mixed in. Just as Nian thought. The 3-in-1 state that was previously difficult to control and tended to be violent and evil has become stable for the first time. The consistent characteristics of the spider's ability have helped Nian master the abilities of Venom and Xiao Huang, as well as the current model body after the symbiotic fusion. Rather than saying it is 3-in-1, this time it is more like 3-in-1. Let's fight quickly and decisively. The 3-in-1 Nian thought. The opponent obviously has the characteristic of stacking buffs that become more powerful the more angry he is. I saw. The black kitten moved and disappeared from the roof. The next moment, it strangely appeared above the head of the Hulk. Captain America, who has outstanding dynamic vision, and Iron Man, who assists in screen insight, could only see a faint black flash. Aren't you looking for me? I'm here, cub. At the same time as the black kitten appeared, it slapped a claw directly on the top of the Hulk's head. At the moment of slapping, a small white cat claw swelled and deformed to be larger than the head of the Hulk. Bang! Just like the superheroes that were slapped away by the Carnage Hulk before, this time, it was the Carnage Hulk's turn to be slapped down cleanly. It was hard to imagine how terrible the power of the cat's claws was. The ground under the Carnage Hulk's feet was the first to burst open. The surface of the ground cracked layer by layer. The 3-meter-tall Carnage Hulk sank deeply into the ground, and a large bottomless pit appeared in its place. Zizizi. The water in the underground sewer seemed to be boiled by high temperature and turned into a hot spring in the city. White smoke continued to pour out from the hole. With a thud, the earth shook. The complete road surface behind the black kitten cracked, and the Carnage Hulk suddenly jumped out from deep underground. Surrounded by high-temperature steam, a dark red giant fist blasted forward like a cannonball. The 3-in-1 Nian turned quickly, and the swollen cat claws also swung out a punch. Similar to Thor just now. The same fist to fist. And this time, when the two fists collided with each other, it was like two missiles collided and exploded in the near distance. The air instantly exploded, and a hot hurricane swept away. Whether it was the Carnage Hulk in a stacked angry state, or the 3-in-1 with layers of physique, in terms of physical strength alone, it has reached or even exceeded the level of ordinary Kryptonians. Deadpool, who had recovered himself nearby, was thrown 10 meters away again. He looked at the black kitten fighting with the Hulk, shook his head and whistled. Another complete monster has come, it's really fucked up, I don't want to play anymore, okay? Said. Deadpool picked up 2 carbon steel knives and carried them on his shoulders. He stopped halfway and looked back at the storm hammer abandoned on the road. Every collision caused a loud noise, hurricane, heat wave, shock wave, etc. Such a close combat between top physical beings caused the damaged area of the city streets to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black Flash, it's really strong, Captain America stood in the wind, in doubt. Iron Man was speechless. In his opinion, the opponent was stronger than before. Chapter 272. Peter Parker opened his eyes wide and lay on the roof watching the battle. Ho ho ho. His short, slightly curly hair was blown high. The hurricane swept outwards with waves of heat, and the cruel cold and heat could be felt miles away. Bang! 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 Queens, New York. Munfei Street was shaking like an earthquake. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle this was. Under the night, above the fire. The 3-meter-tall dark red giant is burning with raging flames. Exuding fierce momentum and angry emotional heat waves. It is like a terrifying monster from hell described in mythology. Even if you take a look at it from a distance, you will be moved from the bottom of your heart. Trembling. It stepped on the ground and screamed, tearing off the steel suit with its hands, leaping hundreds of meters high, and hitting half of the high-rise buildings in the street into ruins. Not even the Avengers can handle it. But what was confronting him now was a black kitten. Yes. The black kitten is slightly larger than an adult's hand. Compared with the 3-meter-tall Slaughter Hulk, the size difference between the two is more than 10 times. What surprised some Avengers members was that the black kitten and the Slaughter Hulk were evenly matched, and even the black kitten had a certain upper hand. Bang! Slaughter Hulk roared angrily and blasted the black kitten away with his fist. The kitten suddenly penetrated several buildings like an iron bullet. The next moment, the black kitten swept forward like a black stream of light without any incident. And with its cat body alone, it knocked Slaughter Hulk diagonally into the ground. Slaughter Hulk's huge and strong body couldn't help but arch under the impact, plowing a deep trench up to 100 meters long on the road. Deadpool, who was still standing on the road, was caught off guard and was thrown away by the wave, with half of his body paralyzed. Hold head high. Slaughter Hulk's blood-red eyes seemed to be burning with flames. His dark red and bloated hands were very fast. He grabbed the black kitten on his belly and wrapped it with his other big hand, burning with high-temperature flames. He wanted to use both hands to crush the black kitten you are holding and explode it. The 3-in-1 Nian was unmoved and allowed it to pinch without any panic. In fact, his current strength and speed are not the strongest. After all, these are only the superposition of spider abilities, symbionts, and element-eating beasts. As for the superposition of physical defense. But there is also Nian's perfect body of steel. Kaka. Slaughter Hulk's dark red bones and muscles expanded to the maximum. And he used all his strength to hold the black kitten in his hands. With the power of anger to break through the upper limits of the Hulk and the symbiote, the ground under his feet bloomed just by standing still. A crack. Under the continuous pressure of such a terrifying force, even the golden shield may be slightly dented and deformed. But from the space between the palms of Slaughter Hulk's hands, a black cat tail stretched out from the inside, swaying slightly in a slow rhythm. Roar! Slaughter Hulk roared, his exoskeleton and muscles expanded as if they were inflated, and his dark red hands closed their palms inward little by little. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded like thunder in the center of the battlefield. The Slaughter Hulk's hands and palms were twisted and deformed as if they were fractured. His blood-red eyes seemed a little dazed at this moment. The black kitten jumped out of the giant broken palms and scathed. This is your hand that moved first. Don't you know that the force is mutual? The 3-in-1 Nian cat pupil blinked. Then, the 3-in-1 Nian's cat tail suddenly stretched forward, wrapping around the Slaughter Hulk's neck like a chain, and tied it together with the dark red arms to his thick waist. Although the symbiote's venom is afraid of high-temperature flames, it is the steel body of the symbiote Nian that forms the outermost layer of exoskeleton protection. Ignore the heat. The 3-in-1 Nian cat tail suddenly tightened hard, tightly restraining the Hulk in place. Slaughter Hulk stretched out his hand to grab the cat's tail, tried to pull hard, and began to struggle violently, shattering the city ground. Whoosh! Lines of white spider silk also fell on the body of Slaughter Hulk. The girl's vigorous figure swayed between the buildings next to the Hulk, and she continuously shot out white spider silk to wrap around the Hulk's body. The enhanced white spider silk is not afraid of fire. Although it will still be broken by the Carnage Hulk, it is still enough to affect the opponent's actions. Tony, let's go too. Upon seeing this, Captain America raised his vibranium shield and took a deep breath. That's fine. Iron Man already understood that with the extraordinary strength Black Flash showed tonight, if he really wanted to kill himself, he would not have been able to escape the previous 2 times. Fortunately, Black Flash is on their side. At least, tonight is. They both moved at the same time. Captain America rushed out with a vibranium shield to help stop the Hulk massacre. Iron Man swooped down and fired lasers and cannonballs to bombard the Hulk. Even if it couldn't cause damage, it was enough to increase the suppression. Roar! The most important thing is the super suppression given by the Black Kitten, coupled with the increasing number of reinforced spider threads on the body. The resistance movements of Slaughter Hulk are becoming more and more difficult. At this time, Gulyalu. Dark red tentacles gushed out crazily from the Slaughter Hulk, took root downwards, and formed small forest-like tentacle spikes outwards. The 3-meter-tall monster turned into a terrifying tentacled monster as big as a hill. Spider-Woman, Captain America, and Iron Man were suddenly forced back. Only the Black Kitten remained motionless, its tail tightly tied to Slaughter Hulk's main body. Yes, the symbiote is difficult to restrain due to its liquid body. But when it attaches to others and gains enhanced abilities, it also develops a major flaw. The body after symbiosis must be dominated by the host. Therefore, regardless of how Hulk transforms, the most important thing is Hulk as the core host. But how to force the symbiote massacre out, the 3-in-1 Nian is still thinking. The Hulk has just been attached to the symbiote not long ago, and it is not dominated by the symbiote massacre, so there is still a high possibility of being rescued. Right. The 3-in-1 Nian thought of something. The other party was just not afraid of flames, but the symbiote had 2 major weaknesses. He was thinking of this. With a thunder in the sky, the rain suddenly fell without warning, extinguishing the raging fires on the streets of the city. Crackling. A tall figure covered in thunder and lightning descended from the sky. The lightning cracked the ceiling of the tentacle forest and landed directly on the dark red shoulders of the Slaughter Hulk. The 3-in-1 Nian expressed slight surprise. Silver armor, red cloak. Isn't it the Thor? It's just that my state is not quite the same as before. I'm extremely excited, and my body feels like a power bank. Thor, the god of thunder, has his bare hands, his electric eyes are menacing, and he seems to be awakened, with electricity lingering all over his body. I am the strongest of the Avengers. Thor, the god of thunder, split open the dark red forest of tentacles, hugged Slaughter Hulk's head, and suppressed it fiercely with divine power and thunder and lightning. Chapter 273. Dazzling and shocking lightning flashed on the streets, making the streets where the power was out and the flames extinguished appear as bright as day. Thor, the god of thunder who was resurrected with full blood, has eye-catching electric eyes, and his tall body covered in silver armor is filled with electricity, turning into a bolt of thunder that splits the forest of tentacles formed by the Massacre Hulk from top to bottom. He hugged Slaughter Hulk's giant head tightly, and thunder and lightning burst out from his body, constantly destroying the dark red tentacles and liquids around him, suppressing it with his own thunder power. Coupled with the sentence, "I am the strongest of the Avengers," there is really a sense of déjà vu that a god can turn the tide. Thunder and lightning flow in my body. Even without Mjolnir, I am still the god who controls thunder and lightning. Against the background of thunder and lightning, Thor, the god of thunder, moves in his red cloak, and an aura of king emerges spontaneously. However, he was not handsome enough for 3 seconds. Gulyalu. The large dark red tentacle forest was indeed destroyed by lightning. But it quickly healed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of dark red liquid overflowed from Slaughter Hulk, resisting corrosive lightning and spreading to Thor's body. Back off. Thor, the god of thunder, roared, and the lightning on his body became more powerful, so that every hair overflowed with purple-blue electricity. The dark red liquid rushing towards Thor from all directions was forced back a little by the power of thunder and lightning, but seemed to adapt, suddenly ignoring the lightning's actions to accelerate corrosion and spread. The symbiote is only afraid of flames and sound waves, and has sufficient resistance to energy. What? Thor, the god of thunder, was a little dumbfounded. By the time he realized something was wrong, the thick dark red liquid had already spread over his lower body, swallowing up his energy and body like a strange quagmire, connecting him to the giant Slaughter Hulk. It was too late to escape. He watched as the dark red liquid began to creep onto his shoulders. Pull me. Thunder God Thor's eyes widened. He had just awakened, and he turned to beg for help in high spirits. Iron Man, ... Captain America, ... Spider-Woman, ... Deadpool felt that this guy was even funnier than him. I really thought you could do it. Nian, who looks like a 3-in-1 black kitten, complained, but he also knew that it was impossible to let the symbiote Carnage use Thor as a backup host. While Nian restrained the Massacre Hulk's body with the cat's tail, the golden cat eyes looked around, and his spider sense cooperated with the perception, and suddenly his attention fell on two objects on the street. The same item is a hammer being dragged and moved by Deadpool's hands. Another item was a round shield that fell on the ruins. Borrow it. Nian stretched out a cat's paw on the left and right sides of his body. Like a cat's paw wearing a white glove. It quickly extended and directly lifted the storm hammer dragged by Deadpool. His right hand on the other side lifted Captain America's vibranium buckler. Seeing that Thor, the god of thunder, was about to be submerged and wrapped in dark red liquid. The 3-in-1 Nian held the storm hammer in his left hand and the vibranium buckler in his right hand. He suddenly brought the two weapons together with force and bombarded the end of the hammer on the shield surface of the vibranium buckler. Hammer versus shield, he still has Kryptonian-level superhuman strength. At this moment, the entire Mengfei Street fell silent at first. Then, half of the city of New York could hear a deafening, penetrating metallic roar. Clang! Wow! Thousands of meters away from the battle situation. Peter Parker covered his ears with his hands and was temporarily deafened. After evacuating to the edge of the battlefield, Black Widow and Hawkeye turned around in surprise, looking at the battle situation where even the clouds in the night sky seemed to have been shaken away. The center of the battle. The super-strong shock wave erupted in a realistic way, the air exploded, the wind was chaotic, and the dark red tentacle forest completely collapsed on the spot without being able to materialize. A wave of impact carrying terrifying sound waves fell on the Slaughter Hulk. He was unable to move due to the restraints of the cat's tail. However, more than half of his dark infrared skeleton could not maintain its shape. Countless scarlet liquid and Thor took the lead. It flew out. Bang! Thor, the god of thunder, sank into the wall of a building dozens of meters away. His eyes turned white and he was knocked unconscious by the sound waves and vibrations. This special blow. Even the 3-in-1 Nian is not feeling well, mainly because the symbiote Venom is too afraid of this. Not to mention the symbiote massacre. Gulyalu. Slaughter Hulk can no longer maintain his 3-meter-tall ferocious body, like a ball of boiling scarlet liquid, from which the figure of the Hulk more than 2 meters tall is faintly revealed. The 3-in-1 Nian thought, and the black cat tail wrapped around the Hulk, trying to pull him out, but the scarlet liquid quickly flooded and enveloped the Hulk's body. Symbiote Carnage is very reluctant. You still want to come, right? The black kitten is humane, holding a hammer in its left paw and a shield in its right paw, and is about to hit it again. Let me do it, kitten. In his ears, a familiar female voice suddenly came, as well as the sound of approaching steps. Her smooth dark blonde hair is swaying, and her graceful body is wrapped in a black leather uniform. A young and glamorous female agent appeared on the ruined street, her delicate face fearless as she stepped forward to kill the Hulk. What's the name of the kitten? Call me boss. Nian Maotong glanced at the female agent, murmured softly in a voice that only she could hear, and took the initiative to loosen the cat's tail restraints. The other party is indeed the most suitable to deal with the symbiote. Sky pretended not to hear it, with a cold face, as arrogant and domineering as ever. Swish. Without the restraint and suppression, the dark red liquid mass of Carnage and Hulk kept squirming, trying to condense the body again. Sky raised his hands directly. Buzz. A slight vibration radiated in the air nearby, and the vibration became stronger and stronger, constantly superimposed, and did not touch the ground, but fell forward on the dark red liquid mass. Buzz buzz buzz. Invisible shock waves spread outward. Air, sound, everything vibrated. The vibration was transmitted to Carnage Hulk's body, and began to shake and destroy the two bodies that were already unstable. If it was the complete Carnage Hulk form, there might be a possibility of countering this shock wave. But after the fierce game with the black kitten, the complete symbiotic exoskeleton was destroyed, and it had lost the ability to deal with this special ability. Shock wave. It looks very gentle and quiet, and even can't be seen clearly, but it is physically destructive to the attacker. Buzz. The dark red liquid ball was suddenly shattered, exploding like a water ball, and the Hulk in big shorts emerged from it. The Hulk regained Dr. Banner's human body and fell on the messy street. A light wisp of scarlet liquid fell on the ground and fled out. The black kitten stepped on the white front paw and slapped it to death like stepping on an ant. Symbiote Slaughter, Death. Chapter 274. The extraordinary battle like a war came to an end. Modern streets are in shambles, and kilometers of urban areas are in ruins. At the edge of the street, Peter Parker, who was sitting on the rooftop of a tall building, put down his hands covering his ears. His little eyes were slightly glazed over, still digesting the unprecedentedly fierce battle just now. The shock that tonight brought to him was too great, subverting many of his previous perceptions. I'm not strong enough to be a superhero. Peter Parker took a deep breath, and when he regained consciousness, he realized that the time had reached 9 o'clock in the evening. Oops, Aunt May is going to scold him. Peter Parker hurriedly stood up with his school bag on his back. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that on another tall building dozens of meters away, there were two mysterious people looking down at the battle. It's too dark to see clearly. But the silhouettes were clearly that of a man and a woman, with capes on their shoulders, standing steadily against the wild night wind. Peter Parker rubbed his eyes, and when he looked over there was no figure. On top of the ruins. After solving the symbiote massacre, the triad Nian wanted to leave. Result. Sky suddenly walked forward quickly and took the black kitten into his arms. This move made everyone on the field stunned for a moment. Even though Hulk has been dealt with, Iron Man has not relaxed yet. Instead, he has been keeping an eye on the black kitten, fearing that it will turn its attack target on the Alliance. Now seeing Sky directly hugging Black Flash, he couldn't help but be stunned. What a great cat, it's been a big help. Sky held the black kitten in her arms and gently stroked her hands along the fur. Nian felt quite comfortable, as the muscles tense from the battle relaxed. Well, this is a cat, no, should it be said to be one of the characteristics of the cub of the element-devouring beast? Tap. After somersaulting in the air, Spider-Woman landed lightly on the ground and stared straight at Sky. You. What, do you want to hold the cat too? I won't let you. Sky smiled lightly. Hug, just hug, who cares anymore? Spider-Woman snorted, and under the mask, the short-haired girl bit her pink lips hard. So rare. I also want to hug you, the invincible little black cat. Deadpool shamelessly walked forward. After seeing the black kitten's tail standing up like a whip, he spread his hands and turned around and left. Forget it, let's go home and pick up my inflatable doll. Seeing that Black Flash seemed to be the favorite of the Avengers, Iron Man didn't know what to say. He always felt that the losses he had suffered the previous 2 times were in vain. Of course, Black Flash is not an enemy, which is naturally a good thing. Iron Man temporarily lifted his alert and stepped forward to check on Banner's condition. Captain America ran to the other end of the street and dug out the unconscious Thor from the wall he was stuck in. After no one else on the field noticed. The 3-in-1 Nian stepped on the round and smooth leather jacket, and the golden cat eyes reflected the face of Sky in front of him. Did your crisis end after the last incident? So be it. Sky whispered, nearly 200 agents died last time. I was imprisoned for half a month, and I was lying on the hospital bed recovering from my injuries. After the matter was thoroughly investigated, the restraining order was lifted and I was released. Nian pondered, the person who died was a SHIELD agent, but he was also a Hydra traitor. At most, you can't receive a reward on the surface. If you are punished instead, the SHIELD personnel who know the truth will have opinions. And it is impossible to let you take all the blame. One thing you didn't expect is that the entire SHIELD organization is taking the blame. Sky sighed. SHIELD has now been officially disbanded. The former director Nick Fury also resigned as director of SHIELD after bailing me out. Now I am the only one who is fighting against the Hydra organization, Secret Warriors, and the Avengers. Shi-Ching Young shook his head. You are wrong, I have thought of this a long time ago. Sky was slightly startled. SHIELD has experienced such a major civil strife. It has been infiltrated by the enemy since its creation in World War II. Even if it is broken up and reorganized, SHIELD's name has basically been ruined. Nian pondered, if it were me, I would not continue to run SHIELD, instead, I would wait until the right time to create another brand new organizational force in the future. Nick Fury should think so too. By then, I won't know if it's the Divine Sword game or something else. But in short, they are still Nick Fury's core team. Nian looked at her and said, Sky, you still have a long way to go. Sky smiled faintly, already possessing the aura of a leader, and spoke confidently, since I have made an agreement with you, I will do my best no matter what the situation is, I will sit in the position of director. Meeting Sky was just a sideshow. With the symbiote carnage eliminated, the rest of the symbiote events will come to an end. But Nian knows that when the news reports come out tomorrow, it will inevitably trigger even greater uproar and heated debate. The crisis of alien invasion and the fear of being too powerful will continue to intensify in this world. The back side of the world will be constantly excavated and revealed, subverting all previous perceptions. However, these have nothing to do with Nian. He never cares about what others think of himself or his transcendence, as long as he does what he thinks is right and what he wants to do. Anyway, Nian is not a superhero and is not responsible for anyone who has nothing to do with him. End the fight. Spend a night with Gwen in Future Chronicles' penthouse office. Until noon the next day, the sun hung in the blue sky. Nian and Gwen returned to Washington and returned to their respective homes. On the way home, Gwen looked suspicious of life. It's not that it was damaged. Instead, Gwen actually felt that she liked this way of relaxation and entertainment. Is once a fortnight too little? Gwen was in a daze and was shocked. It had only been half a day, but she was actually reminiscing and looking forward to the next time. The girl felt that she was really hopeless. I'm back. Nian opened the door and returned home. Nian found that the Crimson maid at home was wearing a small dress and standing in the living room with a vacuum cleaner in a daze. It wasn't until she heard the sound of Nian closing the door that she quickly put down the vacuum cleaner and stepped forward to greet her. Master, welcome back. What's wrong, what are you thinking about? Nian asked curiously. Here's Nian's question. Wanda pouted her soft little mouth and couldn't help but say, my deskmate is missing. Isn't your deskmate? Nian was stunned and said in a deep voice, tell me, when did you start disappearing? On Wednesday this week, she suddenly didn't come to class. I asked the teacher, and the teacher said she didn't know. Wanda worriedly said, at the weekend, I asked the teacher for her home address, so I went to visit and found that it was a single apartment and no one was living in it a few days ago. After Nian and Diana, the new deskmate is the third person to enter Wanda's world. That's why Wanda is so concerned. And Nian, who knew the true identity of his deskmate, knew better that it was natural for Wanda to take notice. After all, they have the same blood. Chapter 275. Did the boss of Polaris suddenly disappear? Nian's heart sank, and his eyes also showed worry. Not only because the other party was a relative of Scarlet Maid Wanda. Having experienced so many things together, the young but mature girl who has been carrying the burden all the time has enough weight in his heart. And that Pietro's kidnapping happened before. Obviously, some forces, including Hydra, have been spying on extraordinary beings with extraordinary talents like Lorna. It is not surprising that the bug ability possessed by the boss will be targeted by others. Alice, Nian called in a deep voice. Alice's voice sounded from the living room appliance. Understood, Master, I'm already checking. Don't worry, Alice will find her whereabouts soon. Nian touched Wanda's soft red hair with a white scarf and comforted her. Wanda nodded and gently held Nian's big hand with both hands. About 10 seconds later, Alice replied, Master, I found a clue to Lorna's location. Tell me about it. Nian snapped his fingers. He sat on the sofa in the living room, and naturally picked up the petite and soft body of the Scarlet Maid, and put her on his knees to warm her legs. Because the Scarlet Maid Wanda was too worried about her deskmate Lorna, she did not show her usual shyness. She covered her skirt with her hands like a cute doll, and her soft legs wrapped in white socks were quietly hanging above the floor. Alice said, it can be confirmed through city surveillance that Lorna left Washington on Wednesday night. Where did she go? Nian frowned slightly. Although the boss was arrogant and conceited, he would not tell his younger brother anything, but it was too abnormal for him to leave Washington suddenly. Alice, she bought a ticket to Metropolis. This morning, the local road camera in Metropolis also captured her. Nian thought secretly. Metropolis, the hero stationed there for a long time is Superman. It doesn't mean surpassing humans, nor does it mean another Kryptonian existence. It's the Superman who first appeared on the world stage with top combat power, resurrected after death, and was hailed as the God of the world. Big Superman. Yes, his brother-in-law. After Superman's resurrection, Metropolis became the city with the most sense of security for citizens, and the crime rate almost dropped all the way. There should be no danger for the boss to go there. However, Nian still has an extremely ominous premonition. Is she still in Metropolis now? Nian continued to ask. I don't know. 5 hours ago, the other party completely disappeared from the surveillance of the Metropolis port, Alice responded slowly. However, according to some of the previous camera footage, Lorna has been living near the port area of the Metropolis these days, and has also bought some spare makeup and daily necessities, as well as seasickness medicine. Nian said thoughtfully, you mean, she wants to go out to sea by boat? According to the data, there is a 95 probability. Metropolis port, how many ships left the port today? 1,268 ships, Metropolis is a world-class large port. Nian slowly exhaled, feeling a little headache. This is no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. Wait. Nian thought about it and felt that he had fallen into a thinking error. The ship that would make the boss leave Washington abnormally and go to the port to take a ship is naturally not an ordinary ship. Is there any special ship? Nian asked quickly. Alice quickly responded, there is one, the Great Era. The Great Era? Nian was stunned when he heard this. He had not only heard of this ship, but was also very familiar with it. 2 or 3 years ago, it had frequently appeared in newspapers and TV reports. Yes, it is the Great Era. Artificial intelligence. Alice projected a three-dimensional projection in the living room. The blue light formed a giant cruise ship model with a whale-like shape and 10 floors of cabins. The Great Era was raised and built by the Metropolitan Port Company 3 years ago. It is still the largest cruise ship in the world. It weighs 233,000 tons, is wider than the wing of the largest Boeing aircraft, and is 100 meters longer than the famous Titanic in history. It has 40 bars and 20 restaurants, and can accommodate 10,000 people including crew members at the same time. Is this ship going to sail today? Nian raised his eyebrows. Alice responded, the Grand Era is holding a super-large makeup party on board recently. Tickets can be purchased aboard the ship since yesterday. The ship will officially set sail before sunset this afternoon, sailing on the open sea for a week before returning to the port of Metropolis. Massage party? Nian recalled that Alice had mentioned that Lorna had purchased additional makeup supplies. No mistake, that's the ship Lorna is going to take. Nian was completely sure, but what made him more and more puzzled was why Lorna wanted to attend the makeup party on that ship. Captain America Steve Rogers returned to his rented house in New York. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed something was wrong. The window in the main hall of the rented house was open. Because of his habit as a soldier, whenever Steve left home, he would always close the doors and windows, so Steve subconsciously tiptoed and slowed down his pace, but saw a dark figure walking out of the bathroom directly. The other party is a tall and strong black man, wearing flight goggles, a flying suit, and a metal mechanical backpack integrated with his body. Sam, why are you here? Steve breathed a sigh of relief, then said unhappily. I missed you. Okay, not so disgusting, let's get straight to the point. Sam Wilson shrugged, took out 2 tickets from his pocket, and handed them to Captain America Steve. What is this? Steve was surprised to see that it was 2 boat tickets. Didn't you always ask me to check the whereabouts of the Winter Soldier in secret? Sam Wilson showed his white teeth. Did you find it? Steve's expression froze. He already knew that the Winter Soldier was his good brother Bucky when he served in the army during World War II. Maybe it was because of brainwashing that he served Hydra. In any case, he had to see the Winter Soldier again. Sam Wilson gestured to the ticket in his hand and said, well, that's the answer you're looking for. Avengers Headquarters Building. The basement where the files and supercomputers are stored is like a short circuit, with electricity and black smoke everywhere. Tony Stark, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, stood in front of the supercomputer with a serious face. Jarvis, you just said, last night while we were out, someone broke in here and stole the Alliance's information. Jarvis corrected him in time, no, sir, no one broke in here, our firewall was invaded by external code. Break through Jarvis and the protection system he set up. Tony Stark frowned and asked, what information did the other party steal? Jarvis, some of your steel armor design drawings. Tony Stark was speechless. This was indeed a burglary. Chapter 276. Okay, can you confirm the other party's IP address? Tony Stark just asked casually, without any hope. After all, it was possible to break through his and Jarvis's system protection, and the possibility of confirming the other party's IP address was very slim. Found it. Artificial intelligence. Jarvis said quickly, the other party's IP address is on a ship. A civilized country located under the abyss of 10,000 meters under the sea. In the sea water, a man dressed as a gentleman knelt down on one knee in front of the silver throne and complimented him. King, the source of the leakage of technology from the Atlantis Empire has been found. On the silver throne, sitting upright, was a female wearing a golden crown and holding a golden trident. Her pink dress was extremely gorgeous in the reflection of the light of the sea water, but no one in the entire vast underwater palace dared to look directly at her. Who is the root cause? A pleasant and majestic female voice sounded. Military advisor Vico stood up and replied, it is the deceased Prince Orm. He once cooperated with the human pirates and asked the human pirates to use submarines to attack your father, King Nereus. In order to provoke us between the sea and the land, the dispute Later, Prince ORM gave a new set of advanced underwater armor to one of the pirates. The Empress on the throne of the Undersea Empire opened her lips lightly. Since he is already dead, we don't care, but our underwater technological armor must still be recovered and cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. The voice was very pleasant to the ear, but it had an air of calmness and power, and the golden artifact radiated with brilliance. Yes. Vico nodded, as if remembering something, and said with a slight hesitation, there is one more thing. The former queen's third son, Prince Namor, has recently left the underwater empire and is secretly interacting with humans on land. Currently, he's on a ship in the land world. Gotham, Wayne Manor. Butler Afew stood at the door of the main hall. He looked at the tall man sitting on the sofa as motionless as a sculpture, with a look of worry on his old face. The young master has remained in this posture since a few minutes ago. Bruce Wayne's face was as dark as water, and he held a letter similar to an invitation in his hand, with handwritten English on it. To Batman. Dear Bruce Wayne, I'm so relieved that you haven't forgotten me after not seeing me for a few months. It doesn't matter who won or lost last time. Anyway, there has to be a real winner between us, right? Let's sit down at the gambling table together and see who has the better cards. I sincerely invite you to come to our feast. Lex Luthor. In this letter, there are 6 fairy tickets. 6 is the initial number of members of the Justice League. Bruce Wayne remained silent, finally put down the envelope, and stood up with 6 tickets in his hands. Master, do you have to go? Butler Afew said in a deep voice, this is obviously a trap, a trap. I have no reason not to go. Even if I don't go, he will use the entire ship to force me to go. He just knows that if he uses conspiracy to deceive me, there is a high probability that I will not get on the ship. That's why I sent the invitation directly. It's a conspiracy. How could Butler Afew not know this truth? He sighed and asked, should we inform the 2 Prince family members of this information? Bruce Wayne pondered for a moment and agreed, okay. After a while, Butler Afew said, Miss Prince has been contacted, but Master Prince cannot be contacted. The mobile phone number shows no signal. Metropolitan Port. A large-scale luxury ship was moored in the open offshore waters of the port. Compared with the large cargo ships around it, it looked like a child who had started working before he grew up. The sun that was still hanging in the sky was directly blocked by the hull of the ship. A huge shadow fell on the Metropolitan Port pier. At this time, a large number of passengers were amazed, took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and eagerly boarded the deck. The ship started checking tickets this morning. Therefore, 90 of the passengers are already on the ship, and less than 10 of the passengers are still boarding. On the steps from the pier to the ship d'Azur, the black-haired boy took Crimson Loli to check in and board the ship. Each of them carried a light and simple backpack. Because the rules state that pets are not allowed on board. Therefore, Nian did not take Xiao Huang with him, but if necessary, he could also use the space pendant and return home to take Xiao Huang up. Goal of this trip. The main thing is to find the boss of Polaris and confirm her safety. The actual danger should not be great, right? Maybe. Anyway, I have the space pendant weapon and maid Wanda in hand. Nian can leave the ship at any time, and there is no need to take the so-called 7-day journey. Not quite on board the ship yet. Alice's words rang out from the headphones worn by Nian. Master, the network and communication signals here are not right. It seems that there is a special signal shielding device. It is difficult to receive outside information within the ship. As I thought, there's something wrong with the ship. Nian nodded, his face still calm. If there is no problem, why did the boss of Polaris get on this ship? The boss has never been a playful person. Find Lorna as soon as possible, confirm her safety, and let's get out of here. Nian made up his mind. He originally thought that the boss's green hair was extremely conspicuous and it would be easy to find him. However, after boarding the deck, Nian was stunned. It can be seen that on the ship's deck, which is as spacious as a football field, many passengers who boarded the ship have already started to make up and play. Not to mention green hair. There are more than 100 people with colorful hair colors, plus the strange costumes. It is even more difficult to recognize the original appearance of the people. Passengers who boarded the ship can go back to their rooms first. There are makeup products in the room, you can put on makeup before coming out. The crew gave a very warm reminder. The sun is about to set, and the dusk is glowing in the west, and the colorful clouds are reflected on the sea. The great era is about to stop checking tickets and set sail. At this time, on an observation deck at the Metropolitan Port. The outer layer of the ship is added with lead plates, and I can't see through it. Wearing a blue-based battle suit and a red cloak on his shoulders. The man with slightly curly bangs floated beside the observatory and said to the people on the observatory, the ship is about to leave. Should we stop the ship from sailing and let all the passengers get off? Too late. With both hands on the fence on one side of the observatory, Bruce Wayne looked at the luxury ship and said in a deep voice. Since he wrote the letter, he won't let you stop it before it starts. He calculated the time. When we saw the letter, most of the passengers had boarded the ship, and we were the only ones left. He paused and said, now, we can only choose whether to board the ship or not, and we can't choose to stop the ship. The electronic eyeball on the left side was emitting a faint red light, and the semi-mechanized man said in doubt. Where did he get such an advanced signal shielding device? Even Apocalypse's technology is difficult to invade from outside the ship. The ship is about to leave, should we get on board or not? One of the young men asked while eating a high-calorie pizza with toppings. Get on board. Bruce Wayne was decisive and said with his own ideas, but we have to leave one person outside the ship. Get on board, get on board. Target, Grand Era cruise ship.